This is Audible.
Audible Inc. presents The Shadow Dancers, number 2 in the G.O.D. Inc. series, written by Jack L. Chalker, narrated by Marcella Rose Shadow. Chapter 1. A Summons from G.O.D. Cleopatra Jones stared down at the twinkling lights of the city from her luxurious penthouse apartment. Her city, the city she protected and watched over. Her slim, glamorous face and form reflected back from the window, a ghostly angle of perfection against the night scene. Oh, hell. Who was I trying to kid anyway? Yeah, it was dark, and I was looking out the window, but all cities look glamorous and mysterious at night, even Philadelphia. And only thing the woman staring back at me in the glass had in common with tall, lean Cleo was that we were both black females who'd come up in the world. It hadn't taken me long to put the weight back on I'd lost in that garden place, though I wasn't as bad as I had been. Truth is, the most fattening stuff in the world is also about the cheapest, and when you're dirt poor you wind up with lots of peanut butter and real fatty stuff, 'cause it goes further and feels better. Oh, the tummy was still okay, but the hips were growing and so were the tits, which seemed oversized even when I was down at my model weight. Thanks, Ma. At 5'6", with a naturally round face and lots of bushy hair, I know it's not in fashion, but it's the only way I could ever control it without spending 2 hours a day on it, I looked, well, plump anyway. I guess we was the only self-made poor folk in the Camden ghetto back then. Daddy was a retired Army colonel. He could have done better by just being retired. There weren't too many retired black colonels then. But no, he'd been a cop in the Army, and he was a little too old to be a cop after, and a little too black in that day and time to be a commissioner or a police advisor. And he had this dream. Back then, there wasn't a single black-owned and operated private detective agency in the area. Those that had the background didn't have the bread to get it started. He pumped it all into setting that agency up. Not much, a dingy office overlooking a side street in one of the lousier sections of the ghetto even back then, some second-hand furniture and files and a phone, and a sign on the directory and the glass door to the office. Spade and Marlowe, P.I. With Ma as his secretary, he got enough clients to pay the bills, with a little help from his pension. Trouble was, the clients weren't exactly the well-to-do types, and we pretty much got peanuts even when he did his job right, if he got anything at all. My coming along pretty well finished off any surplus, although I always knew that I was the one thing Daddy loved as much as that agency. We got by. But when Ma died young, she always had a real blood pressure problem and never did much take them pills, and he had the agency and me, and the agency was the money for us to live. I don't know. I guess maybe I wanted all his attention and got very little, since he was in and out at all hours and I had to pretty much be on my own. I got to be something of a wild child, running with a bad pack, never caring about school or future or nothing, just blowing reefer and drinking booze and getting into lots of trouble. Just about the only thing I really paid attention to was making sure Daddy didn't know. We used to steal blank report cards and fill 'em out real convincing-like, and I could always come up with the right answers for his questions. I guess now I was rebelling against him in a way, and maybe against the whole world as I saw it, but I didn't see no future, no purpose to nothing. Lost my virginity real young, too. When I finally got knocked up good, I stole some stuff from a store and hawked it for enough to get an abortion. It weren't no easy thing to do, but there was no way to keep a baby from Daddy's knowing, and that settled that. That kind of neighborhood you was always around users and dealers, pimps and whores, and they weren't no creatures of evil and sin to me. I knew 'em by their first names, and they knew me. To a kid like me, they were romantic kinds of figures, and if nothing else, they was the only black folks who seemed to me to be making it. I'd slipped around so much by the time I was 16 that all my fantasies were about being a hooker. Dress up real sexy-like, and have the dudes pay to get you laid. Easy money, easy work. Only who my daddy was kept me from either joining up with a string or being taken in by a pimp. Ain't no way no pimp in that part of town wanted the colonel as an enemy. Finally, of course, Daddy found out about it. Had to sooner or later. We had one big hell of a scene, and for the first and only time in his life he actually beat me good, and I was ready to pack up, run away, and go to some other city like New York and sell myself on the streets. But I got so mad I came out first to tell him, knowing it would hurt him. and I couldn't find him at first. Then I figured he was in the bedroom. And he was. Only I didn't go in or show myself, and my bad mad just kind of faded out. He was crying. Colonel Harold Parker, USA retired, one of the toughest dudes in the world, was crying. John Wayne would have cried before Daddy. It must have been the first and only time in his life he did it. This was the man who had dug a bullet out of his own side with a knife, then driven himself 20 miles to a hospital. Pretty soon, I was crying too, and I ran into him and we held each other and cried it out. After that, we made a deal. I didn't want to go back to school, and he didn't want me with that crowd no more anyway. So we agreed, though he didn't like it, to let me come in and take over Ma's old job as the secretary, receptionist, you name it. In exchange, when things got straightened out in the office and we got a little ahead on the bills, I'd take some night classes and get my GED, high school equivalency, and maybe more if we could figure a way to afford it. 'Cause I was his business manager. He'd know where I was and what I was doing, and our free time would be our free time. Well, I never did take to school, and I never got through 8th grade, but I managed. Always read. Ma and Daddy had seen to that from early times, and I kept doing it even when the gang made fun of it. So I had a leg up on some of them kids who have high school diplomas and straight A averages who couldn't spell cat or write much beyond their name. I got a big vocabulary, but I never could keep all that grammar shit straight. Well, you speak black English on the streets and white English around Daddy, and it's kind of like thinking in one language and talking another. I got one of them ghetto southern accents I ain't never gonna lick. And I gave up years ago trying to correct my grammar. It's a lost cause. I'm a low-class hick with a big vocabulary, so sue me. I got the bug, though, helping Daddy on cases and getting things mostly in shape. The files might not have had the best grammar, but they was complete and up to date. I never was no good at math, but after we got the free calculator for subscribing to PI magazine, I always knew we was deep in the hole. Still, I learned the business, for what it was worth. It was a damn dull, boring job with no respect and few rewards, no matter what the books and TV and movies tell you. No big action either. Daddy had a gun, a big Magnum, but he almost never carried it, and I don't think he ever fired it as a PI. I did a lot of practicing with that sucker, and I got pretty good. But that thing has a kick they don't show you on them TV shows, and it ain't much good at any range. I also took karate and judo lessons at the Y, and got pretty good at that, though I never had much call to use 'em. I also just about cut out any social life. It weren't none of Daddy's doing, it was just me. Truth was, I just didn't have much self-image, as they call it. Never did. When Ma died and Daddy was away so much, I couldn't be on my own, so I got into the gang and did what the gang did. I figured now that's what all that fantasizing about being a hooker was all about. Any girl who has that trait as her sole ambition ain't got much sense of herself. When men pay, then you got worth, right there in dollars and cents. I was fat and slow, and no matter how good a shape I whip into, I ain't never gonna be no Tina Turner. Daddy and the agency then became my whole life, my whole identity. I don't blame nobody, but it's just the way I am. I can't change that any more than I can change how I look or how I talk. Nobody would believe it if I told him anyway, except maybe Sam, who knows it but just can't figure it. But one night, Daddy didn't check in, and the cops did, and I had to go down and identify the body. He hadn't even taken his gun with him on that job, but he got far too many holes to go anywhere afterwards. It was kind of weird standing there in the morgue, looking at his water-soaked and bloody, bullet-ridden body. One part of me said it was him, but with all the life out of him, he just didn't look real, somehow. I couldn't even cry, but all through that night and the next few days, I just got madder and madder. The cops had no real leads, and he'd been pretty closed-mouthed about it all, even to me, except that it was something big, bigger than he'd ever had before. I cracked the case, after 2 months, when the cops couldn't, and I got some reputation as hot shit for it, but it wasn't all that damn hard. Sure, I didn't know anything about that case, but whoever it was didn't know that, and I just began to put out the word that I had leads and knew more than I did and set myself up as a target. The cops thought it was real gutsy of me, but truth was, I just had all I had left in the world snatched from me, and I didn't really care if they killed me, so long as I got at least one of the bastards involved. Detective shit is more guts and dull routine than anything else. There ain't no real Sherlock Holmeses. The only thing is, most of the crooks around ain't that smart either. They just got smart lawyers. I set myself up, got invited to a meet just like Daddy, and I went just like Daddy, only I took the Magnum. Course, the gun didn't do no good, but the fact that I also called the cops helped nab the trigger man in the act of trying to kill me, and led eventually to the indictment and conviction of a popular young black politician on the way up who just happened to be in the mob's pocket. All that didn't help, though. Fact is, I got no new cases worth much and lost some old clients, even though I got a reputation as a PI at least as good as Daddy out of it. Big Tony and the mob never did get touched by it all, even though they ordered it. The white folks had gone scot-free, and the black folks had taken the fall, as usual, and for some reason I got blamed for that. Crazy thing was that the only folks who would toss a case or two my way were the small-time crooks in the ghetto. Seemed they were impressed and wanted me on their side. Still, not enough came in to make even the basic bills, and I sold the house and lived on that for a while, taking a one-room dump near work. I was just going through the motions, though, and I knew it. I just didn't know anything else to do. Oh, I had a bunch of relatives, mostly cousins in the area, but about the best I could hope for was some kind of job as a domestic or cab driver or something. I didn't have no skills to speak of, no real contacts, no diploma, and you needed that just to collect garbage. And only me as a job reference. Couldn't get no unemployment. I was self-employed. And welfare didn't mean shit unless you had a couple of illegitimate kids. The only guys I knew who might be marriage bait were either ones I couldn't stand, ones who wanted some kind of house nigger, or ones that were already as high as they were gonna go and were like street cleaners or handled the drive-in window at McDonald's. Here I'd done something the cops couldn't or wouldn't do, and dumb luck or not, I'd done it good. And instead of getting the gold stars and thanks and all the rest, I got shut out. I got to admit that my fantasies turned back again, and every time I passed one of the hookers, I got more and more tempted, and without Daddy around, I had offers from a couple of local pimps. Cops, though, had at least a little soft spot for me, since I'd given them some good collars. I mean, a couple of white cops got to bust a bunch of meddlesome black dudes in Camden, and that was gold stars on them. That's why, at just about this time, they sent Sam around to me. Sam was older than me by a good 10 years, pudgy, balding, but kinda cute. He was also the first white man I ever took a liking to, and a big shock. It was the first time I found out Jewish white guys could be about as poor and out of it as me. He was a cop from Bristol, up north a bit in Jersey, and he was down trying to track down a ring that snatched little kids and turned them into kiddie porn objects. Fact was, I took to him right off. Not just 'cause I needed somebody right then, but even though he was white and Jewish, he reminded me one hell of a lot of Daddy. He had that same sense of moral outrage Daddy always did, more than I ever could bring up, and when he was after bad guys, he wanted their asses bad. He also had a real passion for the old detective stories and for all them old detective movies on the Late Late Show, starring Bogart or Robert Montgomery or Lloyd Nolan, the kind my Daddy always loved and grew up on. And like me, he wasn't too thrilled to be a detective. He just didn't know how to do nothing else. He also had a college education and real brains. He goes on them brains, too. I go on feelin's and sometimes guts, but I ain't never gonna be no brains and I know it. In the end, we busted those suckers, got back one kid and exposed a crooked cop who shielded them, but didn't stop there. Fact was, I knew what I saw in Sam, but I never will just know what he saw in me. But he's the one white man I ever been around who never showed 1 ounce of racism or racial hang-ups. Sam quit the Bristol force. He never was too comfortable on the Vice Squad anyways, and came down with what little he had to try and make the agency work. We kinda hoped if maybe a white ex-cop was around, some of the black folks would give us more business, and it did bring in some, but not nearly enough. We got married at City Hall. The bride wore jeans, and even that had a price. My relatives didn't approve at all, and his relatives were even madder than mine. I was still poor and broke, but it didn't really matter no more. Fact was, I grabbed for Sam 'cause I needed somebody bad, but I really fell in love with him. Real bad. I never been in love with nothing or nobody before, or sense like this. From the moment we moved in together, he was the only thing important in my whole life. He kept the agency going by sheer willpower, mostly for my sake, as it turned out, and he never would believe me when I told him I'd be happy if I got a salary job doing most anything and I played house and mommy. But it's true. I know. On the outside it looks like black woman makes it in the cold world. But I never saw my case written up in Jet or Ebony or even the National Enquirer. If you got the brains and the education and the skills and the drive, then go for it, baby. But I ain't ever gonna have them things, and I just ain't one for crusades. If Women's Lib wants to nail me for it, that's all right. But I didn't see no cases from them when I was a woman-owned business. Sam told me he didn't mind if I kept my name, but I minded. Outside of bed, it was the only way I could really show him just how much he meant to me. Besides, I like the look I get from people when they find out somebody who looks and talks like me is Brandy Horowitz, a Jewish American princess I am not. The trouble is, my life's still all cliffhangers. I was about to pack it in when Sam showed in the nick of time and saved me. When we both were going to pack it in as detectives and him take a security guard's job down in Delaware and me be a housewife, in walked a case that changed everything. Started out as a little mob-related thing and wound up with us discovering the biggest secret since the A-bomb. Maybe bigger. Don't ask me how it works or how it's possible, but it is so. It ain't possible, but it is. And that's that. Sort of like if God came down and worked miracles in front of everybody, it would convince even most atheists. Well, this thing's like that. Ain't sure I believe in flying saucers neither, but if one landed in front of me and little green men got out and asked for directions, I think I would. There ain't just one universe. There's millions of them, maybe more, and they all exist smack dab on top of each other. No, well, that's not right. They're all in the same place, only nobody and nothing in one can see or hear or sense the existence of the others. They all started from the same creation, but they spread out at different speeds. And don't ask me no more. Ain't the smart one, and even Sam can't really explain it. They say there seems to be no end to them. They stretch onwards to eternity on both sides of us. Because there's so many, almost anything that might have happened in our universe but didn't, happened somewhere else. Like, everybody says how lucky I am. I always seem to get better when it can't get no worse, like I told you. But there's maybe a couple of 100 other worlds so close to ours that I exist, and this is the only one in which I married Sam. The other me's wound up whores and maybe addicts or stuck in lousy marriages or dead or something, but I'm the lucky one. Now, not too many people know about this, but one world found out that this was so and figured out a way to go between the worlds. How the hell they ever did that or even figured out that the other worlds existed, I can't imagine, but they did. This network, to go between, is kind of weird, like a long tunnel, but it runs mostly like a railroad, with switchmen and stations and stuff like that. Of course, even the ones who run the thing, called the labyrinth, which Sam tells me is a word that means a maze and comes from one of them ancient mythology stories. They only have stations on a few hundred, or maybe 1,000 worlds. They're pretty closed-mouthed about that. They keep exploring, keep looking in at ones until they find ones that have something they might need. Might be an invention, or just a bright idea, or some raw material they need, anything. When they find something like that, they set up a station and put in a permanent crew, and then they also recruit locals to help run things. They don't really care about the worlds they move into, except as how they can make a profit from it. And one of the things they move into and eventually take over is organized crime, which seems to exist one way or another every place. Like here, the Mafia and a bunch of other big crime groups are really wholly owned and operated by these dudes from another world, and most of the crooks don't even know it. They also got a legit arm, the General Ordering and Development Corporation, or GOD Inc., as we all call it when we don't just say the company. You may never have heard of it, but chances are you're one of their customers. You know all those things they advertise on late-night UHF TV stations and all them cable stations, knife sets, pen sets, crazy gadgets that never really work, discontinued and outdated merchandise, cheap imports, that kind of shit. You know what I mean. They have an 800 number to call to order or an address at the station, but down right at the bottom in real small print, they have to put their names and headquarters address of who they really are and where they're really at. Well, that's where you find General Ordering and Development, Inc. Most all the folks who work for that company don't know who or what it really is, neither. Just the ones at the very top, and some of the company security people, and them that run and secure the stations. They can't have a station just anywhere. First of all, most places each world is totally isolated from the others, but there's always a bunch of weak points, a lot of disappearances, people bursting into flame, visions, ghosts, you name it. It comes from these weak points. Most of them ain't too useful, though. I mean, you build a station in downtown Philadelphia, somebody's gonna find out sooner or later. They go for the isolated, middle-of-nowhere places, which are few and far between these days, and they also got to be ones they can buy up lock, stock, and barrel. The big station here's out in a hick town in Redneck, Oregon, called McInerney, the only place they could buy up and control that was away from everything and everybody. They got a second little station up near State College in Pennsylvania, which is also middle-of-nowhere wilderness, but since they stuck both Penn State University and the biggest state pen up there, it ain't the favorite spot. It's mostly automated and only used when necessary. They got the company headquarters smack in the middle of downtown Des Moines, Iowa. It's on a weak point, but they can't risk using it. All they can do there is send messages back and forth through it. They don't have but a fraction of the world with stations. They only been here since the early 50s and not in force till later'n that. I guess it was only then we came up with something worth stealing. The company and the mafia and whatever pay real good and more than pay all expenses, and also cover up whatever it is that faraway home world wants here that we got and they want to steal. Don't ask me what it is. That's a closely guarded secret. Still in all, we came out winners from that one in spite of a bunch of close scrapes and even more cliffhangers. We also did the company a big favor by exposing some rotten apples, and unlike the last time, we got something out of it. A fair amount, really, considering where we come from. We got a small suite of offices for the agency in a midtown Philadelphia high-rise the company owns rent-free. Our old bills paid off, several $1,000s in seed money, and we also got some pretty good-paying clients referred to us by the company or their people. Not that the cases were any different or any more thrilling than the old ones were, but there were lots of clients, and they all paid, and paid real good, at rates that started at $250 a day, plus expenses. We did all right. Got us a fancy 2-bedroom apartment in one of the new developments right in town, too, which is where I was that night, looking out the window and wishing Sam were around. He wasn't, though. He was in Pittsburgh until the next afternoon, checking on an accountant living way beyond his means. He was crazy, but right then, with a lot of what I'd always dreamed of all around, I was thinking about quitting the business. It was really Sam's anyways now. I just helped out and gave support and advice now and then. Fact was, I was what the bankers call more a liability than an asset. We was moving in higher circles and higher society with these clients. They was all educated, well off, rich. And I ain't talking about race here, since some of 'em was blacker'n me. I wasn't the good-looking, glamorous type. Didn't know what fork to use or what wine went with what. In my old circles, Thunderbird was a step up, and it was like them and me to come from different parallel worlds. You didn't have to walk the labyrinth to find that kind of thing. All I had to do was open my mouth, and I was low class, uneducated, ignorant. Most folks thought I was the receptionist anyway, or maybe the cleaning lady. Oh, Sam made a big thing about how he needed me, couldn't get along without me, and all that, and I think maybe he believed it himself, but it wasn't true. Just going into work was getting more and more depressing every day, even when I had a lot of work to do. We needed more people, sure, but we needed nice, clean-cut young folks who were college grads and talked just right and all that. Most of my friends, the few I had, were from the old neighborhood in Camden or among some of my cousins all over the place. Now that we had money, I was discovering just how many relatives I had, too. I could sure buy company, but none I felt good with. In the end, I guess, it was just that I was beginning to feel useless and without much to do. We was just too removed from what I'd been used to and brought up with. All this new wealth built a wall between me and the kind of poor folks who were all I knew all my life. I could drop over there, but it was never the same. I had what they wanted and probably never have, and they knew it. Crazy thing was, too, I didn't really feel safe over there anymore. See, that was the reason for all the trouble I got in, and maybe the reason a lot of black kids got screwed for life. I mean, there you are, a kid in a neighborhood where there's so many poor folk a lot ain't got nothing to lose, and a lot more just give up. Crime's real big and deep-rooted there, simply 'cause it's the only real source of jobs and steady income. Most folks there don't want to kill you. They just don't think 2 steps ahead. If you're wearing a jacket and one wants it, he'll go up and off you and take it. The only way a kid's got any real chance, if they don't want to be like that themselves, is to join a gang. I guess it's always been that way. I've seen West Side Story 12 times. The boys in the gang, they give you protection 'cause it's the code. And the girls, well, they give the boys whatever they want. Most times, you're as safe as you could be. But you grow up feeling dependent on folks and with no real confidence in yourself, even though you wind up acting tough and talking tough so nobody knows how scared you are. And the boys grow up thinking of girls as dependent, weak things and not people. The leaders of them gangs ain't got much smarts. They're all muscle and nerves, so they don't like anybody to be smarter than they are. You gotta talk gutter talk, lack what they lack, do what they say. That way, you wind up with your first kid at 15 or so, and a life on welfare. That's why when Daddy took me out of the gangs, he also took most of my protection, my security. By the time he took me out, I was set, you know? A part of me will always be that little girl, and I'll always talk and act like I had to all them years. Over there now, though, I was nothing but a target. Nailin' Daddy's killers got me some respect, but it didn't do nothing for my nerve deep down. When I was with Daddy or Sam or the cops, it was just something else. But all alone, I'm just a scared little ghetto girl. I never was much for church-going neither, so I didn't really have that to fall back on. Most of them I knew were either preachers on the make for some kind of political office or cause, or deciding on how the blacks got to hold a revolution, or maybe make some new country somewheres, while the rest of us just sat there and sang and prayed and said we might be down now, but wait till we die and then we'd be in the promised land. Well, I never seen where that country was gonna be, and they wouldn't let Sam in anyways. And I just ain't so sure about no promised land, or at least if they'd let me in when I got to the gates. Looking at the folks who was sure it was there, and sure they'd get there, I ain't so sure a place filled with them types is where I want to be trapped for eternity neither. Daddy never did have much belief in God, even on the battlefields, but he belonged to a church 'cause it brought in some business. Maybe that's why men got more power in business than women. They make better hypocrites. So I was cut off from my old neighborhood and people, and my relatives weren't no damn good to me when I needed them, and I didn't see why I should be so damn good to them now. And I didn't feel comfortable anywhere in the business society of most all of our clients. Sam didn't like 'em none, but he could pretend he did for the money and jobs, and 'cause I was rough and foul-mouthed and talked like a poor ignorant nigger, I wasn't invited to no parties or social occasions. Not that I wanted to go back where I was. I ate real good. The sheets were satin, and I had a jacket in the closet there that was genuine mink, and folks who would have laughed in my face a while back now kept trying to get me to take their credit cards. We was doing real good, maybe 80 grand a year or more before taxes, and we had a shitload of deductions. It was crazy. Years and years I worked like a dog and got nothing but poorer and poorer. I'd have made a profit going on welfare. But now I had all this stuff, and not only didn't I have to work for it, it was better I didn't. If Daddy had this agency the way it was now, then maybe I'd grown up fancy and speaking all clear and nice like some TV news person and have gone to all the right schools, and I'd be right up there now. I mean, I seen some of them high-steppin' black folks around, and they seem to be real in and real popular. They're even more uncomfortable when I'm around, though. Guess I remind them too much of their roots or what they beat. Maybe kind of like that sergeant and soldier story who thought black society couldn't afford blacks like me no more. Thing was, them Oreos wanted to forget where they came from. I couldn't help but bring it with me. That left Sam as the only important person in my life, He was my lover and my best friend, but he was really my only friend. He is everything rolled into one. But when he wasn't around, I had nothing. I needed something of my own, some place where I feel comfortable and something to do I feel important at. I'm also not getting any younger. Oh, sure, with our connections with the company, we can get a lot of fancy stuff that keeps us looking and feeling better than we should, and maybe give us real nice-looking old ages. But I never yet seen a drug that didn't have a price, and I sure wouldn't start on them things if I was gonna have kids. I'm 32 now. My clock's ticking on no matter what magic they can pull. But I don't want to bring up no kids in a downtown apartment. They'll have enough problems being half black and half white. And I want them schooled and brought up so they at least be comfortable in this society where only money really matters. We're making out real good, but we're spending good too. Hard to stop when you ain't never had it before and never thought you would. And that's both Sam and me. If I got to be my own universe, I want a nice big house with lots of land, like out in the new money sections of the main line. Well, I always get down in the dumps when Sam's not around. Had to do something, though, and I knew it. I'd quit smoking 'cause we couldn't afford it, and now I was up to 2 packs a day. And, as I say, the weight was coming back fast. But I just couldn't bring myself to put myself on some diet. Who the hell was I trying to impress anyway? I just settled back on the bed and was going through the TV cable guide when the phone rang. It was late, so I figured it had to be Sam. But it wasn't. It was Bill Markham. Now, we hadn't seen or heard from Bill Markham in quite a while, so it was a pretty big surprise. He was head of security for the company here on our Earth, a native of here too, and while he helped us get where we were, he was also one of them folks whose nuts we pulled out of the fire when we stumbled into this. Without even a Christmas card after all this time, I figured that if Bill called, it wasn't to see how we was. "Brandy, is Sam back yet?" Not till tomorrow afternoon, last I knew. Why? "We've had something come up that might be up your line. Company business." "I can tell him to call you when he gets in." No, this concerns both of you. You really more than Sam." I was curious at least. "Anything you can tell me now?" "Not over the phone. It's not a security problem here, yet, but it's better told in the office where you can see the materials I have. Sam might as well be there because he can have a role too, if he wants, and I can't see this going off or you agreeing to anything if he's not in." "You might be right," I admitted. "We'll see. Sam's due to get into the airport about 3:40 in the afternoon, and I know he's planning to come straight into the office." "Fine. Why don't the two of you come straight over to my office in the Tri-State building? We'll talk there." Yeah, sure. Bill, no hints?" "Not now. Tomorrow. See you then." "Yeah, okay," I responded, and he hung up. Now I really got to wondering, and worrying a little too. Me more than Sam? That was the real puzzler. I mean, we'd been damn lucky all in all, and we were even luckier when we fell into our lone case with this company so far. We should have died or been marooned forever in one of those parallel worlds more than once. Trouble was, all that we had here and now we owed to the company. Everything. They gave it to us, but always with a string. Every once in a while the company might, or might never, ask us for a favor, but we sure as hell were expected to jump if it did. That phone call wasn't no request for a friendly get-together. It was an order. Chapter 2. A Puzzle for a Lone Hand. Sam seemed as happy to see me as I was to see him, but he looked real tired and not up to keeping on the go the rest of the night. He wasn't at all happy to hear about our appointment with Markham, not just 'cause he didn't feel like doing anything much, but also 'cause he felt it had to be bad news. We quickly got his stuff in the car and I drove him into town. He's not too thrilled about the way I drive, so if he lets me, he was real tired. "He didn't say what it was about?" I shook my head. "Nope, only that it was me he wanted. You're just there 'cause he knows I won't do it if you say no." He sighed. "Yeah, that bothers me too. I don't like this, babe, not one bit. If this is anything like the mess we had last time, it might be real bad. We can't always luck out of these things." "I've been thinking the same thing. Look, Sam, do we have to take it? I mean, I'd kind of like to see some of them other worlds sometime, I admit, when we know what they are and what the hell is going on, but getting back into that shit they get themselves into, that's something else." "Well, we have to go to the meeting anyway," he replied. "Look, we gotta face facts. We're doing real good right now, real good, and the whole business is growing. Thing is, though, it's doing good and growing only because the big boys have us on the approved list. One word from good old God-Awful Incorporated and we're back in Camden fighting roaches if we're lucky. You remember The Godfather?" "Sure, saw it 3 times. Well, that's what it's all about. We did them a favor, mostly by accident, and they offered a favor back." He went into his Brando impression. Sam was great for impressions. "Someday, and that time may never come, you might be asked to do a small service for me in return. Well, this time, G.O.D. is Godfather Inc. We been called." "I think that considering what all we done for them, we're even." "So do I. But all that does is mean we'll get to live our natural lives. Once you take, you get taken. There's no such thing as a little graft. Still, I don't feel any obligation to get my head blown off for them, and even less obligation to let them get your head blown off. They set us up, but Spade and Marlowe isn't a subsidiary of G.O.D. Inc., although Lord knows everybody else seems to be. We've been down before. We can be down again. I love this now, yeah, but I love you and life more." I would have kissed him for that if I could have kept from crashing the car, 'cause he meant it. Still, I've been doing some figuring of my own. "Look, Sam, suppose it is a big risk. You know I've been feeling kind of trapped, and even though we're living good, we ain't got no reserve. And if we have to make the agency bigger, we're gonna have to put most of our money there for a while. Ain't neither of us getting any younger, so this might be a chance for a score. We'll hear the man out, but I promise that if we both don't go for it, then I won't go for it alone. Fair?" "Fair," he agreed. Bill Markham was one of them tall, good-looking, sandy-haired guys who usually is the sales director of some company on the way up, or maybe some jock selling running shoes on TV. I knew he was older than me, maybe closer to Sam's age, but he looked real young, and he talked real smooth. Knowing Sam was tired, and we both was curious, though, he got straight to the point. There was just us in his office, door locked, everything off, real private. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a little box, and put his thumb on a small square just big enough for it. The box opened, and he took out a small opaque cube about the size of a thumbnail. It looked like cheap polished plastic, and set for a brown circle on the bottom, there was nothing to mark it. "This is what's known as a perium capsule. I don't know where the name comes from, but they all look pretty much like this except for the color and sometimes the size. Basically, it's a needle. A substance is sealed inside in some kind of suspension when it's made. Then you put it where you want to inject it on bare skin. With this little circle down flat against the skin and press real hard. Anything inside is injected directly into the bloodstream. It even has a little bit of logic, so if it needs to find an artery, it'll do it. No needle marks, no pain, no infection. Not even much sensation except a little suction feeling when it fires. Then you toss it away. The company's field medics and others with a need for it have them around. They're small, stackable, easy to store, and you can have a whole pharmacy in a shoebox. This one's used, so feel free to take a look at it, but don't touch the little spot." We both looked, but neither of us felt like handling it. You don't know what had been inside, and none of them gadgets get 100% out, leastwise, none I ever knew. The machine for loading them is small and very portable, and it has its own internal power. It's a highly restricted device, but as with all highly restricted devices, it's not impossible to get one or many if you really want them. And you have the company or homeworld contacts. Homeworld. That was the world that was supposed to be some kind of paradise off what it ripped off from all the other worlds. They didn't invent nothing, but what he was showing us wasn't of this world for sure. It's real handy. You can take something, a drug for instance, and transport it almost any way you like in bulk. Then just load it into the little machine, load a bunch of these in as well, and press start. At the other end, the little capsules come out filled with whatever dosage you put in as the load, all precise, stacked and arranged like sugar cubes. These things themselves are tricky to perfect, but once you have the mold and silicone, anybody can turn them out. I never liked shots much, but so what? Sam asked. It's not too far off what might be around here in a few years. Maybe, maybe not. Think about what this might do in, say, the heroin racket, or freebase, or anything like that. Measured doses, different strengths, all safe, and everybody gets their own fresh needle every day, so there's no chance of infection or contamination. I'll make a guess they already have, I put in. Otherwise, why tell us about it? He shrugged. They haven't come in here anyway. There was a move to get them into the narcotics trade here simply as a safety measure, something we could do. But that talk's all but died out now. But elsewhere, we're facing something new, something even the opposition is a little nervous about. The opposition. That meant any folks in the company, or working for it, or on the home world who didn't like things the way they was and wanted changes, by fair means or not. Control of the whole multi-universe business was really in the hands of just a very few people, nameless and faceless to us, who were called the Board of Directors, and from what they told us, this board was basically one big family. It was kind of like a kingdom, with the same few families holding all the top jobs and top power, and that always left other folks unhappy. Anytime you had this much power in so few hands, you was bound to have a lot of lower downs after your hide. That was one reason why getting into the home world was so hard and so restricted, and why them directors never left. A drug? I prompted him. Yeah, a drug, and more than just a drug. You two have been around. You know what the usual drugs will do. There's a fair number of addicts who couldn't get off if they wanted to, and if they need a fix bad enough, they'll kill their own grandmother. We both nodded. We knew that all too well. There's a new drug. At least we call it a drug, although it doesn't act like any drug anybody has ever seen. It acts a little like it's alive, although if you saw it under a microscope, you couldn't believe it could be. It looks almost like water, maybe just a touch brownish, and if it's injected anywhere into a Type 0 human, it heads straight for the brain, checks it out, takes over, then moves in and starts doing its thing. It actually manufactures duplicates of enzymes in your brain and then replaces your natural enzymes with its duplicates. The duplicates are of the same sort, but not exactly. They're purer, actually more efficient. When they first take over control, whatever those enzymes control get a pure jolt of what it's like, and so do you. There are pleasure centers in your brain. When stimulated, the body sticks in these enzymes and you feel pleasure. In this case, the pleasure would be prolonged and absolute. That's a fairly simplified description of the way drugs like heroin work, Bill, Sam noted. I got to admit, I got a little lost with all them enzymes, but I figured the result. That's true, but that's because the plant enzymes, highly refined, are injected directly. In this case, the process is indirect. We have a controller, almost a control center, that uses the body's own materials to make what it needs, but it controls things. With heroin, rejection sets in. The plant substances or chemicals are expelled, and it's kind of like an engine suddenly losing its oil. Unlike the engine, your body will eventually replace and start making those chemicals again, leaving only the memory of the stimuli, but between the time the enzymes or chemicals are expelled and the time the body needs to replenish and re-gear, it's like running an engine with very little oil. It gets very, very sick. That was the best way to explain withdrawal to a layperson I ever heard. It does pass, though, without killing or doing real harm to the body, Sam pointed out. You only wish you'd die. True, but a lot of what we do is based on pleasure-pain stimuli. The memory of the rush, just how great you felt, remains, and a fair number are inclined to get hooked again even if they're forced off. Now, this stuff is different. It's more like a parasite. It spreads over your body but doesn't duplicate itself to the extent of harming any part of it. It gets what it needs from the body, and it's pretty stable once it's complete. But it knows you. Don't ask me how it's possible, but it does. If it gets into the brain, it sort of takes over. The body abruptly considers it natural and normal. Your body defenses won't fight it. It survives by controlling that chemical balance, the blockers and the enzymes in your brain. If it needs sugar and starches for some reason, it'll stimulate its host to eat particular things. Ditto for things rich in various minerals and whatever. It can suppress urges, emotions, desires, or heighten them to near compulsion. I got to admit I was getting a real sick feeling inside. You mean it takes over? Makes the body a slave? It thinks? No, I doubt if anything like this ever could think as we understand thought, and it just manages the body and stays where it is and gets what it needs and it's happy, leaving the host to still be him or herself, subject to its requirements. There actually are some microscopic life forms like this here on Earth, but all in the lower animals, and all known here so far in marine organisms. We think this is a natural organism. We think that on some world, somewhere, it was allowed to evolve so that it reached a very high state and operated on the highest life form, and on land as well. You just can't catch it like a disease. A specially organized cluster, still microscopic but definite, must invade the new host. Its remote cousins here reproduce by sex between two hosts, and it can compel its host to have sex and does. The trouble is, from its point of view, it doesn't work that way in type zeros. So we think this is from a world quite different from ours. I didn't remember much from our lesson on the company, but I remember what he meant by type 0. That was the type that the homeworld was, which also happened to be the type we were too. Just plain folks. The further away you got from us, though, on both sides, the more real strong differences came on. Humans developed in different places than here, or with maybe different ancestors. Some of 'em was ugly as sin and looked like folks from a bad horror movie, but they was still basically human anyway. They just went to show how different we could have turned out with just one little thing going another way. Those they call type 1, and no matter how weird they looked, they was all close enough to us that we could probably have sex and produce something neither of us would really like to claim. Sorta like you can breed a lion and a tiger, or a cow and a buffalo, like that. Type 2s come from different ancestors and weren't close enough to breed with us. At best, they'd produce sterile offspring, like mules, and mostly nothing at all. Type 3s and beyond were so far off us that they might as well be from Jupiter or somewheres for all we had in common. We couldn't even catch their colds. Trouble was, there was millions of worlds side by side that was only different in smaller things, then millions of type 1s on both sides of them, and so on. A lot more than the company could count, let alone know everything about. So we can catch it, but we can't give it, I said. That's something. Yeah, it means real addiction. We think it's a type 1 organism, but we haven't been able to locate where it came from, and considering the number and range, it might take years, even decades, if all resources were put in on doing just that. It's a needle in the haystack proposition. On our own, we'll find this one only by the kind of luck you have hitting the lottery. Now, it does a nice, neat job inside us, but we're not what it evolved in, and it runs into problems. Something in our air, or our body chemistry, or whatever, gets to it after a while. It begins to slow down, then break down. The only thing that can restore it is a fresh module of itself. What it does inside the body is very complicated. Suddenly it can't handle the task. It starts cutting back, it starts to die, and it tells you about it by hitting the pain centers. It also becomes a massive infection in the brain, fighting off all comers and struggling to survive one more minute. The withdrawal becomes the ultimate agony, and the host dies before the parasite does. Sam was kinda disturbingly clinical, but then he'd been a vice squad man. How long before this breakdown? About 30 hours, give or take, with the individual. Never less than 24, and never more than 40, as near as we can tell. Our samples have been very limited. Our information mostly second-hand or eavesdrop or observations by people not trained in this sort of thing. Withdrawal takes another 6 to 8 hours of increasing agony before you pass out and the heart stops. Brain tissue disruption or destruction begins shortly after the pain button is pressed, though, and accelerates from there. We think that's what kills eventually. The autonomic nervous system, heart, breathing, whatever, is disrupted. Let it go too long and a fresh infusion will get the body going again, but it won't repair whatever brain damage you get. The effects are wide-ranging and inconsistent from individual to individual. There could be memory loss or some sensory loss, vision, hearing, taste, smell, or some other motor function problems or intelligence, talents, abilities, you name it, but pain's the last to go. I listened, not understanding all the biology shit, but understanding the effects on the people good enough. Bill, how do you know this? I asked him. The only way you could know this is if it was done on people. It was, he said softly, but not by us. This isn't something we'd ever fool with. It's too scary. Can you kill it? Sam asked. Without killing the addict, I mean. Sure, you can kill anything. If we had enough cases, we could easily isolate whatever starts breaking it down, without tipping off the opposition and letting them know we're onto it. We just don't know for sure if we could cure it or not, and, if so, what the price would be. We got a hold of some raw samples, strictly by accident, and ran them through every test and every expert and computer the home world has. We have been unable to make it grow in the lab, and it ignores test animals, even chimps. The only way it'll reproduce is inside a human. And since the reproductive clusters humans produce lack something it needs and can't get, they aren't any good either. With that kind of setup, Bill Markham then let us have the whole load. I got to admit I don't understand the labyrinth, and I ain't sure nobody really does. I sure can't figure out how them early scientists guessed it was there, let alone built this network, this inter-world railroad. I've been in it a few times, but I still can't figure out what's happening in there. It's like a real long tunnel stretching out in all directions, only you're inside a cube with windows. Windows up top, windows beneath, and on the sides, except the ones that keep you in the labyrinth. That means you always got a choice of 4 worlds to exit to. Every once in a while there's a switch junction, with a control room and labyrinth in all directions. That switcher punches his buttons and you go which way he decides, into a whole set of new cubes in all directions until you get to other switch points. Sam and me, we went to a bunch of them, and we always walked. But there's enough room in there to drive a truck through, if you could figure out how to make a truck go up or down instead of just forward, back, left, and right. Of course, it probably ain't left or up in there. None of the usual rules mean much inside there 'cause you're outside every place else. They must have some kind of trucks or flying saucers or whatever they use, though, 'cause they move trainloads of shit through that thing. 3 guilds, which I guess are sort of like unions or something, run the thing. 1 controls the switch points, 1 runs the stations, and a 3rd moves the cargo through from one point to another. Ain't no way the biggest, baddest computer in creation could look at all that stuff all the time, though, so security mostly monitors the switches, 'cause just about everybody and everything has to pass at least one of them. The first way they check is that everybody who has any real business in there's got some kind of code thing in your bones. Fact is, there might be a whole hell of a lot of Brandys, even with the same fingerprints and eyes and all that, but they ain't the same person no matter how alike they are. I got a code planted somewhere inside my bones. Don't ask me how or where. They stuck me in a thing like an iron lung, punched a bunch of buttons. I didn't feel nothing, and that was it. But now any switchman can look at his or her board as soon as I'm inside that cube and read out not only who I am, but which I am. The code's big, random, and total nonsense. It's all in the computers, of course, but they tell me that even if you got into the computers, you couldn't find the numbers. If you don't have no number and you look suspicious, they shoot you off to some siding, some place on a world where people just never came about, and you sit there till they're ready for you. If they ever are. We had that happen. If you don't have no coding, but you sound like you know what you're doing, you can sometimes bluff them with a convincing destination, but they can send messages at about the same speed as they can send you, and they call security on both ends. At least you could, 'cause we did it, but I'm told they tighten that up now. No code, and you get dumped, no matter what. They tightened up a lot of other shit when we breezed through their system. Now, before you go in, you got to file a destination and any stops with the station master who sends it to the security computer, and you're checked as you go along. Guess they were kind of sloppy and cocksure themselves till we screwed 'em. Still, somebody first found the world with this drug disease thingy, whatever it was, then figured out how to bottle it, or can it, or whatever, and brought it down the line to the Type 0, R-type area. There ain't a lot of switches up in the Type 1 and Type 2 territory, and lots of unexplored worlds in between them, so it was possible that somebody could be going from one legit point to another and stop off just long enough to pick up the goods. That meant there had to be somebody who knew just what they was doing in the world where this shit came from. Then somebody who could get messages back and forth without security knowing to set up the deal on the pickups. Then somebody in the transport guild to actually pick up and carry the stuff, disguised as part of legit cargo, and drop it off at the destination, where other big plotters would make use of it. Pretty complicated stuff. The company didn't know who discovered it, or how, and how they managed to both figure out what they had and keep it quiet, even setting up this scheme. They didn't know how long it would take to set up. They did know that it was well organized and involved some real bigwigs someplace and lots of corruption. But that was it. They just bumped into it when they had an accident or something in one of the cargo haulers or whatever they use and found it strictly by luck. They didn't let on they knew, and it seemed like the transport guild worker was innocent. They already switched it, and he was now on a legit run. They put a tracer on it to see who'd pick it up, and somebody did. Rupert Conrad Vogel, Bill said, showing us a photo of a guy who looked like a fugitive from a cheap World War II movie. He's a station master, which means administration and a company man, or so we thought. He got the shipment, took a lot of it, then sent some back disguised as something else, again looking very routine. The pickup courier was legitimate, but he encountered another courier along his route. And somehow that second courier got the package and dropped it clandestinely at a world where we didn't have a station, but did know. We picked this courier up, stuck him in a hypno-scan, then erased any memory he had of being picked up and discovered and let him continue. He didn't know much. He just got some nice little extras, all in things he and his family could enjoy, but we wouldn't particularly notice. And for that, he got a message slip passed into his pocket now and then that a shipment, he didn't even know what it was nor cared, would be with so-and-so as unlisted or misaddressed cargo. He'd meet the other courier, either get the parcel or note that it was wrong and offer to take it back to headquarters for resorting. Then drop it when his route took him near this other world. That was it. "You're dead sure this ain't just the tip of the iceberg?" I asked him. "Pretty sure. Their supply is limited. There's no clear routine as to when the shipments come, but that's probably just to disguise their origins. Vogel's their dispatcher. He gets it, he holds on to it, and then he sends it out in measured amounts. As far as we can tell, he's handling the real experimentation himself, and very effectively and ruthlessly. He's well placed to be able to do so, as you'll see in a minute." "And the other place?" Sam asked. "A world not too far from this one and very similar in a lot of ways. They're getting only about 3,000 doses every 20 to 30 days, so there's only enough to sustain maybe 100 people. They appear to be going to a local organized crime underboss who's never had any known connection with us and shouldn't even know about the labyrinth. He, in turn, has one man supervising it, and they seem to be using it in a very low-key way to maintain a group of young women as prostitutes. This thing's ready-made for that on a petty level. I mean, this thing compels you to have sex a lot. We don't know what connections they have to Vogel or why they were picked or why they're being allowed to use something like this for such a petty and ordinary thing. Company people don't go there, except our wayward courier, of course, and we had a monitor on that gate ever since, and nobody but that courier ever approached. We sent in a small team of agents, and they couldn't find anything odd either. There's a connection there, but we can't find it." "But they know about the labyrinth," Sam noted. "Yeah, they do, but not many," Bill replied. "The big boss has had a lodge up near the central Pennsylvania weak point for years, and this place happens to be one of those on the way from here to there that's weak enough that when we open the labyrinth route it can be accessed without a station, like the dead end you two were shoved into that time. Only here nobody jumps in, but something gets tossed out. All we could find was that they were being paid off to do just what they were doing and ask no questions. There's a lot of ways you can do it when you have Crime Boss on the hook, including checking close other worlds, getting inside information he can use, and feeding it to him. You can feed him just enough wrapped around the parcel to keep him quiet and on the hook." "You mean," I said, "that somebody just pops up once and bribes this Crime Boss into this? We'll pay you if you find 50 or more girls and hook them on this?" "That's about it. We don't know why. Makes no sense on its face. And except for the fact that most but not all of these girls they hooked are relatively young, there's no connecting thread between them. None. There's no reason to think they know much, just hired help, like the courier, but a lot harder to snatch and interrogate. You see what kind of a bind we're in? We could see, too. You can't catch any addicts for information, 'cause they'd be dead in 2 days, I noted. You can't take out the courier without killing all them girls and letting whoever's doing this know you're onto 'em. Ain't nobody in this chain that knows anything worth knowing, 'cept this guy Vogel. Yeah, Vogel. He knows a lot, even if he doesn't know it all. He had to be directly contacted if only to corrupt him. He had to be sold on becoming a traitor, which is much harder considering the risks. He's got one hell of a racket where he is that fits his peculiarities to a T, and he's got a reliable reputation. He'd have to be offered something really big to switch. He also knows exactly what he's got because he's in charge of the experimentation, and as a station master, he's well positioned to move people and goods when he wants it. Why not just take him out then? Sam asked. Get him out of there on a pretext, fry his brain, and then take what results he has as well. Bill Markham sighed. I wish it were that easy, Sam, but it's not. This is a Class A operation all the way. They're very good, whoever they are. Vogel will spook and run at the first suspicion, and probably has people there working for him even he doesn't know about whose job only is to take him out if he gets nabbed or exposed. The labs, the whole place he's got, are wired for one hell of a big explosion should anything go wrong, and we don't even know who might trigger it or how. We could kill him, of course, anytime, but that only buys us time until they can set up another site like his that we don't know about. We've tried tricking him out, but he's always come up with a plausible excuse not to leave. If we press him too hard, he'll blow that joint and split to a safe line. Bill sat back in his chair and sighed. You see, he continued, he's our only real lead, and he's eggshells. He's no good to us dead, and we have to know what the hell is going on. We don't know what the stuff is, where it comes from, who's bringing it in and how, and worst of all, we don't know what they plan to do with it. We have a lot of pieces, very few real-live suspects, and none of them fit. Why go to all this risk? What's it all about? All we know is that clearly they can't synthesize it either, so they're pretty limited, and that means they have a very specific plot in mind. But what? Something big. Real big, or they wouldn't take all these risks. Very big people are involved just to do what they've done. Who are they? How did they manage it? What are they planning? You see? I did see. Bill had one hell of a problem on his hands. But Bill, you got agents, all that technology, all that power. Surely you can do a snatch and grab with this guy, I said. You'd think so, wouldn't you? The trouble is this guy's station master, and he's smart. He wouldn't have turned traitor without taking that into consideration. He knew what he was up against, and who. Cranston was a station master too, you remember, and he'd even set up a resort on a weak point with a labyrinth substation in his basement, and he came damned close to getting away. We remembered. We had to chase that bastard through the labyrinth, and he still almost killed us. Markham slipped some switches, and the room went dark, and a panel came down in back of his desk, and another button, and some slides appeared on the back, the first of a really enormous mansion that looked like a cross between a fancy home in the country and Fort Apache. Looks like a federal penitentiary with a nice house in the middle, Sam noted. Are those machine gun towers on that outer wall? They are, and you have 3 rows of fences before you even get to that wall. The distance between the first 2 fences is wide enough for men with nasty dogs to go through, which they do, and there are sensors on the fences for any kind of disturbance. Even a rabbit brings the dogs running. The 3rd fence line is electrified with enough juice to fry anybody. Then there's the wall, which is both machine gun coverage and is thick enough for riflemen to stand between the towers. 186 guys held a far less secure wall against 5,000 infantry for 12 days at the Alamo. But they eventually lost, Sam pointed out. Yeah, they lost, but you could hold this place for a while anyway, long enough to realize you were going to be overrun, burn the papers, get out of there, and blow the whole complex. The entire estate is honeycombed with tunnels packed with explosives that would leave a crater half a mile wide. There's a gate front and back, I noted. Not much better. Built like Sam's prison. Reinforced metal and concrete and heavily defended so that any assault on the gate would have to be over open ground. We could use a small missile to blow them, but we'd never get enough people inside without tremendous losses, and of course, enough time to blow the place. Airdrop? Sam suggested. Again possible, but he's got radar and air defenses that could pick up a pigeon at half a mile. A small force could get in, we think, but it would be hamstrung. It'd have to move to get him, and to do that, it would have to pass a spider's web of television monitors wired to a central security control in the basement of the place. We can get them in, but we can't get to him and take him out without discovery, no matter how hard we figure it. Bill, if he don't know you know he's gone bad, why this fort? I wondered. I mean, this ain't what the average station has. You're right, of course. That's the station there, to the back and left of the main house, maybe 50 yards. The other outbuildings are quarters for the guards and supply houses and other things. The reason it is the way it is basically because Vogel lives in a world where that kind of thing is necessary for the health of somebody in his position. In fact, we helped set up some of the defenses initially to protect the station, and we figure he's made a lot of changes since then to protect against us as well. In the world of Rupert Vogel, it seemed, we lost World War II. I ain't too clear on the history neither, but it goes something like this. The Germans didn't get bogged down in Russia because they attacked in the spring and won before winter set in. Finally getting the Japs to attack Siberia and put the squeeze on. Then they turned back to England, and with so many men and airplanes, they finally wiped out the air defenses and invaded. We, on the other hand, spent almost all of our time against Japan. We might have done something too, but the Germans got their missiles going and managed to use the time to perfect the A-bomb ahead of us. We got it about the same time they did, but they had the way to deliver it. Off ships and from friendly places in South America or something. They nuked Norfolk and San Diego and places like that, and that was the end of it. Not that it weren't real messy and bloody when they came in, but we never had to face this kind of army before, one that didn't care who it killed or what it had to do. Everybody got IDs and papers and couldn't sneeze without being checked. Then folks got classified, kinda South African style. The Jews all got shipped to camps in Georgia and Nevada, and it was all pretty clear what happened to them there. The folks with good German or Italian or even English names and backgrounds, they got the best treatment. If they was cooperative, and lots were. We was beat good. These folks got to be the managers and bosses if they wasn't already. Then, the rest of Europeans, they got a second-class thing, and they did the work in the factories, mines, you name it. All the Orientals got shipped to Japan or China or something. That left the 10% who was black, and there was a lot more of us than there were Jews or Orientals. They put us in the camps like the rest, and millions died, but they also used us. It was like they turned back the clock 100 years. We became the lab animals for their experiments and medical stuff. Others were trained as personal servants, slaves really, to the big boys. And some of them, the big Nazi lords, even kept us like pets and bred us. The whole thing made me sick to my stomach, and Sam wasn't looking none too good neither. He sure wouldn't survive in this new world, and his parents would have been gassed. Thing was, a Bill Markham would have come out pretty good unless he was one of them patriotic principal types. With his name, looks, and background, he would probably be heading up a stormtrooper division at least. The Nazi-style culture is based on conflict, competition, and combat, he was saying. They've had a lot of tension with the Japanese over the years, but no real wars with them, mostly because they just don't have enough people to manage all the lands they have now. Eventually, they'll go to war for the rest of the world. But there is just no way the Germans and all those whom they've conscripted can both hold their control and expand. Taking over a continent and population this size was almost more than they could chew. When that kind of thing happens to people like these, they start going at each other's throats. Any putsches, minor coups, knocking off the local Strattenführer and his boys and replacing them with the new lot just as bad or worse. The Reich allowed it, since it bleeds off steam and there's a feeling that anybody who's sloppy enough to get knocked off or overthrown deserves it. the strong replacing the weak. How much power and strength you have is the sole measure of importance there after racial background, and they can get pretty hazy on that if they need people. So, he's trapped inside his own fortress, afraid of his own people, Sam noted. Some paradise. It's not as bad as all that. Probably no worse than guarding the president here against nuts. But when he's at home and in control, he wants to make sure that nothing happens to him and his, and, of course, we couldn't allow a station to fall into the hands of somebody we didn't control. That's why we went along with the mining and explosives part. As usual, our people set ourselves up as the standard. If we can't crack it, then it's safe. And we did a good job here. Trouble is, we never allowed for having to crack it ourselves. We can blow him and the Labyrinth station to hell, of course, but that won't get us anywhere. We need Vogel alive. He knows the results of the experiments. He knows the plot, at least the outlines of it. He might know just about all of it. You're sure he's not the ringleader? I asked him. No, he can't be. He never had any experience outside Type 0 lines, and he hasn't been involved with anybody who has. He's also a field man. He works stations, not the Labyrinth. He wouldn't have the knowledge or ability to set this off, although he is an important man in making it work. You think this is actually the competition? Or is it maybe either an attempt by some Type 1 culture to take over down here? Sam asked him. Or could it be some internal plot among the bigwigs of the company for control? The competition is what company types like to call anybody not working in their best interests. Markham shrugged. Who knows? Whatever this is certainly in league with the competition. Vogel may know. That's why we need him so badly. I shifted in my chair. Look, Bill, I see this puzzle of yours and it's kinda interesting, but what's it have to do with us? I was getting to that. I've described to you how it's impossible to make an unobserved entry to Vogel's lair. Even inside the manor house, there's TV cameras, hidden monitors, you name it, and security all over the place. There's only one place where the snatch could be put on Vogel, and that's a medium-sized room that's dead center of the second floor of the house. It's called the safe room, and it's double-insulated, soundproofed, and unmonitored. It's entered, if you can believe this, through Vogel's private bathroom, and the door itself can be locked and secured from the inside. You could live through a bomb blast in there, and you could also not hear a full-scale invasion. It's his retreat, the only place in there where he feels totally safe. It's reinforced, top and bottom as well, and is as secure as a bank vault. He spends a lot of time in there. We built it that way because the records and codes for the company and Labyrinth that are the sole privy of the station master must be kept somewhere safe, and it was the easiest and safest point at which we could modify the place and install such a thing without ripping the old building down. Yeah, but so what? Sam said a little cynically. Even if you had some way of getting somebody in there with him, somebody who could take Vogel, and I'm not sure you can, then what? You can't get him out. I'm sure the place has no windows, so anybody would have to take the leader out the only door, and all they need to do was give some signal, some indication, and you were dead. Give us some credit. We weren't going to build a place like that where the station master in a crisis couldn't get out before it all blew. There's another door, an exit only. It's booby-trapped and designed to jam and trap somebody inside who tried it. One way only. An emergency exit. It leads down through the walls to the basement area, then into a tunnel that runs out back of the house all the way to the station, coming up here, near the control room stairway. The final defense is very simple, really. A bunch of rods that support a particular part of the tunnel ceiling. Even try opening or blowing your way through from the station end, and the rods collapse, and so does half the tunnel. From inside, though, you only have to throw a few levers to move the rod to a safety position, allowing the door to open. When it closes again, the rods slip back into place. One way only, as I said. This was suddenly getting interesting, although I still wasn't too sure I liked where it was going. What we propose is this, Markham went on. 2 separate actions, both timed to the second. One is a diversionary attack on the wall from outside. That'll draw security's attention and most of the security personnel. At the same time, our team will use a command force from the labyrinth to enter the station even if it's not operating. With the gate open, we can tap whatever power and forces we need. We'll be in our element. We could hold that place for an incredible length of time, even against direct bomb hits and worse." "How long?" Sam pressed. "If you need a diversion, it means they'll know they've been had, even if they can't get to you. How long can you hold it before you'll have to withdraw, or risk being blown up?" "I doubt if they'll blow up the whole complex, with an external attack jeopardizing their escape routes, but we figure 30, maybe 40 minutes tops." "Uh-huh. And what about Vogel? He's not even going to know there is an attack if he's as isolated as you say. But if he does learn it, he's also going to know that it's the company, because they have the station, and he's not going to exit that way. He'll hot-foot it out of there a different way and make for a hidden substation, just like Cranston did." "No, it won't be as easy for Vogel as it was for Cranston, who built one of his houses over a weak point and assembled a substation there. This isn't Oregon, it's Pennsylvania, central Pennsylvania. The nearest weak point he could make for that would be accessible to him would be hundreds of miles away at either a point near Asheville, North Carolina, or even further away up in Newfoundland. Des Moines is too small and too well covered inside. You're right, though. He'd try and get out over land to one of those points somehow if he knew the station was taken, but he won't know. We egged on and supported an overambitious major, I think his name was Ryland, to move against Vogel, and we studied the drill. If they're attacked and Vogel isn't in the safe room, he goes there immediately. If he's in there, he stays there and gets sent a blinking light alarm. Then he can plug in a phone that connects through a direct wire to security in the basement and get the details and decide on a course of action from almost complete safety." "Neat," I said. "This Ryland, I guess he didn't make it?" "His people got a pretty fair way, but they eventually were killed or captured. Vogel had the captured ones hung up alive on hooks suspended from the outer wall and left there until they died. He left the bodies to rot as an object lesson. Ryland tried to get away in a helicopter, and they shot it down with a surface-to-air missile." "Nice guy you got there," I said sourly. "No wonder he went bad." It is a wonder he went bad, and part of the puzzle. It takes an ugly, brutish, but smart man to survive and hold on to power in that kind of society. He was carefully picked because our Vogel was so much like their Vogel, all the way through. Only our Vogel was stuck as a low-level administrator. Thing is, he's exactly right for that kind of role in that kind of world, and he has everything he ever dreamed of. If he finally was tired of the price and lack of privacy, and whatever that the position demanded, he could always have asked to be replaced as station master and retired to a world that still fit him. Now he's forbidden to ever be a member of the Reich Council or Führer. In spite of his German name and lineage, he was born in Pittsburgh, and you have to be native-born European German to get those kind of posts, or even get into the position where you might get them. He might well become leader of the Western Reich someday, though, if he plays it right and survives, so he has a lot to lose by crossing us. What could he gain? The only way you can pay that kind of dude is with power. Real big power, I pointed out. What's he care about being no new Hitler when he knows how many worlds there are? Markham nodded. And that means that this whole business is real big, about as big as can be. They're careful, really patient, limiting their experiments, getting it right even if it takes years. I thought a moment. If they could hook whole worlds on this shit, you'd have the ultimate power trip. You would, but I doubt if that's their intention. We have, 4, maybe closing in on 5 billion just here alone, right? That's 4 billion doses a day, every day, forever. The distribution and supply alone would drive you bananas. Somehow, though, it's an attack against the company, probably near its heart, to go through all this. Think of men like Vogel, all of them, in total control of technology, the knowledge, and the labyrinth itself. I don't know what or how, but I feel it in my bones. Something very dangerous is going on here, and Vogel's the only key. We think we've finally figured out one way to nab him. I look over at Sam, and he looks back at me. and I guess we both thought at the same time. Here it comes at last. Vogel is a man of heavy sexual needs, but he's also a total paranoid, because he has to be to survive. He has a project, a hobby, that's highly offensive to anybody, but something he does anyways. It's called Schwarzenbrud, or something like that. He acquires, trains, and even breeds black women. He picks them according to rigid criteria, acquires them only from other area Gruppenführers, and they alone are his personal household staff. They prepare his meals, and test them first, and they make his bed, dress him, even bathe him. He treats them more like pets than people. When he gets new women, he always spends some time with them in the safe room. I got that ugly twinge in the pit of my stomach. You want to slip me in as one of them, and take him in the safe room, and get him to the labyrinth through the tunnel. He didn't say nothing, so I added, You got to be joking. He's arranged to purchase 3 women from a man he's done business with many times before down in Southern Virginia. He trusts this man as much as he trusts anyone, because he's got concrete evidence that the man is both a thief and a traitor, which he is. This man's under constant watch by the secret police. He only lives from day to day at Vogel's whim. We, however, can pull a substitution there thanks to our own agents and resources. Vogel's men then can pick them up and take them, and you to the manor. One of the girls is nearly a dead ringer for you. Not identical and probably not related, but so close it's mostly a matter of switching fingerprint cards. You get in, and he takes you to the safe room. We'll be monitoring you all the way thanks to a tracer we can put inside your body that even Vogel's best won't discover. He'd never buy it, I told him. Hell, Bill, I'm kind of fat, and without my glasses I couldn't see you behind your desk there. I know I don't talk real good, but I sure as hell can't keep up no Gone with the Wind act for maybe days or weeks. If he's as careful as you say, he's going to check anyways. And even if I got that far, how am I going to take him? He looks like a pretty big guy in that picture there. You forget our technology. When we snatched that courier and interrogated him, we had to make him forget that he was ever found out, let alone questioned, and do it so that even somebody else with our technology couldn't discover it. Otherwise, we couldn't have taken even that risk with him. You will be absolutely authentic, so that even drugs and hypnoscans will not show you as anything other than what we want you to appear. Only when you are actually in his room will everything suddenly come back to you, clearly, completely, and thoroughly. At that point, you'll be able to switch the persona on and off as needed or required. But, of course, you won't stand hard interrogation from that point. We've done it before. We also might be able to temporarily increase your vision by certain techniques, at least for a week or two. Not 20/20, but much better than now. We don't dare apply any sort of contact or surgical correction, of course. Somebody there might notice. What do you think? I think it stinks, Sam growled. How big is Vogel anyway? About 6 feet, maybe 230 pounds. You think he takes him in there to play house? How does she get a weapon? Brandy's pretty strong, and she's okay in the chop-chop stuff, but you can't depend on that in this case. We don't intend to. We have capsules that will defy a dentist's examination and x-rays. We'll put 1 or 2 in, immunize her against the agent, and all she has to do is kiss him, and within 2 minutes or less, he'll be the most cooperative, docile sort of fellow you ever want to meet. The cruder, less certain methods would be strictly backup. And I'd have like 20 minutes to lay this guy low. Then at most another half an hour to get him through the tunnel to you, right? That ain't much of a margin when anything might go wrong, I noted. What if he decides to stick one of them little cubes on me, or has something done to my brain before he takes me up there? We got a lot of chances for things to go wrong for good here, and only real short margins for it all if it goes right. Maybe if them Nazis were invading here right now, and Sam and me are both candidates for the gas chambers, then this would be worth the risk. But it ain't. I'm sorry about this world, but it ain't my world, and it's gonna be just as shitty with or without me or Vogel. It's my life, or at the luckiest, the rest of my life as a slave. My ancestors was slaves once, but they sure as hell didn't volunteer. Sam nodded. She's right, Bill. The puzzle's a good one, and I'd like to help solve it, but you're asking her to risk everything in a very slim chance of this in the name of saving some company bigwigs from an eventual threat that, if it affects us at all, probably won't until we're old and gray. The last time they were working our city, our world. I'm sorry for these people, but I just can't believe this kind of James Bond plan has a ghost of a chance." Markham hardly blinked. "I'm authorized to offer $1 million cash, taxes paid, no strings, to take the case. All money up front, win or lose." I got startled and just stared. $1 million tax-free? "What good's the money to me, Bill?" Sam asked him. "Damn it, Brandy's worth more than that. If she's not here to spend it with me, it's sure as hell not worth it." I really loved Sam for that, but Bill really got me in my greedy part. $1 million, tax paid. Course $1 million ain't what it used to be, but it's pretty good. I was beginning to wonder just how possible this thing was. "I can't pretend this is risk-free," Markham kindly admitted, "but I can cover some of the bases. If she's in there more than 5 days, we'll come in, take her out, and blow the joint and the hell with Vogel. Guaranteed. We can also set what's known as an anxiety threshold on the tracer. We can get her pulse and blood pressure from it. If she's threatened with anything like surgery or this drug, it'll trigger her out of the persona, and her pulse rate and blood pressure will shoot sky high, and then we will go in and get her right then and there, and bye-bye Vogel. If we're down to 10 minutes and holding the station, and she doesn't show, we'll blow through that place and force whoever's in that safe room to come out one way or another. I don't say you can't get hurt or killed, Brandy, but we'll do everything to keep it from happening. That I swear. And under no circumstances will we strand you there." I looked over at Sam. "If it was you and not me, would you seriously give it some thought, though? Honest now, Sam." He sighed. "If it was me going in, I have to honestly say I'd give it some thought, yes," he admitted, knowing he couldn't fake that kind of stuff with me. "But $1 million is not worth losing you, babe." I looked at Bill. "You want to leave us alone for a couple of minutes?" Markham took the hint and left. I think he figured on it right off. I don't even think he was listening in someplace. "I won't let you risk it. Not alone," Sam said as soon as Bill was out of the room. "We're good, Sam. We proved that." "Yeah, we're good. As a team." He was painting the best damn picture of this cockeyed plot he could, and he still made it sound like such a sure march to the guillotine. And even if it worked, the odds are you're gonna get beaten or raped or all of the above. The only thing worse than losing you would be having you come back looking the same, but not there inside. This is the kind of guy who trims your fingernails starting at the knuckles when he needs a few laughs, and he's surrounded by hordes of like-minded individuals. You're doing good now. "Yeah, now," I echoed. "But not if we say no, and you know it. We're making more now than we ever dreamed we'd have, and we're in hock up to our necks, and you're working 12-hour days, and I'm a kept woman with nothing to do on her own and less to do with the business. And don't give me no bullshit about my being a vital part of the business. It ain't true, and you know it. I was happier and felt more like a real useful person when we was in the damn slums starving to death, 'cause it was a real partnership, and we was together, damn it. You got what you want now, but this is my chance to break out without losing what we already got." "You really think this thing has a chance? That you do?" "I don't know," I admitted. "I only know that we've been lucky for 2 born losers. Every time one of us sunk, something happened in the nick of time to save us and make things better. You remember what we found out. There's hundreds of us out there someplace, but none of us are having this talk now but you and me. I'm the only Brandy that married you. I'm the only one that didn't wind up some whore or junkie or dead. Just you and me getting together at the right time and hitting it off, or little Jimmy showing up and offering us that case, or getting stuck in a siding world that just happened to be between one world and another, so the labyrinth opened up and we saw and heard it and got out. What's the word? Implausible? Unbelievable? All of it. Everybody's got all sorts of shit in their lives that change them for better or worse, and they're all implausible, impossible, unbelievable. That's what this whole parallel worlds thing is about. I'm the one so far who's done everything right. The only one. He stared at me. But those things just happened one at a time. This is different. This is a clear choice of very high risk, and for you alone. The other times, it was both of us. Well, you sure as hell can't get in the way I can, and probably not any other way neither. I wouldn't risk my toenail for the damn company, and to hell with any threats, real or not. But this is a big score, Sam. Look, say we get out of here, and I get hit by a car out front. What you got? 10 grand from the home beneficial life insurance? Okay, but the odds against that are pretty better than the odds here, and you wouldn't jump in front of a car. Know what I done while you was off in Pittsburgh? Went down and scored some high-grade pot and sat around that apartment, staring at the walls and keeping high as a kite and eating a ton of chocolate candy. And I was still depressed. Now give me that $1 million, and we'll hire enough people to take the caseload, and we'll get us a big, fancy house way up the main line with lots of rooms and trees and luxury, and we get some kids and we enjoy life a little. Maybe I even set up my own business. He looked at me, hard. Things really that bad for you? I knew you had some problems, but I never had any idea it was this bad. I guess I just wasn't looking at the flip side. Damn it, I'll quit the business. We'll move somewhere with whatever we got and start a security business or something far away from here in GOD Inc. I mean that. I know you do. Hey, you think I like this shit? I mean, getting killed? That's always a risk when you're after a real bad dude. But what you said about being beat or raped or having my brain scrambled, that's scary. But if I can do it, if I can really do it, really pull it off, then I ain't gonna never doubt myself again. I stopped a moment. Besides, any time before they put me under I have real doubts, really think there's no way this can be pulled off, I'll pull out, and I want you there to make sure they listen. Here? He sighed. Okay. It's not that I don't trust you and have full confidence in you, babe. It's just that I don't trust to have any confidence in them. And I'll be there, all the way through, just to make sure they hold up all the ends of their bargain. And Bill's gonna be there as well. He's gonna pay if it goes wrong because of his end. Sam went out and found Markham and brought him back in. We made a decision, and it's firm, I told him. 5 million, same terms. I was afraid Bill was gonna choke. You have to be kidding, he managed. It's chicken feed to the company if this is really that important, and if it ain't, then I ain't gonna do it. I never saw a white guy turn red before, but he finally got a hold of himself. All right. By shifting some here and some there, I can come up with it. 5 million. But not as before. 2.5 now, free and clear, come what may. The other 2.5 when a live Vogel is turned over to my security agents. Done, I told him. And both Sam and you are along the scene from the word go. That's the other part. He looked puzzled. I figured Sam would want in on the action, but why me? Sam looked up at him and gave a really evil grin. So, if your people act with the incompetence and unreliability that you've shown in the past, and because of it, anything happens to Brandy, I won't have to go far to wring your fucking neck. Chapter 3. Heaven is for Thieves. I remember to stop the mail and papers, and get the bills paid up before we had to leave. We had 3 days if we needed them. Since all of this plan was based on the time them girls was to go from that bastard in Virginia, that other Virginia, up to Pennsylvania, Sam managed to tie up 2 cases, one of which was going to send up that little accountant for a long stretch, and pass the others off to other agencies he trusted. Considering this was $2.5 million no matter what, he didn't mind much if he pissed off a couple of clients. The morning of the 3rd day, we met Bill and went down to the airport and caught a flight west. First class, too. First time I ever rode that, and it was real nice. The seats are real wide, the drinks are free, and the service is great. But the food's just the same. They only make it look a little fancier. At San Francisco, we changed to a private Learjet for the ride up to Oregon. which was even fancier and more luxurious, but we wasn't on it long enough to really enjoy it. Then, at Bend, the final switch to a standard 4-seat helicopter for the ride up to McInerney, the little town in the middle of nowhere high up in the mountains that was the main station at least for our North America. Considering how crazy this all was and how odds were, I was taking my last ride. I really just relaxed and enjoyed things and didn't think too much about the end of all this. Not that I was putting it out of my mind. It just wasn't nothing to think about. I'd done all that when I made the decision to take the case. I mean, in a way, it weren't no different than dressing up like some whore and going undercover in the bad dudes' hangouts, and I'd done that more than once. Either way, they catch on or something don't go right, and you're just as dead, whether it's some Nazi nut on some crazy other world or some small-time hood in Philadelphia or Camden. It was true that I had more to lose this time, but I also had more to gain. Sniffing out some missing girl to see if she was on some pimp string, or finding some runaway daddy who was hiding out in the worst places, the kind the cops don't go in, for $20 to $50, was crazier than doing this for millions. No risk, no gain. I just made sure high risk was high gain, that's all. Sam was a lot more worried, mostly 'cause in this case he had no control. He was strictly backup. But he was still important to me, and both he and I knew it. If it did go bad, and I could get that word out, it was his job to pull me out of there no matter what. McInerney was still the little town on the little road along a pass where the railroad came through, with one lousy diner and one small motel, and the company station just outside. Looked like a cross between a railroad yard, which it was, and a lot of warehouses, which it also was. 'Cept, of course, one of them warehouses was the station, and not for trains. And that's what the place looked like, even inside. One big, empty warehouse, with a concrete floor and lots of dirt and stains and lots of see-through walkways and stairs of steel crisscrossing overhead. Bill had decided not to waste no time once we got in. He wanted to get us where we, or me anyways, could start work. That took a lot of high-tech prep, and the best and most secret place to do it was at the company headquarters, the home world. Few folks who worked for the company or even rode the labyrinth all the time ever went there. It was strictly controlled and mostly off-limits. I got to admit I was always curious about what the place looked like and what its people were like, but I never expected to find out. Bill had been there twice before, so he at least knew his way around a bit, but this time he wasn't being ordered there by the bosses, but by us. He didn't really seem to mind, which helped the nerves a little, I guess. Course he didn't have to get his mind fucked and go undercover in the slime pit. Bill was a nice guy, but you always got the idea that if he could get something done a little quicker by killing you, it just wouldn't enter his head to do nothing else but shoot you right then and there. It's always kind of impressive to watch the labyrinth come on, partly because you still can't figure out what it's doing or how, and it's kind of pretty. You stand over in the safe zone of this big warehouse floor, and some folks up in a control room high and to one side throw the switches, and it starts with a rumbling under your feet that sort of shakes the whole building like a vibrator. Then this line is drawn, straight up and down, just a little above the floor, in a kind of blue-white light. It just starts from nowhere, then draws itself to maybe 15 or 20 feet high. When they're happy with it, they throw more switches, and more lines start kind of branching off from the other line, like half the line just falls away, and then you have an L. Then another from it to make a squared-off U, and finally a top, so you got this big square of light. Then the whole square slips off, and you got two sides. Then it splits again, and again, till you got a cube of light just sitting there. Then it really starts going fast, folding and twisting in and out of itself until you got a whole mess of cubes connected together. All of it looks like just lights. There ain't nothing to be seen, but it's kind of neat to look at. Then you walk right into the mess, even as it twists and turns, go into the middle of the thing until everybody's in the same cube. From the inside, it looks different. You're in this cube of light, all right, but it seems kind of hard and solid somehow. You can see a cube or two ahead or behind, but you can't hear nothing at all. It's like all the sounds just go away. When we first fell into this thing by accident a couple of years ago, we only went forward or back, but you can go other ways too. If you look at the top of the cube, then keep looking at it as you walk, the cube kinda, rotates, if you can imagine it, and you walk through the top. Same with the bottom or sides. Wherever you look when you start walking, that's where you go. Starting almost with the next cube, though, not all of them cube faces are blank. You get, flashes of places or things. Sunsets, green hills, you name it. They ain't exactly real when you look at them, more like reflections in a mirror. But you know they are real, and that if you go to that cube, you'll come out there. Some, a lot, are dark. Sometimes where you're looking is in the inside of a hill, or maybe in the air with nothing below, depending on what happened to that spot you're standing on. That's really the hard part. You don't move all that much for all the walking you do through the thing. You can come out just where you went in, but 100 or 1,000 worlds away. And you can come out some other place, but not without going through a switching cube. You can always tell a switching cube. All the faces but one are dark, and that one has somebody in a room. Just a room, sitting in a chair, looking at a whole mess of switches, dials, and screens. If they talk, you can hear 'em, and if you talk, you can be heard. Except you sound more'n a little dead and flat. Lots of them switchers ain't human neither. At least, they ain't our kind of human. First one we got to was a guy with hair all over his face and a real animal-like look. Sort of the Wolfman in some fancy uniform. Bill says most of the switchers are from the top 1 worlds, 'cause many of 'em got better hearing and can see more stuff than we can, and for some reason that's important. They don't speak English neither, or any other language we know. But thanks to some little gizmo, when we talk it's translated to their language, and when they talk it's translated to ours. Keeps things simpler. When I think of the number of languages they talk just on our world, then you gotta figure how many there must be going through here. Amatosh Fridlop, said the hairy guy. It don't translate till it knows both languages to use, of course. Headquarters, please, Bill responded, just like he understood that crap. Special Agent Markham, World 1329-2/7, with authorized encoded personnel from the same coordinates. English, huh? The switcher grunted. Okay, I've got you identified on my screen. You're authorized to the next switch module. Go through. He turned some funny dial and one of the black faces opened up and we walked back into the quiet cubes with the many mirrors again. The flashing pictures on the wall, though, were different now. We sure wouldn't come out in no Oregon no more if we walked through one. The skies looked different somehow, and the land was flatter. The green stuff a darker green. The trees looked big, but all twisted round, and their leaves, when they had 'em, were real dark. Now, some of them paths was just to different exits, but some of the places now already didn't look much like what I knew back home, even if they was Africa or Siberia. It was kind of wild to look at them and know that on most of them there was billions of folks all going about whatever normal folks did there, living and loving and dying and having babies and all the rest, all thinking they was the center of creation. We went through 3 more switching stations, each one with a man or woman or something like that at the controls, but only one was what we'd call normal, and that's only from what I could see. She was kind of plain, but with bright orange spiked hair that matched her eyes, so you could see what I mean. This time, though, she was more of a boss lady than a worker. You are authorized onto the headquarters siding. When you get there, follow all instructions. No exits other than headquarters entry will be permitted from this point. I understand, Bill told her, and we went on. The labyrinth took on a real odd look from this point, though. Suddenly, the walls of the cubes didn't just look like mirrors reflecting strange places. They was mirrors, and they reflected back just us, then us again from the other sides, and so on. So there was thousands of smaller and smaller us's, just going back until we got so small we disappeared, and that was on all the walls except only the one ahead, which was black. Suddenly, though, we stepped out, and into a really big cube that was all mirrors. Even the way we came in was a mirror. This place gives me the creeps, Sam muttered, and sounded normal. It's designed to unnerve people, Bill replied. It gets more unnerving as you go along. This isn't the labyrinth anymore, it's a special security entry room. We're here. Identification and purpose, please, came a real booming man's voice from all around us, kind of like the voice of God. I jumped. Bill Markham, Brandy Horowitz, Sam Horowitz, on security committee business. We are expected. Remove and drop all clothing and anything else brought with you to the floor, and stand at least arm's length from one another, the voice commanded. I wondered why we didn't even bring a suitcase, Sam muttered. He means everything? I asked, seeing Bill already dropping his pants in public. Everything, Markham replied, except for special communications channels and the area for cargo quarantine and inspection. Nothing is allowed in or out. Don't worry, we'll get new clothes when this is done. But what about my glasses? I protested. I'm damn near blind without 'em. Those too, I'm afraid. They'll fix you up when we get through. Well, I never was all that shy, so in a little while, there the three of us were, stark naked and spread out in a room that reflected us in all directions into forever. I couldn't see none too good, even Sam was a little blurry, and he was closest, but I could see what happened next. Suddenly, the place was filled with a whole series of colored lights. They didn't feel like nothing, but one or two tickled some, and they seemed to come like see-through globes of color from all the mirrors. The first one was kinda lavender, then pink, then purple, and there was reds and blues too. Then they switched off, and the mirrors did too. Now it was a creamy white all around us, and I looked and our clothes and stuff was gone. I didn't know how they did that, and I wasn't sure I wanted to know. A part of one wall went back with a little whine, and we followed Bill through into a second room. This one was kind of warm and had a real plush furry brown carpeting on it and a gizmo that looked like a cross between a doctor's scale and an eye doctor's gadget. Bill stepped up on it, stood straight, and looked through the two lenses of the thing. I really couldn't see the thing much till I was led up to it by Sam. I looked through it, then got a sudden little flash in my eyes, and that was it. Well, that done it, I muttered. Now they gone and made me completely blind. It'll wear off, Bill promised. It's not as much as a flashbulb. This thing is a final check of our identity. They know who we are, and they can take a basic code reading even at the switch points, but this is detailed to the last billionth of a millimeter. The thing makes absolutely sure that you're not only Brandy, but the Brandy they expect to see, and no other. Nobody has ever fooled it. The encoder implanted in you long ago is almost like a tiny microscopic computer, and it even monitors and records changes in your body as they happen. Never mind the rest, he said, seeing my blank look. Just believe that the best and brightest of security computers and electronics have tried to fool this system and never have. When Sam got his okay, he took my hand and another one of them doors appeared. This one actually had some people there, 2 men and a woman. They was kinda blurry to me, but they looked both human and not real human, dressed in some kind of satiny clothing. They had one for me, a kinda sari that went on real neat and fastened with no buttons or snaps or anything. Funny thing was, though, it kept me up, big tits and all, even though it seemed kinda soft and, well, breakable. It was cream-colored and felt a lot like silk. They also had sandals that were so light you hardly knew they was there, but held with only one small strap that also seemed to know its place all by itself. They also handed me a pair of real thin, light plastic glasses that looked kinda shiny, and I put them on, and at first I couldn't see no change, except everything was tinted a little bit rosy. The longer I wore 'em, though, the clearer I could see, till in a little bit I was seeing better than I ever did with my regular glasses. I could see the people at headquarters real clear. The best way I can describe their complexion is golden. Deep, but real gold-like, not just yellow or light brown. They had thick lips and them Japanese kinda eyes and looked kinda oriental, but not really. Their eyes all seemed to be jet black and kinda shiny, and their hair was all thick, dark brown. None of 'em seemed to have any face or body hair except, of course, on their heads, and I guess that none of the men ever needed to shave, nor the woman neither. They wasn't small like the Chinese and Japanese usually are, but about average height. The girl was maybe a little taller than me. The men both about 6'2" or 3. What really hit me when looking at them was that none of 'em seemed to have a single mark or zit or nothing, now or in the past. All 3 seemed to be teenagers, but their skin was soft and smooth and unworn as a baby's. The girl wore a sari pretty much like mine, but of satiny crimson with golden designs in it. The two men wore a different kind of getup, kind of like a cross between what you wear for a judo lesson and what the politicians wear in all them Roman Empire movies. You know, the kind where the guys wear skirts and still look real normal. But the men and the girl were gorgeous, too. They had the kind of looks everybody always dreams of, but nobody ever has. I looked over at Sam and Bill and had to laugh. They was both being dressed in cream-colored versions of what the Golden Boys had on, and somehow it just didn't look the same with their white skin and hairy legs. Sam gave me a look, but Bill just chuckled and said, "Don't worry, Sam. Since everybody wears these things here, you'll get used to it." One of the Golden Boys said something, and the girl nodded and also said something, both in a kind of soft, pleasant, sing-song kind of voice. The words didn't sound like nothing human, and I knew I, for one, could never make them notes. "I think we're being told to move on," Markham told us. "Their language is unique and nearly impossible to learn or even understand. I think their vocal equipment includes a few things ours doesn't, but don't worry, they do that for their security too. The folks we'll be with will have been prepped and know English by now, at least as long as they need to. I can assure you, too, we've been observed by security, both people and machines, since we came in the entry room, and they understand English quite well, or any other language." "Quite right, sir," said a man's voice from another of them doors that just opened. We looked over and saw him come in, wearing the same kind of Roman karate outfit as the rest, but he looked a little different. For one thing, he looked older, though not real old, and real good for his age, and his clothes seemed fancy and tailored, even if they was the same style. He also had 2 gold-plated, thick watches, one on each arm, or at least they looked like watches. He went up and shook Bill's hand. "Folks," Markham said, "may I present Executor Aldrich Prague, my boss. These are the Horowitzes." He shook Sam's hand, then took and kissed mine. It was kind of sensual and neat. He got right to the point, though, in a neutral American-type accent that could have been from anywheres. I guess he learned it all by machine. "We must go quickly," he told us. "We need to allow others in, and I really would like to get you out to Vice President Maillard's estate as quickly and as quietly as possible, for security reasons. The fewer who know you're here, the better. We don't want any slips." I could agree with that tune. "What about them here?" I asked, suddenly getting a little nervous. I hadn't bargained for no public sessions here at headquarters. "Everybody you'll meet outside the estate works for me," Aldrich Prague assured me. "They get their minds probed and cleaned so often they don't think of it as anything more of a big deal than taking a shower. Now, come." We made it over to an elevator-like contraption, but you didn't have no feelin' you was going up or down. One last security precaution, I guessed, and this executor read my mind. "All the weak points are well covered and blocked," he told us. "All but this one, which happens to be very deep inside a mountain of granite and basalt. Even if somebody managed to infiltrate and blow their way through and capture the station, it would do no good. They can't get into the world any way but one, and we control that from the surface. It's nothing personal, but it's somewhat ironic that we must isolate ourselves pretty much from any universe but our own, even as we master the others. All our records are here. All the knowledge is here. All the computer controls and administration are here. Our culture is also very tight and devoted to our mission, and we dare not have it polluted lest some culture without our sense of responsibility come in and take control." "You mean you never leave this world?" Sam asked, amazed. "I don't. No. Particularly not me, although I was out when I was younger and didn't know much. Some of our people go out, of course, particularly when they're young and idealistic or ambitious. We have research projects all over the place and special needs and interests, and it's essential that those who will have the responsibilities of running the labyrinth and the corporation get a sense and feel for just what they're dealing with. Not just its size and complexity, but its differences. You see, there's been no disease here of any kind for generations. That's why you receive a sterilization treatment among others when you arrive. It kills any microorganism that might be harmful to us and at the same time virtually halts mutation, freezing in place those which our bodies must have to help in digestion, for example. There also hasn't been a war here in thousands of years now, nor any kind of unprecedented natural disaster, nor famine, nor in fact even real crime as you think of it, except for crimes of passion. We saw a whole world of peace and plenty with none of the dirty shit. If you just grew up here and lived here your whole life, how would you ever be able to understand them other worlds, let alone make decisions that might cost lives? If you ain't never felt no pain or suffering, or misery firsthand, if your idea of being hungry is that you're stuck in a city after all the restaurants are closed, or if you never had nobody look at you funny 'cause your skin was black or you talked funny, then how you gonna understand the problems and see the big picture? Not that these folks would care in the end if they killed a bunch, if it was for something they wanted, but at least they had to look into the faces of some of the folks they'd be doing in. They'd been at this a long, long time. We got to the surface and saw that the whole place had been cleared for us. We walked across a kind of lobby area that looked like some luxury airport waiting lounge, out a side door, and right into a funny-looking big car with no wheels that just kind of floated there at the door. A side of it was dropped down, so there was steps leading up and in. The whole thing looked like some roast beef plate with half a cigar on top. There was windows all the way along, although it looked solid from the outside. We could see out, but nobody could see in. Inside, it was kind of like a millionaire's camper van. Nice fur-like carpets, even on the walls, real plush recliner chairs around a table that looked like polished marble, and compartments all over the place. I expected the thing to wobble when we got on, but it was steady as a rock. I couldn't figure out what was holding it all up. There wasn't no driver neither, not even a driver's seat. This fellow Aldrich, we found out quick that they said their first names last and their last names first, like the Orientals do. He just went up front, took some kind of card out of a little pocket in his toga, and stuck it in a slot. The door closed and off we went. No seatbelts or nothing. You had to look outside to see that we was even moving. And was we moving? Up, up, and away, real fast. I could see the place below us clearly now. Just a little round dome of a building, in the middle of a bunch of trees, in the middle of a bunch of low mountains. Kind of like the Poconos, but with no roads, no power lines, no nothing. It was a sunny day, with just them cotton candy clouds, but we stayed just below them, so you had a right good view of the country below for miles and miles. Here and there you could see round towers and groups of domes and cubes and other funny shapes, but none of the places were real big, and there was no roads at all. Aldrich punched something in one of them compartments and brought out some drinks. I kind of figured there was something like that. He saw that Sam and me were mostly looking out and down at the country, which didn't look the least bit familiar, but really didn't look all that strange neither. Sort of like central Pennsylvania or upstate New York, only before all them folks stuck all them roads and wires through it. Course, if your cars and buses and trucks all fly like this thing we was in, you don't need all that. If you're looking for major cities, we have them, Aldrich said. But not in this area. Our cities are mostly in the subtropical and tropical climates. When you can control or eliminate all the pests and divert big storms and manipulate the rainfall, those places are like gardens. This is mostly an area of wilderness and balance, with a few towns for special purposes or simply because people like to live here, and a number of broad estates mingled with forests and game reserves. I'd have thought sheer numbers would have polluted a lot of this, Sam replied. Or is the population stable? It's stable, but reasonably large. We keep it worldwide at about 1 billion, which is more than adequate to preserve what should be preserved. It's not that we're restrictive, but we have many outlets for a population, both in settling and preserving certain other Earths that are truly wonderful places to live but which never developed a higher race, and also the planets, and to a limited extent, the stars. Even I was startled at that one. You mean you don't just go next door, you're also up there? He smiled. Getting to the near planets is no great trick, nor is colonizing a place like Mars. The stars are trickier, and we're still in our infancy regarding them. but who is better qualified to go than we, if there are in fact alien civilizations out there? It provides us with a limitless and exciting future, you see. The parallel worlds go from infinity to infinity, and each universe is in itself so vast and varied it will end before anyone can explore more than a fraction of it. That's the secret to keeping a civilization as successful and prosperous as ours from rotting and decaying, you see. There was always some place new to go, something new to learn, something wonderful waiting to be discovered. We have never become jaded or yielded to rot. Yeah, it sure sounded like one of them, utopias, all right. And maybe it was about as close as we get. But I couldn't help think that we'd gotten sucked into all this 'cause some folks with real power, probably right here on this planet, ran at least one and maybe many rebel groups that tried to sucker and screw up and take over parts of the corporation's territories and worlds. And we was here at all 'cause there was at least one known traitor, and he had some boss higher up. They was asking me to risk my mind and my neck against them folks, so I figured I had a right to bring that up, and did. Aldrich shrugged. Humanity is by nature imperfect, and so perfection is not attainable without also costing humankind the things that are most important to it: creativity, a measure of freedom, curiosity, drive, willpower. We can remove these things, but then we make not perfect humans, but perfect automatons. In spite of the fact that the lowest of the low here have things your richest and most powerful people would envy, we have classes. It is a part of our culture and our heritage. Our very language, our accents, are differentiated by class so that merely by a person's speech we know their station. Our very names are actually descriptives chosen for their poetry, their symmetry, and their meaning. My name is actually... He gave one of them pretty songs. The names we give you are rough translations of these sounds according to English rules. The corporate chiefs are the highest class, and marry only among their own families. The professional or managerial class does the same. The working or common class is likewise separated not merely by name and accent, but by family and society. As always, this causes strains. And I don't suppose there's anyone really anxious to let people move up, Sam commented. Not many. I, for example, am from the professional class, and would not be anything else. The big limits are all on the corporate class, the people you will be meeting. They have all the real policy-making power, but they cannot abrogate that power or that responsibility. That's determined almost from birth. They have very little choice in their lives, and much of it is quite boring. I, on the other hand, am what I am because that's what I wanted to be. I could have chosen any profession I liked, and if I made the grade, I'd have gotten it. If I didn't, or found I hated it, I could have chosen another. I work as hard as I like to work, and I very much like working, and get tremendous benefits. I don't have a private estate here or elsewhere, but I can avail myself of the desirable parts of any of them. Yeah, that's all well and good for you, I said, but what about the common folks? Those who greeted you today are so-called common folks. There's no heavy labor. It's mostly a service and maintenance economy here, and most of what we have that's really arduous is automated. We automated everything once, but finally cut back so we automated only what people shouldn't ever be required to do. They, too, have a choice of many jobs, no real stress or pressure they don't wish to take upon themselves, and much in the way of benefits and opportunities. For example, how old would you say that trio who met you were? No more than 18 for the oldest, Sam answered. The security chief laughed. The girl is 37, and the two boys are 31 and 40. When you do jobs you enjoy and have conquered all the diseases and defects inherent in our ancestry, it's amazing how long a span you can have. I, for example, am 67 just last month. From your standpoint, I'm probably about half that, which is the way I feel and act. The average lifespan here is about 209 years, and you begin to get gray hairs and a few wrinkles at about 90. But you really don't start looking old until you're about 160, and I know several 200-year-olds who still swim a few kilometers a day and do mountain climbing for a hobby. That's true no matter what class you're in. Yeah, but what if some commoners think that they can run things better than you, or maybe want to be scientists instead of lab assistants or something like that? What then? I asked, getting an idea of how even this kind of society could get rebels. That's what I mean by outlets and expansion, Aldrich replied. If there are commoners who believe they have superior talents and abilities and can demonstrate them, there are ways for them to be educated every bit as good as, say, my own son. We just can't have them here, since that would upset the system and the balance. They are welcome to go to a colony where they might find a place, or even found their own. Only the corporate level is closed absolutely, since there can only be one set of people controlling the labyrinth, and they are born, raised, and trained to do that and safeguard both us and the other worlds from one who might use the power for evil. We are not dictators to other worlds and cultures, Madam Horowitz. We are thieves. We steal things we need, and most of all, ideas, art forms, even stories from unique and different cultures. In exchange, we keep the would-be dictators and oppressors of universes out, and we try as hard as we can to preserve worlds that have not destroyed themselves from doing so. Other than that, we do not tip balances. But you're much of organized crime on many worlds, including ours, Sam noted. That's sure as hell interfering. I didn't say we didn't interfere. I said we do not tip balances. Those things were there before we came and would be there with or without us. We don't even increase their efficiency, and we leave it in local hands. Think of the alternative. We could easily take over any government, even all of them, and thereby safeguard everything. But we do not. We do not actually even take over the criminal societies. We just use them to help us conveniently get what we wish. The vast bulk of the criminals do not know or even suspect us. Yeah, but you still get traitors and rebels, I pointed out. I mean, we only got into this thing 'cause some folks from here got ambitious. That's true, he admitted, sipping his drink. As hard as we try, there are just some people who'll never understand the system. You see, we're thieves as well as explorers and preservers. We get a lot out of this. Our medicine, our power systems, this vehicle, all stolen ideas. To preserve this wilderness, we import raw materials we need, which we buy at a fair price and never in quantities that would impoverish a world. There are some who, nonetheless, see us as inherently superior to everyone else. Our religion teaches that all the gods of all the universes are real, and that together they form a powerful overmind, a supreme lord. We were selected by the supreme lord to master the labyrinth and oversee the universes. Some take that a bit too far and see us as the natural and supreme lord's choice as rulers of all the universes. They simply never grasp the essence of the system. Thieves never steal everything from the last rich man on earth. If we came in and took over, destroyed cultures and replaced them with an autocratic government, they would soon all be like us, only under us and never able to attain freedom again. Without that freedom, there is no creativity. If you make them subjects, they will reflect your own will imperfectly, and, as a result, will never produce anything new or unusual or creative. In short, nothing worth stealing. It was a real crazy way of looking at things, but it made a kind of lopsided sense. I turned and tried the wine, which was real sweet and went down good. I always had a thing for sweet stuff. It's why I ain't never been able to keep weight off. So, what's next? I asked the man. Why bring us here? We have some time, and we thought we'd make the best use of it, Adrith told me. There's no place more secure than here, although nothing is absolutely secure. We are going to Mayar Eldrith's estate, which is both private and isolated. He is a senior vice president of the corporation, and chairman of the security committee. His staff were all hand-picked and are constantly checked by me and are as secure as we can get. We have all the medical, technical apparatuses needed to prep you for this job, and we'll do that as well as practice the system as best we can. When we're ready, we'll also be ready over in Vogel's pest hole of a world." The flying bus turned and started down, and below we could see a real big house, a bunch of smaller houses that were still bigger'n most of what we had back home, with gardens and woods and stuff. It was the kind of country place you might expect the Queen of England to have, and the kind I always dreamed about. There weren't no funny cubes and circles here. This place had real charm, and the outside, at least, looked like real wood, though it was real modern looking and had all kinds of crazy angles. We was met by a small group of young people, all of which looked just as beautiful and just as perfect as the ones in the station. I was already feeling real self-conscious about my looks, kind of like being the only black in an all-white town someplace out west. They wasn't white folks, but they was all the same, and they was sure different than any of us. The main house was big. I think it could have been the biggest hotel in Philadelphia with room left over, though it was only 4 or 5 floors. It just went on and on forever. They didn't take us there, though, but to a smaller place down a hill and in some woods. The inside was gorgeous anyways, all wood paneling, thick carpeted floors that felt and looked great, real modern-type furniture, soft Latin that seemed to come from everywhere, and went on when you came in and went down when you left. All that. The upstairs rooms all looked out on a balcony onto an enormous living room, kind of like in them luxury hotels. "We use this place when we want privacy, even from the main house, where there are lots of comings and goings," Aldrich told us. "You'll find clothing and the basics in the closets and the bath upstairs. Your meals will be prepared by my security staff and served below in the dining alcove. If you wish to go outside, please limit yourself to the walks out in the back of the house and do not go to any other buildings or speak to anyone not on the staff without my permission. We have very little time and much to do. I know you must be tired now, so Bill and I will leave you for now, but we start bright and early tomorrow morning and the sessions will be long ones." I'd have thought Bill would stay here, but it looked not. The whole place was ours. "Now this is something else," I breathed, "the kind of place I always dreamed of having." Sam was glum as usual. "Yeah, they treat the condemned with all the luxuries. I still got a bad feeling about all this. It's too complicated. $5 million, Sam. We can have our own place like this. Yeah, if we don't pay too high a price for it." His name was Jamispur Samuka. He was another one of them beautiful people, 51, and looking maybe in his 20s, and wearing a pale pastel blue outfit that seemed to be the same here as Lab White's were back home. He wasn't no doctor. They didn't have doctors here like we did, but he was the same kind of thing. His workroom looked like some mad scientist shit from old horror movies, but they was all designed to do different things to and for people. I was scareder of him than of the mission. "Much of this equipment was developed because our own people needed some modifications before venturing into other worlds," he told me. "Also, it's often not possible to get an exact replacement for someone else when we need to infiltrate a place. This equipment can make a close match seem an exact match. It can't work miracles, but it can do wonders. Fortunately, we have had the opportunity to get all the physical and genetic data from the woman you are to replace, and that makes it a lot easier." That didn't sit well with me. How much of a challenge will there be? I know I ain't no beauty queen, but I kind of like me the way I am. $5 million, I kept telling myself. Just think of that. "It's important to emphasize that there is nothing we can do here that can't be undone here," he replied. "The trick is doing it in the first place. Whatever we do, we have an exact record of doing, and so we know the way to reverse it. In your case, we do not need to do anything really major or radical anyway. The biggest problem here, which we don't face all the time, is that you might be subjected to tests available to someone who knows of and has some access to our technology. In effect, it must be so perfect that even we can't detect what we've done. This fellow, Vogel, is a paranoid and a sadist at best. You must hold up to get close to him, and even though he doesn't know we've made him as a traitor, he's bound to have been even more cautious and paranoid because of his fear of discovery. Let me show you something." He reached down, pushed a button, and pointed. The place where he pointed flickered, and then took on an outline of a woman that faded in and became solid and real three-dimensional. It was a black woman, stark naked, and still as death. "This is who you have to be," Jamispur told me. I looked hard at the woman, seeing now that it was just some kind of 3D photograph. "Don't look much like me," I said. "That hair is long and straight. I never could get mine straight long enough to do much with it. Complexion's wrong, too, and she's got a damn sight better figure than me, or what you're gonna get out of me in 2 weeks." "You underestimate yourself. No one really sees themselves as others see them. I know you're not all that modest about yourself, or you wouldn't have taken this job. Will you disrobe and go stand next to the image? On that small dot in the floor, there." I did it. Hell, he was gonna see more of me than this, and went over. The woman's picture didn't look so real right up close, kind of faded and with lines like bad tuning on the TV. There was a click, and he said, "Now come back over here, and we'll look at what we've got." I came back over and turned, and saw 2 women standing there. The other one was me, but the doc was right. It really didn't look right somehow. I started thinking, is that the way I really look to Sam and the others? And I started making little critical notes to myself. Fact was, I was kind of cute, though, and I didn't have much different a figure than she did after all. A little more hip and thigh, that's all. The face, hair, and skin tone, though, were just right. I looked taller, but that might have just been the bush hair. And then he started putting me in his machines. They didn't hurt none, but sometimes they used drugs and sprays that might have hid just about anything. They was fast, though. I got the feeling that if I broke my leg in the morning, I'd walk out whole in the afternoon. At the end of 3 days, Sam, who'd been spending his time with planners for the mission, was a little uncomfortable. I was changing more than either of us had bargained for. For the first time in my life, my hair was straight and silky black, like it had been born that way, and it was growing at one hell of a rate. By the end of 5 days, my hair was thick and down below my shoulders, and was just as big a pain to comb and wash as I always figured. It really changed my appearance, I'll tell you. My skin was a little lighter and almost a uniform chocolate brown. A couple of old scars and a lot of stretch marks were gone. So was my vaccination scar, and my skin was a little oilier, almost shiny. I was also getting thinner, back in shape. The doc said the machines used my own body to do that and lock in on a lot of the changes, and that it took from the 2 fat parts. Not that I was skinny, but she wasn't neither. Still, every time I looked in the mirror, it was some strange girl staring back. It got worse, though, when the dental stuff started. I had more than a few fillings, and they was wrong and had to go. They put me under with something, and when I woke up, I was almost a stranger. The stuff in my teeth, and 1 or 2 new teeth, now felt a little dead in my mouth, like caps might. But there was no way by looking or even X-ray to tell that them teeth weren't the way nature intended. My nose looked different, and so did my smile. My round face seemed a little more oval. I also always had a deep voice, but they tuned it a bit. Sounded funny when I talked, a little higher and a lot huskier. The new face also done something to the way I could talk, too. I had a real trouble with S and R sounds. It was a hell of a lisp. Still, in only 5 days, when he took another picture of me and put it next to the one of the other girl and I stepped away and looked, we was close. Damned close. It was more the way she held herself and that idiot's smile in her than anything you can measure. "You thur you can change this all back?" I asked him, worriedly. "I never thought about this kind of stuff when I took the job." In the same 5 days, he assured me. Except for the lost body weight, of course. That you will have to replace yourself, if you want to. I third don't want to talk like this the rest of my life. Sam couldn't help but make fun of the lisp, till he saw how self-conscious I was about it. Then he stopped. Remember, you agreed to do this, he said. You don't like the price you paid so far, and neither do I. But this is the easy part. I know, I grumbled. I already got to the point where I just want to get going and get this over with. I think what disturbed him most was the last thing they did. It was on the inside of my left palm, and it was nothing more than a long number tattooed there in purple ink. Sam had an uncle and a couple of cousins with numbers like that, souvenirs of Hitler's camps. And, in the end, that was the bottom line of what was bugging him. This world I was gonna get dropped in was a Nazi world, a world where the Jews had been wiped out and we was the new Jews. It was like I was volunteering to be a Jew at Auschwitz. That didn't sit none too well with me, but none of them had Sam just outside holding a gun on God ink. Not that I wasn't starting to get nervous. I was. The closer the dates came, the more doubts I had, the more second thoughts, and the scareder I got. I began to really wonder if Sam was right all along. I wasn't no Cleopatra Jones, no Jane Bond. Undercover was always the hardest and riskiest thing any investigator could do, and this was undercover in a whole world that considered me no better than a pet monkey and would treat me the same or worse. Then we started through the simulation exercises. They had a room in the big house rigged up kind of like they thought Vogel's safe room was, but they wasn't sure. Complete with secret passage, and they took me in there naked and in light, but limiting arm and leg chains to where a big guy about Vogel's size and weight played the mark. The first 3 days of this, 20 times a day with analysis, I never even come close to taking him, and I got real discouraged. Still, every time I blew it, they took me aside, showed me a recording of the whole thing, and explained what I'd done wrong, what tricks I fell for, what opportunities I missed. I learned quick. This was my ass on the line, and I wanted to live to spend that bread. By the 4th day of training, I took not only the fellow playing Vogel, but 2 other guys even bigger and meaner about half the time. By the time there was only 2 days left, I was taking all comers in that room 3 out of 4 times. It wasn't good enough, but it had to do. We also had all sorts of briefings going on and making us all memorize everything till we talked it in our sleep, timing, other things, and most important, the emergency procedures in case it went down wrong. I knew just what was going to happen, when and if, and there were only a few things they didn't tell me, 'cause if I didn't know, then I couldn't be made to tell Vogel. That night, we got dressed up in fancy-colored silks for the last real night we'd have until it was over. The way I talked, the last thing I wanted was guests and a dinner party. But this weren't no last meal. The ones coming to dinner were the folks with the $5 million, the security committee. You gotta do all the talking, I told Sam. I couldn't open my mouth around nobody now. Yeah, well, I'll try. But you're what they've come to see, and neither Aldrich nor I like it much. Huh? Babe, these guys dreamed up this thing and passed the job of actually doing it down to Aldrich, who passed it on to Bill and then to us. But until now, it's just an abstract thing to them. Beyond Bill, Aldrich, Jamisper, and a tight circle of security personnel who have their brains laundered every morning to make sure they're secure, nobody knows who is doing this, or when, or anything else. Now all of a sudden the whole damn committee shows up and demands to meet with us. They're all corporate class people, untouchable even by Aldrich unless he catches them with a smoking gun in their hands standing over a freshly dead body. They're all ambitious, up-and-coming, corporate types, sort of like congressmen. They're a potentially leaky bunch, and you can do a lot in 48 hours. But thoroughly the security committee is teched out. Trouble was, I was starting to get used to talking like a black Elmer Fudd. People leak things for their own advantage. If one of 'em gets concerned with a bigwig he's trying to impress and gets pressed on what's being done about this security threat, He might blurt it all out just to make an impression, or leak it if there's a rumor going round that he hasn't been very effective. Now, we're going to block out that whole timeline from the labyrinth, so nobody and no messages go in or out until you're safe. And anybody who leaves here not on our team will be monitored like a hawk. But these are big shots, used to intelligence work. It's an extra added pain in the ass. I couldn't help but notice that the security committee was all male. In fact, I found out when I pressed, just about all the senior officers were men. It wasn't that this place was out and out sexist, but women somehow never made it to the top spots. Some of it was that these guys tonight were mostly in their 70s, and maybe had 100 years or more before there was much of an opening. And the chairman of the board, they said, was 105 and nowhere near retiring. But I think there was more. This sort of trickles down, too. If women aren't in top spots, they don't tend to be treated as good further down. Kind of like Russia, where all women are equal and work at jobs but never get high up in the government except as the head of culture or arts or something like that, and are still expected to come home nights and clean house and cook dinner. Here, nobody really had to work, and a lot of the women didn't, staying home with the kids and stuff. Lots of the artists were women, I found out, and dancers and entertainers, and lots in the common classes had all sorts of regular jobs, but almost never on top, unless they was the absolute best. Nobody seemed to care about this, though. They all had one of them religions that believed in reincarnation, and you was a man one life, a woman the next, and so on. Me? I was thinking, I might like to be a housewife and a full-time mother to some kids, especially if I had lots of money, but I sure as hell would hate to be required to do that. They trooped in, one at a time, and got greeted like one of them diplomatic receptions. More of them beautiful golden people, all of them only looking a little older and maybe a little shiftier, like politicians or salesmen. Mayar Eldrith, our host, was tall and strong and real slick looking. He brought his wife, Ei, who looked something like some Hawaiian goddess. She had that special smile and a way of talking that all politicians' wives seem to have, and Mayar talked like he was some big-shot senator running for office. Real smooth voice and delivery. He was followed by Hanrin Sabuk, who looked and sounded enough like Mayar to be his brother. Then Dringa Lukuka, who looked older and wiser and was a real quiet type, but with real bright eyes. You got the feeling he was some god slumming and having a ball doing it. Then there was Basuti Alamati, the youngest and newest member, only 57 and looking a good 30, who seemed real stuffy and businesslike. They told us he was the only one of them who never married, and never seemed to fool around neither. They wasn't very hung up on sex here. You could have as many wives or even husbands as you could talk into it, swing with either or both sexes, and have unlimited lovers on the side. This guy, though, was never even known to swing with himself. The last one, and just slightly older than young Basuti, was Mukasa Lemduker. He looked much like the others, and was maybe the most human of the bunch, and he was the only one who brought along others, much to Sam and Aldous' distress. They looked so young I figured it was his kids, but they weren't. Mukasa's job was keeping the record straight, and generally running the committee on a day-to-day basis. And Dakani Gristada, a real young hunk of a boy, and Ioio, who was a little small as the women went here, and looked maybe 16 or so, were the administrative assistants, or so we were told. Only Dakani was of the manager class, though Ioio, their women never seemed to have but one name, all vowels. I guess it was the way things was translated, was actually a commoner class person, whose big talent was that she was oversexed and not real bright. She had one hell of a figure, though, and that sari looked painted on, and I guess that's one of the things they wanted around the office. Even on a world of beautiful women, she was a real stunner, and she even had one of them dumb blonde voices, high-pitched as all get out, and whispery to boot, and all the right moves. I had to poke Sam more than once that night to get his mind back where it should be. They all treated her kind of like some servant, though, but she fetched and smiled and giggled and didn't seem to mind. I couldn't help thinking that if there was a leak or a traitor at the top, that's the one I'd look at first. Nobody was like that in real life. The talk was mostly small talk, and I did almost none of it. "So, tell me, what's your world like?" Mayar Eldrith asked Bill Markman. "A Stroke 7 world, sir," Bill replied pleasantly. "Oh, yes, atomic weapons, superpowers, big and little wars," Mukasa put in. "An interesting world, not at all boring." Bill choked down what he might really want to say. "Yes, it is, definitely interesting. You've been to a Stroke 7? Mukasa chuckled. "Long ago, when I was very young. They were fighting a big conventional war then, and there were lots of diseases and abysmal ignorance about them. I remember that. I suppose it must have been your world, since that's the only Stroke 7 we've developed for many years so far. Who won that war, anyways?" "Depends on which one it was. If it was a world war, then it was probably the U.S., England, and Russia against Germany, Italy, and Japan. The U.S. side won. Now they and the Germans, Italians, and Japanese are on the same side, and the Russians on the other." "Fascinating," Hanran put in. "I should like to see a full-blown war one day, from a safe distance, of course." "They're very destructive, and not very pretty or glamorous," Sam couldn't help but put in. "In fact, they're the ugliest side of human nature." "Perhaps, but they are incredibly valuable. Progress and inventiveness accelerate 100-fold during a war. Most great inventions and ideas come out of them, you know. I fear it is the nature of the human beast and just as necessary to him as love." "I notice there haven't been any wars here," Sam noted, a little ticked off at this. Mayar Eldrith sensed Sam's irritation. Come. Yes, you're right. We don't have wars here, but we're a pretty static culture because of it. Our progress comes from what we learn from others. Still, we are not ignorant of the horrors and costs of war. The Labyrinth came out of a war, in fact. The last war fought on this earth between our people. In point of fact, it was terribly ugly. It destroyed in the end all human life on this planet. Only a small band of brave pioneers managed to escape through the Labyrinth, a very primitive thing then, and wait it out. When they were at last able to return, they found a wasteland. All that you see, the animals, trees, flowers, everything, they imported from other worlds. They redesigned the entire planet into a garden, and they swore that never again would violence sear us. Out of that came the corporation and the system we now have. That sort of explained a lot, like why most everybody looked like everybody else. 10-to-1, that class thing was really who was related to who when they came back. That was more'n 1,000 years ago. But if they lived a couple 100 years plus each, it was to them like maybe the world wars were to us. "Ancient history," muttered Basuti, the cold fish and also youngest at 57. "We're too damned fat and lazy for our own good, I say. No discipline, no motivation. We've become a bunch of whores, that's what." "Now a limb. Don't start that again," Dringa Lakuka put in. He turned to us. "Basuti there was a priest and holy man until his older brother was killed in an accident, forcing him to assume obligations in the real world. I think he'd only be happy if we turned the entire world into a monastery." "Many of us here would be far better off if we were closer to gods than the flesh," Basuti muttered, giving the eye to Mukasa and his girlfriend. "We strive for balance on committees as vital as this one," said Mayar Eldrith, clearing his throat nervously. "I humbly suggest that we confine ourselves to pleasantries for now. Our disagreements are none of these people's affairs, nor their concern. What concerns us is whether or not we are vulnerable to evil. Someone very powerful has gone to a great deal of trouble to import this alien organism and test it. We must know why. It surely isn't to take over a mere Earth or two. Anyone with enough power to do that is hatching something aimed clearly at us." Sam and I exchanged a look, and I knew we was both thinking along the same lines. All of a sudden, with 2 days to go, I felt like one big, fat, brown worm on the end of a hook. Somebody real powerful set this up. Somebody like one or more of the folks in this room. Somebody, Aldrich or maybe Maillard, already figured that one out. To keep that shit coming down without tipping off security as to where, it had to be somebody with a lot of knowledge and power and security. One of these guys. So they was trotting out their sacrificial lamb and letting whoever have a good look. Then they would all be watched like nobody ever been watched before, hoping somebody would try and tip off Vogel. I mean, guys who thought other folks' wars were neat and ran criminal syndications on a bunch of worlds sure as hell didn't give a shit about me. I started feeling a little sick and forgot all about eating or my talking or anything else. "You have to excuse me, ladies and gentlemen," I said softly. "Unless there's something very important for us to talk about, I have much to do, and this is my last night with my husband for a long time." Damn, it was getting so bad I couldn't say no I's neither. Mix that with my usual accent, I must sound like an idiot. "Oh, that's a cute way of talking," EO whispered, loud enough for me to hear. "What did she say?" That did it. I kind of rushed away and nearly ran upstairs to the room. I felt so damned miserable I was crying before I hit the bed, and still crying when Sam came into the room. He closed the door, came over and just started gently rubbing my back. He always knew what I needed, and I could feel his own hurt and shame. Damn it! I'd asked for this. I really wish now that I'd listened to him and not spent all my time feeling sorry for myself. I never wanted dear old Philadelphia and that mink-lined apartment more than now, and I'd have even given it all up and moved back to Roach Heaven in Camden right then. "I'm sorry," I sniffled. It ain't what I thought it would be." He sighed and kept on rubbing. "I know, babe, I know. But it is just like putting on the hooker outfit and staking out the hourly motels. It's just a higher league. They can make the disguise so perfect it's scary. When you figure they can make themselves pass for us and learn English in their spare time with a gadget, they just don't think of what it can do to us poor primitive mortals." "I'm scared, Sam," I told him. "Real scared. I want to call it off." He sighed again. "You saw them down there. You saw how they regarded us, how they talked about the other worlds. We're their toys, their playthings. They want this Vogel because he's a threat to them, not us. Their only opening is in 2 days. Not enough time to recruit and train somebody new." "They can't make me do it." "You want to walk down and quit? Come on, babe. Get a hold of yourself. There's nothing I'd like more than for you to cancel out. They'd send us back, but they'd be damn angry at being inconvenienced. They'd have to come up with a different, even trickier plan, and maybe risk the necks of some of their own. They'd send you back just like you are now, and then they'd cut us off completely. You'd be stuck looking as you are now, speech impediments and all, and we'd be out on the streets with nothing." I turned around and looked at him with this strange face. "And what if I did that anyway, and they did that? Would we still be together?" He kissed me. "You're still a pretty woman, babe. Just different looking than I'm used to. But you're still you, inside, and that's who I married anyway. As for the money, how many brandies can I buy for $2 million plus bucks? None. I started out with nothing, and I'll probably end up with nothing no matter what. If money mattered to me, I'd be top salesman at my uncle's car showroom in Harrisburg, or maybe starting my own dealership by now. Or I'd be a comfortable cop with a heavy pad." I hugged him and kissed him, and never have I been more in love than right then and there. I just wanted to give myself to him, to fuck his brains out, and I planned to. But first I said softly, "Sam, do you think it can be done? Do you think I can do it? Straight answer now, no jive." "It's possible," he answered, and I knew he was telling the truth. "And if anybody can pull it off, you can." "Then I'll do it, just to see them have to fork over that money." And then we made love for a long, long time. I didn't get much sleep, and neither did Sam, even after we got done, but I was somehow real wide awake that morning. We did get to talking, though. You think one of them is the big Twada? He nodded. And so does Aldrich. I think you're safe, though. Whoever's behind this is a big risk-taker, but he's no fool. He'll know he's been set up and sit it out. They've been on the hot seat, whoever they are, since the word came that Vogel was exposed, and they haven't dared to try reach him with any messages. They're stuck. They have to let this go down and work around it. But if Vogel knows who, then they have to act. You'd think so. But I just can't see any openings now that wouldn't just relieve us of the job of making the snatch. Aldrich is good at his job, and I think he's basically honest man, or as honest as you can get in that line of work. He wants this higher up so bad he can taste it. It's almost like something personal with him. Which one do you think it is? Hard to say. Ioio and Dakani are the obvious choices, but Aldrich can haul them in and pick their brains without their even knowing it. He says Dakani's ambitious, but hardly treasonous, and that Ioio doesn't have anything in there except animal passions. She's not as dumb as she plays, but she's no heavyweight. No, it's one of the 5. I keep thinking I should already know which one, even from our brief meeting, but I don't know why. Funny, me too, but I just can't get a hand on it. Well, one job at a time, he sighed. I'll work on that angle while you follow yours. If we can hand them Vogel and his master, now that's an IOU. I wasn't going nowhere right off. It was Sam who was leaving, for the team was already pretty much in place. They had to be all set up and ready to go before I was even there, which was fine with me, except it was gonna be a real lonely, scary couple of days. That day they introduced me to the hypnoscan, and I was real glad Sam wasn't around. Not that it was much of anything being in it. You sat down in this real comfortable reclining chair, and they put sensors and stuff all over you and then packed your head in something soft so you could breathe, but you couldn't see, hear, or know much of anything. It was all done by computers, of course. They load what they want in, then you just sort of drift off, and in what seems like a couple of minutes, it's over, even though it takes hours. It was a little weird, too, 'cause even when you woke up, you didn't have no idea that anything was changed. The doc, he brought me over and made me walk this way and that, and I thought his voice sounded real fancy and cultured. Then he brought me over and handed me a sheet with words on it and asked me to read it. Hey, Doc, everybody know we can't read, I responded. I felt nothing odd at the idea I couldn't read. I did feel some relief that my speech had improved some. In fact, I had changed radically. The thing was, they'd wiped out any way I had of getting to a lot of my knowledge and skills. My ignorance was appalling, and I just took it for granted. I was also childlike and eager to please or do whatever I was asked to do without question, but I walked and moved like a 2-bit whore. Any deep thoughts were just gone. So was any real sense of self-identity. I didn't know where I was or who I was or anything. But the worst thing was that it didn't matter to me. I had no questions. Later on, looking at myself in the mirror, I saw only me reflected back with this idiotic smile. They left me in a room for a while with the doors wide open, and it never even entered my head to leave or go any place I wasn't told to go. The Nazis had 40-plus years to experiment on us in that hell world, and that was plenty of time to take and raise children in culture isolation and experiment with mind-dulling drugs that left permanent marks and methods of training and all the rest. These weren't slaves who was born in chains and wanted freedom. These were the ends of experiments on humans that nobody on our world would ever allow, born and bred as less than human and in their master's image. And that was just stage 1. Stage 2 put me out till I woke up in hell as somebody else, somebody completely different, somebody with a past and memories only of being property on that evil world, somebody so ignorant they didn't even know it was hell they was in. Preparation and training was over. The mission was underway. Chapter 4. You Can't Think of Everything. I ain't too clear on what came next. Oh, sure, I remember it, but not like it was real. More like a dream, you know? That's 'cause I was her, and she didn't think about much. It's only when I think back on it and what I know as myself that I can put it into any kind of picture that makes sense. I woke up in a kind of dingy, smelly dormitory. It didn't have much in the way of lights and none in the way of privacy, but it had like 20 naked girls sleeping on cots. Down at the end, there was a long basin and row of open toilets. It looked and felt perfectly normal. This was my tribe, and these were my sisters. The hard part for even me to get into now is that I had no sense of personal identity, of self at all. I had a name, all right. Beth it was. But there was no sense of being a particular person named Beth. We got up, took our shits in turn, walked under these open showers and wiped each other with lard soap, dried each other off with towels, and combed each other's hair with carved wood combs. The showers were cold, and while there was a lot of noise, there wasn't much said. We could talk all right, in a kind of strict pidgin Southern that made a lot of use out of few words, but there wasn't no need. Then we went out, naked on a cool gray day, and we did exercises and ran around this dirt track like schoolgirls at play. Some white folks watched us from off a ways, but we didn't pay no mind. Then we all went into this other building where there were tables and benches on which there were dishes, and let the sisters who'd gotten up early serve us. I can't tell you what the food was. You drank this thick, real sweet drink, and you ate these different kinds of cakes. Looking back, I figure it was some kind of cheap health food full of vitamins and minerals and all that. Then we all pitched in to clean up, making that place not just clean, but spotless. Then it was back to exercising and the track again, only this time it was more playful and less organized. All this with no boss, no supervisor, not even any orders. This day would be different, though. In late morning, a black truck pulled up at the big farmhouse off in the distance, and after a while 2 black-clad stormtroopers armed with pistols came over to us, and we stopped and waited, curious but not afraid. White folks were afraid of these kind of men. To us, they were just more white folks. With them was Jenner, one of the supervisors at the farm. He pointed and then drawled out, "All right, you girls, listen up now. I'm gonna call out 3 names. If you hear your name, then you go in and you shower, and then you come back out to us. The rest of you just keep on with whatever you was doing." I was just as shocked and scared when they called Beth as if I were really Beth, which I thought I was. Still, I went with Daisy and Lavinia and took the shower and then reported back. We didn't say nothing to each other. We was all too scared and confused for that. The black-clad men looked us over like we was horses or something. Then Jenner said, "Y'all been sold to a man up north. You go with these men and follow their orders." That was it. No goodbyes, no nothing. Just go on, get in the back of the truck, and off. Well, not quite. When we got to the truck, the men put chains on us. They didn't feel heavy, so I guess they were some kind of strong new metal. They felt like aluminum, but were hard as steel. They cuffed us hands and front, with about a foot worth of chain between, and they cuffed our legs with maybe 2 feet of chain between. I don't know why they chained us. Where was we gonna go? But they did. Then loaded us into the truck, which was a kind of pickup truck with one of them caps on the back. It wasn't no camper, though. It was heated, but you just sort of sat on the floor and that was it. There was a couple of boxes in there, too, but we didn't dare open them. Crazy thing was, I got a little thrill, even got a little turned on by wearing the chains. Once we started off, though, we all got to crying a little. It was like being torn from the only family and world we knew. After a while, though, Lavinia kind of took charge. She was more aggressive than we was. She even went to the little window and looked out, and after a while, we did too. The impressions of the trip are just that, impressions. The highway looked real fancy, like our interstates, and had a lot of little cars on 'em. We went through a city, I don't know which, and it looked real ugly, all sterile gray with block after block of tall, dirty buildings and a lot of even uglier industry belching smoke into the gray day. Most of the people we saw moved like they was always tired, dressed in plain clothes. Clearly, the white folks here didn't have much fun, neither. The good life, if it existed at all, was for the big shots. And that maybe was the craziest thing of all. The more we saw of that white world, the less we wanted it. We had no responsibilities, little work, no cares. Nobody would want to escape into that world. Even being wrenched and sold, we were still safe and secure. No decisions, no responsibilities. It's scary to me to think that people can be brought up and conditioned to think that way, even now. Still and all, it was that world that did it, partly. It was a gray world, filled with people with gray souls. A world without hope. They was all poverty, all slaves, white and black. The only difference was, nobody expected nothing from us. They stopped the truck off and on to stretch their legs and ours. They had one of them porta-potties for us, and the boxes had cold, hard versions of the cakes and sweet stuff they'd fed us back at the farm and a jug of water. That was all for us. Every once in a while, they'd stop the truck someplace and get out, sometimes for quite a while, just leaving us inside while they ate or whatever. They were pretty ordinary-looking white men, except for their fancy uniforms and shiny boots, but we'd flaunt it a little for 'em. "Tempted to take 'em all on, Pete?" the one asked. "They might be too much for you." "Negresses? You gotta be kiddin'. I ain't that hard up. Why, you tempted?"
"Yeah, sorta."
"Well, forget it. Vogel run 'em through every test in the world. You know the rules. He gets 'em first. Don't trust no real woman not to cut his balls off."
"Aw, what's he care? These ain't virgins. Look at 'em."
"Well, you do what you want, but the last guy who did that wound up dangling from a meat hook on the wall." They didn't, although truth was we wouldn't have minded. Oh, they did a little fanny-patting and tit-grabbing now and again, but overall they probably treated us better than they did their own kind. They even hauled out some old blankets when the chill got greater so we could wrap 'em around ourselves. Fact was, the three of us did a lot in the back there. It seemed normal and natural to make out. It felt good, and it helped pass the time. Eventually we got there. Not over highways, but back-country mountain roads. We didn't really see the place till we was inside it. But when we got there and the door opened, it was clear we was in our new home. Big place, but with lots of buildings, grounds, and people. We got took into the basement of the big house where they let us shower, fed us, then put us in this tiny room with no windows, a bare light bulb, and a big old mattress on the floor that was big enough for the three of us. We was exhausted from the trip and just slept. They left the chains on. The next day, they processed us. There was a couple of people in lab whites and one older guy in black uniform who wore glasses. He came up to me. "Name?" "Beth, sir." He looked on his chart, then started in. First he tried to get me mad by making nasty comments. Then he both scared and hurt me a little. I said, "Ow, you're hurting me, sir." But that was about the extent of my rebellion. Finally, they gave us a bunch of shots with this injector gun, took x-rays and scanned us with something, then took us into a hypno-scan, although as Beth I had no idea what it was. It was definitely something Vogel was not supposed to have in this world, that's for sure. I can't say what they did with it, but I can guess they was looking for somebody just like I was, a plant. Jamispur must have known his business. I passed. The hypno-scan couldn't find no trace of brandy anywhere, nor apparently did any of the cosmetic changes show. Time had no meaning for us, so I don't know how long we just hung around there, but finally this woman, also in black and with real short hair, came for us and brought us up to the main floor and took us into a room that was nicer than any of us had ever seen. We got cleaned and scrubbed and then perfumed, and our nails got trimmed and painted. They put on real heavy makeup, which was foreign to us, pierced our ears and gave us earrings, even did our hair. We liked it. But we also knew we was about to meet our owner. In all the planning back at headquarters, the one thing that never entered anybody's head was that Vogel would see all three of us at the same time. He never allowed nobody else in the safe room, that was for sure, but three at once wasn't even considered. Yet that's what happened. It was the first kind of thing Sam had worried about from the start. There were too many things you couldn't think of. If the number of unexpected and unanticipated things was too high, the thing would go wrong real fast. And we all knew some things would go wrong. That's why you needed a thinking, experienced human being in there and not just some hypno-programmed anybody. My job was to improvise. We waited around a while. We was all excited, and Lavinia whispered, "Dis new master be one big stud to take us all the same time. Don't y'all fuck it up now. A gal can get used to this shit. We'd all moved up from tribal to house status, and clearly Lavinia saw visions of makeup and perfume and comfortable living if we all pleased him. It didn't matter that our chains were still on. It was fairly late at night when they came for us. That same short-haired bitch in black it was, Vogel's secretary or aide or whatever. "You listen good now," she said coldly. "You are about to be brought up to Gruppenführer Vogel, your owner and master. You behave and perform right, and we can be most kind. You nigger farm sluts just do whatever he wants and don't screw up. If he isn't pleased, you'll go to the lab and wish you'd never been born. Now come." We didn't understand the specifics, but we got the message and followed her out and up a back stairway, tough in them leg chains, then down a second-floor hall past an armed door guard. There was guards all over the place, and into a huge bedroom, the biggest I ever seen anywheres, and the most luxurious, too. "Wait here," said the bitch, and left. We heard the outer bedroom door lock. There was stuff all over, valuable stuff, pretty stuff, even sharp stuff that might be used as a weapon. We didn't move. This was the last test, apparently. Finally, a man came out of a far door dressed in brown pants and a shirt and leather boots. He was a big guy and chunky, but in real good shape, with a round face and short brown hair. He had a small thing in his hands that might have been a short whip or a riding crop, and he had on a pistol belt and a holster with a pistol in it. He walked up to us and got a queer half-smile on his face. Finally, he said in a rather mild and gentle voice to each of us in turn, "What's your name?" "Daisy, sir." "Bess, sir." "Lavinia, sir." "Come on in back with me." They said the entrance to the safe room was through the bathroom, but they didn't say that the bathroom was bigger than most folks' living rooms. The door in the back was open inward, but it looked less like a door than a bank vault, and the wall through it was a good 8 inches thick. The safe room itself was about the size of an average bedroom, but there was storage in the walls for all sorts of stuff, a desk and chair, and the whole thing was carpeted in a thick, spongy wool. Vogel closed the door with a chunk, and I slowly returned. It was a weird sensation, like brandy was being poured from a bucket in the vast empty spaces of Beth's mind. The setup continued to hold Beth forward on automatic, but it was almost like I had two minds, and the other one could take control any time it wanted to. Vogel came over, took off his gun and belt, and put it on the desk right in back of me. I knew I could get it before he could react, but I didn't even consider it. It was one of the first tricks I'd fallen for in training. And I would have bet my life that that gun was totally empty. There was a clip somewheres real near if he needed it, but anybody who made it for that gun would just be trapped. No matter what happened, I didn't dare make a move till that security light come on, telling me that the diversionary attack had started and that the station was being invaded and secured. This room was a vault, all right. I had a little twinge of worry that the warning light might be burnt out or something. I also figured Vogel was real kinky, but he wasn't as near far out as I'd been afraid he might be. He wasn't one of them game-playing types anyways. I guess he did enough of that in real life. He had real clever ways of using all three of us, though, and once he got naked and started, showed a few things I filed away for reference. He had a real good body, real hairy, too, and a tight ass, and one humongous pecker. I just let Beth have free rein and waited. The soft white light in the room suddenly changed, blinking a real weird-looking red. He was so turned on and so into it that he didn't notice at first, but when he came up for air, he saw it. I never saw a guy come down that fast, but he just got up pushing us out of the way and went to the desk, opened a drawer and got out a handset phone and plugged it into a wall outlet. The girls just kept on going with each other. Even I was so turned on at that point it was tough. Vogel was clearly real pissed at the alarm, and if it had been anything less than it was, somebody would have died on that wall out there. He calmed down the moment he was told, though. "An attack? Who? Well, try and find out, damn it! Can you hold? I don't care what weapons they're using, you hold them! No, I'll wait here, but I'll keep the line plugged in. You give me 2 short buzzes if they breach the wall, 1 long if you want me to pick up the phone. Have all emergency procedures in full effect as of now." He put down the phone and turned back to us. "Sorry, loves, but we have a problem. Don't worry, We'll get back to our business, I promise. Now, I need you. Get up and help me move this desk." We didn't feel none too much like work, but we got up and helped him pull the desk away. It was pretty easy. The thing was not that heavy, but his kind didn't do no work when he had other folks to do it for him. We pulled up the carpet where the desk had been, and there was a door there with a kind of combination lock built into it like a safe. The emergency tunnel. We didn't know about the lock, but I wasn't going to make no move till he twiddled it and then threw back the switch and pulled the thing open. A long, deep black hole was all there was. I really thought that maybe we was going to luck out on this and he was going to go down and right into the arms of the station people without me doing nothing. But clearly he wasn't going to move right off. The phone gave a long buzz and he picked it up. "Yes?" "All right then. Best I stay right here for now. The station's on?" "Good." "What? Well, keep trying the station, man. I don't like the smell of this." Uh-oh. They had some feeling that the station had been taken. It probably wouldn't enter their heads in planning that it could be, but if they tried to call somebody there and either got a strange voice or no answer, they'd be suspicious, what with an attack at the front. Vogel was still naked, but he got his pistol, then reached behind a panel, got a clip, and snapped it into place. I'd guessed right. I hadn't been able to shoot my little jet of joy juice into him. He had given me the lower end of our sex play. Now there seemed to be no way to give him the kiss. It would have to be the hard way. I moved real fast, pushing him off balance and then using my knee, and then put his head between my arm and used the chain as a choker. He twisted me off, but then he grabbed me by the shoulders, and while the leg chain made karate useless, I brought up my knee with full force and caught his exposed jewels right on the balls. He screamed and let go of me and doubled over, dropping the pistol in his pain. I got him real good, too, 'cause I had the gun and even had time to make sure I had a shell in the chamber before he was able to come out of it and figure what happened. The other two girls looked at the whole thing with real shock and horror on their faces, but they just pressed back against the wall. "Who the hell are you?" Vogel gasped. "You know who I'm with," I replied, keeping the Beth accent and grammar since it was lousy English, but I could say it clear. "The company wants you. You been one bad boy." He recovered enough to stand, shakily, and looked bewildered. "The company?" "It would have to be, but why?" "It seems you make lots of them bigwigs scared with that drug thing you got." I gotta say, he really did look surprised. I'd love to have gotten more, but the clock was ticking, and the bomb was under my feet. I gestured with the pistol. "'Nuff. Get on down to Hull. You can explain it yourself." He looked a little cagey, and I gotta admit I was feeling a little good right then at it being easier than most of the practices. I was right behind him when suddenly I got hit hard right on the head. It was so unexpected I took a tumble, got tripped up by the leg chains and fell. Vogel didn't waste no time. He was on me in a second and just about tore that gun from my grip. I got up, still feeling dizzy and confused, and looked around. That damn muscle-headed Lavinia had hit me over the head with the desk chair. Vogel was back to himself now. "Not a move," he cautioned me. "I never had to get dressed one-handed before, but I'll manage, and I'll blow your brains out if you so much as twitch." I rolled over and looked at Lavinia. "You dumb nigger bitch," I swore. I'd have killed her with my own hands then if I could. She looked so damn smug and proud of herself. "Don't blame her," Vogel said, not giving me enough of an opening to do anything. He got his shirts, pants, and boots on real slow and careful. "She doesn't know who or what you are except that you are my enemy. You see, even though we've just met, I'm the only one she's got." I was mad both at her and at myself. Lavinia was being promoted from field to house in the only life she knew. She said she could get used to perfume and lipstick and comfortable beds, and she had no idea that there was an alternative. Nor had I time to explain to somebody like that the reality of things. Even if she could understand it, she wouldn't believe it. Vogel kicked the trapdoor shut and then moved to the main door, opening it. He pointed the gun at me. "I wish I had time to find out all the details, or even put you through the hypnoscan now, but I don't. I gather your friends are causing all this ruckus to divert attention from you, and that they've captured the station?" "Give it up, man. They gonna blow this joint if and I show up or not. They want you to live,
but they get you dead if'n they have to."
"I thought so. The fact is, I don't know if you're what you say you are, and I don't know if I'm being set up or not, but until I can sort this out, I'm not going to surrender to anyone, particularly not some nigger bitch, or on her say-so. Get up." I made it to my feet, though I felt achy. Getting hit by a chair ain't the small thing you see on TV. He turned to the others. "You two remain here until someone comes. I won't forget this, Lavinia, I promise. Make yourselves at home in the bedroom. Use and enjoy anything you find." Yeah, for a few minutes, till the joint blows, I thought sourly, but nobody was going to listen to me. "Now you listen to me," he said with a real cold tone that could freeze blood. "I saw your moves. I know what you can do, but you don't try anything. Once we're outside here, you'll be observed by security and guards. Even if you somehow overpower me, and I'm ready for you now, you will only get cut down by others. You cannot reach your friends, and they cannot reach you. If you want to live, you'll do just what I say." He had a point, and if he was leaving the place, I sure wanted out too. Once we was out of this building, it would be up to Sam and the rest to get me out. I was ready to do my part, but suicide wasn't it. We was now on Plan B. Not so good and a lot riskier, but the object was to get him out of his safe and guarded place where he could get took. We went into the hall, and some of the sentries had their eyebrows raised by seeing me marched out at gunpoint, but they snapped to. "Ready the drome," he called to one. Then he said to the other, "You have the key for these things? Give it here and watch her. She's a bitch." The sentry produced a small key, and Vogel took the time to unlock the hand manacles on one side and then hook 'em back around so that my hands were now chained behind my back. Then he pushed me forward, gun at the ready, to some stairs, and then, to my surprise, up not one but 2 flights. A dome shape was going back with a lot of noise above us, and I could see we was in open air, on the roof, and there was a small, funny-looking helicopter there. That wasn't in no briefing books. He opened a door, pushed me into one seat, then got in on the other and started the thing. It started with a quiet whine, then a big roar as the blades got up to speed. It was some kind of jet helicopter, but different than any I'd seen. All the instruments was in German. We went up a little. Then he pushed something and pulled back, and we went straight up so fast I felt like the breath was being knocked out of me. When he cut it and hovered, we was so far up that you could see the whole compound down there. There was still some fighting on 2 sides and all sorts of running around, and it was all lit up like a Christmas tree. Vogel started the chopper forward, slow at first, like he was waiting for something. What it was a tremendous set of explosions that made the whole place down there look like World War III. Buildings, including the big manor house, just blew apart like they was toys. The station blew too, in one hell of a blast that also seemed to trigger a whole bunch of funny blue-white lights, like a solid labyrinth cube. The station shimmered, then just winked out. Just like that. There was nothing left of it but one monster hole in the ground. Sam was supposed to be on the B team, the just-in-case team, so I could only hope and pray he still was and hadn't decided at the last minute to meet me in the station. Vogel gave a satisfied laugh, then pushed us forward at maximum speed into the night sky. "What now?" I asked Vogel as we sped into the night sky. "I am the station master for this world," he replied. "No one knows the setup here, the weak points, the labyrinth accesses, and the modifications like I do. I have enough knowledge of the security system and its goals to get through safely if I pick the right access track and don't go through a switch. We don't have to go far once inside. There I can take stock of things, with enough equipment to discover what I must know and perhaps make contact with others." "You expect me to just sit around all that time?" He chuckled. "My dear, are you that naive? You are on a mission into an alternate world, and you have failed in your objective, and you have failed to elude capture. Surely you realize they cannot allow this. You know too much, and you might be of value to someone against their interests. Everyone can be broken. Everyone. Were I, however, to try to break you or subject you to physical, mental, or artificially induced interrogation, it would be automatic. You would be blocked out, the process reversed, and you would again be only poor, sweet Beth, my willing, eager, and appallingly dumb slave. I couldn't even bring you back with hypno-scan and the best equipment." It wasn't no bed of roses in that little chopper, naked and in chains, but I got a real sick feeling when he said that so confident and smug, 'cause I knew deep down in my gut he was telling the truth. "Don't let that worry you," he said smoothly. "In fact, if I had to flee, they gave me a perfect tool and assistant. You will be a great help to me. It will be amusing to watch it happen more slowly. Beth, all of her is still inside you, whole and complete. Your willpower keeps her down now, but the more tired you get and the more you sleep, the more she will merge with you. Those are powerful programs, and very complete, since they have to fool even the devices that create 'em. It's still for their protection, at your expense." He laughed, but suddenly it got real cold and crazy. "You listen to me, bitch! You are my property. I own you. What sanity you have depends on me. If I put this down and let you go right now, you would become Beth instantly. In this world, a world where power is everything and your skin alone marks you as having none." I figured he was trying to scare me, and he was doing a pretty good job. He was sure right that I wouldn't last long in these parts alone. He was also right in that all of Beth was still in my head, and I almost had to fight her to keep from acting like her. The only chance I had now was Sam and Bill and that crowd. I knew they was covering the most likely substations, and they also said that somehow they could track me, but that was no sure thing if we got away clean before they knew it. That was some takeoff, and nobody figured on this chopper. What if they thought we was both dead? That scared me the most, 'cause that left me as Vogel's slave forever. I dozed off after a while. I couldn't help it. I was dead tired and there wasn't much more to say. Trouble was, I dreamed. And I didn't dream Brandy's dreams. I started to, but they were all made up of my fears, and I ran from 'em, into Beth. Those were simple, pleasant, secure dreams, of lots of sex and no worries or cares or responsibilities. The helicopter landed, waking me up, but I just lay there, half asleep, not really awake. It was daylight now, and the sun was shining, and it looked like it was a pretty day. My arms hurt, and I couldn't remember why. Chained in back, I must have been punished for something, but what? Vogel came back and got in and looked at me carefully. "Beth?" he asked. "Yes, sir?" "Now listen close. You got a demon inside of you, a real bad one that wants to hurt you and me and everybody. You can feel it in your head. I bet it's trying to get in right now." And it was. I felt it coming like a mass of mud. "You can fight it, Beth. Don't let it in. You must fight it with everything you have. You will fight it. You will not let it in." But Beth couldn't really fight it. The knowledge and understanding. And I was more or less back in control, but shaken. Vogel saw this, but didn't seem terribly upset. "You ought not to fight it," he said. "It's inevitable. Here, I will prove it." He got me out of the helicopter and then undid my arm bracelets and chains. The relief was enormous, almost orgasmic, both the ultimate pleasure and pain at the same time. We was in a grassy meadow, and there was cows in the distance, but the sun was fairly warm and the air humid, and it felt okay after that gray chill. "There's a farm just 2 kilometers that way," he told me, "and a town another 2 beyond that. You want to get away? Just go ahead. I won't stop you or shoot you. Go to the farm and see what reception you get. Go to the town and see what happens. Or perhaps go wild in the fields here and try to live on what garbage you can steal until you're caught. Go ahead." I looked around. "You made your point," I told him, and actually for the first time I could at least understand the poor late Lavinia. Even slaves in the Old South had a place they might run to if they had the guts and the energy. Up north. Not here. Not anywhere. Latin America maybe, but I don't know enough about the rest of this world to know for sure how far down. And them old runaways, they didn't have to fight no Beth every time they got tired or slept. Even if all the shackles were off, there was just no place to run. Hell, I didn't have any idea where the hell we was. He unpacked a basket that had sandwiches and a jug of what proved to be cider and gave me some. There was enough Beth in me to find the meat and the sandwiches unappetizing, and the cider pretty bad tasting, but I managed. After, he told me to pick up all the stuff and repack the basket and put it in the chopper, and I did. There wasn't anything else to do but play along. It was all out of my hands now, and I knew it. I'd just have to be good. But I sure would like to get Vogel someday in a world where the black people were on top. There were some, I asked once. Vogel surprised me by also removing my leg chains. Not bad treatment for somebody who kicked him in the balls and cost him his empire. A final demonstration, he said, enjoying it. I need some sleep, and the men with the gasoline can't be here for a few hours. Since I still can't be certain you won't try to grab my pistol and overpower me, I will lock myself in the cabin. Unfortunately, that means you remain outside. Go where you will, but not out of sight, please. Almost anyone who found you around here would be far less kind than I, and you would lose any hope that your friends could find us. And with that, he climbed into the cabin and locked both doors and settled in. This, I decided, was the nuttiest situation I could imagine. I was stark naked in some cow pasture, and I was free, and my kidnapper had locked himself in to protect himself from me. As a demonstration, though, it beat all the lectures in the world. There was no way I was going to live in no cow pasture, and trees and hills of any size were few and far between here. Last thing I wanted was to be a slave to a bunch of farmhands, and the town would have the usual Nazi everything. I sure wasn't about to kill myself as long as there was any hope of being rescued, but I thought I might do it if it was this life or death. So I just moved out a little into the warm sun and sat down in the grass and waited. The gas truck came a couple hours later, driven by two typical cracker types. I pounded on the door and woke up Vogel, and he got up and came out. The two drivers just stared at me, and I thought at first it was because I was naked. Then I realized they probably never saw a black person before in their lives. Vogel noticed too, and enjoyed every minute of it. "You want to feel her up a little? Go ahead. She likes it." He took a manacle with chain and held it sort of like a whip. "She won't do nothing, will you, Beth?" I hated his guts, but the only protest I could manage in this situation was to not reply. It was a horrible situation. Almost, but not quite rape, but just as degrading and humiliating. And I flipped out. Brandy shut off and Beth took over, as Vogel figured would happen. The only thing Beth had was her body. Her skin limited anything she might want to do or any place she might want to go, and any mind was a liability. She wound up giving both of 'em blowjobs and enjoying every minute of it. That's how Vogel paid most of the gas bill. We was in the air when I managed to creep back into control, and now I knew what having a split personality was like. I was so completely disgusted and humiliated that I was on the edge of just giving up and letting Beth take over. The only thing that stopped me was that I knew I was this man's and this world's prisoner. But I was damn well not his property or slave. It was the only part of me I could still control, and I had too much pride and too much hate for him to let him have that too. It was clear Vogel felt he wasn't being chased. They'd have caught up to us by now, and he was in no real hurry. If he'd have made a run for the stations closest to his Pennsylvania retreat, they'd have nabbed him. But if 2, 3, or more days went by with no sign, and even in this tight dictatorship no records coming back to their contacts, they'd slack off. They had to. The way both the headquarters people and Vogel talked, it would take hundreds of folks to stake out all the possibilities. They could spare that many for a day or two, but not for real long. I wanted Sam bad. I needed him. More, I needed just to know that he was still alive. That had been one hell of a bang, and I don't think they was the ones who triggered it. Turned out, too, that Vogel wasn't out of the woods neither, 'cause he didn't dare use much of his influence for anything that might get his location reported back someplace where it could be noted by other people. He did, however, have money. That helicopter was outfitted partly as a permanent getaway car, complete with fake and convincing Nazi IDs and a fair amount of money. He just got a charge out of using me instead when he could. Still, he couldn't keep out of notice with farms and real small towns forever. He was getting nervous about his own people here now. 3 days after we set out, he made for this real hot, dry, dusty desert place with big, tall, purple mountains in the distance. There must have been mining there sometime long ago, 'cause on the desert floor, but up against the mountains, there was this tiny, broken-down ghost town. Not much, about a half a dozen buildings that looked worse than any slum. He picked the place well. Nobody, not even no roads around for 100 miles, a hot-baked nothing of a place. but with a kind of sandy ground that showed every track around. Ain't nobody been round this place in a long time, I thought. He's gonna get away with it! I thought in something of a panic. That fucking son of a bitch is gonna do it and take me with him. I knew where he was headin'. Sorta. There was all sorts of timelines in which people just never developed at all, or anything else for that matter that could think. Some of 'em was right in the middle of otherwise populated worlds, and some had been rigged up by bigwigs both in the corporation and by traders, too, as safe worlds. Vogel no longer even worried about me, even when I wasn't Beth. Truth was, even though I had my full knowledge and identity, most times, more and more, I just was acting and thinking like Beth 'cause it didn't do no good to fight. The longer we kept from being caught by anybody, the harder it was to fight it. My last hope, the shit still in the tooth compartment, was dashed, 'cause whenever I was under that kind of sexual thing, Beth took over. It might as well not be there. Vogel left me there while he checked out the buildings, being as cautious and as sure as he could. He came back and pointed. "There's a trail up to an old mine there. Get the supply basket, particularly the water, and come with me." I got it, although it was heavy and a little awkward. That trail wasn't much these days, particularly for bare feet and carrying that basket, but I kept up with him. It was a long way from the town and hot and dry as could be, and Vogel stopped every once in a while and had me bring him the bottle to drink. He didn't give me none, though I was dry as hell, and I was so far gone by that point it never even occurred to me to take a drink without permission. It wasn't until we was halfway there that he let me have the last half of a warm beer he'd been drinking. It was a strong brew on a mostly empty stomach on a hot day, and I got feeling a little high from it. We was high, too. Looking down, the helicopter was far enough below that it was blurry to me, and everything beyond was too blurred to see. On top of everything else, my vision treatment was wearing off fast, and I was going back to being legally blind without no glasses. We finally reached the ledge where the mine entrance was, more broken-down timbers and an old musty hole, and he let me have another beer, and he had the last one. "I put in this substation myself several years ago, just me and 3 others. None of them lived to tell of its existence," Vogel said. "It's a known weak spot, but the company ignored it because it was clearly inside a mountain. They didn't know about this mine." I giggled, feeling pretty drunk on only 1.5 beers. "That damn security just as full of holes as it always was," I muttered, more to myself than to Vogel. "But if you was on the square with the company, then why you build this at all?" "A good question, so I'll answer it. Graft, mostly. Most station masters need a little just to do their jobs. That hypno-scan, for example, was wonderful for ensuring loyalty and changing minds, but it's illegal here. Places like this make getting that kind of thing impossible. I haven't had to use it in years, though. There are better methods. It's handy now." He got up. "Stand up and stick close to me. Get me the flashlight out of the basket and hand it to me. We're going to leave this burning hellhole." I got up and followed him into the mine. It was dirty and dingy, but almost immediately it was cooler. The flashlight lit up the place, but it was still bad-looking. It went in and then curved around and down a bit. Some of them rafters was real old, and every once in a while some dirt and stuff would come down on or around us. There was an old iron gate at the end of it, with a thick rusted lock on it. Vogel didn't have the key, but he didn't need it. With my help, the whole gate came free, lock, door, and all, and we put it to one side. Beyond that was a bunch of machinery, painted black so it didn't show, and Vogel turned it on. Just beyond, in the tunnel, there was a sound like an electric motor whine, then a pulsin', and then he threw another set of switches, and the labyrinth line appeared, then did its usual thing of dividin' and dividin' again. For a minute I had a thought. Once in there, I had a place to run. Any place but out into one of the other worlds, just to a switch point. He wouldn't dare follow but so far. Course, he had the gun, but I still figured it was worth the chance. Vogel, unfortunately, had the same idea. He grabbed the basket, moved some stuff, and came up with the arm and leg chains. My hopes sank. No way I was going to dodge bullets wearing those. If I'd 'a' known he put them in there, or had my full wits in me, I'd 'a' chucked them things. He turned to me, his back to the labyrinth, and turned me around and pulled my hands behind me. He fixed the chains, then turned and looked straight into 2 mean-looking guys with big, fancy guns. He turned back and saw 2 more guys with guns blocking our way back out again. He grabbed me and put me in front of him, back against the wall, pistol out. This was one tough dude. "Stay back or she's dead," he shouted. "You let me through and I'll give her back to you." "You're in no position to deal, Vogel," said one of the men who had to have come in through the labyrinth. "The idea was to get you. It was her job, too, and in a way she did the job anyway. Kill her and you have no leverage. Shoot any of us, and we'll have to try and shoot you even if it's right through her." "Oh, great," I muttered. He had one hand on his pistol, the other wrapped around the chain holding my hands in back of me. Freak-out Beth was nowhere around now. She couldn't handle this kind of situation. Me, it took 2 seconds to figure the odds. Either we'd be there a long time, or Vogel would shoot and take his chances. He wasn't the type to surrender peacefully, or they wouldn't needed me in the first place. Using all my muscle power, I twisted my body and fell to the stone floor. Vogel, his hand wrapped in the chain, had no choice but to fall with me. His gun went off and the shot ricocheted all over the place. But if it hit anybody, it wasn't clear. They was on him in a minute, tossing the gun away and hauling him up to his feet none too gentle. One of the men in the back, the entrance side, ran forward to me. "Brandy, my God, you're all right." "Tham," I managed, and then we was hugging and kissing and both of us crying. One of the men found the key to the chains and gave it to Sam, who undid them and handed them over. The leg chains got put on Vogel. They had plain old handcuffs for his hands. "How did you—" I managed. "We didn't foresee this kind of getaway," he told me, "but we still had the monitor on to your encoder so we could tell when you went into the safe room and start the show. All of a sudden the thing went nuts, and we got a reading of straight up and over. We got everybody back and radioed the men in the station to get back into the labyrinth. Most of them made it. We followed you by land for a while, but it wasn't possible, and by the time we got something in the air, you were out of range. We've been going nuts trying to find you ever since." He helped me up. I was still shaky and I knew I was going to have a bunch of bruises. "Then how did this place—" "Every world where the company has a station, they have satellites to monitor communications and general conditions. Back home, ours can read a newspaper. Theirs can find all the encoded people and give a fix. He led a real zigzag route over 2/3 of the country, and he was real clever about it. And when we got 2 fixes on his spot, we knew he had to be heading here, even if we didn't have it down as a possible. He couldn't use Oregon or Mendocino, the only other 2 possibilities over here because we had them covered. It had to be here. We got here about an hour before you did. Close. But time enough to radio back to Bill in Oregon and have him monitor the weak point on the labyrinth side while Sergi and I staked this place out." "Then why didn't you take him when we got here?" "First, we wanted him, and you, alive. This was the least risky. And we didn't really know where the substation was until we followed you up. We figured the tunnel was the best bet. You saw how he was even in here. Figure the odds if we tried to take him in the open." It made sense. "Then it's over? I can get back to talking normal?" "It's over, babe. Let's go back to the dock and then home and collect. I figure they owe us a cool 5 million smackers. Hiya! Lead the way. We want out." Bye-bye, Beth. It's for your own good, too. The 2 men from the labyrinth side led the way, with Sergi and Sam and me bringing up the rear, and a very sour-looking Vogel in the middle. It felt real good to see him in chains. A couple of times we passed windows out to worlds that looked right for him, and I half expected him to make a break for it, but he didn't. We made a couple of switch points on the way back to headquarters, and I was feeling good. Fact was, the man had been right. They got Vogel 'cause Vogel had me. The crazy thing was, if I'd made any kind of break for it, or if he'd dumped me and gone it alone, he might just have made it out. He was just so damn arrogant that he was going to break this uppity negress that he never thought of this kind of tracking. We was in the main line now, almost home. Most of the world pictures mirrored to us looked a lot like headquarters. They hit us first with a concussion grenade that knocked everybody silly. Then came at us from the sides and the top. I don't know how many there were. I was feeling so groggy from the concussion, but I looked up and saw bodies everywhere and the flashes of guns we couldn't hear but could kill just the same. The concussion grenade didn't make no noise neither, but it was like a big fist knocking us flat. There was 6 of them. I got the sense of both men and women, all dressed in black and hooded with firearms. Our people managed to get 2 of them, but the others looked around and started firing at random into just about everybody. I saw the whole thing like it was in slow motion. I saw Sam jump as one of the black-masked killers brought his gun around on me and jumped the guy from the front. I saw the flash, and then saw part of Sam's head explode in blood, and he was knocked down right in front of me. I guess they figured they got me too, 'cause they lit out on the run to the next cubes and out of my sight. Sam was a bloody mess, and he looked as dead as the others, but I thought I saw some signs of life there. There was a switching cube just 3 back, and I figured the best thing I could do to save what lives there was to save was to make it back there and get help on the double. We wondered how the big man was going to take Vogel out, and now we knew. Made perfect sense in 2020 hindsight. Vogel was to be hauled to headquarters. They knew just where in the labyrinth he'd have to pass, and most of all, they knew it was us, just 20 minutes or so after we nabbed him. I didn't think of anything like that right then. Just Sam. The last thing I expected out of this was for me to be the survivor. Chapter 5. Just one more for Sam. I will say they came right quick. Almost too quick, I remember thinking. I couldn't help wondering if some of them folks getting to the dead and dying and getting emergency medical and transport through the labyrinth wasn't some of the same folks who'd done the shooting. A security alert went out for all of them up and down the line, and nobody not authorized or unexpected came past either switch point. Now, sure, there was a lot of worlds going toward the headquarter junction, but these people had to know the labyrinth, have almost unlimited access to it, and have some kind of communication that allowed them to know, at 3 different substation points, just when to jump in and jump us. They not only had vehicles in the labyrinth when they wanted them, they had at least one that was a small hospital all by itself. But Sam was the only one they loaded in, and he didn't look long for this world. They pumped so many bullets into Vogel's fat head that it wasn't nothing but a grease spot. But then they went and shot everybody else. They shot me too, it turned out, only I didn't even notice until they rushed to give me medical help. The bullet tore a nasty gash right in my left side, and it didn't hit nothing fatal or even crippling. By the time this little scooter-like thing with a seat on it come for me, Sam and the big medical truck was long gone. All I wanted to do now was to follow them, to be with him at the last. Last thing I wanted was Sam dying without me there. So help me, they still made me go through the whole routine at the entrance to headquarters. Although I was okay. The best medical knowledge anywhere was inside. But I wondered how long it took 'em to test Sam and spray their damned rays before they got him where he had to go. Still, they didn't waste no time getting me to the surface and off to what could only be called their big medical center. It was out in the boondocks, just like Mayar's place, but it was an enormous complex of buildings, rounded, cubed, A-framed, and everything else, and went up and out for a long ways. They finally gave me a shot for the pain, though frankly I was too keyed up emotionally and physically to feel much, and I dozed in spite of myself for most of the trip. It was still kind of weird and frightening to be rushed into this place with all these golden perfect people around, talking away in that sing-song language and not being able to talk to them or understand what they was saying or doing. They put me in some sort of pack and treated the wound almost by remote control, but the itching and pain stopped almost at once, and when I had the thing taken off, there was a kind of felt-like bandage over it and just about no feeling right there at all. Some kind of anesthetic in the bandage, I guessed. I kept trying to get some word on Sam, who I knew had to be brought to this place, but all I got were shrugs and apologetic looks. They took me to a small room with a bed and a window that didn't look out on much, as well as a sink and bathroom, and kinda signed me to stay there. I didn't have much choice, really. I had one hell of a day. I'd gone from despair and surrender as a damned slave on that Nazi world to complete joy and relief at being rescued to even worse seeing Sam get it like that. And in the head, too. Thing was, he was blocking the finish-off shot to me. He got it, saving my life. That made me feel even more miserable. After a couple of hours of just laying there, Bill Markham came in, looking like death warmed over himself. He needed a bath and a shave, and he looked like he hadn't slept in a week. But he'd come as soon as he'd got word and could get in here. I was relieved to see somebody, anybody I could talk to. "Sam's here," he told me right off, "and he's still alive. That's the good news. The bad news is that the slug took a chunk out of his skull on the right side, and we don't know just what damage there is. He's in what passes for brain surgery here now, and will be for some time. There's nothing to do but wait." He sank down tiredly in one little chair near the bed. "I'm really sorry, Brandy. I should have guessed. I feel like a complete idiot." "No, none of us seen it, Bill. Now that dey gone and done it, it be the only thing they could do. When they do go bad, they go real bad." He looked up, but he didn't really believe a word of it. Fact was, I was kicking myself over it too. Damn it, we'd had a run-and-gun battle through the labyrinth and into another world once. Only made sense that what you could do one way, you could do the other, if you had the information. We was all too smug. Even Bill admitted that Vogel's getaway substation was unknown to security. This whole thing was just too damn complicated, and the labyrinth itself had just too many entrances and exits to ever secure it. No wonder they was able to run this drug or whatever back and forth for a while without getting caught. And then only by lucky accident. He looked over at me. "Look, there's nothing to see in surgery, and all your medical records were transferred here by Jamasper. They tell me you lost some blood, but that your wound's a lucky one, and it should heal completely in a week to 10 days. Maybe you should think of using this waiting time to get them to restore you. Get rid of Beth, get your teeth and jaw back on so you can talk normally, that kind of thing. You want to be ready when Sam wakes up." I knew he was trying to divert me. Yeah, when Sam wakes up. If Sam wakes up. Still, I sure as hell didn't want to stay this way any longer than I had to. They used Jamasper's hypnoscan records to fix that first, since that was the biggest headache, and while I was under, they used the time to do some of the corrective dental work needed. Beth wasn't erased, exactly, but she became a memory, not a personality, like somebody you once knew real good and close. I liked it that way. I wanted to remember Beth, and all the Beths in all them worlds out there. Any time in the future when I was feeling sorry for myself or wallowing in self-pity, I'd just think back to Beth and the others and know just what blessings I had. I couldn't talk at all after the dental and facial stuff, but by then several English speakers were around for my benefit. That hypnoscan could be damned useful as well as dangerous. They told me that Markham had simply passed out and was sent to bed with a sedative to sleep it off, but then they took me down to see Sam. He was in a special wing just for head injuries, the most common and still the hardest things to deal with. They understood a hell of a lot more about the brain than we did. I think they knew just how it worked and could do tricks with it, but head injuries were no less tragic here for all that. They could even grow new brain tissue, something the body has problems with, but that couldn't replace what you lost, only give a replacement place for something else to be written. Sam might have had lots of problems, even memory problems when he woke up. If he woke up. He wasn't much to see. They had him floating in a tank covered in some kind of liquid that sure wasn't water, his head down to his big nose encased in a special kind of bandage, all sorts of tubes leading to and from his body to big machines. I was afraid he'd drown, but they assured me that he was getting all they could give. Even they didn't know if it'd be enough, though. In that chamber, I couldn't even kiss him, or talk to him, or hold his hand. It was tough. He had plenty of brain activity, so I wasn't brain dead, but they didn't know much more. He might be out for days, for weeks, for months, even forever. There was no way of telling now except to monitor and wait. Within a day, I could talk again, and I got to admit that from that point on I never again was the least bit self-conscious or embarrassed about how I talked. Anybody didn't like it? Piss on them. In fact, the whole experience really changed me for the better in a lot of ways. I was a lot more humble now about my own strong will. Damn, just being in that damn world started breaking me. The technicians at the center, that's what they call the medical place, just the center, told me, yeah, it was true. If they started torturing me or used hypnoscans or drugs on me while I was in control, I'd revert to Beth. But just the fact that Vogel knew that kept him from doing it. He loved breaking people. That was his hobby and his fun. No fun in tripping somebody over when you don't figure she really knows what you want to know anyhow. but he was lying through his teeth about me turning into Beth slow and on my own. Fact was, the Beth personality was there, but it was real weak compared to mine. He planted that seed, and I swallowed it. And just 'cause I swallowed it, Beth was able to get control. Vogel was right when he said anybody can be broken, but in the end you're the one that breaks you. He didn't really want Beth. He wanted an obedient slave girl who had all my knowledge and talents and abilities. And just 'cause his kind was the bosses on that Nazi world, didn't mean we didn't have 'em just like him on our world, or most any world. I was stronger, too, because of that mission. More self-confident, I think, but also knowing my limits. I was ready now to not worry what anybody else thought about me and just to be me and cope with whatever came along. I didn't have them put me back all the way, I admit. I never was able to grow or keep straight hair before, and with my own more rounded face, I kind of liked the look. They told me it would keep growing straight as long as I only cut it at the ends. If I ever shaved my head, it'd come back the old way. I also kept that creamy complexion. Folks spend millions trying to get a nice, even, perfect complexion like that. My body was toughened by those days I spent with no clothes in all weather. I found it damn hard just to wear shoes, and so went barefoot most of the time. The Golden People's saris felt okay, but I knew I was gonna have to ease back into more normal clothes. Fact was, I was ready to go out and enjoy life and conquer the damn world, and I didn't care if I was starving and shunned so long as I was free. But it just didn't mean a damn thing without Sam. The trouble was, I couldn't imagine life without Sam, and at the same time I was already easing into just that. All that stuff I spouted to him about risks and getting hit by a truck, I didn't really believe that. Besides, he was talking about something happening to me. I just never even imagined that anything would take Sam from me except my own death. After a few days, I met Bill Markham and Aldrich Pragg for a debriefing and brain session. "You was set up," I told them. "One of you, anyways, with that damn dinner meat. Whatever one it was handed the time, place, and all the rest on a platter, and you still didn't catch 'em." "It was one of Maillard Eldrith's schemes," Aldrich told me. "He is a senior vice president and chairman of the security committee. In other words, he is my boss. I was powerless to prevent it, although I recommended strongly against it." "Yeah," I said. "And what's he say now that he's lost Vogel and maybe killed Sam and the others?" "The usual," the security chief replied with a shrug. "He is blaming it on me and on security in general." Bill grunted. "He is on our list, isn't he?" "Near the top," Aldrich admitted. "But he is also near the top in both social class and corporate power. You see the problem. These are all high-ranking, extremely powerful men." "Who would know enough about security's ways and all that would be needed to have set up this thing?" I asked them. "I mean, not all of them could pull this off, could they?" "Any of them might," Aldrich replied, "although some are more likely than others. Certainly the vice president could do it effectively without even touching it himself, and Mukasa Lamduker is in charge of day-to-day operations." "The one with the airhead mistress?" He nodded. "Alas, so. And Basuti Alamati, who is something of a fanatical personality but whose office handles much of the routine business communications between our many divisions. I cannot rule out the other two since Dringa heads research and development and Han Rin holds the security purse strings, but neither of those two have as much day-to-day interaction with operations. They would need a good number of support and managerial personnel to do the actual work. Neither is particularly technically oriented." Even Bill was surprised. "You mean the head of R&D isn't technically oriented?" "He authorizes a lot of things depending on what his advisors, both technical and political, recommend, but he understands little. He is a typical executive, what can I say? Basuti and Mukasa, on the other hand, are both inquisitive and highly intelligent, and make a point of learning as much as possible about their responsibilities. Maillard understands almost nothing, being a politician, but if he wished, he could, through his vast power and position, arrange practically anything." None of that helped much. We still had 5 big, fat suspects. No real motive, No real clear knowledge of the plot, and while 2 was most likely suspects and 1 was in the best position to do just about anything, the fact was the least likely suspects couldn't be ruled out. Back to square one. Listen, like I told your men, I didn't get much out of Vogel, but whatever else that bastard was, I don't think he was no traitor. He was real surprised and real upset when he learned that it was the company after his hide, and the reason he didn't face us was 'cause whoever he got his orders from was high enough up that it would have been his neck in a noose. He was had, though, by this dude. I think he got routine orders from somebody to set this thing up, and he didn't think it was crazy, 'cause he had the perfect setup to experiment on people, and he didn't ask no questions, not only 'cause it was from so high up, but also 'cause he was getting payoffs for it, like that hypno-scan in the basement. Imagine a paranoid like him with a hypno-scan. Agreed. We knew and we blew it, Bill said. I mean, our computer simulations actually said that an attempt within the labyrinth was a likely thing, but that was if the whole plan went down pretty much as it was. When he escaped with you and then lost us for over a day and a half, all our resources went into locating and then tracking you. I was constantly shifting people inside the labyrinth from one track to another to cover all the possibilities. The fact was, the other dangers just weren't important if we didn't have Vogel alive in the first place. When we got him, we were just so damn happy and smug we forgot to put everything else in place before moving him. It really was our fault, and I don't know any way around that. All right, I'll buy that, I told them. Hell, if they wanted to guilt trip, let 'em have it. Their lapse was understandable, but damn it, it was their fault. I had my own problems to worry about. I couldn't do their job too. The thing is, what happens now? The question seemed to catch both of them off guard. What do you mean? Aldrich asked. You got a skunk, a traitor, high up, somebody who makes even Vogel look human. That skunk's gone to a whole lot of trouble to set something up that is definitely aimed at the company, maybe at its heart, and it comes right out of the security committee. But we lost Vogel, Bill protested. Yeah, so you lost Vogel, but so did he. That seemed to hit both of them like some new concussion grenade. I guess, in a way, they was just like Vogel. You get so much power, you get so arrogant and self-confident you can't see your damn nose in front of your face. Go on, said Aldrich Pragg. Look, how long you figure this thing's been going on? This drug thing, I mean. 2, maybe 3 years so far. Why? What's 2 or 3 years to a guy 50 to 70 who expects to live another 100 to 150 years? That's why he's taken the time to experiment and moving so slow and cautious. But we just blew a lot of that research down the drain. We don't have it, but neither does our big boy, and he ain't gonna get no more from Vogel or his world. They wasn't done, that's clear. How long was it supposed to go on? Another year? 5? Or maybe until they found out what they wanted to know no matter what? Well, they ain't found it out yet, 'cause they are still doing research and experiments. We don't know what they're looking for and why, but it's pretty damn clear that if they don't find it, then there's no plot, no threat, no scheme. They just lost their main man and the technicians who done most of the work, but they still need the work. And now the heat's on real hard. Now, he's got 2 choices. Either open up somewheres else and start from scratch, or set up in a place he's already at. You tell me which one's less risky and less trouble. Bill thought a moment. Aldrich, who knows about that second world except us and your immediate staff? Was it in your report to the committee? No. Since we were doing only surveillance activities there, I thought it prudent not to mention it or we might drive the operation totally underground. They do not even know we intercepted the courier. They were told that we discovered it by accident during routine checks of Vogel's station. He paused a moment. Sometimes you find it best and prudent to tell your superiors only what they need to know. We needed a plan for Vogel, lots of manpower and appropriations, all the rest. We had to take a station, have an attacking force, plus all the monitoring both in that world and within the labyrinth. The committee had to be told. And I'd say that would be used, since it already is set up, Bill added. To try the same thing that they did with Vogel with a new station master would be too risky for words now that they know how we did it, and it would take a long time. I think you're right. I think they'll step it up where they already are and go with what they have. If it goes bad, then they can always start new. Something just sort of snapped inside me. Maybe it was my brains, but it all come together. Look, I told them. I want this bastard. I want him bad. You know the odds on Sam. They grow longer every day, every week. I tell you, if he goes, there ain't much I got to live for, and that's the truth. All I got is a burnin' hatred and will to get this man and nail his hide to Sam's tank. Bill looked at me and shook his head. You've done your bit, Brandy. More than done it. You have millions. You're still young and attractive. You still have quite a life ahead no matter what happens to Sam. You're in shock now, and grief, too, and I can't say you're going to ever forget that. But you'll learn to live with it just like others have. Besides, what if Sam comes out of it and you're back in the fire again? I didn't really believe that. Any of it. I accepted that much. I had no family, no friends, and all I could look forward to was the best friends money could buy. I wasn't really unhappy in that broken-down office in Camden with the roaches and shit once Sam was there. Half of me was down in that damn tank or in splatter on that labyrinth floor. I didn't want to learn to live with it. I want this bastard no matter what the cost, and I think Sam would too. Bill sighed, and I could almost see his brain working. Half of him was racked with guilt and embarrassment over blowing this at the end, and the other half was real tempted. He really wanted me to do it. He just didn't want me on his conscience right next to Sam. Look, he said carefully, this isn't the same thing. We don't have a Vogel to snatch here. We don't even have a station or operation on that world. Just some agents, a communication link, and some weak points. They only have access to it because the Pennsylvania weak point is between two heavily traveled worlds, and the labyrinth comes on for brief periods spontaneously there, and we can't build a substation without getting the authority and approval of the committee. There's no spy satellites, no big team with all sort of connections. Nothing. There's no backup. If I can be watched and get word out, then that's the only backup I need. If I get in too deep, even the damn United States Marines ain't gonna be no help to me. It's a string of hookers and the mob, you know, Bill reminded me. To get close there, you run a real risk of getting hooked on this stuff yourself, even without meaning to. You're over the age they like, but if they find out who you are or suspect you're working for us, they'll do it. When you've been broke as a naked slave in chains, being hooked don't seem so damn horrible no more. I know the risks, but if I nail this bastard, it'll be worth it. Yeah, but what if you do and then Sam comes around? So we break 'em, but you're hooked for good or die from a supply cutoff. No, I can't allow it. You told me they could break the addiction. Here, probably. We have had some success, yes, Aldrich admitted. But it is very unpleasant and very ugly, and quite often results in irreversible brain damage. Come, let us go over and we'll let you see what we are facing and what you are truly talking about. We went to one of the separate buildings away from the main center. This was a security building with all sorts of controls on getting in and getting out, but with Aldrich Prague along, there weren't too many doors you couldn't get through. In some ways, it was hard to think of the center as a hospital, since even though you had patients in some regular kind of rooms, none of the treatment rooms or labs looked anything like treatment rooms or labs. We went into this room that looked more like some computer room or library. There was a bunch of screens, chairs, and both microphones and keyboards all around, except them keyboards had about 100 keys and the symbols on them made Arabic or Chinese look real familiar. Aldrich sat down at one and tapped a few things, and the screen came on. It looked like one of them medical shows where they blow up the blood or cells to giant size. There is the enemy, he told us. It all looked like icky brown slime to me with lots of little things floating in it. I'll blow it up and you can see it face to face. The thing zoomed in, and suddenly there was a real pretty pattern of multicolored see-through shapes. They looked kind of like them Christmas stars with all the points coming out like sunbursts. But somehow they all fit together. Inside, they seemed to be made up of millions of little strings, like jellied shredded wheat. I'd never seen nothing like that, I told him. Neither had we, he replied. Separately, they aren't much, and the amount of magnification needed to get them this large and this clear is enormous. They're not quite as big as common viruses, but much more complex. The raw stuff has a different pattern than you see here, really colorless, with fewer spikes and more tightly packed granules. When it invades a host, it makes the entire trip through the bloodstream in a minute or so, and finally settles in the brain. But it takes a grand tour first. When it settles in, it changes, and it's never the same twice in any two individuals. It adapts to what it finds in incredible ways. At the start, it seizes control of vital chemical areas of the brain, turns off the body defenses but only to it, then reproduces and grows to a certain size that the body can support without harming it, then stops. As a body manager, it's actually quite good and unique to each individual. You mean it thinks? No, we're pretty sure it doesn't, not in any sense we think of it. It can only live in a host, and its sole imperative seems to be survival of itself and its host. It cleans house, and much more effectively gets rid of invading bacteria, viruses, you name it. Cancerous and precancerous conditions are identified, attacked, and dissolved. Arteries are unblocked. Body chemistry works at maximum efficiency. Hosts are actually healthier and in better condition than any human we find naturally. You make it sound almost like something worth having. We think, in the world where it evolved, it is something worth having. The only way you can catch it is by sexual transmission. I could take a vial full of the stuff and inject it directly into you and you couldn't get it, since it would be individually adapted to its host. To reproduce, it actually builds a cluster of virgin and unadapted units encased in a gelatin-like shell with a mind of its own and some real power. It not only goes in with sperm, it can appear in females as well and actually invades upstream, as it were, through the penis of the male. The world where it comes from has no addiction problem, since they live with it naturally, the same as we live with a host of beneficial bacteria and, as I said, it pays its own freight by making a more effective body. We know that a host is a type 1 because it's close enough to us that this thing can adapt, recognize, and use our body so well, but it's not 100%. I nodded. Bill told us it can't keep living in our bodies, right? Right. First of all, there seems to be some element that it needs that our bodies lack. It forms its reproductive units, but they don't work. They fall apart and are gobbled up by the would-be host's immune system. Therefore, it can't reproduce, but it doesn't know that and keeps trying anyway. Second, this element, which defines isolation, is present in the clusters we see, but since no more can be made in our bodies, it starts to break down and can be expelled or changed, perhaps by the chemicals of our own bodies, into harmless material. We suspect the latter, since that would explain why we can't find it. Within 36 hours, the thing starts to die, and starts killing the host in the process. Only a fresh infusion of virgin material will restore it. Hence, we have a dangerous and deadly addiction. He turned back to us. You see, we can't even take material from another host and inject it, since it changes to be specific only to that host, and it's using every bit of it for its own use anyway. The virgin cells won't grow on their own. They need a host, and so we can't make our own supply. Since the carrier in the drug modules appears to be semen, we've made a genetic analysis of the host and we're trying to find the world it comes from. The problem is, we've not yet found an exact match, and there are hundreds of thousands of worlds in this genetic category. We'll find it, eventually, but it takes lots of time. I mean, you just can't walk into every world, walk up to the nearest male, and demand a semen sample for lab analysis. Yeah, I could see that. Pardon me, sir, but we in our protective suits to keep from catching nasty diseases want you to lie down and jerk off into this here tube for us. But Bill said you could cure it. Aldrich sighed. Sort of. The trick is to get a host when the thing is in full control, not breaking down. Then the subject is somewhat frozen and suspended, life support slowed, and the entire organism is then attacked at one time throughout the body. It is a foreign organism. Our scanners can isolate it and attack it with equal strength all through the body. That kills it, and keeps it from killing the host. But it doesn't replace the chemicals the thing was managing. We then have to keep the host in suspension for many weeks, while we stimulate the right areas of the brain and get it used to doing things the old way again. Then the body is okay, but the mind is something else. Most of them resist cure to the last moment. When we cure them, they feel terrible physically, and they would go back to the stuff in a moment no matter what the price, even months later, which is all we've had to study this. It requires the hypnoscan and psychiatric techniques to remove that craving. The hypnoscan is a wonderful invention, but it cures nothing. It can only add and subtract and distort. I see. Only slightly. All of our subjects came from projects run by Vogel, outside of his compound, and snatched in convincing ways so neither he nor his people knew we were involved. We found none without some evidence of brain damage, although we suspect this was a result of experiments or somebody not getting their injection in time. The long-term users also retain their habit patterns. Their inhibitions remain suppressed. Their selfishness remains high. Their sexual drives become insatiable in an attempt to recapture that ultimate high. No one has yet completed therapy sufficiently to be restored to total normalcy. Come on, I'll show you just what we're up against. We went down to a lower section of the building that began to look more like a luxury jail than a hospital. I seen good-looking young guys and pretty young girls sitting there in rooms in near constant masturbation. The weird thing was, you could talk to them and they'd talk back, but they never stopped. Others seemed to act normal, but had problems talking or ratting or remembering what they just said, and others with jerky muscle movements like the palsy. The best ones seemed tired, run down, not ambitious or much interested in doing things. We could wipe out much of their memories, get rid of the longing for the high, but to do that we'd have to rebuild their personalities, Aldrich told us. Our only real hope is to find the world where this stuff comes from. If we had just one individual from that world and could compare him or her to one of us with it, we could find the critical chemical difference. Then we could synthesize it, stabilize the organism, and find a way to tame this beast, cure the addiction, block the reproduction, and those who had it would be able to live normal, productive lives in the best of health, and get its advantages without its terrible drawbacks. I nodded, and we walked back into the sunshine and fresh air. I was shaken by what I saw, but I was also angry. I didn't want no thing living inside of me, but them people and a lot more was going through hell because they didn't have the thing's parents' address. Somebody did, but they didn't want us to know it. That's the bottom line, Brandy, Bill told me. I don't want you in there like that. I couldn't handle that on my conscience. But volunteers ain't standing in line to infiltrate this mess. To say the least, it's a real trap, since anybody we send in who gets addicted becomes controlled by them and for their own self-preservation goes over to the other side. We can't snatch and interrogate the underworld figures involved, since they really don't seem to have any knowledge beyond ours worth blowing the only lead we have. We've considered a switch of some of theirs for some of ours, the big boys, I mean. But it seems the reason these people were chosen is that there are no good candidates who would work for us against them inside the organization. The only possibilities are counterparts, who are the same people inside and out and already bosses themselves, not likely to want to work for us, or the kind of people who would take the job but wind up enticed by the power of this thing and be just as bad as the one they replaced. We still don't know where it comes from or how it gets into our courier network, Aldrich added. The actual couriers who deliver it get messages to pick it up at different points every time, and only after it's already dropped off. There's no pattern in those drop points that we can find, and no single individual or group can be linked to most of the drops. I nodded sadly. It shook me bad to see that and know just what suffering was going on. The worst part was that nobody did all this just to trap hookers or hook the kind of folks we seen in that hospital wing. What did they plan to do? What was they looking for? An immunity agent so they couldn't get hooked? Probably.
But that wasn't all of it. Since you'd need one hell of a population of the world these things come from jerking off all the time to supply any huge amount of the stuff. A way to make it work just as good without shots in us as it did in the people it came from? That didn't make no sense neither, since that would mean no addiction and no control. It didn't make no sense. I did have a thought, though. What if they got it in here, to this world? I asked them. You could just keep a few big men on a string and rule it all. We thought of that, of course, Aldrich replied. Our first thought, really. But controls are very strict. We do not allow it in, and our equipment is set to it. No virgin material was ever here. That work was done elsewhere. Even if it was surgically embedded in your body, we'd pick it up, since it's an alien compound with a unique structure. Anything that would shield it from our instruments would show up in the shielding. The computer scanners can't be altered by anyone without exactly what was done being public. Not even the president or chairman of the board could smuggle that stuff in. Yeah, but what if they snuck in one of the folks from the world that has these natural? First of all, he'd be pretty obvious since he'd have to have sex to spread it, and I'm afraid our people are clannish. They wouldn't do it here on this world other than with their own kind, and rape would be pretty quickly reported, particularly by a Type 1 individual. They might hook a few people before they were caught, but they wouldn't get close to the classes with the power by then, and once caught, we could find the home world this thing comes from the one who came in. Besides, one of the things we do when you enter is read your genetic code. We know their basic genetic code, and we're even attempting to clone some cells to see what they really look like and give us more of a limited range to hunt for them. But so far without success. Clones, in any case, don't come out as full-blown adults. It takes the same time as with natural development. So far, we've had no real luck, and the code only gives us the vast range of worlds I talked about. Unfortunately, it's a pretty common species type, almost as common as our own. To further minimize the risk, no one from that family of genetic relatives is permitted in here at all, and nobody from here, once they take a post in the corporation, leaves. It did seem like they thought of everything this time. Sure, you might hook a young one out exploring, but he'd never come back, 'cause he couldn't get his supply of the stuff while he waited around for 20 or 30 years to get an important job, if then. This was a puzzler, all right. If not hooking the board, then what? Or rather, who? What about transport and switchmen? I suggested. Control them and it doesn't matter what happens here. We know what it looks like, so we can test for it, Aldrich said. We test everyone 4 to 6 times a year for a variety of things, and anytime we suspect or see anything unusual or have someone in a critical area. They didn't even hook their couriers for that reason. You might hook some station masters, but what does that get you in the end? Bill thought for a moment, then said, It could get forbidden stuff in and out of places. Ever think of that? Of course, but Vogel got his hypnoscan without it, and there's not much beyond this organism that's so dangerous and so valuable to make it worth the risk. Besides, if that was all, why test it? Why hook 50 young, pretty girls and make them sell sex for hire? Other substances do as well for that. Why only women down there? Vogel's people experimented on men and women equally, with equal results. We have lots of pieces, but whenever you build a frame, they don't go together. I couldn't help thinking how Sam would have loved this. Did love this. Even though he was against my going undercover, he still had real joy at the puzzle itself, and a real yen to solve it. So did I. Having seen the price, though, I just couldn't quite talk myself into it. The price of solving this one was a one-way ticket to hell. After 6 weeks, I went back home. Sam was still in the tank, and there was no change, and I was beginning to get used to the idea that there might never be. There was sure no reason to hang around. Headquarters world was friendlier and more comfortable than Vogel's for me, but I was still an outsider in more ways than one. Going home, though, proved only a temporary relief. The agency was pretty well a dead duck. Sam had handed off the cases to other PIs before we left, and there wasn't much to pick up on, and I just didn't feel much like trying for new business. I might no longer care what the class of people thought of me, but that didn't mean they was gonna keep coming in with new jobs. Sure, I could have picked up some work from the company, but it would have been charity work, just Bill and the rest trying to give me something to do. Not that I had to do much. At first, them bastards tried to get away with paying just half the money, since they didn't have Vogel alive, but I shamed 'em into the full amount. I didn't need it. Just $2.5 million was more than I ever expected to see in my life. It was just the principle of the thing, damn it. I took $250,000 out and put it in liquid funds so I had cash, and let Whitlock at Tri-State Savings keep and invest the rest. Then I got out all the bills we owed, big and small, and paid them all off. It was kind of rough looking at the check register and seeing Sam's handwriting on most of the stubs. In fact, Sam haunted everything. I kept waking up in the apartment expecting to find him next to me, or maybe in the living room or kitchen. The phone would ring with something or other, and I'd instantly think it was Sam calling from Pittsburgh or some other place and have it picked up before I realized that it couldn't be him. There wasn't no sense in keeping the office, so I closed it down and sublet it to the end of the lease. I didn't want to stay in town no more neither. Seems like once you got money, word gets around fast, and every fast-buck artist and get-rich-quick schemer and con artist finds you real fast. I had to get out of town, go off by myself a while, but I couldn't think of any place I wanted to move to lock, stock, and barrel. I went up to New York for a while, rented a shabby little studio apartment just off Greenwich Village, under the name Beth Parker. I know, but I was feeling more'n a little like poor Beth right then, kind of lost without nobody around. I picked New York 'cause I was always a city girl at heart, and I didn't really know nobody there and nobody knew me. The company arranged for a driver's license, credit cards, and a local bank account in that name. With the straight hair and smooth complexion, even some of my relatives wouldn't have known it was me anyways. I was rich, but I didn't feel rich, and I didn't want nobody to know that I was. Sam had married me when I was a ghetto girl in cockroach heaven. I took very little with me and bought what I needed from second-hand stores in Manhattan. When I was bored and lonely and depressed, I ate a lot, and since that was the case most of the time, I satisfied my every whim. Started smoking cigarettes again, too, and quickly got up past 2 packs a day. Every kind of drug you can think of and a lot you never heard of were easy in the village, and I tried some of the ones I knew about. They helped for a while, but I knew I was only running from myself. I at least started one thing I always meant to do and never had. There was a congregation of black Jews in New York, and I went up there and started taking classes and instruction. They was a little surprised. The Jewish faith takes converts, but doesn't go after 'em, and you really have to work to join that religion. But I found it real interesting, and real relief from the Bible thumpers of my childhood. Sam wasn't exactly the world's most religious Jew, but deep down it wasn't just cultural. Deep down he really believed it, and that was more than I could ever say about myself, so it seemed to make sense. Actually, telling the rabbi about Sam and his condition, without of course revealing the hows and wheres, hurt me a little, 'cause he got real skeptical. "If Sam were a Catholic, I think you'd be entering a nunnery now," he said. It took some time to convince him that I really meant it. New York's not the best place to be alone, though, particularly if you're a woman. Go into a bar and either 10 guys would try and put the make on you, and 5 women too if you stayed in the village, or you'd be wallflowered out. Same thing with the discos and the other dance places, and it didn't feel right going to the theater alone. About the only place was the movies, and I went to see a bunch of 'em. And yeah, I did allow myself to get picked up a few times and went to bed with a couple of one-night stands. I needed it. I hoped, Sam would understand. They was like the drugs, though. They helped, but only for a little while. I called Bill's office in Philadelphia often about Sam, but it was always the same news. No change. Finally, one night I was standing there, naked, looking at myself in a mirror and thinking how fast and easy the fat goes on and how hard it is to get off. I finally had it out with myself in that mirror, too. "Okay, girl, now what? You keep on like this, you'll slit your wrists in a year or wind up in a permanent heroin haze. You got so much money, you could light your cigarettes with it. You can go anywhere you want, do anything you want. And what good is it doing you? You don't want to go nowhere or do nothing. You can go out and buy some business and run it. But you don't know no business but investigations, and you done all you could in that. You could just screw around until you got to be a 50-year-old 300-pound diabetic who had to buy it. If this was reversed the way you thought it could be, you knew Sam could handle it. But you can't. Find some nice guy and shack up with him. You already played that, and you know that wouldn't be fair to him, or you. It'd be a lie. A let's pretend.
Yeah, that was the part of it too. You don't know no business but investigations. Anyone who gets close enough to learn anything will probably get hooked. The other world is the only thing they got. There's no possible cure for these people unless we find the origin world. Sam, do you think it's possible to do it? Do you think I can do it? My conversation would have to wait. God knew how I felt anyways. The next day I took the train back down to Philadelphia and arranged with the company to visit Sam at the center. Aldrich Prague met me personally when I arrived, which surprised me. News? I asked him. Some. Not about your husband, although there have been some recent encouraging signs of increased brain activity. I thought you had a right to be informed of the progress or lack of we're making. I'm very interested. You were quite right about the shift of activity. Larger quantities are going to the other target world, and they seem to be preparing to set up some facilities in a South American country where absolute privacy and absolute license can be bought and paid for. They're still limited to the one Pennsylvania access, but they seem to have recently completed a minor substation. It's no more elaborate than Vogel's or Cranston's and far less versatile, but it gives them some freedom. Yeah? That costs money and a lot of expert manpower, don't it? It does, but they seem to be willing to pay any price, and able to do so. And most of a substation could be built in unrelated modules far apart within your own country right now, requiring only some small but vital sections to be added from other worlds. It's not difficult to do, unfortunately. The competition, as you know, has a number of safe worlds with just such substations. One could easily be dismantled and re-established component by component. They did basically that in setting up the ambush in the labyrinth. Which reminds me, how is your wound? Gone, I told him, and that was the literal truth. I never seen nothing like it. When it was ready to go, that bandage, which withstood showers and rain and all the rest, just fell off, and there was nothing there. No scars, no marks of any kind, no skin discoloration. It was one hell of a gash, yet you couldn't even tell that anything had ever happened there. But getting back to the other, what about the bad guys? I mean, there's got to be a couple who know what's going on now, both local and from off-world. They need a Vogel type for this. There is, alas, no shortage of Vogel types. A number of locals may be being raised up and prepped. There's also no end to the scientific amoralist who would jump at the chance of a project like this. Although the same problem exists as existed with Vogel's researchers, they are experimenting along given lines with a license to freelance off their own. But none are actually told what they are looking for. The only off-world presence are a man who is overseeing the South American operation and a woman who is handling things up north. The man is called Dr. Carlos. The woman is known only as Addison. Both cover names, naturally. So far, we have been unable to get photographs, let alone more intimate data on the pair, except that Carlos is dark, looks like an Indian. That's the description. I can only offer it, and speaks with an odd accent. And this Addison is young, not terribly attractive, and has very short hair, wears glasses, and is described as a cold fish who likes men's clothing. We suspect that they were part of Vogel's team on his world and were not present at the compound when it blew and therefore used other exits. Better than nothing, but not much. And you can't catch 'em at the substation? We have it covered all the time, but no, only the couriers. Remember, though, They did have access to a station master who could both legitimately and illegitimately request sufficient spare parts for almost anything, and we didn't know about the one Vogel tried to use. That stopped me.
You mean it's possible there's another someplace there, one you don't know about?
It's possible. There are 1,000 weak points of one degree or another across any world from the Arctic to Antarctica. We have very few people who even know of this world, and we are limited that way. Sensing, let alone tracing, a power drain and tracking it to its source is bad enough with full resources.
Like tracing a phone call.
I did see, too.
With all them points, so long as they turned the power on, used it, and shut it down real fast, that small drain might not even be noticed, and definitely not traceable. The bet was that it wasn't no place geographically convenient, though.
If it was, they wouldn't be risking improving the Pennsylvania substation unless that was some kind of diversion. And if it was, then they knew we was on to 'em, so why set up all this new stuff? No. Bet on the other station being in the middle of nowhere, like the Andes or the Congo or maybe Fiji.
Useful, but not convenient.
And to get enough bread and people to do anything major, they have to tip off the man behind it. It is real tricky. Any progress on your science detective work? He shook his head. We're as far as we can go without new people to try new things on, and we don't dare pull any from this other world or they will pack and run. We have well-placed operatives there, but they can't get too close, and at the minimum safe distance is too far to learn much more than this. The security committee's still in the dark about all this? Yes, but not for much longer. We can't go on static like this, or we just watch them do their job in ignorance. Sooner or later, we'll have to vastly expand, increase our monitoring, and perhaps go in with all we have. This takes money, and people in technical support, and all that means the committee. It might drive them underground, or we might get lucky. At least we will set them back, and if they're fortunate enough to nab Addison or Carlos, we might well win. Not without somebody inside, you won't. See, they got somebody inside right here. Without somebody to tell, getting a Carlos or Addison would be sheer luck. I asked him 2 favors. One was to visit the ex-addicts again. The other to see Sam. Alone.
No problem.
But there are few patients left now. We had several suicides, and a few whom we were able to treat with hypnotherapy and find places for. The few left are those for whom, for one reason or another, we have found no place, but who can be monitored against doing away with themselves. The patient I decided to talk to was named Donna, and she was, at one time, a secretary in the Atlanta of Vogel's world. She had fallen in love with a young party man with ambition, fed him some information on her bosses that would help his advancement, and then got caught doing it. She had been tried by a party court and sentenced to useful imprisonment, which meant being sent to Montrose Hospital and Asylum near Houston, site of many medical and psychological experiments on humans and one in which Vogel's people had a part. It was unnerving to talk to her. She had stuck in my mind from before because she was one of the ones who had stayed naked in her room, always feeling herself up. She still was. She was only a little unnerved by me. I don't think she ever seen a black woman clothed and with more than one thought in her head before, and she couldn't quite believe it. Every day they take me in a little room and give me a jolt of juice, she told me. It didn't take right away. You get that rush. She shivered and closed her eyes, remembering it. It took a minute or so for her to pick it up again. Then you get a little sick, and that's it. After a week or so, though, it took. What's it like? You ever had an orgasm? Well, it's like that, only all over your body and 1,000 times more intense, like nothing else. You come out of it, but you don't feel down. You feel good. But you want that rush again. You live for it. It's what keeps you going. The thought that every day you'll get it again, always as good. The rest of the day, well, it's kind of funny. You're all right. I mean, you feel great, the best you ever felt. But you get these urges. Compulsions, really. You never know when they'll come on. You slowly get real turned on. I mean, real up. And then you can't think of anything but sex. And you got to have it, and you stay up at real high tension until you do. Another time, you just got to exercise. You only feel good doing it. You get hungry sometimes for crazy things, like you're pregnant or something. But other stuff, things you've always loved, taste horrible. It's like you're not really in control of yourself, but yet you're still you. You lose all modesty, all integrity, all the brakes. Inhibitions. That's the word. Brakes get put on, but not by you. Almost in spite of you. I can't explain it. It's like you lose all sense of what's right and wrong, but something else decides, and it might not decide the way you would have.
Sounds like you become some kind of robot or something.
It's not like that at all. You're still you, and there's a lot of time in the day when you are. You know what's happening, but you don't really care. You're basically free. They never even bother to watch over me most of the time, and I was never locked in. But you won't go. There's no way you're going to miss your next juice shot. That's the control. If the one person in the world who could give it to you asked you to stand on your head or shoot somebody, you might feel bad about it, but you wouldn't hesitate to do it. If you had an unlimited supply of juice, you'd tell him to stuff it. But if it's obey orders or no juice, you'll strangle your own mother.
You sound bright, intelligent, and you're not hooked anymore. Why do you stay here like that?
It's what I mean that I can't really describe, she told me. The juice needs its own juice. It changes you. First time they tell you to do something horrible or disgusting and you won't, so they don't give you the juice, and you go to hell real fast. One thing they wanted to know was whether they could cause the stuff to change your body and brain if one particular thing was demanded to get your jolt, and they kept it from you for a while. They ordered me to go, every evening, down to the military and staff wings stark naked, and prostitution every man and woman I could find and do whatever they wanted. Every night I fought it. Some of them were brutal, sadists and the like. They kept me from the juice for a while until I finally had to agree. They did this every night for weeks. Finally, the juice learned. One day I woke up, and that was all I wanted to do. It told me when to eat and like that, but the rest of the time I only wanted that. I was totally turned on, and I stayed turned on. Not in the head. It was physical.
It made you like a raging nymphomaniac?
I guess that's the right word. I didn't want clothes. I didn't want anything except I was compelled to go down and do that. I wanted to do it. I had to do it. I lost any will to fight, anything. I still can't. My voice got higher, my breasts and hips got bigger, everything.
But that's over now, I said. It's not there anymore.
I'd take it again in a minute if I could, she told me. Right now they have me on 6 drugs. Otherwise, I'd be all over you begging for it. They say my brain's permanently locked in this pattern, chemicals and all, and that my hormone level is monstrous. The drugs I'm taking now are blockers that keep the worst of it from being triggered, but without them, I wouldn't even be human. I'd be just a bitch in heat all the time.
But can't they do nothing for you? I mean, physically.
Sure. A ovarectomy and brain surgery. They say I'd come out sexless, a nothing. That's bad enough, but they say they'd be side effects because of where the damage and changes are, and what they know from having to replace the areas and natural brain damage. At the very least, they say I'd have no feelings. No love, no hate, no envy, no greed, no friendship, no loyalty, no compassion, no mercy, no nothing. I would think and remember, but I'd be like a machine. I still have feelings. I wouldn't want to be some machine. No hopes, no ambition, nothing. If that's the way it is, I'd rather stay right here just like this.
It was hard to think of this pretty, intelligent young woman a neutered machine, and I could see her point, and the centers. She was still a fund for research and information. They could cure her, sorta, but since the cure would be worse than the disease, They wouldn't force it. The interview was sobering in a number of ways. I didn't underestimate that them Nazis who could gas millions and make lampshades out of 'em and sleep like babies and even go to church every Sunday could come up with. The scariest thing was, somebody with a real strong will and sense of identity and purpose could break even heroin, though it sure wasn't easy, or at least live a fairly normal life on methadone. But this, no self-cure possible, no methadone-style alternative, and if you got cured, you wound up like Donna, between a rock and a hard place. Donna, though, made me mad. She was bright, alert, good-looking, and she had real potential. Anybody born and raised in a South where Martin Luther King got gassed as a kid, if he got born at all, and who come from some Nazi background to boot, who could learn to talk to me and accept me as an equal human being in that time, could adapt to other, better societies. They cheated her. And how many others? They never saved more than 24 here, all they could sneak out and treat without revealing their interest. How many more Donnas died in agony when they took Vogel out as a supplier? Hundreds? Thousands? How many more was they gonna make in this other place, and maybe other places as well if they went underground again, or got whatever they was going after with these projects, and for what? So some shithead born to power and gold silverware here could get a little more personal power? Then, too, Donna got me thinking. About Sam, who I was gonna go see now. Different cause, but they both had brain damage, and there was still only so much that could be done. Sam was all wrapped up and still floating in that tank, but for the first time I began to wonder not just if he would ever wake up, but whether it would be a blessing if he did. Would he remember me? Be palsied? Be unable to tie his own shoes? Sam, I know you can't hear me or understand me, though they say my voice gets through at least, I said outside the window looking at his chamber. But I'm gonna talk anyways, 'cause I never made a big decision or took a big case without talking it over with you. I can't hack it alone, Sam. Not back home. Without you, there's only one thing I'm good at, and it's investigations. I know the last one didn't go none too well, but that was them and their experts and their damn computers. There's a lot of innocent, good folks being crippled and put through hell out there, Sam. Being put through it by a whole bunch of cruds at least as bad as Vogel. I'm gonna take a crack at 'em. All of 'em. I want the bastards. I want the ones who did this to you and are going to do worse to others, and who'll be in charge of all this if whatever they're planning comes off. The damn company's foul enough as it is. I can't sit back when I see firsthand that it might well wind up in the hands of Vogels and Hitlers and all the rest. Maybe I can't lick it. Maybe it's bigger'n I am. Maybe I'm just gonna sell myself into slavery and hell. But I gotta try, 'cause there ain't nobody else, and it needs doing. If I can't be Nora Charles to your Nick, then there's nothing for me back home. It'll be just my luck if you come out of that damn pool 10 minutes after I'm stuck beyond any hope myself. But if you do, then you just play support like always, 'cause the only hope I got is finding the source world and nailing them bastards to the wall. You'll cuss and scream and yell, but you'll break it with or without me. 'Cause we're the best, Sam. We're a damn sight better than this fancy security, and we're better than their crooks. I stopped a moment. I was crying too much and really wanted him to thrash around in there and scream at me, but nothing happened, and the monitors showed no real change in his condition. So long, sweetheart. The problems of two crazy people don't amount to a hill of beans in this crazy world. I walked out and went to find Aldrich Prague. Chapter 6. The Shadow Dancers. You must understand what you are contemplating, the dangers involved, Aldrich Prague told me gravely. I know the risks. Look, I'm not going in there to get captured or to get hooked. If I can keep from either one, I swear I'm planning on doing just fine without 'em. I'm realistic enough to know I might, and I'm willing to take the risk just like I was risking as much for you 3 months ago. Besides, don't give me no jive, Aldrich. You've been expecting me to do this for some time and probably got itchy when I took so long.
He looked hurt, but you gotta be a decent actor in his line of work.
I assure you, I did not. However, I am willing to listen and see if you have any chance.
Like on the last one, huh?
Look, this is strictly me and you. No big operation. No giant backup team. If they don't catch me, I won't need backup. And if they do, it won't make no difference now, will it? What I need from you, aside from a complete briefing on this world, these people, all you know, and who you got working the case so I don't shoot the wrong fella, free access to the labyrinth if I got to get out, and some way to monitor me so I can get information out to the right people, meaning you, without getting caught. We have a resident agent there now, somebody local, but she knows about us.
And she uses local talent who don't know about us.
She will have to know and at least arrange signals and means of passing messages, if you can pass them. They don't keep these folks locked up, do they? Why bother? Good point. The other question is, if they catch you and hook you instead of killing you outright, will you want to pass anything to us?
Those who have this thing inside them have an overwhelming urge to self-preservation at all costs.
Then we got to agree absolute to the opposite, I told him. We got to agree that if I get hooked and then make no attempt to communicate within, say, a month of my first observed opportunity, you'll come in and snatch me. But that might kill you. At the very least, well, you visited and talked with Donna. I nodded. That's why. If it takes self-preservation or preservation of that thing to keep me motivated, that should do it. He nodded. Yes. Very clever and original. All right, but just what do you propose to do? I don't know, and that's the God's honest truth.
I won't know till I'm briefed, and then they're on the scene with time to check it all out and learn all the ropes. Will I have any trouble, like in Vogel's world?
If you mean color, no.
At least not any more than you would have operating in your own. You will be in a rough democracy, which has the same sort of failings and virtues as your own, although it's different.
But I can't let you go in alone, with no plan, no backup. Sure you can if you want results. That's part of your problem all along. You're so Mr. Future, high-tech, computer-modeled, and the rest, you don't have no gut abilities or feelings. That's why you keep locking the barn door after the horses has already gone. Such confidence. Anyone can be broken. Yeah, Vogel came damn close to doing it to me. So it don't take a lot to break me. But I was ready the first opportunity I got to wring his damn neck. I ain't never gonna be no Beth again. I might have to act like her or worse, but I'll never become her.
I got you all to thank for that much, and Vogel too. I learned the difference between having to be Beth and wanting to be Beth.
That Donna girl down there, for all her problems, and for all that she's a shadow of what she could have been 'cause of this, doesn't like it. She's broken, body and soul. She's been raped in the mind as well as the body. Even if she didn't have no permanent brain damage, she'd be broken and in shock.
But if she could get the ones who did it to her, she would. If she could pass judgment on 'em, she'd demand justice. That's the difference.
All right, he sighed. I'll make the preparations. Fewer than 6 people will know. All under my control except the resident agent and her people, who you'll have to watch out for. He paused a moment. You know, you're taking me at face value, too. If I were in your position, I, too, would be a suspect. You are, I told him honestly. But I got to trust somebody. It's that thing about feelings again. I can't get it out of my head that you really love what you do, and that you wouldn't do nothing else, and that the only thing that could scare you would be if you had to quit. I can't see how you could be bribed to sell out, and somehow I kind of suspect you got something on everybody who could fire you. He smiled, but said nothing.
The next few days I spent going over all the materials. I didn't trust no hypno-scan, but I'm a quick study when I'm on a case. I memorized everything I could of this world, the important people, the way the opposition's organization was set up.
Aldrich, in the meantime, arranged to transfer some of my funds into a slush funds in the money of the New World, so I wouldn't even be taking a dime from the company on this. We agreed only on objectives. How much did the players in the game there know? Who knew the most?
Did they have any orders on what they was doing, Or was all the stuff they did directed from above by the two controllers?
Who were Addison and Carlos? Could they be snatched? I didn't expect to hand the whole thing over. That would have been beyond belief. But if we could get one of them, another Vogel type, we'd have what we needed. Incriminating, absolute evidence against their boss who would tell Aldrich what he needed to know about the rest of it. If I could also somehow put together just what it was they was plotting to do, then we would be able to make sure that nobody else could do it. I went back home one last time to close a few things and register a will. It was funny. Just like last time, I was calm. I didn't have nightmares or other scary ideas. I was all business. Not even this late in the game, not this time. I don't think I was committing suicide in a noble cause, not now. I think it was just that, like Aldrich, I knew and loved my job, and I did one thing well, and this time, I was in control. All that stuff about clearing up personal things back home was really an excuse to see Bill Markham without nobody suspecting or knowing nothing about it.
I had the idea that Bill's remorse over Sam was genuine, and even though he was white and blue-eyed, he was one of my own kind. Since his office was in the same downtown bank building as my account and financial advisors, it wasn't hard to arrange a meet.
I told him what I was going to do, and he did all the usual things and said all the usual things and a little bit more. I asked him if he trusted Aldrich Prong. Yes and no, he replied. If you mean, do I think he's got any interest in this except catching these people? No. If he could nail a company director, it would be the highlight of his life. On the other hand, he sees people as game pieces, not human beings. I guess it comes with the territory. If he thought he could get more from exposing or sacrificing you, or me, or all of us, he'd weigh the odds and do it and feel he was right. Are you sure he didn't plant this idea in your head somehow?
It was a sobering question. I don't think so, but with all them gadgets, who'd ever know for sure? Do you? About yourself, I mean?
You can get too paranoid in this job and then you're as crazy as Vogel. Bill, what the hell would you have me do? He sighed. You see the Enquirer this morning?
Nope. Why?
They had to cordon off 4 blocks of Philadelphia, right here, because an interracial couple moved into one of those white working-class neighborhoods, and there was rioting, mob violence, and all the racist talk in the world. We've elected black politicians, even mayors, and we're decades after full legal civil rights and a lot of progress. Yet this still happens, not far off down south, but right here. I know a little bit about that myself, I reminded him. I'm real sorry to hear it, but what's that got to do with this? That's the kind of hatred and violence and unreasoning fear and madness that breeds Vogels and Hitlers and all the rest. They're not just out there, on other worlds, or over there in other countries, or down there in Mississippi or someplace. They're right here.
Over there, you're going to be on unfamiliar ground, at a distinct disadvantage, on their turf, and alone. If you have to fight this type of thing, wouldn't it make more sense to fight it here?
I thought about that. Bill, what you say is true, and maybe I'm nuts, but I think I'm right on this. Our little Hitlers and Klansmen and the rest do a good bit of damage here. But that kind of thing's part of what we have to live through and fight all the time. This is the company, damn it. Good old G.O.D. Inc. They didn't pick them initials for nothing. That's power. Real power. Lord knows they're a pretty unpleasant bunch as it is, but suppose, instead of a board, they had a Hitler. Never mind this drug shit, I'm talking about the company.
I got just a taste of what we folks could do to ourselves with a Hitler a few months back without the company's power and resources and knowledge. They could impose that on lots of worlds and hold 'em till the end of time. Billions, trillions of human beings, all of them their toys and playthings forever. Bill.
Damn it, you're only going to get yourself killed, or worse.
If Sam's uncle knew what was coming back in the 30s, and he had a big family, but he also had one shot at bumping off Hitler, even though he'd get caught and tortured to death, I think he'd have done it. Instead, they sent that family to Auschwitz, where they lived hell for years, and only one distant cousin survived at all, and him a broken man. Better to have gotten Hitler.
Bill nodded, but made one last try. A worst-case scenario. You get in, they catch you and hook you and try to turn you to them. Sam survives, recovers, and in the meantime you find yourself blocked and trapped, learning nothing. Finally we take you out, as we would have to, and rush you to the center, and you wind up like this Donna say. Then I'd say I'd still be better off than being Beth all my life, or walking aimlessly around through life watching this thing go down bad and always wondering if I could have done something to prevent it. And it wouldn't be nice, but Sam would be no worse off than if Vogel had killed me. He threw up his hands. All right then, it's your funeral. Now, what do you want me to do? Be an independent monitor. Use whatever you can to keep some independent track of me, without Aldrich knowing. And be here, in case they double-cross me, so somebody gets what I know. He thought a moment. I'm pretty limited here, and I'm just a regional security man. Compared to Aldrich, I'm next to powerless. But I'll do all that I can. I promise you that. I'll tell you something nobody is supposed to know that may help. When we went in for Vogel, we also went into his 2 chief experimental labs in North Carolina and Houston. That's how we got Donna and some of the others you saw still in advanced stages. We also captured more than 300 doses of the stuff. Some of it went to research, of course, but some didn't get reported. Some of us wanted to make sure that nobody got us hooked, so we had no way out and no supply to get to the center fully charged. I have more than a month's supply in a safe deposit box in this very bank. As far as we know, it'll keep almost forever at normal temperatures and conditions. I doubt if I could get a line of communication in there much. You'll be on your own, with just Aldrich's few people. But if it really goes bad, and you can manage somehow to get into the labyrinth and get here, I can keep you going until the center. I stared at him. If it comes to that, you better damn well be here and answer your phone. It was like our world, and it wasn't nothing like our world, all at the same time. In this world, we lost the Revolutionary War. Washington was hung as a traitor, and Benedict Arnold was a great hero. The French Revolution started different, but it still happened, and it wound up the same. So they had a real fight with Napoleon anyways. The British claimed and seized most of what we called the Louisiana Purchase by force, not cash. Texas and California revolted and set up their own republics, which Britain recognized and helped defend. California later came into the empire after the gold rush. That's more history than I knew in school, but that's what they told me happened. So we had, in the end, a dominion of North America, except Texas and some parts of New Mexico and Arizona. Spain hung on to Mexico and most of Spanish Latin America, except Brazil and the places the Brits had colonies, but they mostly governed themselves. Britain wiped out our slavery in the whole empire in the 1830s, but it was the old pattern here, converting slaves into sharecroppers. As machines and industry grew up, as we had it in the North, a lot of black folks went up there looking for work, and you had the ghettos forming anyways, pretty much as they looked back home. But in a number of ways, it was worse. There hadn't been near as many wars. They hadn't yet discovered the bomb or transistors, for that matter. Airplanes was still for the rich and was real funny looking, and radio was there, but TV, while invented, wasn't a big commercial thing and wasn't in nobody's homes. The public schools was really private schools, and the ones for the poor folks was lousy. There was still segregation of sorts, too. Not no back-of-the-bus stuff, but there was black schools and white schools, black neighborhoods and white neighborhoods, and the blacks, as usual, got the poorest education, lousiest jobs, and most of the unemployment. Not that there wasn't black doctors, dentists, lawyers, and the rest, but they come from black colleges and black practices. You need money to vote, and that was where the power was. This wasn't America without the Voting Rights Act, the Civil Rights Act, and a lot of the rest. Each of the commonwealths, which was what they called states, was much bigger. Pennsylvania, which still called itself a commonwealth in my world, went all the way to the Mississippi, for example, and parts of Canada and Michigan were in New York. They ran themselves like little independent countries, except for money, trade, and foreign affairs, which was taken care of by a national parliament, with only them powers. The country's capital was Philadelphia, of all places. Washington, D.C. just didn't exist. It was like stepping back in time to the 40s, or maybe the 30s. The cars looked funny and old-fashioned and drove on the left side of the road with the steering wheel on the right. And although they had penicillin and a few other things, medicine wasn't that great neither. The American pound was the currency, divided into 20 shillings or 100 pennies. Football was soccer. Somebody did invent basketball, but there was cricket fields instead of baseball. The national drink was tea, but somehow Coke and Pepsi managed to get invented, but beer was the standard. The pound bought about what $1 buys here, but the average wage was less than £100 a week. What medical care there was, though, was free. Only if you had money you could see somebody real good and real quick. Abortions was illegal, and back alley affairs, and the only birth control they seemed to have was condoms. I had the center do their version of tying my tubes. It was quick, painless, and you couldn't tell, but it relieved my mind a little in a place like this. I had to come in down in Tennessee. They forced the weak point open just long enough to get me in and close it down again. The other side controlled the only regular substation, and it was theirs, not ours. And that was in Pennsylvania, near State College, which wasn't called that or nothing else, there being no Penn State there. There was only a few sleepy little farm towns around there, and the country estate of one George Thomas Waycliffe, a real nice name for a country gentleman who happened to be the boss of organized crime from New York to the Virginia border. It also happened to completely contain not just the weak point there, but also just about all views of the weak point. I stepped out into the late afternoon of what in my world would be the Tennessee countryside, but was now just the Boone district of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and the labyrinth closed behind me. Aldrich worked it so it opened when it did by forcing a spontaneous opening of the thing, so one of his agents could go to a world nearby on that track, on some pretend mission. Fact was, only 3 people really knew I was there. Aldrich Prong, Bill Markham, and Aldrich's resident agent in the world, who was meeting me. She was supposed to be born here and knew her way around. Even she was told as little as she could, only that I was on some mission for Aldrich. To her, too, I was Beth Parker. No sense in taking a chance that this Carlos or Addison might know who Brandy Parker Horowitz really was. She was there all right, a thin, slightly built young woman, maybe 5'2" or 3", with shoulder-length black hair. Her face was long and she had a real sharp nose and thin lips. She was wearing a fur jacket, knee-length skirt, and high-heeled boots. Me, I had on a blue wool sweater, jeans, and sneakers, and I had one of my satchel handbags packed with toiletries and stuff and a small suitcase with just the things I thought I might need and might not be able to pick up here. "Hello," she called to me. "Over here." She had one of those middle voices and middle accents that seemed just about average for American women. I half expected some kind of British accent or something, but I guess we was already polluted in our talk by the time of the Revolution. Of course, the Canadians of my world had been with the British, and they didn't sound like no Brits now that I thought of it. As I went over to her, though, I could see in her face that I wasn't exactly what she was expecting. "I'm Beth Parker," I told her, being friendly as I could. "Lindy Crockett," she responded, but she didn't offer a hand. I've seen that thing work a couple of times, but it always gives me the chills, sorry." "That's okay. Something else is bothering you, though? Better clear the air right now. I'm gonna have to depend on you a lot from here on in." Nothing, really. I just wasn't expecting you to be a Negro." My old defenses went up automatically, but I was under control. This wasn't my world, and I wasn't invited. I invited myself. I might not like the place much, but it was better to have a comment like that than to be what that meant in, say, Vogel's old world. "You got a problem with that? If so, we better try to set up some alternate people right now before this goes much further." No. It may even work to our advantage once we begin, but it does complicate things a little. We're going to have a very long drive, and this Commonwealth has some pretty rigid segregation laws. Until we get out of Virginia, there might be some problems just finding restaurants we could eat in or motor inns if we need to sleep. I planned on driving to Richmond and taking the train from there, giving you a feel for the place and briefing you as best I could. But we wouldn't even be in the same cars. Just like home, huh, Aldrich? Of course, they was still blocking off a whole neighborhood of the good old northern city of brotherly love back home 'cause a black woman moved into a neighborhood, and my daddy grew up in a place and society like this. Then how about we drive north instead of the train? I suggested. Or would a black woman and a white woman in a car prove embarrassing? Not so long as we were both women, no. The roads aren't too great, but we could go up to Huntington and get the train east from Cincinnati to Philadelphia. If I got a compartment, we wouldn't have any problems. Let's do it then. Anything else? Well, women in pants are pretty rare in this country, and those shoes aren't seen much off the squash courts. Did you bring anything else to wear? Well, I got one skirt in there and some high boots, but I didn't expect to risk my lone pair of pantyhose so early. She stared at me. What are pantyhose? Now I knew I was living in a primitive place. I changed in the woods and got pronounced all right to travel, although I got the idea that my stuff was a little out of style here. We hiked over the field and through the woods to a country road where a small car was parked to one side. It was a real tiny, boxy car and it bounced a lot, but the only real problem I had with it was that I was sitting where I felt I should be driving, and she was sitting in the passenger side with a steering wheel, and we drove opposite of all I was used to. It took some getting used to, I'll tell you. Crockett also was the kind of driver who liked to go 60 on roads you shouldn't dare do 30 on and brake at the last minute. She was a cigarette smoker, though, and relieved that I was too. She smoked these long, thin, unfiltered things, though, and I began to realize that I better hoard my 2 cartons 'cause I was universes away from any more Virginia Slims menthol. Lindy, her real name was Linda, but nobody called her that, was originally from Buffalo, but she went east like so many did in my world to make her fame and fortune in New York. Most women here were housewives, and you could still live here on one income, but the professional types tended to wind up as secretaries and clerks. Lindy was from the well-off middle class, and she'd gotten a law degree from one of the 2 colleges in the whole East Coast that let women study law. She never could get into no law firm, though, and she couldn't get much business on her own, so she wound up a full lawyer working as a legal secretary for a big law firm. She met a guy there who did their PI work. They got married, and she moved over to be his secretary. About a year and a half later, the husband died from pneumonia he caught on a long stakeout, and she inherited the business. She was 26 then. The thing was no Spade and Marlowe, though. It was a nice, comfortable operation with 5 full-time male investigators, all of whom were willing to let her be the boss so long as they kept doing all the real work. It was only after a while that she discovered that one of her most regular clients, who had him going all over and doing all sorts of seemingly crazy things, was really the company. Because there really wasn't no company here, only a few of Aldrith's agents trying to run down what they could, Security employed a bunch of private eye companies to help it get information. Since some of her agents had contacts inside Big Georgie Waycliffe's organization, she was the one they finally picked as resident agent. In a sense, it saved my agency, she told me. A number of the men didn't like working for a woman and were looking around to jump to other agencies, and business was drying up. Not anymore. Plenty of cash, plenty of work, as you probably know. Yeah, I knew what the company could do, even if it wasn't in a world where it was set up and fully operating. The the National Police have been trying to nail him for years, but he always slips away, she said about Big Georgie. He came up as a dock union leader and made the big time by being smarter and tougher than anyone else. He got where he is by a combination of big favors, mostly assassinations, for the higher-ups, and while still a union leader, he seized control of the illegal narcotic trade and made millions. Opium, heroin, cocaine, you name it, he controls it, north of the Mason-Dixon line. Officially, if you can believe it, he is a brewer in northern New Jersey and also a tea importer. He's highly visible, at charitable events, sporting events and the like, but very well protected and insulated by a top organizational staff. And you think he knows about the labyrinth and the rest? He knows, because what is being done by his subordinates in his territory. It couldn't be otherwise. The main man for this horrible new drug, though, is a lieutenant named Arnie Siegel, who controls the narcotic underworld in the South New Jersey and Philadelphia areas.
He works this part of the operation out of Atlantic City, New Jersey, rather than Philadelphia because the mob owns and controls Atlantic City, while Philadelphia is the headquarters of the National Police. They run the Philadelphia Vice, too, and own some of the best politicians money can buy, but there's no use in tweaking them too far. I nodded. But so far this operation is only the 50 prostitutes? No more? That we know of. Although things do appear to be changing. The work done up on the farm, the estate up country, on the gate there seems to be very extensive, and they wouldn't do that if they were planning some real expansion. We also believe that they are importing a lot more of the drug than before, and 1 dose a day is not only the minimum but the maximum you need. Any more has no real effect on an addict. Then there's this Addison woman. She tends to show up now and again, much more in the last few months than ever before, but she never uses the Pennsylvania Gate. She has also been seen in the large compound they're building in Guana. Then why don't you have pictures of her? At least I think you would have them places staked out as best you could.
We do, and we've had half a dozen chances, brief ones, to photograph her, and a couple of opportunities to photograph Dr. Carlos. But no matter what, the photos turn out too blurry to be used. They must have some sort of device that makes it impossible. That's all we can figure.
Well, to folks who could build and run the labyrinth, a gadget like that would be no trouble at all, I thought. Still, it brought up a real point. If they don't want their pictures taken that bad, then there must be somebody somewheres who might recognize them, I pointed out. That means they ain't no flunkies and messengers.
Have you tried composite sketches?
Oh, yes. We sent some fairly detailed ones to security, but they were unable to get anything from them. It's another one of those mysteries. Other than this Addison, has there been any contact between this Carlos and Siegel? Anything? We think there must be, but we haven't been able to document anything yet. Consider that the National Police at least know of the drug and are scared by it too. They think it's locally made, and they're scared stiff that it might be mass-produced for general use. They, and we, have staked out, bugged, and tapped both operations as much as humanly possible and come up with nothing at all. The odds are very good that Waycliffe and Siegel have anti-bugging technology far in advance of ours. For them, this is a strictly business proposition. They are getting new technology for their operation that makes a joke out of the police efforts, and in exchange they are doing this on the side. None of it, however, makes sense. I mean, why hook 50 young girls on it, all under 19 when hooked, when you could use far more conventional drugs the same way? And why no men?
Any link between the 50? Families, anything?
The first thing we looked for. Most are runaways or the sort that decide to go on the street on their own. None come from powerful or influential families, although a few are from the middle class, God help us. They are all well-built and attractive, but none are much more than that. The bulk are white, but there are some Negro girls in there and also some Chinese girls. At the start, when there was only a dozen or so, they were kept together, but now they're in small groups, working in various cities along the eastern seaboard, no more than 6 to 8.
Siegel keeps 3 around his personal home at the Jersey Shore as virtually his slaves, although even they occasionally work the streets. Well, we managed to make it to Huntington.
After being Vogelsbeth, I didn't mind eating mostly carry-out food and mostly sleeping in the car. The train ride was real nice. We didn't have trains like this back home, I'll tell you. And most everybody just assumed I was Lindy's personal maid or something like that. Their assumptions pissed me off a little. But I played along with it because it was handy and the laugh was on them. Most of the train crew was black, though. The porters, cooks, waiters, that sort of thing. And every damn black man on there seemed to think he was God's gift to women, and were the most arrogant bunch I ever was around. Philadelphia was very much different and still pretty much the same. There was no Schuylkill Expressway or I-95 or like that, no expressways to speak of at all, and no US 1 as such either. But it was still a big city. It was still laid out based on Market and Chestnut, and it had elevated railways, streetcars down every street, and trolley buses too. The downtown buildings, even the new ones, tended to look old-fashioned and not all box and glass, but it was familiar enough, and out on all sides was the row houses and tiny streets looking much the same. They had a couple of northern bridges across the Delaware, but the big ones I was used to, like the Franklin, Whitman, and Ross, just didn't exist.
Most folks took ferries across the Delaware to Camden, which was more wide open than in my world. Blacks lived in their own section, and only there, coming out only to work or shop, but things wasn't so bad otherwise. Philadelphia stores took the same money no matter what color, although some of the big department stores had separate dressing rooms for colored and white. On the other hand, you rode anywhere on a trolley or a train you wanted, and all but the fancy restaurants didn't care if you ate there so long as you had the money. The most real trouble I had was that I kept looking the wrong way before stepping into a street and almost got run over. And when a streetcar, they call 'em trams or something, stopped, I half the time would have to keep from walking to the wrong side without the door. Same with taxis, which were all real old-fashioned types in black. Still, I managed to pick up a decent and in-style wardrobe. Seemed most skirts was at or above the knee, and worn with stockings and real high-heeled leather boots with fur trim. While they hadn't thought of pantyhose yet, they did have nylons. Tops were mostly blouses, although you could get leather open vests to match the boots and stuff. Bras were real old-fashioned and real stiff, but all the decent women wore 'em. My biggest problem used to be fit. I needed a lot of half sizes, and I got real wide feet, and it's always been a problem to get a good fit, which was why I dressed so casual and cheap most of the times even after I had money. But in Lindy's world, they actually would measure and tailor stuff for you and have you pick it up in 24 hours. There was something to be said for this world. Guys came out and pumped your gas and cleaned your car windows and checked your oil all automatically, for example.
I admit, I had trouble getting cabs and the attention of sales clerks and waitresses.
And I knew why, but white folks almost never did, even if the waitress or cab drivers or clerks themselves was black, which some were. I ain't sure it was the color itself so much, as in this place, being black signaled poor. Once I started to feel comfortable getting around here, learning the rules, you might say, and I got all the briefings I could, it was time to go to work. Lindy had a service where you could call collect from most any phone any place and either get a hold of her or leave detailed messages, even information, that would be taken and passed on in strict confidence. She also had contacts with local agencies in Philadelphia and New Jersey who'd come running if I called with the right code words. I also had a driver's license, passport, and other documents, and a bank account as Beth Louise Parker in Atlantic City Bank. I needed to have some ready cash around, since they didn't get around to inventing the MasterCard there yet, and I wasn't a likely candidate for individual store accounts. I did like the fact that all my IDs listed my right birth date, but the wrong year.
It was nice to be so suddenly under 30 again.
Even if only on paper, and only by a half a year. Atlantic City was never much in early November, and here it didn't have the casinos. The boardwalk was mostly deserted. Most of its business shut down till summer, and the place was left to the permanent residents.
The rest of the city didn't look no better than it did in my world.
The whole place looked and smelled like the worst of Camden. I took a small apartment in the black section of the city that was no great shakes as a furnished apartment, but wasn't no roach motel neither. I also hired a car. No problem parking on the streets in November. That was old and sad-looking, but ran okay. But it took a little time for me to make a turn and wind up on the left side of the road. The general agreement was that I would call Lindy's special number once a week without fail, even if I had nothing to report. Of course, I could use it sooner to get information and the like if I needed. If she didn't hear from me for 2 straight weeks, she would assume I was taken and check up on me. If she couldn't find me or I didn't report for a full 6 weeks, she would communicate with Aldrich to send in the Marines. I spent a couple of weeks getting to know the city and its haunts and special rules and checking out Mr. Siegel and his operation. He had a real nice house right on the ocean down near Ocean City, with high fences and a gate guard. The land around there is so flat that there was no way to really see inside except by air or by boat. Since I knew what kind of crates these people flew, and a balloon would be a little obvious, that left boat, and I was no sailor, particularly in fall's rough seas and changin' weather. They said that Siegel tried to buy here a few years before and was told it was restricted, no Jews allowed. So all of a sudden a lot of houses down there started catching fire, and there was a real crime wave, and lots of businesses them WASP folks had suddenly went bad or had troubles. And then this strictly blonde and blue-eyed bank came in and made nice offers and bought a lot of the property. And that's how Siegel came not only to have the place, but privacy too. But Siegel wasn't no prisoner. He liked going down to the low-life section, to the bars and clubs he owned and projects he controlled, and he spent some time in the Oceanside Tea and Spice Company Limited offices, which was just a big warehouse and a small stucco office in front. He drove a fancy-looking red Daimler sports car, and he was pretty easy to spot or find. He turned out to be young, fairly good-looking, thin and trim with a thick bushy mustache. He was said to be something of a health nut and drank little, if at all, didn't smoke, and swung both ways. He'd go to bed with women, yeah, but he didn't have much other use for them, 'cept to wait on 'em maybe. You had to know your place around him. I took one look at him and knew that if he hadn't been Jewish, he and Vogel's black shirts would have gotten along just fine. He didn't manage nothing personally, of course, and particularly not illegal stuff like prostitutes, since the law would just love to kid him on most any technicality. That didn't stop him from visiting the worst districts and paying calls to the little fish who worked for him. They was just old friends, see? And what they done for a living was no bother to him. Their boss? Heaven forbid. He was just in the tea and spice business, and that paid just fine. I needed to get closer in to get a real look at things, and that was one thing I'd done many times before. After you cruise a district for a while, you get a feel for it, and this one wasn't much different than most. I got to admit I didn't exactly get excited over dressing down to it, since them streetwalkers wanted to advertise and I was still having trouble with a November chill and a brisk wind from the ocean just with a short skirt. But it was part of the job. The uniform of the place wasn't that much different. Real high-spiked heels, fishnet stockings, a real short leather skirt, and top that left little to the imagination. Real heavy makeup with some sparkles mixed in, and the only concession to cold weather allowed, a fur coat, usually rabbit, that was never buttoned. There was always new girls coming on and old ones vanishing, so that wasn't no big thing, but it took some outside detective work to give the right answers if questions came up, and they always did. Armed with all that, I had no trouble fitting right in and almost vanishing into the scenery. This was the kind of neighborhood I grew up in, and these were the same kind of people I always knew. They were, however, some problems I knew I'd have to face. I'd used an identity as a whore many times, but only for a day or two on stakeouts and like that. Now I had to blend in and stay in for some time, till folks got used to me and talk relaxed and felt I was one of them. That meant moving into a flophouse room right in the district, with only the stuff I'd be expected to have, stuff that could fit in a handbag mostly, and very little money. I could stay independent for a while, but there was no question I'd have to turn a few tricks to be completely accepted. Getting a barmaid's job or something like that was out of the question. November was off-season, and there was only so much of anything, even tricks, to go around. So in a way, I finally completed my destiny, and it was anything but glamorous, or even particularly pleasant. But I actually took money for sex. Not bad money, either, considering my expenses and the fact I didn't have to split with no pimp. Not that several didn't try to move in, but I managed to put 'em off without them getting too riled. That wouldn't last forever, but I didn't plan on this being forever. Still and all, doing a few tricks and scoring a little pot did just what I hoped. In under 2 weeks' time, I was part of the scenery, and I had enough credibility to sit around a burger joint or places like that and just talk friendly to people. I started learning one hell of a lot, and even got some warnings about Siegel. They bought my story, ex-stripper from Philadelphia who got married to a real stud and took a hike the second time he beat me up. It was familiar. My best friend and source turned out to be a guy named Harley, who ran the only porn shop I ever seen with a sandwich thing on the side. Harley was fat and 50-ish, only about 5 feet tall and as flamin' swishy as a 3-pound note. But he liked to talk to the girls. I think he wished he was one of them. One night, we got to talking about the odd types, even for the district. "You seen a shadow dancer yet? Now there's one to give you the creeps," he said, shivering. "Huh? Heard that name used by some folks talking to other folks. What's it mean?" "That's what we call 'em on the street. A string of half a dozen girls run by Fast Eddie Small, one of Arnie's pimps. All real young, all real pretty. They work the streets like bitches in heat, sometimes do real vulgar strip shows. It's an art form, you know. Or should be. You know. You were one. I nodded. Yeah, but where's the name come from? They get hooked on something new. Some new drug we think they're making in a lab someplace, and it's scary. Not like dope.
Hell, half the streetwalkers here have 50-pound-a-day habits.
They're like, well, slaves, damn it. They wash his car, they clean his house, they do everything he tells them. He has fun showing them off to people, making them do disgusting things just to show what a big man he is. I mean, I look in your eyes and I see a person there. You look in their eyes and you get a chill. Nothing there. Not even hope. Shadows of pretty girls dancing to Fast Eddie's tune. I hear there are others around. In Philadelphia, New York, Baltimore, all over. You watch out and stay away from them. I don't want to ever look in your eyes and see only a shadow dancer there. Well, of course, to stay away I had to know how to find one. And where they sometimes did their simply vulgar shows, too. Fast Eddie and his girls worked out of a joint called the Purple Pussycat, about 3 blocks over diagonally from the Brat Lights, on the edge of the district. I'd been warned more than once not to work that area, that no freelancers were allowed. I decided to check it out first, so I went back to the original apartment where most of my things were. I put my hair up and put a blonde wig on over it. It looked good, but it was pretty obviously a wig and not a dye job.
One thing I learned on the street was that Lindy had been right.
Any girl who put on long tight pants and went braless under a shirt or sweater was automatically a lesbian to just about everybody. I didn't want to get roughed up or raped or anything bad by working in an exclusive territory, and respectable women just didn't go into them neighborhoods or places alone. Some butch girls, though, got a real charge out of strip shows, although they usually went in pairs or more. Still, this was a more repressed society than mine, and I'd already seen a couple of women come down to the district, usually under wigs, glasses, and the like, alone to see a show and even pay a female hooker for a good time they didn't dare have or try in their ordinary lives. Lots of closeted gay men did it with the male hookers after all. So, it might not be unusual for a black lesbian whose culture was real macho to come over in disguise and see a show and maybe try for a good time. My eyes aren't great, like I said, but I used contact lenses I brought with me when I was on the streets and regular glasses off hours. Now I got my tinted sunglasses, even though it was night. It was the right added touch. I did have to go out and buy a butch leather jacket to make it just right, but while the saleswoman looked at me real odd, she sold me the coat and took the money. At about 9:30 that night, I took a taxi up to the Purple Pussycat. The driver hardly said a word to me. I got out a block or so before the club so I could kind of cruise the area. It wasn't a lot of joints and shit like the main street of the district, just real run-down old houses and a mission and the one club near the end of the block with a garish neon sign and blinking lights. But I could see why Arnie wanted it. The corner near the club was one of them main drags in or out of Atlantic City, and it was on a main feeder street to there. The lights at the intersection was maybe 5 minutes long one way and 3 the other. In season, you could probably prostitution or check out 100 cars, and a John looking for it would be able to find it and set something up without ever being obvious. There was even a big arrow sign on both streets for the club saying, "Free car park in rear." There wasn't much traffic now, particularly on a Wednesday, and nobody seemed to be working that intersection. Now, undercover work's like method acting, only more so. You really gotta get into and live the part. 'Cause if an actor bombs, she may get tomatoes or booze, but if somebody undercover makes a slip, just one, they can wind up floating in the ocean. That's why when I moved into the district I had to take some tricks, like it or not. If I didn't, they'd smell cop or narc or something, and it was bye-bye brandy. I'd played a few dykes in my time, too. Sometimes it was the only way to get information, and I had it down pretty good. Like back home, this only had to be a one-night stand, but I would be pretty damn conspicuous. I stuck a cigarette in the side of my mouth, lit it, and walked into the Purple Pussycat. As expected, it wasn't exactly New Year's Eve in there. Maybe a dozen customers, all men in suits and ties, 1 barmaid and 1 cocktail waitress. They all gave me a look when I came in, but I could see right away that their first impression was exactly what I wanted. The jukebox, which was piped into the whole place, was playing some jazzy French song with naughty lyrics. I sat down at an empty table, and the mere fact that not one of them guys in there made a move was nice. The waitress had on a sort of bikini, though they didn't call them that in this world. The fishnet stockings and spiked heels, all with purple glitter stuff in them. She came up to me. "What you havin', honey?" She looked like she should be out finding Johns, but she didn't look like no shadow dancer. "Rum and Coke," I told her. I'd eaten well before this, and also drank a whole glass of buttermilk. I figure I might have to drink a fair amount. Now, one trick in this kind of thing is that you got to show 'em you got money, and a fair amount, without showing so much that somebody's tempted to just take it the easy way. I brought £100, not super dangerous money, but still an average week's salary in this world, and I brought it in mostly smaller bills. The money was different colors and sizes for different amounts, so it was clearly not a huge wad in real value to an experienced spotter, like the waitress, but it was a huge wad physically, and it made an impression. She gave my order to the barmaid, waited, brought it, got paid and saw the wad, then vanished in the back for a minute before reappearing. For a while, nothing happened, but I saw that none of the guys left and a couple more came in. My first rum and Coke tasted mostly like Coke, but my second tasted mostly like rum, the over 100 proof variety. I was mostly through it when the show they was all waiting for started. It used canned music and hokey lights and the runway down the center of the bar, but the show was like no other these joints ever did. I knew from the joints on the strip that what they had in prudery everywhere else, they didn't have in their shows, at least not here. There seemed little you could do in a joint like this that was against the law, but this was something else. The show involved 3 girls with the best bodies I ever seen in my life, one white and a real blonde, one black and one Chinese. They got naked except for real high spiked heels in record time. No pasties, no nothing. And then they started really doing it to each other in ways I never even dreamed of. I didn't even know the human body could bend that way, or that 3 girls could do it to one another all at the same time with no conflict of interest, as it were, and all to the beat of the music, and they was all 3 clearly really enjoying it. It didn't take too long to see what Harley meant. The 3 girls didn't look real somehow. For one thing, they looked absolutely perfect, and I do mean perfect. They had them bodybuilders' muscles too. Had to do the kind of things they was doing and hold them positions while doing 'em. There was also something else, harder to describe. A feeling, really, but real just the same, 'cause Harley and the folks who named them felt it too. An emptiness somehow. The feeling that you was watching 3 perfect and perfected Disneyland robots, not living, thinking, feeling women. Shadow dancers. I was told by everybody that all the shadow dancers was 21 or under, even by Lindy, but that was true only of the white girl and the Chinese girl. The black girl was older, though she still looked real young and fantastic. I couldn't take my eyes off her, almost from the start. The black shadow dancer was me.
Chapter 7. Unmasking in Hell. All right, I knew right off from seeing her that it couldn't be no accident. It broke all their rules, for one thing. But this brandy was me and wasn't me. I kept my straight hair from Beth. She had my old bush neatly trimmed, and my body, nobody's human body, never looked that perfect, that good, or could. Fact was, the more I watched, the more I got turned on myself, really turned on. They could do it to a stone no matter which sex, but I was a pro, and I knew something was not right. The odds against a brandy being in this world was about even. We wasn't that far off my world's line, and it was possible Daddy would have married the same woman, maybe even founded an agency. The odds of that brandy being a stripper or whore wasn't all that low neither. Fact was, I knew I was pretty much that in most of the worlds where I existed.
but the odds of my being in this particular bar in Atlantic City in November as a victim of what I was out investigating and just happened to be a performer the night I show was beyond any odds of hitting a jackpot lottery I knew. There was no doubt that these bastards knew I was here, who I was, and why I was here. The only thing I couldn't be clear on was if they did this every night till I had finally shown up, or whether they had made me that night. Yeah, I knew who that dancer was, but did she, or they, know who I was? That was a big question. I'd guess they didn't, not yet anyways. Why bother with this show if they did? Just slip something in the drink and they had me. I had to figure they trotted out their brandy every time there was a black woman in the house, with or without friends and companions. This was bait, and you don't bother to feed bait to a hooked fish. Thing was, I was hooked good and proper, but I wasn't about to get reeled in right then if I could help it. One thing they hoped to do was to throw me off my guard, and I couldn't think straight, and they'd come close. But only close. It was tough, though. When the act was over and they all bounded from the runway to the center bar counter and then into the place itself, naked, wet, and drippin', and the black one, the other me, came straight over to me. "Hey, sister," she whispered in my ear. "Don't that look good? I seen you here, feeling yourself up. Want a private lesson?" My voice never sounded like my voice to me, but it was close enough to know it really was. Not the accent, though. She was more ghetto Southern, more damned ignorant sounding, too, in the way she used the words. Damn it, though, I was tempted. Well, not so much by the real offer as by getting this girl, the other me, alone somewhere in a room. Just us. But then, that's what they figured on. And this wasn't me. Maybe we was genetically the same. Maybe even the same fingerprints. But this Brandy had taken a different route than me a long time ago and made a lot more wrong choices, and we was literally worlds apart. On the other hand, sister was more than just a friendly term here. "No," I answered huskily, trying to lower my voice a little 'cause it always sounded higher to me than it really was. "I just ain't up to you girls." And weren't that the truth? She pressed a little, and I was real nervous she'd see through it and feel who I was. But she didn't. You don't look the same to another you as you look even in a mirror. She backed off while I played it cool, and then started working the guys. I relaxed a bit, but continued to drink. I was real shaken, but I wanted out of that place in one piece and without tipping, and if they was looking for me, then I didn't want to leave while she was still in the same room. They all three got customers with no problems and disappeared in the back, and the barmaid came back over. "What's the matter, hun? No guts when it counts?" I looked up at her. Not with them. There was just something, I don't know. Now you, I could go for. There was something in the waitress's eyes and expression when I made that first comment. "I understand," she whispered, more like talking to herself. "Hun, after watching that, I might take you up on it, but not tonight. I got to work till 2 and I've been here since 4. You come round tomorrow this time, though, when I don't work late, and maybe we'll watch the show and have a little fun, huh?" "Maybe I will," I told her. "My name's Sam, by the way. Short for Samantha, but I never use that." I took a 20 out and slipped it to her as a tip. She took it real smooth. "I'm Deb. You come round tomorrow a little earlier, like 8, and we'll see." I finished my drink, got up and walked slowly out of the bar and onto the street. I had to walk a couple of blocks over just to get some distance, then waited in the cold until I finally got a cab back to my apartment. My mind was really in a kind of roar, and I needed to sort things out. First, I called Camden Information and tried numbers for Harold Parker and Spade and Marlowe, and a few more. I drew a blank, but I kinda expected to. I wanted to call into Lindy or her people locally and run this thing down, but I wasn't sure I could. Fact was, they knew I was in this world and working to find them. The only ones who knew and could get the word out would be Aldrich, Bill Markham, or Lindy. Not necessarily Lindy herself, but definitely folks within her organization. If so, I couldn't use her, or them, much again. Things started to tumble into place now, bit by bit. Maybe this world was a damn sight more important to this whole plot than Aldrich and Bill had been led to believe. Maybe Vogel took care of the far-out research, but this world was the center of the actual plot, whatever it was. No investigator is ever any better than the quality of his or her information. Aldrich depended on Lindy's organization for most of the information that he got. Maybe, in fact, Vogel was a red herring, somebody to be discovered as a big player in the game when in fact he was a side operation. If they was feeding a stock line and given just enough information that some of Aldrich's boys could independently check out as right, then they had it made here. They might even in the end raid both Fast Eddie's harem and even the compound in Guana and blow it all to hell and never really touch what was going on here. But then, why reveal that Guana thing at all? Unless that too was a cover, the base to be exposed. That was research. Well, this was some kind of little thing involving the local mob. Then I showed up and got involved. I'm a real danger, not to the operation, but to Lindy or whoever it was in Lindy's crew that was really working for the opposition. They got to send out my reports. Aldrich was expecting him. So they decided to see just how far I could get and even set a trap with an alternate me. That only made sense to a point, though. That other Brandy weren't no new addict. She'd been hooked for a long time to get that look about her and to get so practiced at that act. That meant they had her before we got involved. Maybe long before we ever was brought in to go after Vogel. They just switched her here to Atlantic City, 'cause they knew it was flypaper and honey to me. And there was only one reason they'd have another me all set up before all that took place. They was planning a switch. Her for me. But either something went wrong, or we got directly involved and they couldn't risk it. No. Wait, Vogel. That was the key. They was going to pull the switch after the Vogel job, which they'd been planning in that security committee for months before telling us. That meant my not getting shot serious in the tunnel wasn't no accident. That also meant that Sam was supposed to be shot, maybe killed. That's why they took the time to shoot everybody. They couldn't be sure in that small area and time which was Sam. Then why hadn't they made the switch? I looked at myself in the mirror once more and then I knew. I kept my hair straight and my complexion a little lighter and smoother. They couldn't move this big-time equipment over here. The heat was on too much. They couldn't get enough big medical shit over here to make it take. They didn't have docs or the center's big experts and gadgets where they could make her over into me. That explains something else, too. Why they might get Vogel a hypno scan. Maybe there weren't no Brandy in this world. Maybe she was from someplace else just like me. I know there was a couple in the worlds just near our own, ones that went bad, ones that never met Sam. The competition had used folks from one of them worlds the first time we'd tangled. Maybe this one was from the same one. But why me? And why make a switch with somebody like me? I didn't work for the company. About the only one I could see was Bill Markham, and they could try for him without me if they really wanted to. Or was it even worse? Could somebody be a good enough shot and a cool enough head to nail everybody in a labyrinth cube except Sam and me, and then nail me in an unimportant spot and Sam exactly in a way that would cause what happened? Maybe not. But even if Sam had died, I'd have had special status with the company, access to the labyrinth, access even to headquarters. But that didn't make no sense neither. I had a special, unique, unbreakable code inside me. I knew it was unbreakable, 'cause if it was breakable, they'd had all sorts of ways of sneaking in and out. That twin of mine might be able to learn how I walked, talked, thought, and made over to be a perfect double, but she could never have that code. Still, I knew now I was onto something, and it was big. I was sure right to have gotten involved. I now had proof positive that the enemy was planning to draft me anyways. Still and all, there was a number of missing pieces, even granting that they had some way to get her in headquarters as me. So what? It'd have to be real quick, since they hadn't managed to get any of this damn super drug in and she was sure on it. Most she'd dare risk would be a few hours. What could I do in just a few hours, taking nothing in with me and depending on Aldrith's folks to get around the place and even translate? The answer was nothing. A big, fat 0. That was the thing about this case. Every time you thought you had something figured, it just asked another crazy question. Still, I was getting more and more convinced that the answers to many of them were right here, or over there in the Purple Pussycat. Trouble was, they was laying for me, and if they missed me tonight, they may not miss me again. I had a sudden bad feeling, and told the driver to let me out a block down and around the corner from the apartment. I was pretty sure they never knew about my streetwalker life, but they did know Beth Louise Parker and her bank, and the apartment she had in her own name. I'd gone back there tonight for the first time in a couple of weeks. I guess they got sloppy. After all, I walked in dressed like a whore, but I'd left to go shopping as me and come back, then walked out dressed like a dyke. I had to figure they'd be on their guard and fully staffed this time. Trouble was, my streetwalker clothes was up there, and all I had on me was 120 pounds. I had another 250 up there, enough to use for a switch without going to the bank where they was sure to stake me out. I hadn't figured on this. I was on the run from the people who was supposed to help and support me, while the people I was trying to check out still hadn't discovered me. Without Crockett, I didn't have a way into the labyrinth or any way to contact Aldrith. They'd just keep sending progress reports from me out, and everything would look real fine. Thing was, this was now pretty clearly the place where the real action was. Not no backwater joint. More than that, they knew from the start through Crockett's people that security knew about this place, and they didn't seem to be slowing down. Why should they? They was putting up a real nice front here, showing Aldrith just what he wanted to see, but not enough to get him to take any real direct action. That was bad, too, 'cause it meant more'n likely they were very close to finding what they were trying to find, or maybe they'd found it, and were just making sure. This thing was both a drug and a disease. You don't let something like that loose in alien worlds until you make sure you can't get it yourself. I checked the area around my apartment. Normally you wouldn't see nothing, but I'd done 100 stakeouts myself, and I knew just what to look for. I was pretty sure they weren't in the apartment itself. The place was real close with noisy neighbors and paper-thin walls, and if they got in for more than a visit, they'd be noticed. This was one time in this world when it was a real advantage being black. The Crockett types wouldn't have no Spade and Marlowe to use, or wouldn't think to use them, and white PIs would stand out in this neighborhood. Of course, Siegel probably had loads of black gunzels to call on. The mob always was something of an equal opportunity employer, so it paid to be careful. There was a medium-sized black car parked with its lights out about a half a block down from the apartment with 2 men in it. That was one. In the alley behind, where the fire escapes was, I thought I could see movement beyond the trash containers, like somebody shifting uncomfortably from the cold. If they didn't have nobody inside, though, I could probably just walk right in bold as brass. The problem would be, if one of them was bright enough to figure out why that whore went in, I come out, and there was nobody else there. You got to be thin and light to be a second-story type, and I was neither. I turned and headed down to the district. Harley squinted. "That really you, love? I didn't know you was no lessee. Not that it makes no difference here." "I'm not, but it's a disguise," I told him. "My ex caught up with me, and he's gotten in with Siegel. I gotta blow, Harley, but I can't get back into my dark town flat to get my money, my working clothes, or even my damn contact lenses and regular glasses." I told him about the place and the stakeout. "You got some money, then?" "Some cash up there, and I put the rest of what I had in a local bank. That's what he's mad about. I got his money. And I can't get to it 'cause they figured out the name it was under, 'cause the flat's under that name, too. I never knew how important an automatic teller machine was till now. But first they'd had to invent the computer here and a phone system where you didn't need no manual switchboard operators." Harley chuckled. Got the stash in a bank, huh? Well, let's see. I think I know a fella who might be able to help get the small stuff out of your apartment, particularly if it's being watched. He likes that kind of thing. You make a list of stuff that can be carried in no more than a handbag. I'll make a call and see if he's interested. He keeps the cash, of course. I nodded.
Okay, but then what do I do? When he gets your checkbook, you write one out to the way I tell you. Not to me, and not for a big amount, but some. How much you got in there?
Lots.
300 quid?
Yeah, more'n that.
I can see why he's interested, and why you laid low. Okay, you give me a check for 300, and I give you 200. Fair?
Of course it wasn't, but I was in no position to argue. Fair.
All right, then. You give me the address and particulars, and we'll see what we can do.
I spent the night in a small room in the back of his store. Uncomfortably, but it was a place to hide at least. I didn't wake up until well after noon, then blew some money buying some sandwiches from the clerk at the store. The clerk had been told I was staying there, but not why. You don't go far asking too many questions down there. Harley came in about 2, looking like the cat that just swallowed the canary, carrying a shopping bag. In it was my glasses, contacts, checkbook, fake IDs, makeup, toiletries, and the rest. No cash and no clothes. But I could have kissed 'em. I wrote the check and now had a fair amount of money for the time. I had been trying to figure out what to do next, and I pretty well decided I only had a couple of choices. I could either give up, stay in this world and go somewheres outside Waycliffe's territory and work the streets. I could never use the fake identity again after all, so I had no education, no records, and I was a female member of the race that had 30% unemployment here now. Or I could keep going. This Deb was a way in, but a real risky one. I needed more than a one-night stand to get information, and my money was limited, so I needed an edge. On a crazy thought, I checked out something I never even thought of. Back when they did that dental work, they loaded that tooth with shit that was supposed to make Vogel real nice, only I never got a chance to use it. I figured when they put my face back, they took it out. But since now half my teeth was capped and they left 'em that way, I decided to check. I scrunched up my mouth the way I was supposed to and pushed. The loaded tooth moved. That was no guarantee they'd left it loaded, but maybe the center just hadn't noticed or known about it. It was worth a try. Of course, I didn't really know much about what it did or how long it lasted, but it couldn't hurt, and might give me an edge. I got some locals in the district to help. I needed to look different than this other Brandy, even when I wasn't dressed like this and with dark glasses. When you never was able to have straight hair, and then you didn't want to go back. But even though it broke my heart, I had it cut real short and styled in a man's style. My face would never look like a man's or boy's, but it sure changed my looks. I hid the documents in a place that was safe as any, and got a fresh wardrobe that, with the leather jacket, made me about as butch as they come. Private ownership of guns wasn't allowed, and it would have cost me more than I could raise to get one quick. But a nasty little needle-tip switchblade with a real strong spring was only 5 quid if you knew where to get it. And after a few weeks down here, I knew. I had to still go with the blonde wig, and I just hoped nobody had second thoughts about the one there the night before, or compared notes with the watchers on the apartment. Thursday was a busier night, but other people was working the Purple Pussycat. Deb was in there, but out of uniform and in fairly ordinary street clothes, sittin' and talkin' to the barmaid. Even though she wasn't dressed like she belonged there was that hardness in the face and coldness in the mannerisms that everybody on the street got that said she was right at home. She came right over when I sat down in a small booth. "Hello there. Buy me a drink and watch the early show first?" she suggested, real friendly and professional. I had to wonder if she did this normally with girls or if this was a new experiment. Work in these joints long enough, though, and you see and do most everything. The show started at 8:15 and was pretty much the same as the night before, but had one extra girl, another black girl, more in keeping with the other two and not my twin. This time, I was ready for it, and I began to look at the others. There was just something about them, something different even from the other Brandy. Black, white, and yellow, but they was almost the same height. They had near identical perfect builds, and their faces, while different, didn't seem all that much different. They all had the same noses, kinda, small and neat, and the same mouths, and their eyes looked a little different, but even the blonde had brown eyes. Their hair was different. The blonde's was shoulder length and straight. The black girl's was short and curly, but big curls, not the natural type I normally had or that my twins still had. And the yellow girl had a page boy with bangs. Still, one seemed no thicker or thinner than the other, and you could almost see any hairstyle on the other too. Why 50 girls, all female, all just working the streets and clubs? Why no men? Why these 50? Did most of 'em look kind of the same? Suppose all 3 of 'em up there had dark brown hair and golden skin. They finished up and went to work the crowd, ignoring us. Deb sighed, turned, and said, "My place or yours?" "Yours," I told her. "Mine ain't exactly a nice place right now." She lived in a room about a block in back of the place. It was a pretty run-down row house that had been made into little tiny apartments with just a tiny refrigerator, hot pot, and plug-in portable stove for cooking. It was a little messy, but it had that lived-in look. Odds were that Fast Eddie owned the place. I pulled out one of my few remaining reefers and we split it, then started to get to it. The reefer had made it easier for me to turn tricks on the street, and it made it easier to do this too. It ain't bad and can be a lot of fun. But when you get all hot and up, there ain't nothing to put where you want or need it. I did manage to toggle that trick tooth and turn it some, and some sweet kind of liquid, not much, came out and got delivered into her mouth by my tongue. Took me a bit to realize she'd stopped doing much and was just letting it happen with a dreamy smile on her face, eyes closed. I figure I might as well go for the whole 9 yards. I started nibbling her ear and whispered, "You love me. You want me. You need me now and forever." Which wasn't exactly how the whispers usually went. "All the men was just for money, but this is the real thing. You'd do anything for me. Believe anything I said. Trust me forever. Don't try to explain it or think about it. It just is, and it's wonderful." And she smiled, mumbled, and repeated it again. Suddenly, her eyes opened, and she looked at me like it was for the first time, like the wonder in a little kid's face at a new toy, and then she really tore into it so passionately, I just let it rip. I didn't know how long the stuff would last, but it was powerful stuff all right, if you hadn't been immunized to it. It was hours before it stopped, and then she insisted on cooking something for me and generally acting like a cross between a puppy dog and a little kid. "Might as well," I sighed, feeling real achy. "Ain't got no place to go anyways." She was startled. "What do you mean?" "I mean, I got fired and tossed, lock, stock, and barrel. I'd been walking the street sleeping in women's flop houses and watching my money go down." "Stay here then." "But, look, I know this sounds crazy, 'cause it does to me, but I think I'm in love with you. You don't owe me nothing. I owe you, 'cause I never thought I'd have this feeling again." She was a mixed-race girl, mostly white but a noticeable quarter black, which was why I hit on her. But it was still kind of funny to hear her start talking like me. "I like you too," I told her, and I did. I felt sorry for her more than anything. "But ain't no way I can stay here without paying some freight." "It's okay. It wouldn't even be like you was the first or only one around here like that. A lot of girls round here can't get close to no men. They all act alike under the skin. We lean on each other a lot. Maybe I can get Fast Eddie to find you a job round here." Funny thing was, she did. To this day I ain't sure if that potion was strong or just a little temporary thing that worked as a starter set for what might already have been there in her head, 'cause it seemed so natural for her. Of course, the potion made it quick and painless. By the time she took me round to meet Fast Eddie Small a couple of days later, I'd already kind of settled in and knew most of the girls in the house. And that's how I became Samantha, Sam, Marlowe, my third undercover identity. I ditched the wig and used the dark glasses, which I was getting used to even in dark places. I had the contacts but decided not to use them since they didn't have the real thin contacts here, and I thought it was a little too much of an invite to compare faces with Brandy, the shadow dancer. Fast Eddie looked like a guy who sold furniture. Thin, mid-50s, mustache, little gray eyes, baldin' and grayin', always in a brown or gray tweed suit and a real thin tie, usually with a cigar in his mouth. I was real nervous about meeting him, since he almost surely saw Brandy most times and also knew to look out for another with straight hair. But with gum in my mouth, a real Brando manner, and dressed like I was, it never seemed to enter his head. "I don't really need nobody, so I can't do much," he told me. "But just 'cause it's Deb, I'll make an exception. You'll help clean up the place after it closes, mop up, restock the bar, that kind of thing. 30 a week for part-time on trial. After that, we'll see." I took the job, and I was on the inside. The basic expenses for all the employees was taken care of, and they turned their money over to Small, set for 20%, although Deb as a waitress made a flat 80 a week and got to keep 10% of any fringes. Of course, she skimmed, like they all did, so it wasn't too bad. It bothered me a little that I took so easy to the dominant role in the relationship, in bed, even on the street, but I learned a lot in a very little time. There were 6 shadow dancers working the place and 2 more out at Siegel's. Small was married with mostly grown kids and a house out of town. He didn't mistreat his string more than the usual, and he always had whatever drugs his ladies required on hand. About half of 'em was on smack, and the other half took various stuff as it suited them, all but the shadow dancers. They lived together in a small set of rooms just above the club, and while you couldn't avoid them, you didn't stay around them long. They seemed free to come and go days, and they did, but not far. Every day they'd do a run around a track at a junior high that had been closed down and was boarded up now. They bought and fixed their own food, and you could hear 'em up there sometimes exercising or lifting weights or whatever, too. They was always real made up, even for their runs, and that helped. Still, I tried to make sure that Brandy and Sam was never seen in the same room together again. They had funny names that sounded like sororities: Beta, Delta, Zeta, Lambda, Rho, and Iota. All but Rho had simple nicknames like Bet, Del, Z, Lam, and Ta, letters of the Greek alphabet, like they was some kind of clinical experimental samples. All 6 really did look similar in size, shape, and build. You could draw 'em in outline, make their hair any color or style you wanted, and color their skin any which way, and you really couldn't tell which was which. They wasn't no runaways, that's for sure. They was either picked 'cause they had that look or bred that way. None of 'em had that hard look to 'em neither. They all looked kinda empty and lost, like this life and these ways was all they ever knew or could think of, and all they ever imagined the future would be. Shadow people without souls, Hartley had said, and that was pretty close to the truth. Only their Brandy was different. Larger, with distinct black features and speech, and with natural woolly hair and a mane that was shorter than I used to wear it and better kept, but pretty much the same. It was okay till I literally bumped into her one day. She was with one of the other girls, the black one, Beta, and they came round the corner in their fancy-looking furs and heels, and I was coming the other way, and we collided. Nothing much, but we stopped for a minute and looked at each other. She just smiled and said in a real mellow voice, "Hey, sis, don't worry none, it's all cool." "My fault," I mumbled, trying to keep my diction up and my voice and head down. "Sorry." All the other girls had high, sweet voices that sounded almost alike. "Hey, she looks something like you," Beta noticed to my distress. "I seen her around the club." "I clean up here at nights," I told them brusquely. "Look, gotta go, nice talking and all that," and I hurried off, even though I was only going out for cigarettes. We parted quickly, but I could hear Brandy Two's voice say clearly, "I don't look nothing like that bull dyke." I breathed hard and tried to think about what to do next. I could run, but then they'd know, and like the shadow dancers, I had no place to run. Here, in this district, was the only friends I had in this world I could count on. Was it time, maybe, to take on another identity? I went and got the cigarettes and come back to the room and stuck some jazz on the radio. When nothing happened for a while, I started to relax and follow my normal routine. It was Sunday night, or rather Monday morning. Sundays was busy nights 'cause most bars and clubs was closed all day by law. Only in an entertainment district could they stay open. So we got a lot more business, from as far away as Philadelphia. I cleaned up and was getting ready to go when one of the shadow dancers came down and looked out at me. "Hey, Sammy girl, the man wants to see you upstairs. Now." I frowned. I didn't like this. Fast Eddie still here at 3:40 in the morning. I could run out the front door, but if it was trouble, he'd have that covered. Better to bluff it through. Okay, tell him to keep his shirt on," I mumbled. "I'll be up as soon as I'm finished here." And I did take a little time, just to be on the safe side. Then went back and up the back stairs to the only part that wasn't reserved for the shadow dancers, the small back office. I knocked and got a muffled, "Come in," and I opened the door and saw Eddie Small there in his shirt sleeves working on the books. He seemed alone. He kept on with the books a minute, maybe getting even with me for not running when he called, then closed the ledger, leaned back in his creaky desk chair, and took a pull on his cigar. "You're one hell of a detective, Horowitz," he said. "Best I ever seen in 40 years in this racket." I had that trapped rat feeling, but I had to play the part. "What the hell's that supposed to mean?" "It's a compliment. Even with pictures and a description in a town this size, we couldn't find you. Anybody who can disappear into a place that's strange to them in every way and wind up working for their mark day in and day out and having the mark pick up most of the tab is impressive, I've got to tell you. I am really impressed. Even when Beta mentioned your resemblance to Brandy to everybody, most of us, including me, just dismissed it." "Look, Mr. Small, I don't know what this is about, but stow it. It's over. The game's done. Call it my paranoid nature, but it's kept me out of prison for 40 years, not counting a few nights in the pokey here and there. We still weren't sure you were right, but we had an easy way to tell. We sent a guy up, and he dusted a few parts of your place for fingerprints. Know what? You got the same prints as our dancer, Brandy. Now ain't that an impossibility?" "So what's gonna happen now?" "Well, the original plan was to let you come back home the grieving widow, then switch our Brandy for you, but it proved too hot to do. Then we get word you're coming in here, so it looked like a possibility. But when you got here, you had different hair and coloring. We couldn't straighten that hair of hers in a million years, so I said, hey, why bother? We don't need to switch if we got the real one. Then you take a powder and we can't find you. To be honest, we did think it was you that night in the club, but when you came back and then moved in, we just threw the idea out of our mind. And here you are. I assume the exits are covered?" He just smiled and shrugged. "Well, what now?" I noticed he let me do all the damn work for him downstairs before he nabbed me. At least I wouldn't have gotten no further trying to walk or fight my way out. Like the old saying goes, 1 brandy is a necessity, 2 are a luxury. We can afford a luxury, but we'll take necessity. It's up to you. 2 Gunzels I never even seen or heard was now in back of me in the hall. They marched me down it to a small room all the way forward frontin' on the street, but the lone big window in it had them burglar bars set in. Half the room was filled with a double bed. There was a radiator down at the other end on full and bangin' slightly. Right next to it was an old, seedy-looking and stained bare toilet, and above it a rusted, stained, and tiny one-faucet sink. The bed had only a yellow blanket and a pillow without pillowcase on it, but it had one of them iron headboards and posts at the feet. The only inside light, barely enough, came from a tiny little bare frosted bulb in a wall fixture and from the streetlights outside. Then they took my glasses, and I couldn't even see them, let alone most of the room. It was the start of one of them nightmares a lot of women have. They stripped me, then tied my hands to the headboard, and my feet out to the 2 bedposts. I was braced for rape. Maybe a gang rape. But even that wasn't what they had in mind. Fast Eddie dismissed the Gunzels and came in the room. Comfy? Go to hell. Almost certainly. That knowledge alone makes it so much easier on me in this line of work. Don't worry. Just a little pressure on your right thigh, and then we'll have a really wonderful time. Of course, it almost always fails the first time. Some people need a week or 2, and a very few just won't get hooked. But your other self in there only took 3 days, so I expect about the same. We'll take care of Debbie and your things, so don't worry. I'll even have your counterpart come in to see to all your needs while you're here. I'm sure you and she have lots to talk about. Oh, no. Oh, God, no. I know they warned me, but I never really believed it would happen, not deep down. I couldn't do nothing. And then I felt something press on my thigh and felt a small burning sensation. It seemed to sink in and grow, then swallow my whole right side, making it a little tingly, and then my head exploded. I cannot describe it. It's impossible to describe, and you get tingly just doing it. The best I can do is ask you to imagine the 10 best orgasms you ever had, and combine it with the feeling and high from the most potent drugs ever invented. Somewhere in your brain you got something like a button, and when you enjoy something or feel real good, it gets pressed some. Super drugs can press it more than any natural high, but they go maybe a third of the way. This thing pushed it to the floor. Pure pleasure. Absolute. Beyond measure, beyond description, and sustained for a long time. The noises outside the room, the light, the bed and straps, they all don't exist no more. You ain't even aware of them. You ain't thinking at all. It's impossible. You just relax, and it's everything. You do come down, of course, but it's real slow and gentle, not like the crash with pure coke or anything like that. There's no crash at all, just a slow ease back to reality. You feel real good. Real good. Everything is heightened and pleasant and amusing. Traffic noise, a creaky floorboard, the radiator clang, or the flush of a toilet down the hall are all music of heaven. You see beautiful patterns and lights and shadows. I wanted to move, 'cause moving made it all prettier, and things rubbing on my skin felt nice. I couldn't see too good, and it was still dark, but that didn't bother me none neither. It was a surprise to find I could move. I wasn't flipped out or nothing. I remember where I was and what was causing this. I just didn't care much. But my arms wasn't tied at all, and I had something fixed to my leg, another chain like all this started out, naked and in chains. Just one, though, a leg chain. Somebody was here and did all this while I was having a fine time, and I never even noticed. I was still high. Colors seemed to make pretty musical sounds, and sounds caused pretty light patterns. I was also real turned on, about as turned on as I could get. I was so wet I was dripping, and my nipples were so aroused it was heaven to rub 'em. Yet I could think fairly clearly. That was the crazy part. I could think clearly. All of a sudden, I knew just how that girl back at the center, Donna, felt. It was all done with brain chemicals, they said, so she must be like this all the time. It wasn't as bad as I thought. In fact, it was like seeing the world and everything in it, including yourself, in whole new ways. It was like I felt when I was on high-class pot, only better, with everything sharper and more beautiful. Like pot, though, you might have some pain or discomfort and even notice it, but you just don't mind. It wasn't allowed. I got up, then down on all fours and followed the chain. It was very solidly attached to the radiator, it seemed, and the radiator was hot. Up close, I could actually see fuzzy purples and reds coming off the radiator and floating up and all over in the room. I made it over to the toilet, then sat down and peed. I also had some gas. I can't describe what that felt like, but it was somehow very, very funny. It was getting to be dawn, and I suddenly felt tired. I made my way back to the bed in the little room and flopped on the bed and just laid there a while. Then I went, very pleasantly, to sleep. It was a pleasant glow, and while I must have dreamed, I don't remember what about. I woke to the sound of the boomin' jazz from the club below, so I knew it was 4 o'clock. I opened my eyes and instinctively reached for my glasses, but they weren't there, of course. The really great feeling had gone, and I didn't feel real good at all. My stomach was sour, I had bad gas, and I felt real dizzy. I didn't really hear the lock turn and the door open, but I noticed something and watched as a dark blur came into the room. "I guess you ain't feeling none too good right now," I heard Brandy Two's voice say over the music. "I knows how it is first times. It get a whole lot better the more you have it." "I guess they told you who I am," I managed. My voice sounded like a frog's to me. "Yeah, I knowed there was ones like you before they put me on the juice. You just the first one I ever seed in person. I dunno. I think we look more like sisters than twins." She had a much heavier dialect than mine all the time, and clearly a lot less learning, even though I did a lot on my own in spite of school. Just from that, I guess she was probably at least a functional illiterate, and they was gonna replace me with her and get away with it? I didn't know much about them hypno-scans, but I had a real feelin' there was much better at making you dumber and ignorant than the other way around. "Dis here's toast and orange juice," she told me. "Best take something in your tummy, but go real slow." "I'm nearly blind without my glasses," I told her. "You'll have to help me." "Huh. I don't see the best in the business, but the juice, it cleared up some. It do the same for you, most like." She helped me, and I managed some toast, but I was very thirsty and drank the orange juice right down. She wouldn't get more, but did keep filling the small plastic cup with water from the tap. I wanted to question her in great detail, find out everything about her, but it was slow going. I was dehydrated and really more than a little ill. "Your body and the juice, they have a big fight," she told me. "That's what you feel now. Tomorrow, it'd be a lot better and better after that. Soon, you never feel sick no more. The juice, it don't let nothing bad happen to you. No colds, no sniffles, nothing. No VD, neither." "But it makes you a slave to it," I noted. "Well, yeah, but you gotta figure, honey, I was hooked on smack so long I don't remember when I wasn't. Dis is much better. Give you something back for it, 'cept a high. And the high it give is the best. Ain't hooked on smack neither no more. No, even the needle marks, dey gone." And that, of course, was the bottom line for her. She'd been hooked on heroin since she was a teen, probably from the same gang element I was so close to making my laugh, and she was always hustling for bucks to feed her habit, always subject to the will of the dealer or pimp. There were a million stories like hers out there. The only difference here was that she was me, another me, who'd made one different choice. She had my brains, such as they were, and all the rest, but she wasted them. Daddy and me, we had that fight, and he stalked to his room and me to mine, and I packed and was on my way out when I heard him sobbing in his room. I stopped, turned, and went in. Maybe Daddy didn't cry for her, and so she left for the streets. Or maybe she just didn't hear or didn't go in. I knew I'd hesitated long and hard before doing it. Was that it? Was the world, all the worlds, all the lives of all the people in them, like this? A single moment, a single decision in the heat of anger and emotion, a little thing, going one way and not the other? How much good and bad in anybody's life turns on moments like that, without even thinking about 'em. Somebody too busy with their taxes to play with their kids, or letting the kid cry 'cause she had to learn, or maybe not letting the kid cry. Too proud to make up after a fight with your husband, or going back to a husband even though he keeps beating you. All that. Sure, We both wound up in the same hole in the end, but think of all the good things and good times I had before then. She got the same shaft, but she never knew anything but. She couldn't stay long and seemed almost apologetic about the whole thing, but she took the tray and left the room and made sure that the door was locked. After a while, it got dark again, and I didn't bother to turn on no lights. What was the use when I couldn't even clearly see the bottom of the bed from the top of it? She left the little plastic cup, and I couldn't believe how thirsty I was. Drink 4 or 5 cupfuls, then pee about 15 minutes or 3 songs later, then drink more. I checked my chain and nearly burned myself, but it was real clear that the other end was welded onto that radiator. Short of a welder's torch or a hacksaw and a lot of time, I wasn't gonna break it easy. I went over to the window. The blinking lights from the purple pussycat signs gave off real pretty patterns and constantly changed the look inside the room. I thought the windows themselves were frosted over from the cold outside and the heat within, but with my eyes I couldn't be sure. With luck, I might break the glass, but I'd never get them bars out. They was sunk in concrete sills. All I'd do was wind up freezing my ass off when it already was uneven in the room, and if I caught anybody's attention at all down there, it would probably be the wrong folks. If I had my glasses and a lockpick, I might have been able to pick the lock on the leg shackle, but probably not. Later on, Brandy 2 came again, this time with what seemed to be a cold-cut sub, a piece of chocolate cake, and 2 opened bottles of beer. I found I was real hungry now, and it went down just fine. I could have used cigarettes, though, but she told me they was not allowed. Too much danger in giving me a fire. They didn't even give me silverware, and the beer bottles turned out to be clear plastic and fairly soft. I could smell her perfumes and tell she was real made up and all now, and she had on her show outfit, which wouldn't last on her long, and her heels. The early show. "Can't talk now, but I'll be back later on," she promised. I listened to the show as I chugged the bottle. It was late when she came back, but we talked for a little bit. Not about us, though. I don't think either of us was ready for that. They had to blame somebody for the breach, so they blamed Deb. She was being shipped someplace out of state. Word was, she'd be lucky if they didn't kill her just to make an example out of her. She probably was too well known locally for that, I tried to tell myself, feeling guilty about it. If she turned up dead, there might be eyes turned this way that couldn't be bought so easily. I was also right about Brandy, too. We didn't exist in this world. She'd been in a string in a Camden that sounded frighteningly close to my old world where some mob men had come for her. They drugged her and she woke up a prisoner in an awful place that sounded a lot like Vogel's estate. There, they both hooked and conditioned her. But then she was brought down here and kept for a while at the country estate in what I thought of as central Pennsylvania. They didn't hypnoscan and made no attempt to brief her or rehearse her to be me, which was another thing that didn't make sense. Then she was brought down here, and with her larger size and distinctive look, she was rehearsed and worked into the show act. It wasn't a whole lot more information than I had before. Then, late in the evening, she gave me the second shot. If anything, it was better than before and seemed longer, and it also seemed slower coming down. The dizziness was worse, and I had diarrhea bad. But that was all. From Brandy 2, I also learned about the life of a shadow dancer. She had not heard the term but liked it. You always felt a little high, and a little turned on, and mostly great. But during the coming down period, you were suggestible. At least that's how I see it. A new shot of juice in under 20 to 24 hours had no real effect. It was like injecting distilled water. Withdrawal, for Brandy 2, started at 30 hours and got worse and worse. By 40 hours, she would be in hell. That's how they conditioned you. They let you go into withdrawal, then told you what you had to do and gave it to you. When you woke up, in that mellow, suggestible time, they reminded you of what was expected. They didn't need to do this much, 'cause while the juice wasn't smart or nothing, it kinda pushed you to do whatever it took to keep getting a new supply as needed. No matter how crazy or against your nature it was, it became just like normal to you in no time. I thought about Donna being forced to go through that barracks day after day. Them patterns was damn hard to break. After the third day, they didn't give me a regular shot. They waited to see if withdrawal would come on. On the fourth day, it did. In its early stages, it was almost as bad as heroin withdrawal. You got real sick, bad sick, upchucking, the runs, hot and cold spells, everything at once. I was hooked, and I knew it. Fast Eddie Small was blunt about it. Until they decide when or if they're going to use you and for what, you're stuck here, he told me. Until your hair grows out enough to get style decent, you'll have to wear a wig. Wear it anytime, all the time. You ain't in these rooms. Brandy'll get you all the right jewelry, cosmetics, perfumes, powders, and like that. Use what she don't. You never leave here without 'em on and on right. You want to work into the act? Fine. You don't? Then you go down after wearing nothing more than the girls do at the end and nothing less, and you get customers. 2 a night minimum. 25 minimum a trick. If you don't have enough in this club, then you go out and get 'em. They pay the barmaid. Satisfaction guaranteed. Get it? Yeah, I get it, I replied, wishing I could rip his guts out. You mean I gotta work the streets in nothing but shoes with it 20 degrees out there? Nah, I got a heart. A big heart. One of the girls, Lambda, I think, the blonde, went when he snapped his fingers and brought back absolutely the most gorgeous, sumptuous fur coat I ever seen. It was gray, but otherwise close to the coats the girls were wearing when I made my fatal bump into them. It was silver fox, mink-lined, and it had a belt around its middle and 2 deep pockets outside. You wear this, and you take care of it. If it needs repairs or cleaning, you tell the barmaid. Now, you get this straight. You want more of a wardrobe, you earn it by going over your quota. You don't handle money. Never. You want something? You come see me or one of my people, and you convince us you are worth it. One way is to follow all our rules. You all got the same rules. You follow them, you'll learn fast enough. You break the rules, any of them, and you see one of the other girls breaking the rules, and you'll get real hell. He was really enjoying this. It was a real turn-on for him. I hated his stinking guts. The only thing worse than big Hitlers was little Hitlers. I was unchained, unlocked, and left on my own. I didn't know if there was any guards around, but I never saw none. He didn't need 'em. Brandy took me under her wing, though. Can't call you no Brandy, too. Both of us go nuts, she noted. That's okay. Just call me Beth. I kind of felt like I'd come full circle on this case now anyways. And that's the way we agreed it would be. In a way, it was worse, 'cause now I was the property of 2 masters. One allegedly human, the other inside me. I found out what it was like real quick. First, my sniffles, which I'd had since God knew when, just went away, as did all my old sinus problems. But that was only the tip of it. You sure followed a routine, like it or not. When you was supposed to eat, you got hungry. And I mean hungry. It became an overpowering urge, the only thing you could think of till you ate. But it was a little specific. You got more irresistible and otherwise repulsive cravings than a pregnant woman. Pumpkin washed down with pickle juice, raw hamburger with chocolate sauce, steamed fish a la mode. Now, it wasn't always that way, but it often was, particularly the first few weeks. The other girls swore to me that it stopped after a while and only popped up after that occasionally, but until then, I could tell one of the bar staff what I wanted, and they'd hold their nose and go get it. I had to fix it myself, though, in a neat but antique kitchen they had, and when you wasn't hungry, you couldn't even look at anything at all. The upstairs of the club went over to the row house next door, I found. Even after working there, I hadn't known that before. They was kind of like dorm rooms, but each one had a double bed, small closet, a switched speaker that would bring the bar music in with volume control and some fancy lights. There was 2 bathrooms, with both tub and shower on each floor, one at each end. The sheets were pink, purple, or crimson satin with down comforters. We was all responsible for keeping our rooms absolutely clean and neat and perfect, and either Eddie or one of his boys would pop in at any time to inspect them like some army sergeant.
All of us was responsible for keeping up the inside of the house, including scrubbing the halls and common areas, vacuuming with real antique-style cleaners, kitchen, bathrooms, and the rest. On the top floor was a room that was something of a gym, with weights, exercise machines, and all the rest. That was 'cause this thing inside of us wanted a perfect house to live in, which was us. So, just like the meals, you got these, well, not urges really, more like compulsions, to run, to lift weights, exercise every part of your body you could every day. It wasn't easy at the start, but when you did what this thing wanted, you got little pleasure jolts. When you didn't, you got misery. You did it. Likewise, I no longer wanted cigarettes. Couldn't stand to have one in my mouth, though it didn't bother me none to be in a smoke-filled bar. You could drink, but the more you drank, the more you went to the bathroom, and you never got drunk or even tipsy. And when it decided you wanted to have sex, you got so tense and worked up that nothing else mattered. You had to have it. Male, female, horse, I don't think it mattered none. Only the knowledge that you had to turn 2 tricks to get the juice kept your mind in the act. Of course, I was still a naughty and disobedient girl at the start with anything this shit inside didn't force me to do, like Fast Eddie's rules, but they took me down a few pegs in a hurry. They let you go real deep into withdrawal, just to the edge of where it might really start causing brain or nervous system damage. Then they'd stand there and keep insisting that you repeat all the rules and swear to obey 'em. There was no way you couldn't. The sickness was bad enough and got worse and worse, and you knew it could never get no better, but that you could be all well and feelin' great in just a minute or so if you swore on your mother's grave to obey. And then that thing would start pushin' the pain button in your head slowly down, more and more, till you couldn't stand it no more. You didn't get that far but once. They reinforced it when you came out of the pure pleasure high and loved the world by having somebody there whisperin' all the rules and having you repeat 'em and swear to act just that way. One day, you just wake up, and doing everything their way is the most normal and natural thing in the whole world. You know it's not the way you used to do it or think about it, and not the way other folks do, but it's the norm for you, and you do it automatically. It wasn't like no hypnosis or conditioning. They could change the rules any old time, and that would be the new normal thing. Turning 2 tricks in Atlantic City deep in winter wasn't always possible, no matter what the decrees. There was snowstorms and power outages and bad rain and ice storms, and not many people. Christmas through New Year's was great, though, with lots of parties and winter getaway specials and the like, although it was real depressin' for us to see the Christmas lights and displays and people shopping and feel isolated, alone, and left out. By us, I mean Brandy, too, and me. The other girls, they didn't seem none too touched by Christmas or much else. They didn't seem to remember no past at all, no growing up, nothin' but bein' what they were. Even with the never-ending compulsions, there was time, and thinkin' was still there, and memory, too, good as old. My eyesight gradually improved to where I could see pretty good from a distance, and close up was blurry. It was much better for getting around, but it was hell to read anything like a book. To Brandy, the idea that anybody read books for fun was near impossible for her to her in her head. As I suspected, her own readin' was on the Dick and Jane level. After New Year's, they moved us up to New York, which was a surprise, to a club in the Manhattan Entertainment District where almost anything went so long as you gave the customer value for his money and didn't roll or stiff him. The district's boundaries were pretty clear but unwritten, and the law and the adult entertainment district kept their ends up. Outside the district, wham. Inside, well, just keep it there. Of course, it wasn't immune from things like robbery, murder, rollin', and hard drug sellin', but the fact was it was pretty well self-policed, and while there was drugs aplenty, there was no big scorin' to be done there. You did that uptown in Harlem or over in the Bronx. By the end of January, I'd undergone some radical changes that at the time I was only partly aware of. My body was lean and muscular, the best it probably could ever be. I could run for miles and hardly work up a sweat. If I flexed all my muscles, I looked like one of them female bodybuilders, and I think I could bench press more than Sam ever could. They paired Brandy 2 and me in a duo strip and sex act as the double Brandys, of course, and slowly my skin was going back to its normal tone, which was her tone, and my hair was getting all woolly and curly as it used to be. Whatever tricks the center had pulled was being undone. By spring, we figured a trim for her, and we would be so identical that even we couldn't tell each other apart. Only our dialects and our relative educations told any difference. We even had the exact tastes in perfumes, lipsticks, and cosmetics of all kinds, even toothpaste. Mentally, it was strange. On the one hand, you lived for that glorious hour of the juice, and you spent part of the time trying to recapture it, push it just a little. You did that by following your impulses, which was guided by the juice itself. The normal physical things that brought intense pleasure, like orgasms, produced much more intense feelings of pleasure, so you went for 'em. Kinky was normal. We'd take walks in the afternoon wearing only the shoes and coats and think nothing of it, and not be cold, and we'd window shop or even go into stores and look over fashions and mentally dress each other, sometimes try on things. I didn't feel no sense of right and wrong when it came to me. We didn't steal stuff we liked only 'cause we understood that getting caught and going to jail was a death sentence with no juice. No guilt, no shame. When we saw something we wanted, we had to beg and plead like little kids and hope they'd buy it for us, and we didn't care. If you wanted to do it, and it wouldn't cause punishment or death, you did it. When I was working freelance on the street, I always felt guilty 'cause of Sam. Now I had no guilt, no shame, no conscience, no pride neither. And that was the other crazy thing, 'cause I thought about Sam a lot. Not just Sam, but especially Sam. I still loved him, wanted him, and cared for him. I still remembered it all. And I still wanted to solve this damn puzzle if I could. That was part of me, part of my nature as much as a pleasure giver as the rest, and also in my best interests. I don't know if they thought of that or not, or if they cared. Whether or not I could bring myself to deliver that solution wrapped and sealed to Aldrich or Bill Markham, even if I got the chance, I didn't know. I really did love the juice most of all. Deep down, I didn't know if there was any way I could consciously and deliberately cut it off on my own. Bill was kidding himself with his 30 doses. You didn't want to get to the center even if they gave you a complete cure, 'cause you could never feel that intense pleasure again. That's what hung up Donna and some of the others in the end. Even if physically cured, they couldn't forget the yen for that feeling, and recapturing even a slice of it meant everything to them. Fact was, I wanted to solve it all, not to bring nobody to justice or stop no plot, because these folks had pulled out before and left those on the juice to die in agony. What they'd done to others, they could do to me. Any time, any place. The only fear I had was fear of not getting the juice. I wanted to be this way forever. Chapter 8. Unraveling Threads. Brandy, too, was as fascinated by me as I was by her. The idea I'd taken over the agency, educated myself, and married a white man she found both incredible and unbelievable. But Fast Eddie's respect for the old me was more than enough testimony. The problem was, she'd gone wrong even earlier than me. Mama died even younger in her world, and Daddy stuck her, as he almost did me, with a couple of cousins who didn't give a damn. She'd been into drugs early, maybe in grammar school, and she was even wilder as a teen than I'd been. She'd been caught stealing when she was only 14, and when Daddy threw a fit, she'd run away all the way to Washington, which existed in her world as in mine, and had run the streets. By 16, she had a habit and was in the string of one of them pimps with the fancy coats and Superfly image. Daddy had tried to find her, of course, but considering how hard it was to find runaway kids who want to be found, it's pure luck if you find one that don't. She was a whore, 'cause she'd been one all her adult life and didn't know how to be or imagine she could be nothing else. It all went into the body, the looks, the moves. She had always been dependent for everything, and the mind was the one thing in her kind of life that it was better off not paying much attention to. She didn't read, and had no knowledge of or interest in the world. The fact that I'd come from the same start and I'd made something of myself gave her something of a feeling of worth by association. But it was too late for her to change, she thought, and what was the use anyway? We was both stuck in the same groove. In a real way, she was less my twin than my shadow. She looked like me, but there was nothing left down there.
The problem was, as time rolled on, I was becoming more and more like her. On the road, we was even further removed from Small and Siegel and all that lay behind 'em. We slept, ate, exercised, had as much sex as we could with anybody, worked out new routines for the act and for fun, went to stores and tried on all sorts of clothes to make us look even sexier, experimented with new cosmetics and perfumes, and spent a long time in mirrors getting it right. The future was the next jolt of juice. The only thing that tempted me during that time was trying to go 30 hours between juice jolts. They generally gave us a week's supply at a time, since you couldn't overdose on it, and even with a week you wasn't going nowheres. I figured at the end of a week I'd have an extra, and then maybe I'd go over to Lindy Crockett's place some afternoon, hold her down, and give her a taste of the stuff. I never did, though. It's the curse of an addiction, that you never give it away or delay getting it when you got it, and it's due. We went back down to Atlantic City at the beginning of May to get ready for the high season at the club there, and for the first time I was back in the same town as Small and Siegel. By now it was clear that I was stuck, that I couldn't do or learn much more than I did unless things was taken out of my hands and moved from a different source. A big worry was that Aldrich would get itchy after all them fake reports from me and nothing really happening, and decide to come snatch me. I didn't want to be snatched or cured, no matter what the price. What I wanted was a way to be independent of the beck and call of the bastards who doled it out. I mean, name me a girl over 30, or a guy either, who suddenly had the body of their dreams and found keeping it that way a pleasure, who couldn't get sick if they stood all day in the wind and rain, who had been an old 32 and now looked a young 25. Add to that an absence of hang-ups, of any guilt, second thoughts, regrets for anything you done from that point on, and a high, charged-up energy level that kept you always active, always feeling good, never feeling bored or down in the dumps, and just a little bit playfully high all the time. The only real problem was the man who doled out the juice. You had to dance to whatever tune he played, or it all came crashing in, and you was never secure he just wouldn't end it someday. "Get all your things packed up," Fast Eddie told us. "You're going for a little ride." I was shocked and surprised, but you don't ask no question in Fast Eddie's string. Pack up for what? And where? Another club? Another city? It was just getting real nice and warm in Atlantic City, and the crowds was starting to pick up, at least on the weekends. I put on my metallic blue dress that was real short and super revealing, as was most all my stuff, with matching shoes, and made myself up to go. Then I packed the rest in this big steamer trunk, all I had in this world, closed it, and took it downstairs. It was awkward going, but even though the trunk must have weighed 100 pounds or more packed, I had no trouble moving and partly carrying it. I was damn strong and proud of it. I was relieved to see that my twin also had her marching orders. I no longer was surprised that we'd independently picked the same clothes and even jewelry and makeup. On the basic conversation level, we didn't have to talk much. Each of us kind of knew what the other was thinking. Not mind-reading, just the same tastes and lacks and thought patterns. I looked at her and she shrugged, and I knew she didn't have no more warning nor inkling of what was going on than I did. Fast Eddie rarely paid direct individual attention to nobody, but he was there now. A huge black car pulled up just outside, and the driver got out, opened the trunk, then waited. "Okay, girls, there's your ride," Small told us. "Sorry to lose you, but the boss wanted some fresh faces." The boss? Siegel? I wasn't too sure I liked this, but he was the man from whom all juice flowed, so there wasn't no way out. We got our trunks barely in the boot of this big car, then got in the back seat. The driver and one of Small's henchmen got in the front, and off we went, south and out of town. I figured we had to be heading for Siegel's place on the ocean, and I was right. It was real isolated, like I said, with a big gate and high fence around the whole 40 acres that kept any spying down. The fences was masked on the ground side by a 12-foot-high hedge wall, then went right down into the beach and about to the low tide point, getting a little lower as they went. Way out in the water was a squared-off stone breakwater that kept things mostly calm inside the house and discouraged spying from the sea. At the end was a pier, and a slip at which was a big and fancy-looking wooden yacht, as well as a couple of smaller boats. The yacht was moored in line with the beach, so it kind of blocked a straight view in. You could spy on Arnie Siegel's place from the sea, but you had to be pretty damned obvious about it. The grounds was green and landscaped, with lots of trees and bushes and low hedges. A staff spent a lot of time in the spring and summer and fall keeping it that way. The house itself was enormous. Part brick, part wood, maybe 3 stories tall and a city block around and all covered with ivy. Back before all this, when I was checking Siegel out, I learned that the house was the former official summer residence of the Governor General of America, the guy who represented the king in this country. This was supposed to be some place, and you could bet, with being able to tap into some of the company's technology, it was near impossible for anybody in this world to get into or out of or learn much. There weren't no soldiers or nothing like that, but I couldn't shake the funniest feeling that I was going back to Vogel's castle. "You girls aren't here to gack, you're here to work," snapped Marty, the Fast Eddie man who'd come with us. He had a real New York accent. He wasn't, however, no man with the juice. "Work at what?" I asked him. "Looks like you got enough folks here to run this place." Marty gave this sneering smile like he got when he was picking wings off flies. "You'll see." A young man in casual dress came out of the side entrance. We was going in the servants' entrance, of course, and he was one of the most gorgeous hunks you ever could see, one of them super muscle men, well over 6 feet, blonde, blue-eyed. I never saw no man look that good who wasn't gay. "You too? Follow me," he ordered in this booming voice that still had a trace of a gentle lisp in it. I knew it, I thought. We went in and down a narrow flight of stairs, then walked down this hall past storerooms and stuff to near the end, then entered one room that had no windows. It was almost surely built as another storeroom, but it had been made over. The walls was paneled, the floor was smooth, polished wood so glossy you could see your reflection in it, and there was half a wall of freestanding closets and dressers and a vanity with mirror as well as a full-length mirror, which proved to be a slatted door leading to a tiled bathroom with a toilet, sink, and a shower big enough for 2, but no tub. The main room had 2 chairs, one at the vanity, the other in a corner, and a queen-size bed, but the thing you noticed most was the ceiling, which was low and completely covered with mirror squares. The light came from the floor and table lamps, all of which seemed to have soft pink-colored bulbs in them. It was some kind of room, 'cept it would have been nice with some windows, and if it still didn't have a damp cellar kind of feel and smell to it. "I am Alan Nordstrom, the manager of Mr. Siegel's estate," he told us. "Mr. Siegel is a rich and powerful man, and the only one who can give you what you need. He gives it to me, and I give it to you. So you obey either one of us. Got that?" "Yes, sir," we both responded in unison. "Now, men like Mr. Siegel aren't like ordinary men. He has everything he needs and he can buy anything he wants, so he tends to get turned on by the few things nobody else can have. There's precious art all over. You don't touch it. There's original sculptures all over. You don't touch that either. That's all you 2 are to him, part of his collection, for his personal use and enjoyment. When he's here and wants you, you're his, to do whatever he commands and take whatever he gives. Other times, you're subject to every other person in this house, from me down to the gardener. If they order you, or I order you to do something, you do it. Anybody wants your body? That's fine, too. There's a speaker over there in the vanity so you can be called any time of the day or night. You get called, you come running. Anything you want to do, you ask permission. You go back down that hall, up those stairs, and see whoever's in the first room on the right. That's the security manager, and there's always somebody on. You use this bathroom, and only this bathroom. You never use the pool or enter the main house unless ordered. The ground and the ocean are okay if you're free and ask permission and get it, but the water's still pretty cold right now. You always smile, and you always say sir or ma'am and please and thank you to any white folks. And unless you're ordered to do otherwise while you're here, inside and out, you'll wear nothing.
Nothing at all, except panties when you do your monthly bleeding. You pick up your meals from the kitchen after everybody else eats, and you take it out and bring it down here, then clean up the mess and bring it back. Now, strip."
"Why, that's slavery, sir," Brandy Two said softly.
"No, it's not. Any time either of you don't like it here, you are free to leave. If you complain or smart-mouth anybody, or we don't like the way you do things, we might even toss you out. You see, Mr. Seagull likes practical pets, but he's allergic to dogs." We stripped, but if looks could 'a' killed, we'd 'a' burned this bastard to a crisp. Slaves, pets, his own damn brand of Vogel's Nazism, and this guy with a name like Arnold Seagull. But, of course, Arnie Seagull had never heard of no Adolf Hitler or death camps. They didn't have that in this world's history. The last big bad guy was Napoleon. 10 to 1, he heard from somebody from the competition about Vogel's thing, and never even knowed the history behind it and how he'd been gassed no matter how much money and power he had. No race or ethnic group was immune. Catholics stepped on Jews for centuries. Muslims stepped on Jews. Jews blow up Muslims in my world. Some free blacks in the old South owned slaves, and Liberia was made by free American blacks enslaving the Africans. This was a radical change for us from anything we had up to now, and they meant every word of it, and also understood just what kind of hold the Jews had on us. They reinforced it by bringing on withdrawal and making their demands until we crawled and begged and would do or say anything. And then they used that mellow time, after the high, to tell us just how to act and how to behave. And, like before, one day you wake up and it's the way things are. You still don't have to like it, and you don't have to enjoy it, but you obey all the rules instinctively, and you don't even think of disobeying. This was all the shit they learned in Vogel's world refined. The one odd thing was that they wanted us both called Brandy, nothing else, and they wanted us always together. Sleep together, eat together, run, work, play together, even be a duo when getting fucked. It was like they was trying to make us identical at the lowest level. I had a hunch the honeymoon was over and they was prepping us for something, though right then it didn't seem like much. Fact was, we wasn't treated too bad. The cooks always made up what we wanted, and the rooms got cleaned, and there was always some members of some gang or another in the house who wanted to do it with twins. Nordstrom was more of a Tinkerbell than even I had thought, and he pretty well hated and looked down on women in general, but because of that, he didn't like us around him much. He was a real turkey when he did use us for something, but that wasn't very often. Arnie Seagull, on the other hand, was an icy, cool charmer. You got the idea that the guy could be sitting there, sipping sherry and in a gentle good humor reminisce with a chuckle about the time he murdered his parents inch by inch with a knife. I doubt if he did that, but he sure was the type. The fact that he was good-looking, even handsome, almost a movie star type of look, only made it worse. He liked to cuddle sometimes in his big den, with the leather furniture fireplace, hunting trophies and bear rug, and sometimes he'd just be reading or doing something on the couch and want us perched on the rug. He was weird. When it got hot, he threw some parties inviting all sorts of bigwigs, not just crime figures but politicians, show business types, even cops. When he did, we was allowed to dress real pretty and slinky and sometimes entertain the guests with a dance or strip act, and entertain a lot of important folks in the mirrored bedroom as well. That we liked a lot. If he had all this and was only number 2, you had to wonder what big Georgie Waycliffe must be like. Then, one evening, we was summoned up to the den by the master of the house himself. Only this time he wasn't alone. There was a woman with him. One who looked slightly familiar, but who I was sure I never had seen before. She was fairly small, and if she was built, she took pains to dress to conceal it. She wore a stock professional woman's suit and blouse, blue with faint stripes, and even though she didn't even seem to have lipstick on, let alone eyeshadow, I couldn't get it out of my head that she was made up like mad. She was almost as dark as me,
but it was more like a temporary suntan than the tan I got, wore thick glasses, and had black hair tied up in a bun. She might have been a top secretary or something, but she had real long, perfectly shaped fingernails. Ever tried typing with long nails? Matter of fact, they looked more like the kind of nails we had, and her hands was smooth as a baby's. They stood there, Arnie and Miss Cool, and he put us through our paces, making us do all sorts of idiotic stuff, even do the 2 bitches in heat number. We felt like pet dogs doing tricks. Finally, we got up and stood there while she asked us questions.
"Do you mind being here? Living like this?"
The voice was high, and while cold, reminded me of something. "No, ma'am," we responded, which was a lie. We'd be over that damn wall in a minute if we didn't need our juice. She asked us a bunch more innocuous and dumb questions, but she come over to us and started running her nails over my skin and then my twins, then actually pinching our fannies and feeling us up. It was gross and unusual, particularly since you could see it was out of character for her, and she wasn't in the least turned on by it like we was. Still, I got a slight whiff of her perfume, and it wasn't no perfume you could get here, but I'd smelled it before. At headquarters, it was real popular among the women there.
"Amazing," she said to Siegel. "I can't tell them apart even from the reactions. Which of you is Horowitz?"
"I am," we both said at once. I started a bit and gave a puzzled glance at my twin. What the hell was she trying to pull anyways? Did she flip out from being with me all this time and sort of take on my background because it was so much better than hers? Or what? Damn it, I knew who I was. And then she had us turn back to back and started asking rapid-fire questions about my personal life, about Sam, about the company, lots of stuff, to each of us in turn. The scary thing was, Brandy too was given the same right answers as me, including the kind of personal stuff I knew I never told nobody, not even her. Worse, she was answering in my tone and my grammar and my vocabulary.
"Amazing," said the cold woman. "Even they can't tell anymore."
"Well, there's one way," Siegel said, reaching down and getting some cards from behind the couch. They had big letters on them like eye charts, big enough for even us to read with no glasses. They showed one card to my twin, and she started to read. "Universities are institutions of higher learning divided into specialized colleges."
"Enough,"
said the woman, and Siegel came over and held the other side of the card up in front of me to read. And I tried. I saw the words clear, but I just couldn't put 'em together right. De opera was de sept of the family team of... I couldn't. I could see the words, but I couldn't make sense of 'em. He took the card away and put it in front of the other Brandy. "The operetta was the creation of the famous team of Gilbert and Sullivan," she read flawlessly, and I felt like I could cry.
"It's all right, dear. Go back to your quarters," the woman told me. "You, Horowitz, stay here."
And I was the one dismissed. I damn near ran to the room, tears flowing, and fell on the bed. Memories crept in. Other memories. Memories of being on the street as a kid. Memories of shooting up on smack, of work in the Washington streets. Memories of being carried off here, of work in the club, of seeing myself in that room and giving her the juice and being... Shit! My dialect, my vocabulary, my grammar seemed to crumble even in my thoughts. My God, it ain't possible. I ain't her. Ain't no whore who made all the wrong moves. They be messing with your brain, girl. Yeah, that was it. That had to be it. They took me, her, to Vogel's place before they bring her here. Why? That hypno thing. Then they paired us up and this hypno thing gets sprung. But that didn't make no sense neither. Sure, they might have done it all just to make her a perfect imitation, but if so, they had to mess with my mind too. Not with the juice. It didn't work that way. Did they have one here? Did they make me forget? I is Brandy Horowitz, damn it, I am! But was I? No matter how much I went over it and explained it, I couldn't really accept it one way or the other. I didn't know. Not for real. Not for sure. I tried to get a mental picture of Sam, to hold on to him, to think about all the real small, intimate moments, but he kept slipping away. Then one of Nordstrom's flunkies come in and give me the juice, and all my troubles and doubts slipped away. And when I started to come down, but was still in that mellow state, Siegel came in. "Well, Brandy Parker, the games are all over now. We were never sure if we could totally condition or trust Brandy Horowitz, since she had a real strong will and a devious mind, so we had to develop you anyways, as a possible replacement. But she came along just fine, so you can go back to being just plain Brandy Parker again. Just put everything about her out of your mind and don't fight it. Go back to being yourself. Don't think about it anymore. Don't fight it. It's too late for you to get her brains and background. You're a whore. You'll always be a whore, and that's the best you can be. Now that we've turned her, as we planned, she's no longer your concern." I smiled at him. You always love everybody when you're coming down. And when I was all the way down, some of it stuck. No, I didn't believe him. In fact, when you started thinking about that cold killer type, you had to be suspicious that he bothered to come down in person anyways, let alone explain anything. But I didn't disbelieve him neither. If I really was her, and treated at Vogel's, I would be just this way now. I didn't want to believe it, but I was pretty sure that thing brung your mind down. It might make me unable to read or edit my words, but it couldn't instantly teach somebody to read all them big words. It didn't make no sense if they was gonna break, turn, and use the original, then to get the two of us to believe we was each other, and then send the copy, leaving the original, a copy of her. I didn't want to believe it, but no matter how I thought about it, it only made sense if she really was Brandy Horowitz, and me, Brandy Parker. Worst part was, it didn't make no difference. I might as well be Parker, since she was off doing their business, and I was stuck here forever like before. I was a lost ball, a shadow dancer, out of the game unless something happened to her before they was done. Just as well. I may only be a whore, but I wouldn't have no blood on my hands. They shipped me back to Atlantic City and put me back in real slinky and sexy clothes, not to work the club, but to work the streets. There was hordes of vacationers all over the place and even conventions. I still had both sets of memories in my head, but the way I was working and the life I was leading and the end of all hope brought Brandy Parker supreme. All my thoughts beyond the juice was in turning tricks, lots of tricks, and I did. I didn't get or want a dime of all that money, but it was the only value I had. The more men would pay for me, and pay top prices for me, the more important I felt. Didn't need no brains, didn't need no egghead shit. That other girl, she got doughs, and where I get her. By the end of the season, I no longer thought much about it, or had any doubts. Way back in my mind, I still cared, still envied her and thought they'd pulled a dirty trick on me, but that was it. Fast Eddie was real happy. "Girl, you're a terror," he said and chuckled. "I ain't never seen no whore pull in over 1,000 a week before. Now that things are winding down here, everybody, including the boss, thinks you should get a step up. You're our special from now on. No more cleaning up or shit work for you. You're gonna be for the best customers." And I was real thrilled and proud to hear that. I would get diamonds and gold jewelry now, real pretty stuff and slinky dresses tailored for me, and a suite with 2 other girls at fancy hotels, and the customers would come to me. Otherwise, I could do what I pleased and enjoyed the places. It was the top of the profession. But Siegel wanted me before I went off on all this. He was entertaining some very important folks at Mr. Waycliffe's lodge in the mountains, and he wanted me there. It was still fairly warm. I just took a bag with some of my best clothes and had a real exciting time getting there. They flew me up on a private airplane, a little one-engine job that was kinda like a Piper Cub and rough over the mountains, but it was all real pretty. We came down at a private airstrip on the property, and I was real impressed. Marty was there to meet me, and this time he carried the luggage, what there was of it. "Well, Goyle, you really come up in the world since the last time," he said in his Brooklynese. "I'm de bestest whore that ever was," I told him, walking real sexy. Then I gave him a move. "Want some chocolate fudge? I even fuck you these days, my man." "Nah, don't tempt me. I got a wife and 2 kids who think I do now." The house was a fancy all-wood hunting lodge, almost like a resort, only it was just 2 stories and had a big deck. There was a glassed-in patio and a pool as well. I didn't ask who I was supposed to service or why. I didn't really care. It was real nice inside. Big fireplace, overstuffed chairs around it, bare rugs, and more trophies. But it looked more right here than in Siegel's estate. There was a very small staff on, but they was getting ready for some big arrivals, that was for sure. And there was 2 or 3 hood types around checking it all out. Maybe it was Big Georgie. Wouldn't that be something? Big Georgie's mistress. Top o' the world girl. Since there wasn't much going on, I got the urge to exercise. Normally I had this clingy gym shirt and shorts and shoes for it, but I realized I forgot to pack 'em. Well, the hell with it. I'd give 'em all a thrill. It was my body got me this far. I wasn't the least bit ashamed of showing it, and barefoot over grass sounded like real fun. This black girl would be turning on some white boys, that was for sure. It was right near sundown, and there was a mist around. It got cool fast in the mountains, but it was plenty warm enough for me. I started out, getting all sorts of stares, and began my run. I never knew how far I ran most days, except that it was several miles when I had the time. I just ran as long as the juice made me feel good and stopped when it stopped. I went till I hit a boundary, which was a real mean barbed wire fence, then started round it, past the airstrip, past the guards with guns and dogs at several places, and all the way around the huge property, uphill and down, in and out of the trees. There was this fair-sized clear area right in back of the lodge with a little fence around it and a kind of tent roof over it, but with no sides. As I came near, I saw something happening there. A blue-white line, then another line out of it, then finally the outline of a cube, then another, the labyrinth. This was the labyrinth. Hell, I could jump that itty-bitty fence and nothing flat and be inside that thing before nobody even noticed. Not that I would. This was proof positive of that. Where would I go? No juice in there, at least none I could find with a steady supply. And for what? I ran on past, up the front steps to the deck and stopped. It was a great run, and I felt great for doing it. Off in the distance, I heard the motor of another plane coming in, and I ran to the side and watched the runway lights come on and the little thing land. I turned and saw Marty there, leering at me. I couldn't resist it. I went over and put my arms around him. "Hey, stop it! Cut it out!" I laughed and teased him and twitched him in his crotch, but finally backed off. "Geez, I sure as hell like you better than that other one they sent through this morning." I stopped, mildly interested. "Another what?" "Another you. The other one. Only you sure couldn't tell it. Real cool, professional, if you know what I mean. Even packing a rod in that purse of hers." I suddenly was interested. A gun? She had a gun? Yep, and walked through that thing out back cool as a cucumber. What had they been doing with her all these months? Jesus! They was sending her off to kill somebody. That's what this is all about. But who? Nobody back in the world of them Golden folks couldn't get no gun in. I searched through her old memories, finding it uncomfortable, but this had me curious. Got to be going back to her home. To do what? To kill that Markham fella? Most like. He'd be in the way. Or maybe not. Could she be far enough gone to kill Sam? Suppose her Sam had woke up and come home, much to somebody's upset. Not near so many Sams in dem worlds as Brandy's, and he'd be harder to switch. But she wouldn't ice him. Would she?
She loved him like crazy. Even with all this brain shit, no way she could do it.
Could the juice make her pull that trigger? Maybe on Markham, but on Sam?
I was shaken by the idea, but there was nothing I could do about it except hope they caught her before she did it.
You okay?
Marty asked. You're looking a little sick.
No, it ain't nothing. Just my period coming on or something.
I went inside and up to my room and tried to get the picture out of my head. The new plane carried Arnie Siegel. He came in, said hello to the staff and the boys, and went up to his own room to shower and change. I did the same, then put on my best face and jewelry and the slinky metallic blue dress that looked painted on, left nothing to the imagination, and was slit all the way up in case it did anyways. I did it upright. Fingernails, toenails, his favorite perfume, you name it. I needed to think about something else for a while. By the time I had checked the nylons and garters and slipped on the shoes, Arnie had been done for some time and was back in his office all the way down the hall. His door was open and I could see part of his desk, so I kinda eased down real hesitant. I didn't want him in no bad mood with me. Not now. He heard me, leaned over, saw me, and said, real friendly-like, "Oh, it's you, Brandy. Come on in if you'd like." So I waltzed in, then stopped dead. In front of Arnie on the desk was a briefcase that must have contained hundreds of doses of the juice at the very least. He saw my look and smiled, real amused. "Yeah, impressive, isn't it? Just out of curiosity, what would you do if I gave you this case? Just a pretend question, you understand?" I thought about it. What would I do? My answer was the point of the question. "Nothing, Mr. Siegel. Just stash it and keep on going." Even if I had an unlimited supply with no strings, it wouldn't matter. I just had no place to go that was better than what I had now, especially after being down so far. The other one, she might use it right, but a whore was a whore in every world, and it didn't get no better than I had it right here. "I ain't got nobody and no place to go," I told him. He grinned and closed the case. "And that's why you're here, and why you're my #1 girl now. I can't trust many people, you know, but I can trust you. You're somebody I just never have to worry about." I felt a real glow of pride at that. "Originally, we kept you around just because we had to have a backup, just in case things went bad. But that's all over now. Now and for quite a while, I'm keeping you for myself, because I can trust you and there's nothing hidden or phony about you. Speaking of that, you still have any troubles with some of those memories we planted?" "Yeah, some," I admitted, like the past hour. "Well, we've got some doctor's equipment here that might help that, which we've been using the past few months, and the doctor in charge is due back tonight. He put it in there and he can get it out, real quick and painless, just like he got it in. Maybe we'll have him take a look at you and take advantage of the fact that it's all here and get rid of her once and for all. I think you'll be a lot happier." "Yes, sir. Whatever you say." I wasn't so sure I wanted to lose what I had of her. Just the idea that I could have done better than I did if I had a few breaks was kind of nice to feel, even if it was too late for me. But I could see Arnie's point, and I didn't want to say nothing against it. A quick session, then I didn't know nothing about no other Brandy or this company or no plots or nothing, and I wouldn't want to know. What you see is what you get. Then I wouldn't have this nagging, dirty feeling in the back of my head neither, 'bout nobody getting shot over juice. We went down to dinner, with me on my best behavior. I wasn't none too comfortable at regular dinner. I never could figure out which fork was what and what you ate with what, but I just sat quiet and followed everybody else's example. Maybe that doc could teach me some manners with that magic machine of his. Course, it wasn't really needed. The only high-roller tricks was white guys who wanted to see if black girls really did it better and they wouldn't be seen dead in no restaurant with no black woman. Bars, yeah, but not restaurants. The dinner group was small, just Arnie and me and Marty, plus 2 tough-looking hoods named Tommy and Sal, who I'd never seen before. They didn't seem to be Arnie's men.
I had a hunch this place was gonna have some visits by other big shots in the rackets, like the crime council meeting. I just smiled pretty, tuned out the men talk, and passed the peas when asked. My whole idea about Arnie Siegel was changin' for the better, though. He weren't no Hitler type. Oh, he might be a crook, even a big-time one, but all that slave horse shit had been to break and set up that other me. Nothing personal, strictly business. This Doc Carlos guy didn't show, though. He seemed to have gone out someplace and didn't get back yet. Arnie could tell I was horny, so he gave the invite to Tommy and Sal, and both of 'em paid me visits later on that night in the room. They was typical hoods, thought they was Mr. Macho and really weren't even Quickie Delight. After that, I gave myself a shot of juice and let it take over. This was earlier than I usually took it, but I had a 6-hour window. Thing was, though, I came out of that nice, mellow period about 3, maybe 4 in the morning, and I usually didn't go to sleep until 6 or so. This was a little different come-down than usual, though. Things kept going round and round in my head, and I seemed to see them like pieces in a kid's jigsaw puzzle. They hadn't really been there up front before, and might never have been brought up had I been fully awake and aware, or most particularly if Marty had never mentioned the other brandy going off that morning and got me worried and depressed over it. Vogel, Hypnoscan, Beth, Aldrich, the security committee at dinner, the ambush in the labyrinth, Lindy Crockett, the shadow dancers, Brandy 2, the juice, the woman at Siegel's with the strange perfume. Who won that war, anyway? Beth again, carrying Vogel's load up to the mine. Be they yellow, black, or white, there's no difference in his sight. The censors would detect any raw drug. The commissioners can move to other worlds and have. You're a whore and always will be. Donna, feeling herself up. Beth. 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 I sat up in bed, and my mouth hung open. Them sons of bitches! They'd done it to me again, and after I swore they couldn't, never. And they'd a got clean away with it, too, if only poor, dumb Marty, who didn't know what was going on or care so long as he got paid good, hadn't opened his big mouth and said something he shouldn't. I stopped short. Damn it, they was gonna get away with it. I knew what they'd done and what they was gonna do and why, and I couldn't do a damned thing about it. So tomorrow sometime they was gonna take me down to this Dr. Carlos and give me a hypnoscan like the one I had to become Beth, only this time there wouldn't be no trigger to let my old self back in. I'd be little Brandy Parker, the dumb, ignorant whore, and a kind of trophy to their success. And wouldn't nobody even look for me since she had my looks, my basic memories, and even my fingerprints and eye patterns. 'Cept for Marty's slip, I wouldn't even have known at all. I was so frustrated and angry I wanted to cry. But then I heard voices outside. They was muffled, but you could tell it was a man and a woman, and they wasn't agreeing on much. I slipped off the bed and crept to my door, then opened it a crack. The whole place was pitch dark except for a light shining from under the closed door of Arnie's office at the end of the hall. I was just deciding whether or not to get closer. I could always say I was going to the bathroom, when I heard 2 dull sounds. Thud, thud. They sounded like gunshots done with a silencer. I rushed forward, and at that moment the door opened and a dark figure clad in black rushed out the door. The light and the action stunned me for a second, and they run right into me and we both fell down. I heard the clatter of something falling on the floor, but the other one didn't stop, but was up and away down the stairs and nothing flat. I picked myself up and felt around and got it. A pistol. Felt a little light and funny, but it was definitely a pistol. I picked it up and walked into the office and stopped dead in my tracks. Outside there was some yelling and screaming, and the sound of a few unmuffled shots. Arnie lay lack in the office chair, head cocked, eyes opened and glazed over, A little blood trickled from his mouth. There was 2 neat red holes in his silk pajamas, and they was getting bigger. Somebody ran up the stairs and reached the edge of the doorway. I turned, nearly forgetting the gun in my hand, to see Marty. "Mr. Siegel, somebody just— Jesus Christ!" He saw Arnie, then me. "You dumb broad, you just killed Mr. Siegel!" "No, wait, I started, but Marty was going for his gun. Something suddenly kicked in and took over for me. The whole thing slowed, like it was some kind of slow-motion movie. And as his hand went to his shoulder holster, my hand came up with the pistol in it. I had much better reflexes than Marty, and something else seemed to be controlling my actions. I shot Marty dead center in the middle of his forehead. He looked surprised, then kind of puzzled. Then I kicked him down and started looking round the office. Then I saw it, the black briefcase, off to one side of the desk. I picked it up and started to move. There was still some commotion outside, but nobody else seemed to be coming straight in, so I headed for my room and suddenly was thinking again, although on a real supercharged level. I thought about ditching the gun and pretending to be asleep, but I knew that wouldn't wash. There was no way to hide that briefcase in time, and no way I was going to part with it short of dying. With Arnie dead, there'd be a new order around, and I wouldn't be worse shit to the new guys even if they didn't blame me for this. I didn't waste no time getting dressed. I just threw what I saw into my bag, including the shoes, and put it over my shoulder. I had the briefcase in one hand and the gun in the other. I didn't know how many more bullets was in that gun, but it was all I had. I opened the door and saw somebody had come in and turned the main room's lights on. I crept to the top of the stairs, saw 2 men looking around. One of them thought to look up, and I plugged him, and then his companion, with no thought. That kind of accuracy, when both had guns in their hands, was near impossible. The juice. The juice was reading my danger level and forcing me to protect it, and me, at any cost. I made a leap that would have done Tarzan proud down to the main floor and hid it in a crouch without losing the case or the bag. I stopped trying to fight the juice, and suddenly I was a killer machine. I had only one thought: escape. I was like some vicious, cornered animal, only I knew the layout, and I knew the gun, and I knew the only way out I could go. I made my way back to the kitchen area, then peered outside. It was real dark, but the glow from the house lights lit it up some. 2 guards, one with a rifle, was out there, arguing and pointing at the labyrinth. It was on. Right full. All them cube-like shapes dancing and changing and ready for use. No way to make any kind of run, so I just held the pistol at my side and walked through the back door onto the porch. They turned and their guns come up. "Hey, boys," I called to them. "What the hell's going on anyways?" One of them cussed, but they both relaxed, and then I shot 'em both down with my eyes at more than 30 feet and jumped down onto the lawn. Somebody come at me right then, and I swung the briefcase and caught him on the head, then kicked him hard with my foot. He fell back and doubled over. There was another one near the labyrinth I didn't see, and he made right for me. He must have been 6'3" and 300 pounds, and yet so fast I didn't even have time to use the gun. I dropped the briefcase and then kicked him, grabbed him, and brought both my arms with the gun down on his head so fast I ain't never gonna know what I did or how. I was now only a few feet from the fence, but I couldn't go yet. I had to drop that case, and wasn't no way I was going without it even if they shot me dead. I made for it, got it, then looked up and saw a man on the back porch, framed by the house lights, gun held steady by both hands. There was no way I could figure on scooping up the case and getting off more'n a wild shot while he had me cold, but I went for it anyways, hardly looking as I shot him. I turned and looked back to see him fall forward off the porch onto the ground. At that moment, I wasn't one to question luck. I jumped that little fence and ran into the labyrinth just as it seemed to be slowing down and growing smaller. I hit the cube running, then rolled and stopped, then crouched, and waited to see if anybody was following me. Instead, I watched the cube face from which I entered slowly fade out to black. Only then did I get back my wits and try to think about what to do next. First, I looked at the pistol. No wonder it made that funny noise. It was made out of something like yellow or gold plastic, and you could see a lot of funny works in there. It sure as hell shot something hard and real, though. Those was holes in Arnie, not no ray gun burns or shit like that. That also meant it could run out of bullets any time. Hell, it might be empty now, but I didn't dare test it. That test might be my last bullet, too. I looked next at the briefcase that was life to me. Hell, maybe it was only 6 months, maybe a year, but it was more'n they tried to give me, or woulda if I stayed with no Arnie around. I opened the case and felt panic. It wasn't empty, but it nearly was. Only one of them shrink-wrapped packets of juice cubes was in there. Only one. Panicky as hell, I counted them. 4 layers of 8 each. A month's supply. Probably my supply. I still had 3 in my bag. That meant 35. I had 35 days to live. That meant I had to do something. Make some hard decisions, but not right away. More worrisome right now was that somebody back there had helped me escape. The other guys I shot, they all fell backwards like they should. But the guy on the porch, the one who had me cold, had fallen forward. Maybe that killer was still back there, waiting for the time to light out for South America or whatever. It was a woman, that was for sure, and I didn't think she planned to kill Arnie. I really didn't. She could have done that nice and quiet. Most likely, it was that strange woman at Siegel's house. That was almost surely Addison. Only she didn't look nothing like the sketches that Crockett bitch showed me. Maybe Arnie'd gotten greedy or ambitious. He knowed what was up, that's for sure, but he wouldn't be more than a small part of it. What had they promised him? That he'd replace Big Georgie as crime boss when they took over? It probably sounded good at the time, but he now knew that was just chicken feed. So maybe, after years of setup, Arnie decides when they begin to roll that he'll throw some kind of monkey wrench into the machinery and hold out for more. The only way to know for sure what it was about was to ask Addison, and I was a long way from being able to do that yet. Now, I only had a few choices. First switcher I'd met, I'd have to give a destination. I was one of them lucky few cleared through to headquarters, and it was the logical place to go, but I didn't want to go there unless I had to. They'd take all my information all right, but then I'd wind up in the center. Maybe, if I started into withdrawal and there was no other way, I'd do that, but so long as I had juice, I sure as hell wouldn't. Requesting some destination by description, like Brandy 2's homeworld, was risky. Them switchers used translators, and so many worlds was alike enough to them that they usually got it all wrong anyways. Besides, what would that buy me except a month of freelance whoring? Crazy fact was, the best chance I had was trying to push the case, get 'em where I could call the tune. I didn't give a damn if they took over everything or not no more, but I wanted a personal guarantee, lifetime supply of juice they couldn't cut off. It was a lot cheaper price than Arnie probably asked for, and if I was smart about it, they wouldn't dare knock me off. Yeah, I know it was crazy to think that they would even bother dealing with me with all the power they had, but that's the thing about being hooked. Still, other than that, it made me very cool and logical. I just had killed my first 3 people and it didn't bother me one bit. I had no inhibitions at all. Now, I knew. My twin would kill without a thought if it was that or juice. That was my only lead then, too. If I was wrong, if I hadn't doped it out right, I was stuck. But if I was right, I had a place to start. The briefcase didn't seem worth keeping now. I put the packet in my shoulder bag and the gun, too. I knew what they'd done to me, and I kinda guessed why. Brandy 2 and I was even more alike than I figured. Oh, she was a whore all right, but that didn't mean nothing when it came to other interests. She still come from a readin' family, and she read real good. She maybe talked better than I did, too. She might have been a higher class hooker by the time they got her than she was supposed to be. That's why they run her up to Vogel's place first, to get her brains scrambled a little. The same kind of thing as they did to me. Made her a dumbass ignorant slut, then sent her down to Siegel's till they could get a hold of me. Workin' the shadow dancer route, being conditioned with slow withdrawal, and then suggested to death on the come-down. She was probably all set up as the girl I saw. It's all they needed from her. Then I showed up, and I didn't look the same no more, and for a while I gave 'em the slip before walking right into their hands as I had to, sooner or later. This was a patient bunch. They had something else they was going to use this other brandy for, something I didn't have worked out yet. But then there I was. Somehow, during that time they had an extra problem too. If Sam was dead, or still in a coma, then I was all wet. But I bet my last shot of juice that he recovered. Watching me, they had a healthy respect for him, and he wasn't no easy snatch and switch. More, he'd be a real, dangerous enemy, 'cause he'd know where I was, and sooner or later he'd come and find out, and maybe not alone. So they changed their plans. And that's the point I was really guessing on. Suppose Vogel's experiments found out they could make a juicer do absolutely anything, and I mean anything, even kill. But there was a point, someplace, where even the juice couldn't force it. Maybe a percentage of folks just couldn't be made to kill their wives, husbands, or babies. Maybe it was only a few. But it was there no matter what they did, and they needed a brandy so convincing that Sam wouldn't have no doubts at all, and they wouldn't, neither. So they had Brandy 2 watch me. Watch my moves, my mannerisms, my quirks and habits, talk a lot about myself. Maybe she didn't even know then that she was taking it all in, but she was. We was inseparable. So, when they was ready, maybe when Sam was due to come home, they took us to Siegel's estate and stuck us in such a low, degrading situation, we didn't even have no track of days or times, just shot to shot. Then, when we was on our juice high, they bring in this Dr. Carlos and he hooks up the hypnoscan to us and he puts that dumb, ignorant slut version in me, probably a real edited version of the real thing, and 2 triggers. The cards. The crazy things on them cards they had us read. More than enough. All they had to do was start when we was juicing high, keep us out for a full 24 hours, then give us the next day's jolt and let us come out natural. We never would have knowed we lost a day, not there, and Carlos would have had a full day to do real fancy work on both our brains. So when Brandy 2 read her card, bingo! All her old skills and speech and shit come back, just flowing in till it dominated the other. And that, with all she'd learned and observed by being closer to me than anybody else could for all that time, and a friendly hypno-shove convinced her she was me. At the same time, when I read my card, the Brandy 2 lower personality flowed in and my old stuff was shoved to the back. I couldn't read that card 'cause I'd been cut off from my old skills. But why not just do a Beth number on me? Make me Brandy 2 completely and block off the old me entirely. Maybe 'cause they couldn't, quite. When Doc Jamisper done it to me at Mayar's place, he had all the top shit, the best computers and stuff they had. Maybe it took more than a hypnoscan to do it completely. How would I know? What he'd done was bad enough. Even I believed it. Forcing that Brandy 2 personality and cutting the skills, they knew just where to look 'cause they already did it once to her, to be up front. Even if you had the old stuff, you could do what they couldn't, forget it or push it all the way back till it rotted. Vogel proved that by bringing out Beth on the getaway. All he did was talk me into the idea that I was turning back into Beth and I couldn't fight it. And I was so ignorant of what they'd done to me and so in awe of their powers that I swallowed it and started becoming Beth and trashing Brandy. This time, they was more clever, 'cause I didn't know I'd been hypnoscanned, wasn't ready for it, and when I figured it out, they had a real convincing reason for me to doubt my own identity. Real convincing. Still, it was one of their stock tricks, and it had worked on me twice. Would have worked, too, if Marty just hadn't shot off his fat mouth and started that old part of me moving. Not that it was easy. I knew who I was now, and I had my old memories, but Brandy 2 was still forward, still in the driver's seat, and I didn't have no center to get her out. I was stuck with that real southern ghetto dialect, had a hard time handling big words, and I wasn't gonna write no incriminating statements. I needed to take a chance on somebody who could and who might not turn me in, if that damn twin of mine hadn't already murdered him. Chapter 9. Plot, Counterplot. One thing Bill Markham drove into my head was that long string of numbers for home. I had some trouble pulling 'em out, but they felt and sounded right when I faced the switcher. 1329-2-7, I managed. The switcher checked. "You are authorized transit to that world," she said. She was one of them that really needed a shave and a haircut. "Proceed straight on, and I will auto-exit you." "Any ways I can get a word sent up to Aldrich Prong?" I asked her. I wanted some insurance. "Executor Aldrich Prong has been relieved of all duties in security," she told me. "I can connect you to Security General if you'd like." Aldrich? Fired? This was going along much faster than I thought. No thank you, ma'am. It'd be kinda personal." And I walked straight ahead, and 5 cubes later walked out into a mess of broken-down concrete, surrounded by a high wall. It was a real mess down there, and I was glad it was daylight. It looked from the drop-ins and shit that things lived down there I didn't want to meet. There was this rickety old ladder, and I climbed it to the top and found myself out in the woods with just this pit or well or whatever it was there, surrounded by a fence with barbed wire all round it. There was a gate with a big padlock on it, though, and there was only one thing to do. I took out the gun, prayed it was still loaded, and shot square at the lock. It kind of ricocheted around and away without smashing the lock like it always does in the movies, but when I pulled, the lock came free, and I could get out of the gate. The next question was, where was I, and was I in the right world after all? It still looked like Pennsylvania, which made sense. I was on the Pennsylvania track and hadn't really been switched, just told to go straight ahead, but it wasn't any territory I knew. I tried to find a clear spot, then looked around at the horizon. Nothing much to see. A farm or something off one way, not much else. Every time we used the damn labyrinth before, it always dumped us at the company in Oregon, where we didn't want to be, and I kinda expected the same thing. This time, though, they'd stuck me at the State College area substation, which they didn't use much and wasn't manned. First time I actually ever wanted to be in Oregon, and I was here. I listened, and heard the sound of traffic off in the distance. Well, that was something. A road. Someplace along there just had to be a phone. Clutching my shoulder bag, I made my way through the woods and down the mountainside toward the road. Things opened up considerable after a while, and I was looking out over green fields and farmland down to a snaky little road with a fair amount of traffic on it. I started down, and was halfway across the open field before I suddenly remembered I was stark naked. It didn't bother me none, but it sure would attract a whole lot more attention than I wanted, and I didn't want to get picked up and thrown in no jail while they charged me and checked me out. I sat down in the field and checked what I'd chucked into the shoulder bag. Thing was, I'd had time to unpack at the lodge, and I hadn't really been thinking too good when I made my run for it. I was lucky to have thought of the bag at all. The only thing I could find was a pair of spiked-heeled shoes, not the best for walking, and the real tight, slinky metallic blue dress that matched them that I'd worn to dinner. There was also a topless string bikini lodged in the side pocket that I'd missed, but somehow that didn't seem none too practical. Well, that dress was knee-length, real low-cut, and had them slits in the side that left no doubt I wasn't wearing nothing underneath it, but at least it was legal. I also found a small compact, a lipstick, a wide-tooth comb, an emery board, and a small bottle of spray perfume. That, and the long golden pierced earrings I had generally kept on, was my sole worldly goods. I got over to a clump of bushes and sat down to see about getting it on, and suddenly I felt an overwhelming urge and need to sleep. I knowed I'd been up and on the go a lot and needed it, but not now. It was the juice, of course, making me do what it decided I had to no matter what, and even though I fought it and didn't want to, the next thing I knew, it was much later, and the bright sun that had been on my right coming down was now on my left. I cursed and got up. Not having a watch, there wasn't no way to tell the time, but the usual sleep was between 8 and 10 hours. If it was maybe 8 when I conked out, it was probably about 5 now. I looked out at the road, and there was a fair amount of traffic going the opposite way, which checked out. I didn't know what day or month it was, except it was still warm. Time didn't run at exactly the same rate in any of the worlds, so all I know for sure was that it was summer here. Trouble was, I didn't even know what year. I'd been like 10 months in Siegel's world, but how much time had passed here in the meantime? Might be a couple of years, and then again, it might be only May or June here. I was hungry, and sure to get more so, but I didn't have no way to feed myself, so that was one thing I had to push off. Wouldn't get no food or phones sitting here, though, so I squeezed into the dress and, in spite of everything, I guess out of habit, took time to comb my hair, put on fresh lipstick and a little makeup, and even spray a little perfume on. Well, it weren't just vanity and habit. There was only one way I was going to get fed and get where I was going to go. I stuck the shoes back in the bag, though. No use in breaking my neck with them here. There was no way to pick a direction, but I saw some road signs about a half a mile to my left, so I made my way that way. Best to know where I was first. I had trouble reading 'em when I got to 'em, but finally made out a sign saying State College 10. Well, they'd have phones there, but I didn't figure no big college town would be quick and easy pickings for me, and it was the wrong way anyways. I crossed the road, struck a real sexy pose, and started hitching. I figure it might take 4 or 5 minutes tops, but it was even less than that. I didn't mind if I got a dirty old man, and any would-be rapist would find they sure tangled with the wrong girl. A little sweet talking, a nice little sob story in a high sexy voice, and a few moves will get you most anything if you don't have no standards or scruples. I got let off at a big truck stop out in the middle of nowhere, and I didn't have to be there long before I made more than enough offers to get food and even a little cash. Still, it was fairly late by the time I was able to make a phone call, and when I stood at the phone booth, I suddenly realized I didn't know what to call. Bill Markham's number was another of those things burned into my mind, but I didn't dare call him unless I had to. He could stop my twin if she hadn't already done the deed and all that, but he'd also have people all over the place, and I'd be off to the center in no time. For my own good. My old number was no good. I'd disconnected it before leaving and sublet the apartment, putting everything in storage. I finally called Philadelphia Information and asked for a Spade and Marlowe number. The agency was dead and gone, but not its client list, and there might be a service or referral number. There was a number, but it was only a recording saying that Spade and Marlowe's cases had been transferred to the Marquand agency and given their number. I tried them, but nobody answered. I hadn't even thought about this angle. Maybe I had to call Marquand anyways. I had one last thought, and that was if Sam had been back long enough to get a place and maybe get his own number, it would be listed. I checked. And, sure enough, and, to my complete surprise, they did have a listing for a Samuel Horowitz. I called the number and it rang a few times, then got picked up. "Hello?" came a woman's voice. Her voice. My voice. I struck my voice way up high. "Is Mr. Horowitz there?" I asked pleasantly. "No, I'm sorry, he's out of town," Brandy 2 replied. "I'm his wife. Can I take a message?" "Like hell you is, honey." "No, thanks. Will he be back soon?" "Not for a couple of days." "I'll call again then. Bye," I responded and hung up. So Sam was out of town, or maybe just plain out. She'd use that if she'd already iced him, but then why would she still be there? To get Markham too, maybe? Only way to find out was to get there. It wasn't all that hard. You just sat there sweet as honey and then picked the fly you wanted to trap. I gave him good value for his trouble, so we was both satisfied. I got dropped right near Broad and Market about 4:30 in the morning, and I had about $40 on me at the time. Not a lot, but I walked over to Chestnut and got a room at the YWCA. Not that I wanted to, but it was getting on time. I took my juice, Had a good time, then slept until 4 that afternoon. I rarely ate meat, but I was able to find decent stuff at a health food store and carry out just up the street. I was down to $7, which didn't worry me none, particularly in city center Philadelphia after dark. The only real worry I had was I was having trouble getting used to the cars being back over on the left side of the street again. A good detective has no problem getting an address when she's got a phone number, even though it was too new to be in the book. The number turned out to be for a development up north in the city near Willow Grove. Not exactly on the train routes. I caught a late train up as close as I could, then had to use my charms to get a big black taxi driver to run me there for $7. It turned out to be a bunch of fancy-looking duplexes on them little dead-end street, but that was something of a relief since I was afraid I'd be looking at some security apartment tower. The cabbie, Calvin, his name was, refused my money, and I promised I'd call him through his taxi company as soon as I was free. Maybe I would, too. He was real nice and real good-looking. That was, if I wasn't dead or something. I checked out the house. There was one light burning in the front room, but the shades was closed and I couldn't tell if anybody was in there. The rest of the place looked dark. There didn't seem to be no alarm system, but the doors had good bolt locks and the place was air-conditioned, so the windows was closed, locked, and secure. Finally, I decided to see if things would go the easy way. I held the gun inside the shoulder bag, pointing at the door, and rang the bell. I heard it go a number of times, real loud, but there was no reply. Suddenly, the phone rang inside, and for a minute I thought I'd tripped some alarm system, but after 8 rings they gave up. There was nobody home, all right. It took some doing to get inside without crashing no loud glass. I was a hell of an athlete by this time, though, and actually managed to jump up and grab hold of the gutter spout on the second floor and pull myself up, ripping my dress mostly off in the process. Still, there, on this little roof overhang, I was at an upstairs window. The lock was one of them simple throw type, so I put the pistol up against the glass right on the flat push part of the lock and fired. The shot was quiet, as usual, and damned if the thing didn't turn about halfway and come mostly free. The hole was big enough for a finger, and I managed to tap it around enough and open the window and crawl in. I no sooner got in and shut it than I saw a back light come on and then somebody come out of the back door of the other half of the building and look around. They checked the whole area with a flashlight, including Sam's patio, and even shined a light up my way, but they didn't see nothing. There was 2 bedrooms and a bath upstairs. The one bedroom was just that. The other was storage and filled with the boxes and trunks I'd left when I stuck everything in storage. Most of my clothes and other stuff was in there, still packed, although she had obviously opened stuff and began to sort it. I could see why she had problems with it. Everything was way too big, except the shoes. My feet bones didn't shrink or tighten up with the rest of me. I dug out a big old extra-long t-shirt that came down halfway to my knees, and I used that lonely bikini bottom even if it did have sparkles all in it. My credit cards and shit was all in the safe deposit at Tri-State Bank, so there wasn't much more I could do. I stuffed the remains of the dress in the shoulder bag, then went into the bathroom. I stuck the bag in behind some shit under the sink so it couldn't be easily seen, except for the juice capsules and the gun. Then I started looking for places to hide the juice, and found more, to my surprise. Not a lot, 6 capsules, hid in my old mink coat still in the trunk, but that was her supply. We sure did think alike. Trouble was how to hide 'em so she wouldn't figure right off where they was. I decided to think like Sam. I had trouble finding something that worked as a screwdriver, but then I unscrewed a floor plate for the air conditioner and stuck all but a couple in there. Those I stuck in a little kitchen baggie and stuck under a seat cushion in the living room. It was so obvious nobody'd think of looking for it. The clock said it was a little after 10. I didn't know anything else to do but sit and try and relax and wait. The kitchen was real basic and clearly not stocked up for any length of time, even for one, and there wasn't nothing in it fit for me to eat. About 10:15, I heard a car drive up and stop, and somebody got out and walked up to the door. I retreated up the stairs as a key entered the lock. I didn't want to be seen till I knew the score and which one I was facing. I decided I'd just keep quiet, lay low, and wait. After a while of moving in and out and packages rustling, I heard footsteps come up the stairs, and she came up and went into the bathroom. She was wearing a sleeveless stretch-top pale pink top and a pair of real tight jeans with sandals. They all looked new, so I figured she'd been shopping. Either they staked her some, or she'd made it as far as my deposit box. I was in the dark bedroom, ready with the pistol if need be, but she flushed and come out and went down the hall to the other bedroom and switched on the light. I had a margin nearly to noon the next day before I needed a jolt, but maybe she didn't. I hoped not. I heard her give a little gasp. I guessed she'd noticed the neat hole in the window in there. In a sense, I was actually in her mind, and I didn't have to see her to know what she was doing. Hole, then check, open the window and look out, then check the walls and see where the bullet bouncing off went. Her next thought would be to check for her juice stash, and I heard her pull the trunk around, open it, and start feeling through the pockets of every coat in there and looking down the bottom, feeling the linings to make sure it didn't drop down. Then I heard her give a panicky sort of cry. I crept down the hall and watched her, knowing how I'd feel. Then she suddenly realized that somebody was there, turned, and froze. She saw the gun first, then me. "Dey ain't there, sister," I told her. "Dey been moved far, far away." "You! How do you even get here? What do you want with me?" "I think you gots the smarts to figure that out yourself. You gots to know at least what dis part's all about." She got slowly up and stared at me. They said you'd never even know, and even if you did, no way you was gonna leave without no juice." "I got juice. All God's chillun's got juice. Dey keep making dese little eensy-weensy mistakes with dis child. Go ahead, tear dis place up. You won't find no juice. Not a drop. Don't worry, though. I gots it all hid nice and safe. Lots and lots of it. Old Arnie, he had one big stash, and now I got it. Old Arnie, he don't need it no more. He deader than a cooked rat." "Somebody sent you. Who?" "Somebody do know the secret, but I don't know who. Ain't your gal Addison, though, even if she did pop Arnie 2 slugs with this self-same gun. Kills real quick and quiet." "Are you gonna kill me? There can't be 2 of us in this world." "Well, there is now. We goin' downstairs and then we goin' talk a bit about a lot of things. Where we go from there be up to you." I was careful, and I had the experience with guns and with handling folks who didn't want to be handled. I think she sensed that, and was also really thrown off by me being there at all, so she gave me no trouble. She also seemed to have completely bought the idea that I removed all the juice from the house. Hell, I kept falling for shit like that, so why wouldn't she? So we sat and we talked, and I got some more details on this setup. She swore she didn't know nothing about no plot when she was shadow dancing down at Siegel's, and that she had no memories or recollections of her full self, as she called it, until she read that card. She never really doubted who she was, though, even then. It was the basic selfishness of the juice addict that kept her quiet and let me go away confused and broken. I understood. When somebody else held the juice, you danced their way. But she'd spent so much time with me, been so close all that time, she could do me nearly perfect. After that split up, they flew her up to the lodge and this mysterious Dr. Carlos for the final touches. The ultimate test, though, she still found unpleasant to talk about, but it brought her to this point. They found one of the regular girls at the club, not the dancers, but one of the ones who lived where Deb and I had, was given information on the sly to the cops. They brought her up to the lodge, and they gave the poor girl to her, and then they withheld the juice. "I resisted," she told me. "I held out longer than I thought I could. But I finally did what they said. Every bit. Not just killing her, but cutting, mutilating while she was strung up, screaming. It was then I knew I'd do anything for the juice. I know it's wrong, but next day, I didn't feel bad. I didn't have no nightmares. I knew just what I was and where I stood. Killing this white man of yours, It was no big thing after that. I lost some sleep over figuring it, but I wouldn't lose no sleep over doing it. If they had you down there and your Sam strung up, you'd carve him up yourself. Only thing was, you wasn't going to be strung out with some controller standing in back with the juice you craved. On your own, they thought, you wouldn't be able to do it. At that moment, you either kill yourself or do as they order. There ain't no third way. The phone rang. She looked at me, and I went over and looked at the phone. It was one of them new styles with the automatic dial and built-in speakerphone. I figured it was the same one I bought for the old apartment. I gestured her over, then hit the speaker on-off button and nodded to her.
"Yes?" she asked into the little mic. "Brandy?" came a woman's cool, familiar voice. "This is Addison. Is everything going all right?"
She looked at me. "Fine. I'm settled in."
"Very well. There is a change of orders. It is very important. Sam Horowitz is on his way home. We aren't sure of the route or timing, but he could be there any time within a few hours to tomorrow afternoon. You are not to kill him. Do you understand?"
She frowned. "But I thought—"
"There has been a change in circumstances. Brandy Horowitz is loose with a large enough supply to cause real trouble for some time. We think she made it to this world. She is now your target. She is certain to try to contact Sam, perhaps make an attempt on you. Delay, hold, or restrain her if possible, but do not kill her unless you have to. If you spot her, use the contact method to get a hold of us immediately. This is quite urgent."
"Let me get this straight. You don't want me to kill Sam, and you don't want me to kill Brandy neither, if I can help it. Then, other than hold her, what else am I supposed to do?"
"Become Brandy Horowitz. We have other uses for you now. You can play the part. He knows you got addicted. That will cover many lapses in your erratic behavior, and he too had some recovery problems. He'll buy it. You make him buy it."
The line went dead. I was as amazed as she was at this. Why, after all this trouble, such a change in plans? Did Siegel's death and the intervention of some third party they didn't know about in my escape cause them to regroup? This didn't make no sense at all to either of us. "How do you contact them?" I asked her. "The Chess Works. It's a toy and game store in central Philadelphia. You call their number and you leave a message for Miss Addison to call you with the one who answers, or on the machine if it's after hours. I used it once already, but it was a man who called back, not her." "Well, she here now. Guess she wastin' on him made troubles. Don't know what they still want me living for, though." "So, what now?" Yeah, what now? Sam was safe, at least for now, and I had a way to contact Addison to make a deal. Trouble was, if I did it now, she'd know immediately who gave me the number and where I had to be. Sam might be hours, even tomorrow afternoon getting in, and I needed a jolt before that. Worse, it was into prime hours, and the juice only let up on mandatory sex when you had your period. "When you do your jolt?" I asked her. "Any time now. Past time. Can't you tell?" Truth was, I could tell. She'd been time-shifted in her routine 'cause of all that stuff at the lodge. "Okay, figured as much. That's why I didn't take it all. Thought it might be kinda useful. Left one here for you." I reached under the cushion and palmed the 2 cubes. "Now, we going upstairs, and you gonna get happy for a while." She didn't resist. You don't in those circumstances, as I well knew. When you're due, that's the only thing important to you. "Now, you listen to me," I said coldly. "I got all the rest of your juice. You know, too, one of us die before they tell you where her stash is. You better play along with me, girl, or I'll see you go to hell." I gave her the jolt and watched it take effect almost enviously. I wanted it bad, too, but it wouldn't be no good to me for a long while yet. Some knowledge of Sam helped next, 'cause it didn't take me long to find what he called his Junior G-Man detective set. It was a small box with fingerprint kit, evidence collectors, and a couple of pair of handcuffs. I rolled her over and she smiled and groaned, then cuffed her hands and back and then cuffed her legs as well. Then I gagged her, left, and turned out the lights. She didn't even notice all that. I went down, called the cab company and asked for Calvin to pick me up, then went back upstairs and got my bag, stuck the gun in it, deep, made my face over a little and combed my hair, then put on the heels, even if they wasn't well suited for what I was wearing. I was tempted just to have Calvin in, but I had enough sense to realize that if Sam come in during it, I might have some trouble convincing him I was the right one. It was stupid and risky, but when the juice tells you to do something, you ain't got no choice at all, and the sight of her up there in high heaven on the bed only tripled the lust. I was sure as hell gonna give Calvin his $7 worth, with one hell of a tip. Now, I got to admit I took a hell of a risk considering the timing and all, but that's how this thing works. The only thing I had left was my brains, and that was working as good as ever. Needless to say, when I got back at about 4 in the morning, I was real extra careful to make sure that everything was just as I left it, including a few little things on the doors nobody would notice but would be out of place if they was opened. I even checked the neighborhood for snoops and found none. Finally, I went in, checked out the downstairs, then went upstairs, real careful-like, and found Brandy too, also pretty much as I left her, only now she was asleep instead of on the super high, or mad, as she was almost surely was from the looks of the bed. Wasn't nothing to do but relax. So I went downstairs and watched a movie on one of them super stations, which felt real good to be able to do after all that had happened. Then just gave myself that jolt and disappeared into heaven on the couch. I remember waking up in the blissful come-down for a while, then just drifting back to sleep. Wasn't no use in doing nothing else, nohow. Sam might come home and be confused as hell, but at least I was the first Brandy he'd see. Which was why it was a real shock to wake up upstairs on the bed, hands cuffed behind my back. I turned and found Brandy too still there as well, only she was only cuffed by her hands. Sitting in a chair opposite, holding his .38, swigging coffee and looking more than a little tired, was Sam. I was so damn happy to see him alive, looking well as I remembered him, that I sat right up. "Sam!" "My mother warns me about all sorts of things," he said real casually, ignoring my outburst. "She gave me tons of advice on almost every situation in the world. However, I don't think she ever covered something like this." "Welcome back," said my twin. "We've been talking about you." "I bet," I shot back. "Bet you been telling him all the God's honest truth, huh?" Sam sighed. "I'm a detective. I don't even like being a detective all that much. Usually it's boring as hell. Unfortunately, it's the only thing anybody ever taught me how to do that paid money. Now, I have 2 women here, cuffed on my bed, which is kinky enough for any detective novel, and both of them look absolutely identical. Both also have a passing resemblance to my wife, but both look like versions of my wife as sculpted by a master sculptor with a massive bribe from her." "He's putting you on, honey," Brandy too said dryly. "He knowed about the 2 of us before he ever showed up here." They do tend to notice, eventually, when the identical same person passes the same station twice, in the same direction, without ever going in the opposite direction, Sam commented. "Don't worry, Sleeping Beauty. I already know a fair amount of the story. You see, I asked your counterpart here about your little dog, Asta, and she said Asta had to be given away. Isn't that just terrible?" I was cuffed on the bed, but I had to laugh and keep laughing for a while. Finally, I managed. "Right, Mr. Charles." One thing Sam and my late daddy had in common was a passion for the old classic detective novels, stories, and films, and I caught it too. I guess Brandy too was too damn mad at Daddy to take up that taste in her life. That'll teach her to read them sexy romances. In fact, Sam always reminded me of William Powell in The Thin Man. Oh, he didn't look or talk like Powell. Wish he did. But it's the same attitude. "So why am I cuffed?" I asked him. "You are cuffed, my dear, because you're hooked on the most addictive substance yet discovered, and you apparently have a fair amount of it. You ought to see what it's done to the 2 of you. Before I can have a working relationship, let's call it, with either of you, I have to know where the stash is and take control of it. You're the one who knows, so that's why we've been waiting for you to wake up."
"Sam," I cried. "It's me, damn it. They give me this shit slut talking and all, but it's me."
"I worked Vice, babe. Remember? I've seen as many strong as you be willing to kill their own husbands, mothers, and children for drugs a lot less potent than this one. You have two choices. Tell me now, or tell me later. If you choose later, then I have to make some choices, since I have to go to sleep before either of you needs a fix or I'll keel over, and you two need food and recreation. If I remember the stuff's routine right. If it's now, I can relax. If it's later, I have to either start a treasure hunt, which I'm too damn spent to try, or call in somebody to take over, which means Bill Markham, and you know what that means. Or I have to hand feed the two of you and find some more handcuffs. Now, which is it?"
"Sam, you know I can't do that."
He stared hard and serious at me. "Brandy, it's me," he said mockingly. "You want me to trust you on that basis? Not the same the other way, huh?" He had me, and I didn't know how to get out of it. "For God's sake, tell him," my twin pleaded. "It's the only way I'm going to get out of these damn cuffs, too." I didn't know what to do, so I tried a two-way approach.
"Sam, I've been through hell. I thought you was dead, for God's sake. Only wanted to get even. Screw them good. And I can, Sam. That's the honest truth. If and nothing else good comes out of this, I got that. I know who's who and what's it all about."
"I have some of it myself," he told me. "After they ran some checks to see if I should be taken off life support and found out that the computer instructions for my maintenance in that tank included a certain drug that kept me sound asleep for months, and they brought me out and told me about it. It wasn't hard to figure. It's not enough, babe. Not enough at all. Why do you think they engineered the sacking of Aldrich? Put that young fellow, Dakani Grastata, in temporary command? Dakani's young, ambitious. Unlike most young and ambitious smart boys, he wants to feather his own nest. He's not in on this, but he's not gonna do anything to jeopardize his standing. He got rid of most of Aldrich's top people and replaced them with bureaucratic hacks. Now, if you or I walk in and tell him we know what's behind all this and most of the cast of characters, do you think he'll believe us and move on it? On his own? Against one of his patrons and a higher class at that?"
"Not everybody in dem upper classes," I pointed out.
"True. But they're all well connected to them and work for them. Dakani might put one of them through the ringer if we had solid evidence, but not on either of our deductions or say-so. Aldrich would have. That's why they had to retire him. It wasn't hard. Even knowing what we know, you can make a pretty good case for his incompetence. He was too close to the problem. He had top man disease. He believed his reports from his agents in the field, and he fed only those reports into his computers and came up with exactly the conclusion and acted in exactly the ways they wanted him to. His only departure from orthodoxy was you, when he let you go in alone. And when this Crockett woman reported you'd been captured and hooked on the stuff, he looked more like a fool. Can't you figure out with all his resources why he couldn't find the original world?" I nodded.
"Same thing. Machines told him that place was bare."
"Right. Or it was certified as having been looked at and given a clean bill of health. That means we're right back where we started from. They can blow up Vogel's place, and most of his experts. They can cover their people for a while more back where you just come from, and they can cover their own asses at headquarters and rely on Dakani's inexperience and eagerness to please to keep it that way. But the Origins world's their smoking gun. They can't blow it up, they can't abandon it, and they can't cover up a whole world's evidence. Deliver that world and you expose the cover-ups and maneuverings. Find that world and even Dakani will have to move fast and hard for the same reason he won't act without it. Expediency and his own neck. So, babe, you're one hell of a detective, but you still ain't got a damn thing."
"And if you does got the stash, what den? The funny farm for us?"
"Nuh-uh. How much of this stuff is there in this stash of yours anyways?"
"'Bout 35.
"Well, that's not bad, although I wish it were more. Truth is, After all this time, I don't think we have too much longer. The fact that they were bold enough to make all the recent moves they did shows that, and the idea that they were out to eliminate the two of us. I think they're going to make their big move any time now, and I think as it stands, they're going to succeed. The two of you are rather uniquely positioned to act on it. Of course, it would be easier if we could get us a hypno-scan and get rid of that step-and-fetch-it accent of yours. It would be real convenient if the two of you were interchangeable, but that's why they made sure you had it, so they could always tell the two of you was apart. I was startled by that idea, but then I didn't see why I didn't figure it right off. Sure, if she was gonna play me, she had to talk like me. But since we was so damn much alike, they had to make dead certain that even if I was discovered or sprung, I couldn't pull a switchback on them. I was wrong. They hadn't underestimated me at all. If anything, they'd overdone it. But if you get 'em, what happened to us? There are 3 sides to the question for both of you, he pointed out. Their side, the company's side, and your side. Unlike the other 2, your side has a vote, but it's only on whose side to belong to. Now, I have the same problem with minor differences. If I go along with them, even volunteer for their side, I'll probably wind up with Bill Markham's job and vastly increased powers and get the both of you as souvenirs. If I go against them, they'll either have to kill me, or when they take power in spite of me, they'll probably eliminate me anyway as a potential thorn in their side. Unless I win. Sounds like you'd be better off changing sides, Brandy 2 noted. The way things stand right now, you're probably right, he agreed, but I have 2 powerful reasons not to. First, we're late immigrants here. I'm first-generation native-born because my father had some foresight, and he saw what was coming in Europe and managed to get here. The family was fairly poor, and he was the youngest, so they pooled to send him and my mother here first. By the time he was settled enough to try and help others, it was too late. Where they were sending the Jews, you didn't need money. It won't be Jews this time, particularly if I can still smell it coming. I guess I inherited it from my father. This time, it's me asked to be a good German for my own prosperity and safety, and the hell with the others. I grew up hating that kind of person for killing my family. I value that hatred too much to compromise it. And, of course, there's one other reason. He paused and then went on. They took the only human being I ever loved, and they robbed her of her humanity and made her something ugly.
Sam! No! I cried out. It ain't true!
Yes, it is, said Brandy 2 sadly. Honey, my old life weren't much, but it sure as hell was a life. We ain't people no more. We're property. We can jive talk all we want about being victims and helpless and all that, and we are. But I don't kid myself about what I am. Take a look at yourself, girl. We is slaves. Only difference between us and our great-grandfathers is they didn't want to be no slaves, but we do. I turned around as best I could and stuck my head face down in the pillow, sobbing, 'cause I knew right off she was right. If Sam hadn't been there, right in this room, then I would have rejected the whole thing, put it from my mind. I still loved him, but I'd cheat on him in a minute, betray him in a flash. I had betrayed him, already, and all my daddy stood for, too. I would help that bunch of Vogels win, or look the other way, so long as they guaranteed my juice supply. I would have thought it was wrong and too bad, but I'd let it happen, even helped, anyways. Worst part was, if I was in real withdrawal, and they told me I had to kill Sam to get the juice, I really didn't know if I could keep from pulling that trigger. No, that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that I still didn't want no cure. If it came down to betraying Sam or getting the cure, I'd probably betray him. Even now. I knew it in my bones, just like my damn double did. When Sam made that remark about going over to the other side and getting us as prizes, I got a real feeling of excitement that it might be so. It was Aldrith's worst-case example when he tried to talk me out of going in. I couldn't have Sam and the juice. And as I thought this, the juice I had reacted. You wasn't allowed to get too depressed. You wasn't allowed to get yourself too messed up. It pushed my blood pressure back down and pushed a few of them chemical buttons in my brain. I still thought, yeah, they're both right. I ain't the same person no more. Can't never be. It feels too good to be like this. I turned over again and looked at him. You see, Brandy 2 commented plainly, it's easier when you know what you've become and you don't fool yourself no more. Not better, just easier. You just lose your right to judge. I swallowed hard. Okay, Sam. So we deal with me as I is. So what if I tells you where the stash is? What happens in a couple of weeks? I don't know. That's as honest answer as I can give you, he responded, looking and sounded real sad. I'm the only one taking a real gamble. Deep down, I have to gamble on both of you to save my hide, and you have to gamble on me not holding out or turning you in. I'm betting on your basic addict selfishness, though. You're both smart girls. It doesn't affect that, which is lucky. We're listening, Brandy 2 assured him. If you betray me, you'll be on their side and they'll give you juice, for a while anyway. They may keep you on it. Then again, they may just decide that they don't need you anymore and have no place for you. Then, it's the end. There's always that risk, and it's stronger when they've won. If there's one thing my Brandy knows, it's that the company top isn't just powerful, it's racist. They need others for guinea pigs, but neither of you will fit into their final plan. You know what happened to Vogel's victims when they had no further use for them? I had a real uneasy feeling when he said this, since that was always the one fear I had since getting hooked, and the one fear the juice did not make go away. Go ahead. We listening. Play it my way and we'll have the origin world, the present company. They're no angels themselves and they really don't give a damn, but when there's no reason to be cruel, they take care of their own. They'd never let this shit get out generally. Hell, you put 1 million doses out on the street of Philadelphia and loads of people, some of them very middle and upper class, would be fighting to get hooked and wouldn't even ask or think about the price they'd pay. You know that. But it's organic. Sort of. It exists somewhere in nature. A sufficient supply for the few addicts remaining could be ensured indefinitely, particularly for the pair that exposed the thing and saved the damn company's neck. Is that really possible? Brandy 2 asked in wonder. A lifetime supply? Forever? He ain't jiving, sister, I told her. That's just the way they do stuff. He was right, and it made me feel a lot better to know that I could do the right thing and still be in my own best interests. We got nothing to lose if Sam plays square with us. If the opposition believed I might not shoot Sam for the juice, then I was damn sure Sam wouldn't betray me. Under the flow vent in the upstairs hall, Sam. It all there. He relaxed and put the gun away. No, it isn't. I shot up. What? You may be only a shadow of your former self, but you still think the same. I found them before you even woke up. Now they really are no longer in the house. Then why? If you couldn't bring yourself to trust me and tell me, then I had no chance at all. Now, maybe if we can give the details to your sister here and make her believe it, then we have a fighting chance. He gave a weary grin. Now, you two have only one worry, and it's a minor one, all things considered, but I just want you to be a little paranoid too. What dat? I asked him. If somewhere there are 2 Brandys as identical as the 2 of you, so much so they might have pulled off the switch, then somewhere, almost definitely, there's a Sam too as well. One with the ethics of a cockroach who decided that being on the vice pad in Bristol was pale stuff compared to millions in the bank in this life. The original Sam is recovering from a serious brain injury, remember? That could hide any lapses. You see, that's the reason I was delayed so long. The move was anticipated, but tricky. We now have something on them. Maybe. You see, in the labyrinth about 36 hours ago, one of us blew the other's brains out. That's why you, my would-be replacement bride, were called off. That's the beauty of it. Nobody, not you, Not the company, not the opposition knows which one I really am. Not for sure. Damn his hide. Chessworks. I would like to speak to Miss Addison, please. One moment, I'll transfer your call. Click. Buzz. Whir. Ring. Yes? It was her voice, all right. This is Brandy. We have her. Where? Right here at the house. She's good. She actually got the drop on me, but she didn't figure on a double for Sam, too. Neither did I. Why didn't you tell me? It was not necessary for you to know. We didn't know if she might contact Markham or someone first to get allies. You give her too much credit. She's a shadow dancer, just like me. She was just hoping to replace me and use Sam in a scheme to make a deal with you, but she'd never give that company no crack at her. You ought to know that by now. There was a silence for a moment. Then Addison said, obviously amused, Very well, then. This situation has changed from a strong and threatening negative into a positive. Put Sam on, please. I'm here, he said. I'm on the upstairs extension. All right. You know your mission. Do it right, and do it within the next 25 days, and you'll live there like a king on those millions. Fail, and you will be remembered when the time comes. I promise you. I got the picture, he replied. It's not like I haven't done it before. Once you bump off yourself, you can bump off anybody. What do you want us to do with the broad? I'll have a car at your place in 60 minutes or less, traffic willing. Since you're about to have delicacy problems, I don't think having a Brandy there who is an obvious addict would escape Markham's notice. We'll take both of them for now. She hung up. Abrupt, that girl, but she had a lot on her mind. What's you supposed to do? I asked him. Murder Markham in such a way that it can't be traced to me. Preferably make it look like an accident. Dakani's no fool. He got most of the resident agents, even the ones close to Aldrich, on the job. Markham's chomping at the bit to be let loose on this thing, and Dakani's inclined to promote him and give him some powers. If he failed, the kid could always blame Bill and Aldrich's people. If he succeeded, the kid gets the credit and maybe keeps the job. There are very few people with Bill's experience or track record in playing the game the right way. Hell, if they considered me a threat, think what they considered Bill. It's still a pretty small and close organization they've got, out of necessity. They've still got a hard job ahead no matter what. What's it cost them to get me to waste Bill? If I do, he's out of the way. If I fail, I'm the only one who suffers. Makes sense, I agreed. Real surprised to hear all that on the phone, though. If I was Bill, I'd have a tap on it. Oh, he does, Sam replied. State-of-the-art for this world, but no high-tech stuff by company standards. On the other hand, Addison's people have a tap, too. And they can tap into this tap. It blocks all calls to the Chessworks prefix from registering or recording on Bill's tap. Same goes for her calls here. They're pretty confident of it. They've been pretty fucking confident of everything, Brandy 2 commented sourly. What you think they're gonna do with me? Make you a guinea pig just like her before they risk any of their own with this. Sam, suppose they don't, I said worriedly. Suppose they just send us back to Fast Eddie's, or worse. Then I'm done, he answered flatly. But you won't be any worse off than you would have been otherwise, would you? I got a little chill. Sam, hold me once, I asked him. Hold me like you used to and just play like it be old times, please. And he held me, real close and real tight, and he kissed me long and hard, and I knowed there was still the love there. God, how I mucked it all up. God, how I wanted him. The car, a big blue Mercedes, pulled up in about 40 minutes. I didn't expect Addison to be in it, and she wasn't. Just a big, rough-looking black dude in a suit and a young, straight-haired, round-faced black woman in a white uniform, like a nurse. We opened the door, and for just a moment I couldn't go out in it. I didn't want to. Something held me back. All I wanted to do was turn around and grab Sam and run for it, scream for him to make love to me and then put a bullet through my head. Instead, I walked out, and my twin followed close behind. She and I was at least dressed decent for a change. She'd shopped for more than one outfit. We got in, both of us looking sullen, but me most of all, and even as the doors closed and we pulled away, I felt like a tremendous hand was reaching out and trying to snatch me back there. It took a while for the feeling to fade, and it was real curious that the juice hadn't done nothing to calm it down. "Now you two listen up and listen up good," the nurse said, turning to us. "You just sit there real nice and real quiet-like and enjoy the ride. We got some miles to make today. When you two need to get juiced." "After 11 tonight," Brandy 2 replied, and I said, "Any time after 4 in the morning." She nodded to herself. "Well, we're going to put you two on an equal basis. Now, we're going to pull over up here, and you two are going to get out, and we're all going to go over in the bushes, and you're going to get naked, and we'll see if you got any juice on you. Any juice we find, we're going to destroy. You got that? Now, I don't have no juice, and Monroe here, he don't have no juice. So if you two girls don't behave and do just like we say, we aren't going to make it to the folks who do. Understand?" We understood. We even figured on it. I had none, but my twin had 4. Since that's a natural thing for a shadow dancer to do in these circumstances, and she already managed to had 2 in the car, keeping 2 on her person. They found all 4, although I thought for a moment that old Monroe was going to miss the one wedged in the back of the seat rest. They ain't that easy to destroy, but they had some chemical that would do it. I wondered who the hell they was to know so much, but they never said. Some folks from their force here, probably drawn from the company's mob ranks who expected to be real important here when the new folks took over, most likely. We took the northwest extension up to I-80, then headed west. That state college substation had always been leaky for the opposition. There must have been some way they had of using it without it registering on securities boards, or so I figured. We didn't go all the way there, though. Instead, we turned in at a roadside motel where they fed us, then took us to a room in the back for which Monroe had the key. Monroe sent the nurse Longstreet outside, then turned to us. "Now, which one of you is the fucking Oreo?" "Me," we both responded at once. I was real surprised, and signaled her it was okay. "We both been liberated," I told him. "We don't care about no color. What are you, the Black Klan?" That enraged him, and he started in on me. I'd had real rough, big, nasty bruisers before, but this guy was something of a psycho. The only thing that was saving me was that the juice wouldn't let nothing get real painful without tipping the scales the other way. Kinda made you a masochist to get pleasure for pain. But it was better than the alternative. Fact was, the only thing saving Monroe was the fact that we both needed juice. Suddenly, there was loud talking outside, and the door opened and Monroe stopped for a moment and looked up, mean as hell. Standing there was Miss Cool herself, Addison. I could hear Longstreet cursing a blue streak outside, but somebody had her. Addison took one look, figured what was going on even if she didn't know the reason, and said fairly firmly, "Just what the hell do you think you're doing?" "Shut up, bitch! This ain't your business," Monroe growled. That was a mistake.
"Girls," Addison said, calm as could be, "you have my permission and my support if you want to kill this idiot."
Monroe gave a big laugh, but it didn't last long. You take 2 women bodybuilder types together, and no hunk even Monroe's size and strength was going to keep us from doing damage. It was one hell of a fight, though, 'cause of the big weight difference. And while we done him some real damage, when Brandy 2 kicked him in the gut and sent him to the floor under the sink, he rebounded, made for his coat, and I knew he was going for his gun. He never made it. There was this short pfft sound, and there was a neat hole in the side of his head. He actually looked surprised. I think he was dumb enough and strong enough that it took him 5 full seconds before he realized he was dead. The recoil hardly moved him. Finally, he just sort of sat down on the floor, stared hard like he was seeing something he couldn't understand, then keeled over.
"Messy, but satisfying,"
noted Addison, putting her pistol back in her purse.
"You get your clothes on and both of you come with me,"
she added, pointing to me.
"I'd hoped to use this place tonight, but we're going to have it cleaned up instead."
I got back into my jeans and shirt and sandals, and we followed her out. I got to admit I was surprised at all this. She hadn't seemed like the kind to give a damn about stuff like that as long as it wasn't her. 2 big men pushed Monroe's girlfriend into the room after we left and closed the door. I looked around and figured either everybody else was sound sleepers or business was lousy. Parked in an outer lot designed for the purpose was a tractor trailer, one of them big rigs. The trailer didn't have no signs or pictures or nothing, just a big dirty silver. Addison leaped up on the ledge like she had done this all the time, threw the levers and opened one side of the back. We hauled ourselves in and she got in after us. It was pretty dark in there, but as soon as she closed and bolted the rear door, the lights come on. Inside was a whole bunch of equipment, some real big, some in crates and some not, and 2 people. One was a medium-sized fellow in plaid shirt, jeans, and boots who had real dark skin but wasn't black. He kind of looked like some Indian. The other was a woman with a great build, kind of like ours, but with golden skin and brown hair. One of the golden people of the headquarters world. The truck roared into life, although I ain't sure right then if even they knew where they was going. Monroe had sorta screwed up their plans. The man reached into his pocket and took out 2 little cubes and tossed them to us. "Here," he said in a Spanish accent in English. "Get your fix now. We have much work to do." I still wasn't sure if it was late enough for me, but since these folks had the supply, it didn't cost nothing to try. I was under in real sweet ecstasy in about a minute and a half. They didn't do nothing in the come-down period, since they shut off most of the lights and all of them seemed to be asleep themselves. We was still moving, but we didn't know to where. I heard my twin give a giggle and turn to her. "Look at 'em," she said. "The most dangerous people around, and we don't dare do nothing. That girl one of them boss world people?" "Yeah, that's what they look like," I replied. "Reminds me of somebody, but I can't think who." I looked over at her. The rest of the shadow dancers, different color, different hair, but all the rest of them girls looked just like that. Haven't you figured that much out yet? Not till now. By the way, glad to see you can talk regular again. Guess they must have done it while we was out with something in here. I was flat out amazed. Until that moment I hadn't realized that I was back to normal. At least the normal I was before they run that jive on me at Arnie's. Wasn't nothing to read in there, but I could imagine a page in my mind and know all the words. Somehow, they took that model out of me they put in. That meant that one of these crates, probably the biggest, was a hypno-scan. And that made the Mex, or whatever he was, Dr. Carlos. Brandy, too, confirmed it. That pig was my main trainer at the lodge. You suppose he's one of 'em, too? I shook my head. No way. Wrong build, wrong face, wrong everything. I guess they could make themselves look like that if they really wanted to, but I don't think they did it to him. He's like that pair back there, and Crockett, and Arnie. Just hired help. Real smart and skilled hired help. But that's it. You suppose they ran us both through the thing like they did last time? I mean, they took something out of your head, but did they put something else in? It was a good question, but I was fairly confident they hadn't. They can take that shit out in about an hour, but it takes a long time to put things in. Damn, I'm starving, and I have to go to the bathroom. Me too. So do they, I guess. Gotta be something in here. We was feeling good, and we got up and did a little exploring, trying not to wake nobody. They did have one of them chemical porta-potty things in a corner, and that at least took care of the immediate problem. We wandered back, 'cause there was nothing else to do. You know, That girl, she looks kinda Hawaiian. You got Hawaiians in this world?" I nodded and looked. Yeah, except for the brown hair and maybe a little difference in the skin tone, you're right. Never thought of that. Island kinda folks anyways. You got my brains, even if you ain't got my experience. See anything else peculiar? Take a look at both them girls." She tried, but she shook her head. "What do you mean?" "Addison's one of them too. You take that makeup off, put down that hair and make it that brown color and put her in some decent clothes. Them eyes ain't right. Yeah, they are. Under there somewhere. She ain't been medically converted. It's more like some kind of high-tech makeup job, like they might do in their world for show business. That's why the makeup's so heavy. Covers up the seams. But her skin's darker, not like ours, but like white folks with real deep suntans. More tricks, that's all. Probably takes a bath in some kind of dye that shade, which is a little darker and duller than theirs. Makes a world of difference. The shadow dancers was black, brown, lily white, and china yellow, but they was all the same. All but us. Even with the noise and shakin' and rattlin', I guess we was talkin' too loud 'cause Addison stirred, opened her eyes, looked over at us, then got up.
"No use," she said. "I can't stay asleep in something like this. I heard you two talkin'."
"We was just wonderin' whether you started out in actin' or not," I said pointedly. "You do great makeup and you can play parts real good too."
"You are good. I assume you are this world's Brandy I'm talking to? Since Carlos took that module out, you really are incredibly identical."
"I was the detective," I told her.
"Well, to answer your question, my parents were performers. The sort of art they practice has no real equivalent here. It's a traditional form among my people that is both an art and religion. It is practiced only by husband and wife teams, so when my father died, the show was over, so to speak."
"I didn't think none of your people ever died," I commented.
"It is true we live a long time and do not suffer the diseases and infirmities you do, but we all die, sooner or later, from age or from accident. His was accidental, in a crash. They loved each other very much. My mother was left with 3 daughters and no means of support. She was expected to marry again, out of convenience, but she could not bring herself to do so. The only chance they had for any future was in one of the colonies, one without major class distinctions. We were neither fish nor fowl, as you say. We were lower-class people performing for upper-class patrons. Unless we all found eligible men in our very small professions, we could not continue it. It took money to immigrate and become established, and my sisters were very young. There was a patron, a very powerful man, whom we played for often. He took a liking to me. I could become his mistress, his kept woman, as it were, and he would pay for the immigration of my family. I accepted. I was 15 years old."
This was something I hadn't expected at all. She was moody, soft, introspected, and had a need to talk. I guess rolling along in a semi in the early morning hours and unable to sleep, she just figured some company was better than none. At least she figured we'd understand, although why she felt we would, I didn't know. "Yeah, well, at least you had the silks and furs," Brandy too commented. "Me, I was just past 14 when I run away, and I wound up in a run-down row house in Washington. Me and 6 other girls. Hooked on smack in another few months, 'cause it helped not to think or regret and work in the streets for a quota. We all got our sob stories, honey." Addison looked at her, then at me.
"No, there's a difference. I look over at the two of you and I see exactly the same person. I listen to you speak, and I hear only slight differences in your speech, and that probably only because this is not my native tongue. But on my right is a woman who came up from nothing and made something of herself and developed her brain. And on my left is the same woman who did none of this. You might have had bad luck, bad breaks, or even made some stupid decisions, but clearly you had choices. 2 ways at least to go. I did not. Women in my society are theoretically equal to men, but none, not even in the upper classes, ever can reach a level of decision-making, policy-making. Middle-class women can have education and careers, but they always work for men, carrying out men's projects and goals. In my class, a woman could not even be chief gardener of an upper-class estate, an assistant perhaps, but always taking orders from men.
It ain't that cool here neither, I pointed out. Is that what got you into this? Hell, in this world, some of the meanest radicals was women. Try being a black woman in this kind of society and see how far you get.
Each world has its own problems, Addison said. I can do nothing for other worlds until I fix my own. That is difficult and dangerous enough.
Yeah, so you're doing your sugar daddy's work for him, like always, my twin noted. You give him his revolution, and he gives you the shaft. I seen it too many times before.
He just wants power. It's true. And he might be no better, perhaps worse, than what we have now. But he is a product of society, and he does not understand the concept of radical by the roots. Nothing less will gain what I want. To him, this is a small, limited plot to take over the board and control it. A few parties, a few party girls with some of the old men, and that's it. I am his link to all of it. He cannot leave. He was brilliant in showing me how even the greatest computers and experts can be fooled if they are fed consistent but faulty information. He is a typical, arrogant, upper-class male, and I know him far too well. I knew he would never even think that he could be a victim of just such a thing. How could he? I am a mere insignificant woman, a mistress, lover, and actress, carrying out his orders to the letter. A majority of the corporation board as his shadows, dancing to his tune. That's all his vision allows.
I suddenly saw where she was going with all this, and I was appalled. You have the missing element now? The thing that the juice needs and we can't make? But to pull it off, then you... She nodded.
Yes, I must become a host, an addict myself. I am prepared to do this. As you can see from AI here, there is very little physical change in us compared to you. It is not obvious to anyone, which is the point.
He'll be cautious. He'll catch you. You know damn well he'll run you through one of them mind ringers before he lets you get near him once it all starts.
Dear, sweet Carlos here will see that it doesn't happen. Even the great manipulator, Jamisper, will not be able to detect it, just as vocals technicians could not detect you. He will only see what men expect to see when they examine women like me. He will be extra clever and search for lone linkage that might trigger a different personality, but it will not be there. One with Jamisper's skills might have detected you at Vogel's given time, but not even he can detect what is cut off, closed off, no longer there.
But that's kinda suicide, Brandy 2 pointed out. What good's your revolution if you can't pull no strings?
The strings will be pulled by others. The depth of my commitment is so absolute, I will let no consideration stand in my way. I am only the weapon, not the revolution.
Yeah, so your big man's in charge. He can just send out for juice any old time he wants, I noted. I got a real uneasy feeling about this and about anybody who was this much of a fanatic. Who could stop him? She smiled.
He only thinks he knows where it comes from. He does not. Only a precious few know. And after, even I won't know. We do not mean to control the corporation. We mean to bring it down. All of it, from its corporate and inbred male leadership to its vicious class distinctions. And once we do that, we will begin instilling justice on other worlds as we can and as we find them.
Well, I had to admit there ain't been no crime chief who was female since Ma Barker, but I wasn't none too sure I'd like these folks better. Seems I remembered old Ma was pretty scary herself. And it seemed to me, anyways, that nobody who could excuse folks like Vogel and Siegel and cause so much torture and suffering and death could accept slow, peaceable reform. Who would be marched to the camps in this world 'cause they was impossible to reform and re-educate? How many slaves would they make to build their perfect societies? Old Aldrich had it right, I thought, when he said that progress only came if you had worlds to steal from.
You will be my vanguard, she continued. You deserve the honor for depriving me of Vogel just when vital discoveries were made. The two of you will have the honor of paving the way for the salvation of humanity.
Chapter 10. Of Rainbow Weeds and Other Matters. The last of the puzzle was comin' clear now. The few things that didn't make no sense was fallin' into place. I ain't too much on subjects like biology or other sciences, but detective work is puzzle solvin', and makin' sense of what evidence you got is the way to solve it. Trouble was, we always thought we was dealin' with one organization, the competition, as any moves against the company was always called. Now we had that, and a band of fanatical revolutionaries within it even the bad guys didn't know about. Still, I can't figure why Addison just come out and told it to us, or why she bothered to have Carlos fix me up. The only thing I could figure was that somehow she thought just 'cause we was bright women stuck by circumstances, she thought we'd understand, maybe even applaud. Yeah, maybe in the end that was it. All this secrecy and skulking about in disguise, all this two-timing and double-crossing was leading up to the climax for her. And since she didn't expect to be able to appreciate it then, she just wanted to take a few bows now. Still, while it was double dangerous to be around her at this stage, the fact was we was lucky beyond any hopes we had. Maybe Sam had her figured all along. Maybe, somehow, he knew she needed an audience, and we was the only witnesses around guaranteed not to talk. Carlos and this AEI was a lot less friendly, and clearly considered us excess baggage, but they indulged her. Why not? At least instead of trying to figure a way to tag along, we was being forced to take front row seats. It was clear that Carlos and Addison had a thing going. At least, he looked at her and treated her like some kind of goddess, and he was the only man around who ever saw her drop her acting guard. He knew he was gonna lose her, but he was willin'. Like I said, fanatics. I don't know whose world spawned him, but he sure as hell wanted it changed. My twin and me, we had problems with the juice that they had to handle. Like I said, when the juice says you need something, you really need it. Food we got, at roadside places, though not the balance we needed, so we both wound up with some of them funny and otherwise gruesome combinations of things. They also let us run at roadside rest stops, and we was able to use the space and some of the gear in the truck for other exercises and weights. The sex urge was a problem, since the driver was this tough-looking woman in a black outfit and cowboy hat, and Carlos was only interested in Addison. The only way out of it was the way we had to go when the club was closed, and weather kept any chance of getting anybody slim to none. I won't go into details, but if you ever wondered what it'd be like to be somebody else and get laid by yourself, ask me. It wasn't all that bad, since we both sure enough knew just what the other liked most. It was kind of like having a million great appetizers, but no main course. But so long as he got off, the juice didn't know no different. They all watched us with real distaste, and Addison in particular looked uncomfortable. We was a real example of what she was thinking of doing to herself. We had come into a private airport somewheres in Ohio, I think, and there was a plane waiting for us. It was a small job as planes go, but it could take the 5 of us, with the lady trucker keeping on the road with all that fancy and illegal gear. It was a straight air charter, called ahead from the road. I figured from this, either we wasn't going where I thought we was, or they decided not to use any place the company might now be monitoring. We finally landed, after 2 spots, someplace in Mississippi which didn't thrill either of us none on the face of it. I gotta admit, though, that my twin was far less thrilled than me. In her world, Lincoln lost the 1864 election, and President McClellan made peace with the Confederacy. Oh, they got reunited again, long about 1900, but on strict terms that included a state's rights to make its own laws on segregation and race, and had to leave the Union again if the Compact of 1900 was broken. Yeah, the South abolished slavery eventually, but her version of the place sounded more like South Africa than the USA I knew. The North wasn't so bad. Most of the states had their own civil rights acts, but her Mississippi of today was kind of like ours of the 20s. I tried to assure her that this Mississippi even had black mayors and councilmen and sheriffs, but I had to admit I still didn't feel comfortable in the place neither. By nightfall, we was in a rented station wagon heading south, first on a nice road, then on real back road shit. We finally got to this old deserted shack in the middle of this hot, humid swamp in the center of the lousiest land in the state. It was run down and didn't have no phone or electricity or nothing, but it had a pump outside that worked, an old-style outhouse out back that smelled like nothing else on this or any other earth, a wood-burning old iron stove, a few supplies in sealed containers, and a bunch of mattresses stacked up in a corner that would do for all of us. Addison had stopped at a grocery and picked up a bunch of things which told us we was going to be there for a little while, but not too long, or there'd be a hell of a drive for more. They put us to work, beating out the mattresses, wiping down the place, washing out the pots and pans, and even chopping some of the chunks of wood there so they'd fit in the stove for cooking. We also did the cooking, the serving on paper plates and with paper cups we'd bought, and the cleaning up. The way they had us going, I got the real impression that the only thing these folks found wrong with having a low class to do the shit work was that they was all in it. They wasn't so damn superior as they liked to think they was, but any attempt to point it out was met mostly with anger and threats, not reason. 'Bout the only consolation we had was that the millions of mosquitoes there tried us and dropped dead without no bites of consequence, while them three was near eaten alive and covered with Carlos's salve. We were there close to 2 days when that big old truck finally got to us. By that time, they'd gone down into the swamps and come back with this thing that was like a flat piece of roughed-up plastic that floated a little bit off the ground. There seemed to be some kind of touch controls on it, though nothing was marked, so it went up or down to suit. To move, though, you had to push it. Although even if a couple of us stood on it, anybody could move it as easy as if it was on flat rails. Now they needed our muscles, and everybody else's, to move that shit from the trailer onto the slab. It was a lot of stuff, and one of them crates had to weigh a ton. Took us 2 hours just to get it from the back of the trailer to the edge, bit by bit, but once you had it on the slab, it was the same as all the rest. Ain't sure if that lady trucker was in on anything or not, but she got paid off a huge roll of $100 bills, and she never asked no questions or made more than business-like comments. I got the strong impression that she got not just the cash, but that they bought and gave her the truck as well. I guess maybe I wouldn't ask no questions neither. Well, once we had it all, they was as anxious as could be to get out of there. I couldn't figure why we flew down, 'cept maybe none of the others could stand the idea of 2 more days and nights in the back of that truck with poor sleep. I got the idea that if they knowed about Mississippi mosquitoes in summer, they might have saved their money and taken the truck. A wide path, just wide enough for the sled as they called it, had been cut out of the woods, but they had my double and me take the axe and saw and sickle and clear out what had grown back since the last time they used the place, which was more than they'd figured. Still, it only took the 2 of us to push all that stuff down to the shallow and foul-smelling lake edge. I knowed we was strong, but we wasn't that strong. It was easy to see how small amounts of goods could be easily transported within the labyrinth. At the lake's edge, though, we all had to get up on the thing and push off with 2 long rough poles, one on each side, walking front to back at the same time. This was clearly another one of them Vogel-type entrances, one that the company didn't consider useful, and when we reached the spot and saw the labyrinth form, I could see why. All but a tiny little bit of that set of constantly changing cubes of light and force was under the damned water. We headed into it, and wound up in a cube that had a fair amount of water in it, only it wasn't acting like water should. It was all broke up and floating around, and we all got sloshing wet with swampy, foul-smelling water in no time. Still, we was able to jump down in a hurry and push into the next cube where it was dry, but the smell lingered on. I never been on this track, so I had no idea where the switches was or anything, but just before a switch point, we angled up and out the top. It was dry land anyways, and surrounded by one creepy-looking forest. I almost preferred the swamp after seeing these monstrous trees and bushes that seemed all misshapen and was all sorts of colors, not just green. If you can imagine a 40-foot-high mushroom that was all ugly bruised purple and oozed bloody-looking shit out of its top, you get the idea of just one of the horrors of that place. "Anybody live round here?" I asked nervously. "No," Carlos replied. "There are some great apes on the other continents that have rudimentary intelligence, but there is no great apes on this continent. They are dangerous creatures about, though, so once we reach the camp and throw on the protection, do not venture beyond it." He was not exactly warming to us, but I think he was getting to liking having two strong folks around to do all the shit work he and the other two might otherwise have to do. Ai was probably the same way, but we couldn't be sure. She and Carlos could talk in some language, and she and Addison could talk in that sing-song tongue, but she didn't know no English, or at least she acted like she didn't. We passed through a bunch of poles about 10 feet apart that looked like fence posts waiting for the fence. Once inside, Addison hit a switch on a pole, and there were some kind of light beams crisscrossing between each of the posts.
"Don't touch the posts or in between," Addison cautioned us. "It is sensitive to size and shape to a degree, so it probably won't kill you, but it might burn all your hair off and probably leave you blind and partially paralyzed."
She didn't have to worry. After that, I didn't want to be no closer to them things than I had to be. The camp itself looked like some African village, with 3 big round huts with thatched roof and a few smaller ones that looked the same except for the size. The biggest one, right in the middle, had some kind of hard, very smooth brown floor and had a kind of straw door that opened big enough to get the whole sled in. Once in, though, it was real hairy moving, since the place already had a bunch of machines in it. It looked like something out of the center, or at least Doc Jamisper's lab. There was lights and even power for all this stuff, though from where I couldn't guess. There sure was no wires to the huts. We got all but the big, heavy one off easy, then managed to tilt the sled enough to get it to mostly slide off with some real group pushing. It turned out they had a real setup here. One of the huts had a communal shower with real hot water. It looked like they collected rainwater, purified and stored it. And toilets. Not our kind, but waterless round types that somehow got rid of the stuff with a chemical spray. Every time you went, you had to wash off in the shower, though. Nobody thought to pack toilet paper. The third contained your basic headquarters roughin'-it kitchen, which was a bunch of gadgets that stored food in these funny boxes. Then you stuck 'em, box and all, into one of these compartments or another, depending on if they matched the symbols on the box, waited until a bell rung, and took 'em out. Some was hot, some cold, and others at room temperature. But while we didn't recognize much of what we ate, it didn't taste all that bad, and the juice approved. They stuck us in this little hut that was furthest away from the bathroom, but that figured. It wasn't much. A woven straw mat floor, one bed that was barely a double, that seemed to be just a big air mattress, covered in some soft stuff and all blown up at one end to form a kind of pillow, plus a bowl if you wanted to get water from the supply and keep it handy, and that was it. We waited to take our showers after them, and stuck our nice new clothes in to soak, although we kind of figured we'd never get that stink out. None of the others bothered with no clothes, except Carlos, who put on some kind of flowered ankle-length skirt and a belt. We figured he was both being modest as the only man in the world, and also it looked right on him, like the kind of thing his people wore wherever they was. They mostly ignored us and let us do our own thing except for a few hours after we arrived, when Carlos and Addison took us into the big hut and gave us each a cup of some dark liquid. "Drink it. All of it," he ordered. It tasted lousy going down, but after a little while it really revved us up. We went through our needs and routines, extra long and extra hard that day, then just dropped into sleep. It wasn't till the next day that Brandy 2 said, "We didn't get no juice last night." "Huh? Course we did, 'cause I feel fine." "We didn't get it. We should both be well into withdrawal right now, but we're fine. I'm even a little higher than usual." "You?" "The same." I got puzzled. That wasn't possible, was it? Not that we kicked it. We hadn't. It was all there, all the same, only we didn't get no jolt and we both felt cheated by it, even a little let down. No super high at all for the first time in almost a year. No mellow come down, nothing. The juice was still running our bodies and our routines okay, but it was kind of on its own. Later that day, the juice made that same shit in the cup taste like the world's most wonderful wine. This is it, huh? This is the stuff? He nodded. Not a lab production, though. It is a product of a plant, a very common plant in certain areas. The locals in this world where it grows call it something like ogropa, or that is as close as we can come to a name that is part word, part grunt. Literally speaking, the name means rainbow weed, since it is quite colorful. It is their staple, as we use maize, rice, bread, or potatoes. Its chemical composition is quite complex and unique to any botany I have known. Even this world's strange plants are distinct relatives to the ones in our worlds. But this seems to be a crossover between the botany of basic humanity and the botany of other sentient peoples who are out along the boundaries of Type 2. At some point, a common organism that was parasitic on higher animals in that world moved into the life form that are humans there, and a strange relationship developed among a viral organism, a plant, and the humans of that world. The plants will grow almost anywhere except in the Arctic and immediate subarctic regions, deserts, and above roughly 2,000 meters. The natives take it for granted and have never related it to this parasite inside them, which becomes a symbiote with the plant. They do not even understand that there is anything inside them at all. They ain't real clever, huh? Brandy 2 asked. Oh, they have the same potential as we do, but this shapes their development. They do not get sick, therefore they do not develop real medicine and biology as we know it. They are excellent farmers and herdsmen, but high mountain barriers, stretches of desert, and wide seas limit them, as the plant will not travel well or for very long without going bad. They are a generally happy people. They have a rich art and folklore tradition, and some remarkable cities similar to those of the ancient Native American empires or those of the early Middle East. They progress, but they are not very ambitious. As you can guess, they have a great deal of sex, but they reproduce very slowly. Females there ovulate only a couple of times a year. The only reason you have this irresistible sex urge is that it thinks you are one of them. It senses potential reproduction almost constantly in you, and not being smart or clever, it acts. But there ain't no super highs with this shit, I protested. That ain't fair, when you got to do all the other stuff. You will always want it, but we think you will get used to this. We will take specimens and samples from you daily from now on. Otherwise, you are free to roam about. Later, when we begin to move, you will gain even more freedom. Hold on, I said. You say you knew about this whole thing, this plant, long ago. Then why all this experimenting? The biochemical problem is, I think, beyond you. It has to do with the way in which the plant's molecules are constructed. The architecture is very alien to what we understand now, and we haven't had the resources of the corporation or institutions like the center. Its own requirements for growth and development are not understood. It grows in most Type 0 and all Type 1 worlds, and looks chemically identical to the original. Yet it will not interact with the symbiote. This is the first thing that tested out in the lab for interaction, only a week ago. You two are telling me whether it is functionally identical to the parent. So, that was it. They couldn't use Vogel's world no more 'cause we blew it before they made their breakthrough, and they couldn't test it on them shadow dancers 'cause that was their own and needed for the plot. They could make more addicts, but that'd require them importing more juice when the heat was on, and that wouldn't tell them nothing about long-time addicts. So they had Brandy 2 left over from their idea of switching for me, and they had me, so we was handy. Guinea pigs, just like Sam said. I wasn't 100%, but where it failed, it wasn't no pain. Sometimes you just had so much energy you had to burn it off. Other times you got real dopey and just sort of lay around lazily and tripped a little on raindrops or clouds or grass or something, just staring for hours. I could see why they was good artists. Probably could blow mean jazz, too. You really ached for that jolt and high, but we both knew deep down that Carlos was right. We'd always want it, but we didn't need it. We was on our own form of methadone. After we'd get into our horny fever pitch and go at it, Carlos would be there, taking vaginal samples and scrapings. Took me a couple days to figure out what he was looking for, and took him about 10 days to find it. In the meantime, Addison left for someplace, come back briefly once, then left again. She was back about 4 days after Carlos made his discovery, and this time there wasn't no doubt I'd guessed right all down the line. She didn't have no disguise on, and she was gorgeous.
"I can't believe that's the same girl," my twin remarked. "Jesus, she even turns me on, and I'm sick of doing it with women. Nothing personal."
"I know what you mean. Did I ever. They got this. They ain't never gonna have to go back to the origin world, though. We're dead-ended, and it should be clear by now. I can't figure why nobody's moved."
"You sure that Sam was your man? I mean, real sure?"
"Sure as I can be," I replied without much hesitation. "You heard 'em and saw 'em. They wouldn't have had much prep time to get 'em ready, and they didn't have Sam under a hypno-scan like they did you and me. I don't think he could have faked it. Besides, even if they coulda, I just felt it. I can't explain it. I just felt it."
"I thought I did too. He loves you an awful lot, sister, an awful lot, and this hurt him real bad."
"I know," I whispered. "I know." Addison seemed both nervous and excited when she came over to see us.
"Come, get into the clothing I have brought for you. After all this time, we are finally beyond the testing and skulking."
She brought 2 of the sari and sandal combinations common to the world of headquarters, and they fit just fine. Addison, Carlos, and Ai got new clothes, but with an added touch. Each had a small, light, but real nasty-looking gun. You wasn't sure how it worked or what it shot, but no matter how futuristic it was, I could recognize a machine gun when I saw one. They checked him out, but then put him in a carrying bag which Carlos carried for now. Clearly, you didn't want to be seen with them things when you reached a switch point.
"You two will stay close to each other at all times," she warned us, "and give no warnings or alarms. Come."
Carlos killed the protection gizmo, and we walked out. I don't know how that thing guarded when nobody was there. I guess they had some kind of switch down at the labyrinth entrance. Carlos carried with him a gadget I'd heard the company dudes call a forcer, a small but impressive-looking little machine that could force a weak point open, briefly, to gain entrance to the labyrinth from a world at that weak point, or to maintain a small signal so that they could do it with the right code the other way. It made safe worlds like this one possible, and I bet the bright boy who invented it spent the rest of his life wishing he hadn't. We got Cuban okay, but the thing looked weak, unsteady, and not too big. Even so, we stepped into it, and everybody made it. We walked immediately down one to the switch point, which was being handled by a guy in a red uniform who had a face sorta like an orangutan.
"Headquarters, security clearance."
And then she gave one of them words or phrases in the headquarters language. Apeface checked his board, then made a kind of circle with his face, which I guess was the same as a nod, and replied through the translator. "Very well. The mail, however, is not cleared. Do you wish to call in for special clearance?"
"That will not be necessary,"
she replied, real cool now like she usually was.
"Only 2 of us will enter. The rest will remain in a holding cube until we take care of our matter."
"Very well. Cleared in. Specify the 2 to go at the final switch control point." We kept going, wondering just what was going on. Headquarters? It didn't make no sense. We couldn't take no guns in, and if I guessed right about what this was all leading up to, neither Brandy 2 or me was much good there. It was a real surprise. Then, when we got to the final security checkpoint, and Addison specified herself and me to go in, and suddenly, I figured what we was doing, and I got real scared. We got cleared all right, but when we got to the entry cube and she motioned for the others to wait, I refused to move. That got him a little mad, but confused him too. Finally, Carlos reached in the gun bag, and I thought he was going to shoot one of us to get the other in. But instead, he brought out a pair of them little headsets, giving one to Addison and one to me, so we could talk to each other.
"What is your problem?" she asked, nervous and irritated. "I won't leave you there."
"Don't make no difference. Once we do this, I figure you don't need us no more. I might just as well yell security once I'm inside as come back out with you and get dumped in some world where they ain't got no juice or no weed or nothing. If I'm gonna die, I'd rather it be with a gun, here and now, than slow from withdrawal, and we know too damn much to be stuck someplace with a pile of this stuff."
"I thought of that," she told me. "Look, right now you are registered in the log as coming in with me, and you'll be registered going out, and at every switch point from then on. They may never make the connection that there's something odd about it, but we can't take that chance. If we could, there are other ways to force you to do this. After this, we will take you up to the origin world, the world where this thing is natural and the rainbow weed runs wild. It's no paradise, and the people aren't quite human, but there are a few other humans stuck there, men too, so you will survive. After we have taken over, we will come to liberate all of you, as you will be very useful when we begin to reform the other worlds. Now come, they will grow suspicious if we wait too long."
I wasn't too sure whether to believe her or not, but I figured I had very little to lose now that the point was made. I went through with her into the entry chamber. We stripped down, got sterilization baths and super scans and everything. Then we got cleared to come on back, take that little code verification test on the combination eye and scale gadget, then walked into reception. The small staff was there with new clothes like before, and we had no trouble walking from there to the high-speed elevator and up to the surface station. "You're taking a real risk with this, ain't you?" I whispered to her.
"It had to be done, and I had to see it. There was no other way. Now, I will make my call on mundane business from here, and we will exit and rejoin the others."
"You mean what you said back there?"
"Why not? Soon you will be joined by many more from all the worlds the company now exploits."
And with that, she made her call. I don't know to who or why, but I figured it was some routine thing not at all connected to our business, though I thought it might have been a code call to her high-class lover that all was going well. It was over quick enough, and we made our way back down. The way out was on a different floor from the way in, and not nearly so complicated. You just had a code check to make sure nobody was sneaking out who shouldn't be, and then you stepped into the labyrinth that was always on at this end. Addison smiled and nodded to Carlos, and AI seemed real pleased, as well they should be. This was one hell of a plot. We had a long walk in the labyrinth after that, the longest I ever remembered. The switches and tracks had shortcuts to help long distances, but we was still taking hours and hours of cubes and more cubes, weird landscapes and more weird landscapes. After a while, Carlos and AI handed off the bag to Addison after taking out their own guns and left us. It was just us three now, but somehow that made me feel better, not worse. Addison's fury at Monroe had been real. She had a temper, but I think in her own way she had a sense of honor. I wasn't none too sure the other pair did. Finally, we turned and entered the damnedest tunnel in the whole thing I ever saw. All the scenes, on all 4 cube walls, for the longest distance, was exactly the same. We was looking out on some broad, grassy range, and off in the distance you could see a fellow on horseback. But each scene was just slightly different as you walked through. It was fascinating. First of all, the man and the horse was never in the same exact place. Second of all, sometimes the grass was tall, sometimes short, sometimes green, sometimes yellow, and sometimes there was other trees, and sometimes there wasn't. The man and the horse and the scene all changed. After a while, the horse seemed to be a purplish thing, and the guy on top began to look more and more like some kind of horror movie freak and less like a man. Unfortunately, The scene ran out before I could get a real clear look at them, but I got to tell you, it was unnerving. We was now in Type 1 territory, and it was weird all round. Once they set up a region, they blacked out the worlds they didn't use or want to look at generally, and now there was only the occasional scene here and there, almost never with people. You couldn't see much anyways. They was careful that their stations would always be concealed, so what we'd seen with that horse and rider was some real thin weak point, a natural thing. Now we was back to just stations, and they was blacked out mostly as the unused worlds. We stopped in stages at certain worlds, mostly company setups, I figured, where there was survival shacks, basic Type 0 food and water and the like. There was also a separate area we could see that looked all crazy and had stuff you wouldn't touch on a bet, Type 1 stuff. These was the worlds like the one we'd left, worlds where people of any kind just never got invented, and they used 'em as rest stops on the interworld highway. At the first one, Addison pulled out these little necklaces that looked sort of like red pearls, one for each of us.
"Put these on,"
she ordered us, putting one on herself.
"They contain small broadcast units that contain randomly shifted identity codes while leaving the security clearance intact. They will mask your much weaker identity signals and make it impossible to trace us from this point."
Another question answered. Anytime somebody tells you a system's foolproof, all it means is that you are protected from fools. They said that pulpweed juice didn't travel, but I guess that's 'cause the folks where it come from never got round to inventing vacuum-sealed storage containers or something, 'cause Addison had it, and 'cause we didn't get no high, damn it, we didn't even slow him down. We actually took a sleeping period at one of them rest areas. I didn't mind, but I was real surprised that a revolutionary band this well connected hadn't been able to con no vehicle. What the hell? What did we have the right to complain about anyways? The last thing I wanted to think about was the future. We took 3 days, judging from the sleep periods and the doses of weed juice, before we got near the place. I lost count of the cubes, worlds, switch points, and the rest areas. Finally, though, we entered the world at a force point. It was a right pretty-looking place, but not real homey. More like the kind of background you see in all them old John Wayne westerns. Lots of colors, mesas, rock steeples, and what do you call them things? Buttes. Never was clear what a butte was, but they had 'em. The temperature was cool, but not cold, maybe high 60s. The sky looked a little bluer than I thought it should be, and I didn't remember no John Wayne movies with green rocks and blue ones too, but this place had 'em. It also had little clumps of growths here and there of sickly purple grasses and clumps of this odd-looking plant that had a base like a pale blue cabbage and thick purple stalks growing out of 'em with round pale pink balls on the ends. The skin and the balls looked sorta metallic. As you walked, all the colors of the sun seemed to ripple off 'em, like looking sideways at a pane of glass in summer. "This is it?" I commented. "Looks kinda lonely to me." "Looks kinda yucky to me," my twin put in.
"There are better places, but this is the only force point developed,"
Addison told us.
"There's a small settlement about 50 kilometers, about 30 miles, that way. An old trail leads down the cliffside here to the bottom where there's a small river. Follow the river against the stream, and you'll hit it. Most of the vegetation is that violet color. Plants here use a different system of making food from sunlight than ours do. Don't let it throw you off. Most anything the people here eat, you can eat, and I doubt if the symbiote will let you eat wrongly. The bulk of the Type 0 colony, perhaps half a dozen people, live near the village. You won't have any trouble finding them. The natives are generally friendly and will mostly ignore you unless you do something to provoke them. They're not very pretty to look at, but we aren't very pretty to them either, and this is their world. Go down to the colony. They'll fill you in and get you settled. They'll understand your problems too. They've been hooked on this stuff for years."
"That's it?" my twin asked. "You just drop us here and that's the end?"
"That's about it. When I leave, this forza will be set to open only from the labyrinth side. It might be quite some time before anyone comes for you. It might well be many years, depending on how smoothly this goes and how many problems the takeover and restructuring of the company first and then my people goes. But eventually someone will come. In a week, no more, I will be like you, and Addison will be no more. So this is farewell.
Seems to me you're making the biggest sacrifice of all, I noted. Is it really worth that much? Do you really believe that your people are going to be any better than the ones now? She swallowed hard.
I am not eager for this. Who is eager to die? But I would take a dagger and strike my chest and remove my own heart and crush it, if that is what it would take to topple this abomination. I do not know if we will be better rulers than we have now. No one can fully predict the future. I do know that they could not be any worse, and that radical change in a society that has never changed since gaining power will collapse it, force it to rebuild, and along different lines. I will have the necklaces back, please, now. You can keep the dresses and sandals, although no one here cares much if you run nude all the time. The climate here is mild, and if you get a chill you can make your own. This is enough time. Farewell.
We handed her the necklaces, but we wasn't going to let her get away scot-free. Wait a minute, Brandy 2 called to her. You ain't left no juice or weed or nothing. How do we even know this is the right world? She turned.
I would not have brought you all this way just to fool you. Ask your twin. There are many easier places I could have dumped you with far less time and trouble.
That's true enough, I agreed.
As for the fix, you won't need it anymore. That round plant with the stalks is the rainbow weed. It grows like wildfire. You'll find it delicious.
She pushed the forcer, got a crude cube, and stepped into it. It collapsed almost immediately. Can you believe her? My twin commented. Damn! We spent all that damn time praying for the day when the color of your skin don't mean a thing. And we find out that even if everybody was the same color and beautiful, people would still figure out a way to divide and hate each other. It do give you some discouragement, I agreed. Damn it. I guess we got a long climb down and a 30-mile run before we know if we was just a pair of con turkeys or if we got a future at all. Shouldn't we hang around a while, just in case? I shook my head. We don't know if them necklaces didn't screw up this whole bit, but if they did, we're better off finding folks and seeing what this place is like. If not, they'll find us. Besides, in order to really wrap this up, I want to talk to them humans stuck here. Besides, don't you remember her saying that some of 'em was men? They been having to live with rank amateurs all this time. Maybe us trained professionals can put a little spice in their lives. We was able to find the trail without much looking. It was well worn and well used. Well, I suppose they had to get their damned juice up to this point somehow, and fairly regular. 30 miles was more than a marathon run, and sure as hell impossible in a sari and sandals. The river was fairly wide, but real shallow, and there was a flat worn area all along this shore. More of the trail, we supposed, since off and on we saw some real ugly-looking animal shit. Leastwise, we hoped it was animal turds. Either that or this world's dudes was really huge, enough to shit bricks. Purple and orange ones, too. I don't know if the juice was feeling at home or not, but it really felt good to run. We paced ourselves, but ran for hours before we stopped, and even then we was just starting to work up a real sweat. The rainbow weed was all over the place, wherever there was sunlight, and we found ourselves just pulling it up and eating the balls and the big round head. I guess it weren't enough, 'cause the juice also had us eating grass like we was some kind of cows or something, and drinking long and hard from the river. It filled us up, though, but also made us kind of drowsy, and along 'bout sundown we just found a patch of grass and collapsed. About the only thing my twin said before we both dead to the world was, "Ain't sure I like the menu, but we sure as hell won't starve none here." Which were, of course, my thoughts exactly. Next day we made real time and broke out of that badlands and into broad fields. It took a minute to realize that a lot of the landscape was just like the stuff we saw where we came in, only now it was covered in violet and purple and shimmering colors. The path kept on beside the river, sometimes broken by small streams and creeks flowing in, but we just splashed through them. There was clouds in the sky now, and they looked pretty normal, big, fluffy cotton balls that made shadows on the ground.
The trail also had several junctions, but we kept to the river path. Hell, that's what we was told to do. Finally, we come in sight of civilization, or what passed for it in these parts, a big clump of what looked like giant mounds or maybe beehives with pointy tops, only made of clay and mud and rock and having openings and ladders and steps. Before we reached it, though, we met our first inhabitant. He was big, in every sense of the word. Built like a wrestler with big round eyes, the biggest, flattest nose I ever seen, and skin that was kind of shiny and glittering like fish scales. He had big, muscular arms and bigger feet, and he needed a manicure something awful. He also had a flowing mane of thick, curly, dark purple hair and a beard maybe a foot long. He was wearing a kind of sleeveless dark brown tunic and a knee-length skirt or kilt, but I doubt if there ever was the Einstein that could make shoes for them feet. The hair was about the same color as the grass. He started talking to us, gesturing wildly, making the damnedest grunting and blowing and bellowing we ever heard, which we took to be the way these dudes talked. It took a couple of minutes for us to realize that he didn't even know we was newcomers. He was spouting off to us about something like we met every day. I guess we all look alike to them, too, Brandy 2 noted. We finally got this big bruiser calmed down enough to take a breath. We tried to show him we didn't understand him, come from up there, and was looking for our own kind. It was crude, but he turned out to be a bright fellow at that and pointed a long, pointy, nailed finger further on, then cocked it. We figured that meant take the next right, so we thanked him and went on. Any other circumstance I'd have been scared to death of that creature, but here it almost seemed normal. At least now we knew what the people were like who got permanently married to a virus and a plant. I wonder if our hair's gonna turn purple, I muttered. Anything was possible now. The new trail we took was less used, but still plain enough, and led pretty quick to a small single one of them beehive-type huts with two even smaller ones behind it. There was a small creek running right beside the property, and in the field was two creatures that looked like hairy purple elephants with no trunks and tails, like them old dinosaur pictures. We slowed down, not sure this was the place. Then we saw two women, 'bout as pregnant as you could get, sitting outside, naked as we was, suckling a couple of little babies. That stopped me. I just hadn't figured on babies. One was the golden type. The other was darker and built different. Not black, but maybe Latino. They saw us and did a real take. Then the Latin woman called to us in some language that sounded as bad as old Scales and Bello, only more human. Uh-oh, I muttered. We forgot about the language thing. Bet Addison did, too. Well, they all started coming around to us after that, and others come out of the houses or in from the fields. There was 3 women, 3 men, and 7 kids. The oldest, which looked maybe 2 1/2. A man and a woman was of the golden people variety, another couple was this Latino-looking type, and a third couple was deep tanned white, he with real blonde hair and blue eyes, and she with reddish-brown hair and green eyes. From the looks of the kids, they didn't seem exactly married to their other matched partners. Maybe they was, maybe they wasn't. When the kids showed up, but not lately. Language was a problem right off, but one of the men who looked older, though they all looked damn good, at least knowed what English was and knew a language close enough that we could talk with practice, at least on a simple level. With time, we could come to some kind of compromise, I felt, but that worried me. If we had that kind of time, we was in deep shit. We had the time. Weeks, in fact, to kind of settle in and get the feel of the place. There wasn't much work to do except cleaning up a bit and getting used to the idea of a pit toilet and a creek for running water, but we managed. The women, all pregnant, seemed almost relieved at our arrival. They didn't get the urge as bad, but the men did, and we kinda took some of the pressure off. And real hard, but real dedicated like, we got to the point where we could get complicated ideas across to each other, at least the guy who spoke that sort of English, who said that his name was Avrong Simron, one of the golden people. A real scientist. He showed us his old field expedition gear, much of it still powered and working,
but not much used these days and not much useful day-to-day here. They was an exploiter team, the 6 of them, sent out by the company like so many to scout out a bunch of worlds in an area where the company thought there was something possibly worth its while. They was only scouts, the early explorers, but they did a lot of the original work. Each had a specialty: geology, anthropology, 2 different biology people, one for plants and one for animals, general physics, and general chemistry. They was on the track of some rare trace element, whatever that is, that was valuable to the company in running its portable gear, which didn't seem all that common among the worlds, and they was like them dudes who go out searching for oil, digging here, then there, till they hit a gusher. This was maybe the 20th world they'd looked at in a row, and all the signs said that in the next few worlds, this stuff they was looking for, which was made in some natural process not real common and taken millions of years, was there in goodly amounts. They was kind of surprised to find the folks here so primitive. Their near-identical twins in some of the other worlds were pretty well advanced. They set up a base camp near this town, adjusted their gear so they had some language ability with these big dudes. They could understand it, but no Type 0 human had all the guts needed to talk it right, and settled in to make their search. In about a month and a half, they found some of it in the hills nearby and was all ready to call in some more experts with better equipment and move on when, all of a sudden, the real peaceful folk of this world just went nuts. For 9 days and nights, there was a near orgy of rape and constant sex and not much else, day in and day out. They were not immune. Each of the women got it at least once from one of them big suckers before it was over. Even the men weren't immune. They got raped by these Type 1 women just the same, drippin' stuff. You don't get much of a hard-on like that, but they had theirs shoved up holes anyways and got covered with wet. Then, just as suddenly, it was all over, and everybody was peaceful and lovin' and kind as before. None of the Type 0s was in any condition to walk or ride all the way to the force point for weeks, and a couple had broken bones and all was wall-to-wall bruises. But by the time things started to heal, they began to see the changes in themselves. We knew the routine real well. They was hooked. They was also smart enough to figure out that they'd caught something, and something real dangerous to others, from the local folks. They got up to the force point and sent a trouble, dangerous infection message up the line to the Exploration and Exploitation Division, then set out to study the thing even as it changed and held them. Trouble was, they was an advance party, and not a medical man among them. Their lab gear was set up for exploring and survival, not complicated medical studies. The company, at least they thought it was, sent some stuff that helped, but there was a limit to what they could do. Finally, they decided that 2 of them would set off toward a quarantine area down toward headquarters to be studied. You can guess what happened. They barely made it back in time to save their own lives and sanity, and even now that couple was showing some lingering effects of damage. They sent all sorts of samples back, blood, urine, even semen, and eventually they got their answer. Some kind of virus of unknown design and construction, they was told, probably incurable at this stage without damaging the host. However, it had real possibilities for something. No, they didn't know for what, or why the company seemed so interested, but that wasn't their job or place. Could the native males be induced by trade goods and ideas to give semen? Well, it turned out they could. Even though they was only real interested in sex once a year during that mad orgy time, they could get it up if they had to. It was a hell of a business, but it kept the stranded team in touch with the company and civilization, gave 'em a feeling it weren't no total tragedy, and gave 'em a real chance to study this civilization and people. It took 'em a long time to get the link to the rainbow weed, even though it was right under their nose. You just don't think of a disease that lives off humans needing something from a plant. The biologists finally figured it after about a year or more when they started seeing other connections between the lower animals and plants of the world. They sent samples and loads of seeds up as part of their studies. They also studied the people here and compared it to themselves. You think after that orgy time every female would get pregnant, but only a fraction of them did in any given year. The birth rate was low, but the life expectancy was very long. Still in all, In some ways, it was a culture without a lot of shit that tore us apart. Men and women did all the same jobs equally. They didn't have no marriages or stuff, since what was the point of even developing it, all things considered, but they had a real sense of tribe and community. Weren't no social classes neither, 'cause when you had a period of time every year when everybody was screwing everybody else, there was just no way to keep no royal families pure, no races either. Since everybody bred with everybody, any real differences got averaged out, maybe thousands of years ago. No wars neither. They had no real idea of private property. But there was a price. There wasn't much in the way of development, invention, real progress. They got to a point the scientists called Bronze Age culture, and stopped. Guess they just didn't need to go no further. In the same time our ancestors went from Bible times to television and space travel and computers, and the golden people developed all that fancy futuristic shit in the labyrinth, they maybe invented a better saddle and a better plow. It didn't seem fair, but it seems like all our warfare and jealousy and hatreds and divisions was the thing that caused real progress, too. If you got rid of all the bad things about human beings, you didn't go nowheres. Nasty, divisive, warring civilizations with territories and jealousies and kings and all did the best, if they didn't destroy each other, which was the odds 'bout half the time. On that scale, them golden people who founded the company must have been real sweethearts, and I thought we was bad. I tried to explain what was going on with what they was sending back down the labyrinth. They didn't really want to believe it, and they didn't like the idea of being used that much, but they seemed to care a lot more that somebody'd found a way to live with it back there than with the idea that it was going to be used to destroy the company. I guess if you work for a company that treats you like shit, you don't really give a damn what happens to it. They worked for the company 'cause it had the labyrinth and the only ticket to what they all wanted to do. They sure didn't have no love for it, though. Since the demands for seamen had stopped and most business with the company stopped, they figured the high-tech boys had figured a way not to need 'em anymore. That was fine with them, so long as they was stuck, but they was still having a real tough time convincing the locals that they didn't need it no more and that they had nothing to trade for it. I guess that's what the old blowhard we met was complaining to us about. We hadn't figured on kids neither, but it was kinda inevitable when you had to do it every day, sometimes more than once, and the chemicals they used to prevent it was long gone. Unless that juice done more to us than we knew, though, there wouldn't be no black babies around. Still, it was kinda nice to see them little kids, hold 'em, play with 'em. Even Brandy, too, who never let down her hard shell, really took to 'em. Still, the little colony was just marking time here. This wasn't their world no more than it was ours, and they didn't really have much place in it. They was just doing what they could, living day by day, and not looking much beyond the moment. 5 weeks or so after we got there, we had visitors. They came in white suits with space helmet-type gear and air packs and all the rest. We told 'em they wouldn't have no trouble if they all just kept their pants on all the time and didn't stick around another month and a half until the locals went after everything alive. One of them was Bill Markham, and I was never so happy to see nobody in my life 'cept Sam. "I look pretty healthy for a dead man," he admitted to me. "After all, Sam killed me in a pretty fancy car accident about 2 weeks ago. Made all the papers. I'm getting a little tired of rescuing you from these worlds, though. We have to stop meeting like this." "You got 'em, then?" "No, not yet. Until we were able to analyze that plant we got samples of from the safe world where you two were held, there wasn't any way. Now, however, we're ready to act. Don't worry, though, we're pretty well alerted to what they're trying to do, and in a very short time, with all the knowledge and technology of the center, we've learned a lot about this bug. We're setting up the climax now. I thought you'd want to be in on it." "Would I? But where's Sam?" Markham cleared his throat. "You want the truth?" The way he said it, I was afraid something happened to Sam. "Yeah, Bill. Straight." "Brandy, Sam's real broken up about all this. No matter what act he put on for you, I'm not sure he can take seeing you much more. You wanted the truth. You got it. To be perfectly frank, the only reason I think he's kept on living was to wrap up this case. I wouldn't give 50 cents for his future once it's closed." "Not Sam!"
I responded. I can't believe that. You think he's so much stronger than you, that he rescued you from the depths? You rescued each other. You never believed that, but it's true. In his own way, he needs you as much as you needed him. Just remember what you were like when you thought he was good as dead. Listless, aimless, nothing to live for. You finally decided that it didn't matter if you got hooked, even killed. Like him, you only had the case, and you didn't give a damn about yourself or what happened during or after. I have never seen two people so absolutely unalike in all the superficial ways, who were so identical underneath. He's not so tough deep down. Maybe, somehow he could cope with your death, although I'm not sure of it. But he could never stand to live knowing that you were alive too. It would tear him to pieces. But I still love him. I'd go back to him. Sure, you'd go back to him, but like this. It'd be like having a wild, promiscuous, totally uninhibited daughter in the house beyond control. Not a wife, a partner, a lover. I don't know how much ideas of right and wrong, good and evil, wild and limited you retain, but there's no room the way you are for compromises, self-sacrifice, or selflessness. I think he could take you crippled, or paralyzed, better than this. He sighed. Well, we better get things and people all packed up and ready to move here. We're on a tight schedule. Bill, save it. It can wait. It's between you and Sam, nobody else. You are all under technical arrest since you are part of the substantial case we're building here. Damn it! You should have come sooner. We did. You forget that time runs at different rates in many of these worlds. You've been here, 5, 6 weeks? But it's only been 4 days of my time, subjectively, and 2 of those were spent with computer experts sorting out the garbage from the signals and tracing you here. They have a pretty powerful and clever jammer there. I'd love to get a look at one. If we hadn't had 2 of you giving off the same identical signal to reinforce it, we'd never have found you. Bill, what happens now? To me, I mean. We have Essence de Rainbow Weed in a shot capsule. With a team working here, I think we can probably get enough to last a very long time, until we can isolate and duplicate what it is in these plants here that makes them different from their twins and siblings in other worlds. We'll be taking transports back, and then you'll be extensively debriefed. Then we'll spring our own little trap and try to wrap this up. No, that ain't what I meant. After that. We'll take you and your twin to any home world you want. Yours, hers, it doesn't matter. There's still over 4 million in the bank. You get half, and you can split it with her if you want. We'll supply you with whatever amount of this junk you need as long as you need it. You'll have the money and the supply. You'll have at least 50 years before you even start to look or feel middle-aged, or so they're theorizing now, and nobody pulling your strings unless you want. You'll have a ball. Yeah, I sighed. We'll have a ball. At the cost of losing Sam. Chapter 11. A Party at Mayar Aldrith's. Nobody who didn't know and understand Sam Horowitz would have guessed that he was depressed, upset, or anything but in heaven that evening. And it weren't faked or nothing. He really was supercharged and as excited as a little kid, and he would be until this all was done. Only then, maybe a few days later, would he come crashing down. That was the bottom line for me. This was the climax of his whole life, and once you'd done past the climax, baby, and there's nobody around to share it with and care about, what's the use of living? See, when Sam was a little boy, he used to see all them old detective movies, only they wasn't all that old then. Between the neighborhood B movies and the early days of TV, though, he must have seen every Thin Man, Philip Marlowe, Sam Spade, Sherlock Holmes, Charlie Chan, you name it. And he went to the library in Baltimore, which is a real big one, and got out and read everything there was by Chandler and Hammett and all the rest. Now, don't get him wrong. He never did much thinking about being no cop, let alone no private eye, except maybe in his fantasies. In fact, he hated police work. Thought it was the dullest, least thrilling job in the world. Hell, he didn't even like guns.
After 4 years with the Air Force Police and a few more on the Bristol Vice Squad, he was still scared of 'em. Wouldn't have one around unless the safety of somebody innocent, not himself, demanded it. He wasn't even a particularly good shot. No, what Sam was in love with in the work was pretty much what I got trapped by too. Not the way it was, but the way it should have been. The way Marlowe and Spade and the Continental Op and Nick and Nora Charles did it. Now, there was several ways we could have settled this case at least. Mostly just with a big set of moves and then explain everything in the paperwork and to the legal boys who'd have to prosecute and punish the bad guys. Hell, I could have explained it and wrapped it myself. But the company owed us for this, and they was willin' to indulge us. So there we was at headquarters, at Mayar Eldrith's palatial lodge, where it all began, and we was hostin' a party. Yeah, a real party, too, with all sorts of fancy delicacies and drinks and all the rest. Since Mayar had done the invitin', there wasn't no way to get out of it neither. All his life, since he was a kid, Sam had dreamed of having all the suspects together in one room, while he, the brilliant detective, explained the whole thing to them and unmasked the guilty. Now, finally, he was gonna get his chance, and while I helped fill in a lot of gaps and details and explain a bunch of stuff, by general agreement, it was gonna be Sam's show. I was dressed in this incredibly beautiful, soft and satiny violet and golden sari with fancy open-toed heels. I had a complete makeover for it from experts here, matching everything just right, and they had trimmed and shaped my natural bush just right, like one of them gardeners shapes a bush into a piece of art, and they'd streaked it with brown and gold. I had the jewelry to match, and I never looked better or more glamorous in my whole life. Sam said he'd be damned if he was going to do his number in a toga. He had the tailors here, mostly computers, once the designer got through, make him a good, old-fashioned 40s-style white suit with just the right shirt and tie, and a pair of shiny black patent leather shoes. We was a beautiful, glamorous couple, and we acted just right. But I could feel his sadness and sorrow every time we talked or our eyes met. Kinda, "This is it, baby, but we're going out in style." The guests started arriving and things was about to get underway. All of them, I think, sensed something was up, and maybe a few guessed it was all up. But since they didn't know for sure, and still were pretty arrogant and secure, they came anyways. The rest, well, they had to come along if asked. So here they come, ready or not. Here was Dringa Lukaka, Division Chief of Research and Development, followed by Mukasa Lamduker, who ran the day-to-day operations of the Security Committee. Then the cold and brusque ex-monk Basuti Alamati, who was Chief of Labyrinth Communications. And finally, among the committee members, Hanrin Sabuk, the Security Division's comptroller. Also invited, and present, was my other self, this time in crimson and silver and with her hair styled differently but looking great, Dakani Gristata, the real young acting chief of security operations, and his old boss, now forcibly retired, Aldrich Prong. Last, but not least, was the Security Committee's chief medical advisor, and the man who made me less than I used to be, Jamisper Samuka. It was a chummy men's club. Besides me and Brandy, too, the only other women around was Mayur's wife, Ye, who acted as hostess, and a bunch of female servants. Eyebrows was raised at Sam, dressed the way he was, but the only indignation was at the presence of Aldrich Prong, who clearly was in the doghouse in spades. Seems what done him in was Dakani's toadiness, which also got him a bunch of gold stars. He got nervous and tipped off Lamduker that Aldrich was tapping the private lines of the committee members themselves, and the outrage hadn't died down yet. It was kind of like discovering that the head of Scotland Yard was tapping and taping the Queen and the whole damn royal family. Maybe he did. Maybe he just didn't have no young ambitious son of a bitch to rat on him. I got the idea that these guys didn't see much of each other normally. They spent a lot of time talking among themselves and swapping stories and information, mostly gossip from the look of it. Couldn't go by us. We wasn't the elite. We couldn't speak their sing-song language. They all spoke English, though, thanks to their machines, so Sam could wander in and out and make nice comments while sipping a bourbon and soda. Finally, though, we had them all seated on this big central couch that was sunk into the living room and formed a kind of U, and provided a perfect audience for anybody standing in front of the old-fashioned fireplace, which was just where Sam was. "I know you're all curious as to why we've come together like this," he began, "so maybe we should get this over with. It's been a very long, tough road, even though most of the perpetrators were obvious from the start. I admit there are still one or two details I'm hazy about, but I think perhaps we can fill those in over time." "We are here only because we respect Maillard Eldrith, sir," Basutti responded in his usual cold manner, kinda reminding me of Addison at her normal self. "If we have come here to listen to the blatherings of some other worldly egomaniac who has delusions that he has a greater mind than we have, then I, for one, feel insulted." "Then you will have to be insulted," Sam shot back, cool and casual. "The kind of attitude you just displayed is at least partly at the root of this whole thing. However, I will put you to the test. I have assured Vice President Maillard that here, tonight, I can show him the traitor, or traitors, in his own ranks, explain the entire plot against the company, and put an end to that threat. I can do this for several reasons. For one thing, I am this ignorant primitive baboon, but I am very good at what I do. Because I am totally unrestricted by your culture, class, or racial attitudes, I can cut through them. And because my wife was willing to put herself into the living hell of a nasty and addictive alien substance, I have the additional details I need. The plot is not stopped. In fact, it is right now underway. You can dismiss me now, go home, and it will come to pass and it will succeed. In fact, they'd have gotten away with it anyway if they hadn't made it so complex that at least one major mistake was inevitable. Anybody want to leave and let the plot go on?" They all sat and stared at him. I thought not. "So, let's proceed, shall we? This is such a complex plot, although at its root it's as simple a set of motives as all crimes, that it will take some time to pull all the pieces together for you, and with your help and cooperation. I beg your indulgence."
"This is intolerable," muttered Hanrin Sabuk. "Eldrith, must we put up with this? Why, the man is not even an employee."
"Let the man begin," the vice president said impatiently. "There is money riding on this. He claims he can solve that which has troubled us most these past 3 years, and indisputably. I told him I did not believe he could do what we failed to do. The amount is substantial. Would any of you stake your own fortunes with mine?" "Bah! What do we have to gain if he cannot?" asked Mukasa. "You wager money, which you value dearly but won't really miss," Sam told them. "My stake is my life, which is forfeit if we fail tonight. It is, I admit, of no real value to you, but it makes a very good sporting proposition, does it not?" I gasped. "Sam! No!" But he paid no attention, and the others looked at each other and nodded. "Very well, continue with this foolishness," said Dringa wearily. "At least it will be amusing." "Interesting, yes, Director, but amusing? I'm afraid not. Not unless you have a very odd sense of humor. Let's begin right at the beginning. I'm afraid some of what I have to say isn't all that flattering to you all, but bear with me. First of all," Sam continued, "let's picture a corporate structure whose positions are basically inherited. This has some advantages if you're one of the lucky families, but it also has disadvantages considering that the only way to gain a position, let alone move up in it, is by somebody above you dying. With near-perfect health and a 250-year lifespan, this can be a problem. I hadn't considered this relevant until I was informed about you, Director Basutti, a monk, a dedicated holy man committed to his faith. You literally were forced into corporate politics by some unexpected premature deaths in your family line. Now, if you're 80 or 100 when this falls on you and you really like the job, that's probably all right, and the way it was intended to be when it was set up. But when it was set up, the average lifespan was only 120, and families were much larger. You sow your wild oats among the worlds, work at various jobs within the company, or do what your heart dictates, as Director Basudi did. Now, suddenly, we have a number of high-ranking men in positions while still relatively young for your people and society. You are all 50 to 75. It might well be 20 or 30 years before you move up. In the meantime, you have great responsibilities, but not great powers. You carry out policy, but you not only do not initiate it, you don't even get to argue about it. It must be very frustrating to have to do a job and be expected to do it well, since you can be skipped over from making mistakes when the openings finally come, yet not be able to change or reform policy at all to meet real needs. They didn't say nothing, but I could see a couple of 'em nodding. He had their attention. About 4 years ago, a subjective time, a small exploiter team was sent far up into Type 1 territory in the minus direction. It was one of a number sent out all the time by the Office of Exploration and Evaluation, which, I believe, comes under you, Director Dringa. Research and Development. Such a nice, all-encompassing term. "It's mine now, but not 4 years ago," Dringa responded. "I know. We'll get to that. At any rate, one of these teams in search of a rare and needed natural substance blundered into a world with a very nasty trap in the form of a symbiotic viral creature. It didn't show up in the preliminary medical checks or even the quarantine and volunteer example because it was strictly a sexually transmitted organism. You can't even get it by an injection of an infected person's blood. It trades superb health and immunity from virtually any non-genetic disease in exchange for feeding off the host, a harmless amount, too. This, quite naturally, also produces over a period of millennia a totally homogeneous and incredibly long-lived race, and creates a situation where a very low birth rate is mandated. Quickly, Sam filled them in on the background of the world where it was found and how the expedition caught it and was trapped by it. Now then, they followed all the established procedures. They went to their force point and they sent a report as soon as they could of all that they knew. They also requested quarantine and medical study in a safe world and started out, only to suffer the nightmarish and eventually fatal withdrawal. They got back in time on the hope that there was something in that world that would reverse it. They made it, just in time, but not without a couple suffering some fairly dramatic and permanent brain damage. One of the women is partially paralyzed. One of the men has the active intelligence of perhaps a 5-year-old child. They sent this report, too, and it was followed up with research instruments and requests for samples.
"Wait a moment," Hanrin Sabuk broke in. "I was head of R&D at that time, and no such report ever reached me."
"No, it didn't," Sam agreed. "Instead, the reports that reached you and were subsequently fed into your computers listed this world as hostile to human habitation and fatal, and the explorer team were all declared dead. The supplies and other equipment sent up there and the samples sent back were all credited to different teams working in the same region. It was spread out well enough that nothing would have been obvious or flagged. What had happened was this. Someone had to receive the initial signals in the routing, and then see in there something that caught his eye. At first, it was probably no more than petty corruption, the idea of controlling a disease or substance that was highly addictive, perhaps. This person needed to know more, so he enlisted the aid of another highly ambitious man, a medical scientist in the managerial class who felt frustrated and confined by the narrow limits imposed on him by the company. He, in turn, had done some work in a couple of worlds and there had met and recruited to the company's employ some young scientists in one of those worlds, the most brilliant and impressive of whom was a young man of whom we know very little except that he uses the name Dr. Carlos. "We do not recruit scientists,"
Dringa commented. "We have an oversupply as it is." "Perhaps you don't, but the company has thousands of locals in the worlds on which they have stations, as well as bankers, crime lords, and even private investigators. We don't know what chord was struck between them, but Carlos learned well. He is at least as proficient as his mentor on the medical machines and many other machines of the company. With these 3 men, we have the beginnings of a conspiracy. It was Carlos who was set up in a safe world with all the medical and analytical equipment he required. I'm sure we'll be able to discover how they hid the requisition of these machines and their distribution when we trace the serial numbers through the computer network. Carlos, however, was still limited. He didn't have access to the best machines and brightest minds in the company, and he was woefully short of manpower. I can't prove it, but I believe that it was he who came up with the idea of locating a Nazi-style world, a world in which experimentation on humans existed, and a party elite answerable to no one if they held on to power reigned. There was such a world with a company station. The station master was impersonating a powerful party leader named Rupert Conrad Vogel.
"Ah, yes, we know about him,"
Mukasa said. "You do, and you don't. You see, they were very clever. Vogel received orders to carry out experiments using supplies of this viral agent with his normal company mail, under a most secret clearance. The orders came from very high in the company hierarchy. He had no reason to doubt them or that he was doing what the company wanted. Vogel's own projects were equally clever. The virus was represented as something discovered on the world only recently. They were put to work analyzing it, diagramming it, and, of course, seeing what it would do to human subjects, both its powers and limitations. Vogel got his supplies of the agent, actually the semen of both the trapped humans and males of the native race there, repacked into injection capsules in minimal doses with his normal company pouches. He had no idea they were being smuggled into the mail system by Carlos and those few he had recruited to help him, with the aid of some corrupt people in the transport union. It was perfect, as far as it went, since Vogel supplied the raw data, and Carlos could then reinterpret it in light of knowing its true origins.
"But we know all this," Mayar Eldrith pointed out. "You are only filling in the details."
I asked for patience. During the experimentation, it was discovered that the viral agent reproduced only sexually, but created microscopic specialized reproductive units. These units were present in male and female subjects, but they were malformed, weak, and tended to break up when expelled from the body. This was very fortunate, considering the heightened promiscuity of all the infected subjects, since a few could quickly create a plague. But it also indicated that the reason the thing broke down was because it lacked some certain chemical element. Vogel's people searched for that missing link, but couldn't find it, and I doubt if they would have used it if they had. But this very fact turned what had begun as basically an illegal side operation with potential business uses to something else.
"Now we're finally getting somewhere,"
Basudi grumbled. I noticed, though, that all the others was listening real good, and ones like Dakani and Jamisper hadn't said a word. "Now, I won't take up any of your time detailing the viral agent or how it works. We all know that. But our man back here, the one who started it all, began to think along more ambitious lines. In my world, we once had a woman who became infamous in history as Typhoid Mary. Typhoid was a particularly violent killer disease, easily transmitted and quite fatal. Mary was found to be literally infested with the disease, but she couldn't catch it. She was a carrier, immune herself to its awful effects, but able to give it to almost anyone she touched. Now, this fellow started to wonder what a Typhoid Mary, or perhaps many Typhoid Marys, would do to this world. Suppose they were introduced as professional courtesans at a party like this one for the high and mighty. Not everyone would partake, of course, but some would, and there would be other opportunities. Now you begin to go into withdrawal, but someone, an agent for the top man, could offer you not a cure, perhaps, but a daily fix that would keep you going and even cure what you might catch. Ask your doctors.
No mind can tolerate that withdrawal, not even any of yours. Right, Jamispur?"
The doc nodded.
"It's true. Within a few hours of onset of withdrawal, you would kill your family and cut your leg off for it. It is not a matter of will. The thing is in control of your mind, and its sole imperative is survival."
"They wouldn't snare Basudi," Mukasa chuckled. "He has a permanent vow of celibacy."
He stopped a moment.
"Say, that's right."
Eyes went to Basudi, all looking at him funny, but he ignored them.
"The plot is an infantile concoction of this madman," he said. "First, you would have to find the missing agent. Second, you would have to get that agent into this world, something I find impossible to believe. Third, you would have to have some way of continuing to import it."
"Oh, once you had enough people, most of you say, and some key security people, they wouldn't need subterfuge. They could get all of it they wanted," Sam pointed out. "But you're right. The thing was, that original stranded exploiter team finally figured it out. It was literally under their noses all the time, but it was so obvious and yet so alien they failed to recognize it. The staple food here is hapi, and pardon my mispronunciation. There's some hapi in these snacks right here. Where I come from, it's potatoes, rice, beans, you name it. The rainbow weed was the #1 staple of the origin world. It grew like wildfire all over the place and was eaten all the time in every imaginable way by just about everyone. They long suspected it was something in the diet or something in the forms and balance of radiation in sun, soil, or water, and very courageously self-experimented to find what it was. But rainbow weed was the last thing they tried, because it was everywhere. When they discovered this, they sent the seed pods down to Carlos to analyze and grow others, and our man went into action. Under a cover, he had agents on the colonial worlds of your people recruit, perhaps even kidnap, young women under 20 years of age, and, by virtue of his committee authority, flagged their labyrinth IDs as security recognized and moved them out. Carlos had already prepared a place for them, a camp in a world without company personnel but near the so-called Stroke 7 worlds like mine, in a primitive jungle where there was an uncharted weak spot. There, the girls were hypnoscanned to be unable to access their entire past, and a new, simpler, rougher past consistent with that world was brought forward. They were given cosmetology treatments to change their hair, alter their eyes, vary their skin color, and the rest. They were hooked on the drug, which made them quite suitable as prostitutes and dancers. The only problem was, Carlos had few people and a lot of other work to do. There was no way he could handle up to 50 girls, as there eventually were, about the limit for the amount of the agent or juice that the team up in the origin world could produce and ship, allowing for accidents and unexpected losses. In the end, it was decided to take a leaf from the company's own method of operation. They was all ears now, and all them looked downright uncomfortable. I began to worry that maybe they was all in on it. Oh, I forgot to mention Addison. I shouldn't. She's a key player, and there are things even the one here who knows her well doesn't know about her. She had relatives in one of the colony worlds, and she was a mistress of a security committee member, so she had a security code and legitimate reason to go back and forth. She was, then, the liaison between our man here, who couldn't leave, and Carlos. She had a safe world where she could undergo a rather startling metamorphosis into a cold, plain-looking woman who had only superficial resemblance to the women of this world. And she did it all without high-tech machines. She came from a family of professional performers, and she knew just how to do it, and do it right. She was also a quite accomplished method actress, who, when Addison, was really a different personality. Colored contact lenses and tinted glasses added the final touch. She approached Ani Siegel, a major criminal boss in the Northern Hemisphere, about the girls. He was big and powerful enough to cover for her,
and she was able to hand him some company gadgets and secrets that made it easy for him to evade the law and gave him an edge on possibly knocking over his own boss, a fellow named Waycliffe, who was ignorant of the affair. The only ones he let in on it were people he owned, body and soul, such as the master pimp, Edward Fast Eddie Small, who would take over Siegel's position when Siegel moved up, and gunmen, personally loyal, who would oversee the project's security.
You mean they turned 50 girls of our race into whores for this filthy world?
Hanrin Sabuk seemed real angry and upset at that. Yes, because this not only assured them the preservation of the 50 with no effort on their part, and also because by then Aldrich here had by sheer accident stumbled into the very existence of this agent, or drug, and knew just from its existence that the plot had to be very ambitious and go very high. His big attention was on Vogel, since that's where the experiments were, and he knew Vogel had to know who was behind it. But he sent a couple of agents to scout around this other world and set something up just in case. The agents went completely by the book and followed absolutely standard procedure. As a result, they were led by the nose by the ones who already knew the book to Lindy Crockett, a New York private eye with mob connections, and were highly impressed with her. They should have been. She was carefully coached on what to say and do to impress them. She was more than connected. She was the chief private eye agency handling the Waycliffe's mob investigations. From that point on, there was a constant flow of information from Crockett, all of it written by the very people she was supposed to be investigating. It checked out and was mostly truthful. It was just worthless. She gave Aldrich, Addison, and Carlos, which was safe enough, but said they couldn't be photographed and gave slightly distorted descriptions and sketches so they wouldn't be recognized even if they were next to the sketches. She sent the news of Carlos's operation in Guana, but only after it had served its purpose and was already pretty well closed down. And you, Aldrich, took that information and fed it into your computer and came to all the conclusions they wanted you to. Aldrich shrugged. A detective is only as good as his information. But you were so certain that this was a sideline, a minor offshoot, that you didn't even keep permanent security personnel there to independently check it out. You see, you're vulnerable to this because you all have sealed yourselves off here, away from the action. All of you are only as good as your information, and your computers believe what they're told to believe. The origin world was listed as lethal and useless, so you ignored it. Nobody even dared poke their head in and check it out. The databanks were sacred, couldn't be tampered with. Maybe they can't be. But all that means is that you tamper with the data you feed into them. You were had. You've got thousands of stations out there. Who's going to check to see if a hypno scanner was really ordered by a station authorized to get one, and that they received it? So long as the order is proper and lawfully entered, and so is the receipt. You don't really know where that damn equipment went.
A physical audit of everything is impossible in so vast a system, Mukasa noted. We know there's a certain amount of built-in graft, but we try to keep it to acceptable levels.
Uh-huh. The trouble is, you don't know when that level's reached unacceptable. So now we're set up. They are rolling, and they have their active agent. The rainbow weed even grows well and apparently normal in worlds more in our line. Its molecular structure and balance seems identical to the parents. The trouble is, it doesn't work. The addicts like it, but they still need their shot. It grows quickly, so you plant it in every damn place you safely can, on the hundreds and hundreds of safe worlds. Nobody cares about the safe worlds except as havens and rest stops, so nobody ever bothers to look, say, 10 or perhaps 100 miles from the rest areas and supplies. I'll bet if you do, you'll find this crazy-looking stuff multiplying like crazy. It's going to be the kudzu of parallel worlds.
What is this kudzu?
Hanrin asked. Never mind. You'll see what I mean in time. At just this time, we threw them a real curve. Aldrich revealed that he was going to kidnap Vogel and had sealed off access to Vogel's world. Now Vogel couldn't be reached without betraying a hand. You know that story too, in gruesome detail. We went crazy trying to figure out how in hell you could know the precise instant from 3 different parallel worlds that some specific person would be going through the particular entrance cube. Then it hit us. Vogel gave us the slip but took Brandy with him. As a result, we could track him because her security code included a tracker and was superimposed over her old code. The ambush was painfully simple. They simply waited until their devices set to Brandy's tracking broadcaster all went beep together and moved. The object was first and foremost to kill Vogel, of course, but if they could, they were also told to spare Brandy. She got away with a wound since that confined space was impossible to guarantee anything. I got a head wound, which was real bad but not fatal. They couldn't do much, but they were prepared in case anyone survived except Brandy, since they would certainly be rushed to the center after quarantine and examination. That gave them, ahead of time, the names of any survivors, namely me, and the nature and extent of the wound. Again, they pulled their favorite trick. Care at the center for most things is automated and computer-controlled and monitored. The physician, with his diagnostic computer, just puts in the treatment and the like and he's done. Knowing it was a head wound and which doctor was alerted, they used the standard security taps on all medical emergencies and intercepted the doctor's instructions, adding a small extra detail, a slightly higher level of a support drug that would keep me comatose indefinitely. It was such a fine difference it took months before any doctor noticed it and questioned it.
Who could tap into the medical line with such knowledge and finesse? Mayar asked.
In a minute, sir. First, why Brandy? Well, first of all, they'd just lost their experimental subjects and the heat was on. It was going to be dangerous to bring in more than small quantities of the needed semen in the future. My death, or as it turned out, my coma, sent her into severe depression. They knew her well, had her entire mental profile. She would go in after the only lead left. This did them several favors. First, since Brandy went in and would be giving detailed inside reports, Aldrich would hold off on a major commitment there pending what she found. Second, they could control those reports via Crockett and keep Aldrich more concerned about Brandy's safety than about what was actually there. Finally, they already had a Brandy of their own, one taken in the usual manner from a world close to ours but where the duplicate's life was, shall we say, less fortunate and the individual more opportunist. Brandy, too, smiled. How sweet! The idea was an eventual switch. Brandy 2 would be primed and sent back as Brandy 1. They were very impressed by our Brandy, and none too sure that she could or would carry out their orders implicitly, hooked or not. There were a few circumstances in the Vogel test where people committed suicide rather than face the impossible alternative. They couldn't take that chance. Brandy 2 as Brandy 1 would have Aldrich's confidence here and Bill Markham's at home. She would also be an effective test case if they found the right element for that plot, since she could walk right into this world of yours on a security pass.
Impossible! Mukasa shouted. You go too far. It is precisely because such twins exist that we have our unique security codes. Even twins from adjacent worlds who have precisely the same history and development will show up as different individuals under our system.
And so would both of them, but they don't. They don't because Brandy 1's original code still has the security code and tracker superimposed on it, and that drowns out and supersedes the old code. That code is intended to be temporary, and so it's not in the master identification system as such.
But only the security medical technician who imposed it would know that specific code and be able to provide it for duplication,
Mayar pointed out. Exactly so. Isn't that right, Chief Medical Security Advisor Jamisper? The doc jumped. Look here, if you're implying that I'm a part of this conspiracy—
I apologize, sir. I was not implying anything. I am saying that you are the medical technician who knew and took Carlos under your wing when you were younger. I am saying you were the ambitious and frustrated scientist tapped by our man to set this all up. That's why you got promoted to Chief Medical Security Advisor, so you could be in the best position for this. Now, hold on! I picked Jemispur, Maillard said. How? Why, computer records, job performance and proficiency, medical and psychiatric evaluations, the usual. He was the best man for the job. Of course he was, because for several years our man had been letting the computer know all about Jemispur, exactly what they both wanted. He probably scored 99 out of a possible 100. Doesn't pay to be absolutely perfect. Your computer picked him from among the staff after the tragic flyer accident killed his predecessor. Garbage in, garbage out. How does it feel to be garbage, Doc?
This is outrageous, Jemispur stormed. I will not sit here and allow any more of this insanity to continue.
Oh, yes, you will, said the young Dakani softly, speaking for the first time. The tone left no doubt that the doc was gonna stay, whether tied up and muzzled or comfortable. Dakani and he was the same class. No political or jurisdictional problems there. It had to be Jemispur all along. He was the only one who could duplicate the security code. He was the only one who could feed that code to Carlos and his accomplices via Addison so they could set their own traces for the ambush. He was the only one who had the complete medical and psychiatric history of Brandywine and even had the opportunity right from the start to plant the seed in her mind that if anything happened to me, she'd do what she did. As Chief Medical Security Advisor, you could tap into any of the center's lines as well as just call security at the station and know exactly what to do to neutralize me, all by phone, or its equivalent here with this trusty little computer. And all those wonderful access codes a top security position gives you. What was it, Doc? Ambition? Blackmail? Or did they just keep refusing to let you experiment on your own with people?
I have rights here. I do not have to answer to the likes of you, the doctor responded kind of surly.
No doubt. And no doubt you're good enough to have booby-trapped your own mind and memories. We start probing and prying and it all goes away. Don't worry, Doc. We're not even going to try that stuff. We'll just walk you down to this little room, strip you, tie you to the bed so you can't hurt yourself, and give you as many jolts of the stuff you seem to love so much as it takes until you're hooked. We'll let the two ladies here handle it. They know all about how to do it, thanks to you. All we need is a name. It's a name we already know. But your supporting testimony will give Dakani here the right of immediate arrest. I'm sure our big man hasn't booby-trapped his brain. We'll learn the rest from him. Jemispur was sweating something awful. I didn't even know these people could sweat till then, and it looked mighty sweet to me.
Don't,
he managed, his voice just a hoarse whisper.
I'll tell.
Sorry, Doc. That ain't enough, Sam told him. You could give any name here and then stall for time, hoping that you'd get sprung. It has to be our route, while these gentlemen here remain as the vice president's pampered guests. Suddenly, Jemispur leapt up from the couch toward Sam. Me, my twin, and Dakani all moved about the same time, shoving him back down so he fell right into the whole mess of directors. There was absolute chaos. Everybody struggling with everybody and shouting, cursing in two languages, nobody clear what was what. When, just like in one of them 30s thrillers, the lights went out and plunged the room into darkness. There was more shouts, but the lights went back on in maybe a minute and we finally untangled. Well, most of us did. Considering how much melodrama we'd seen so far, I really wasn't all that surprised to see that Jemispur didn't get up.
He had one of them fondue forks right through his throat, and he was gasping for air, but not making a sound. By the time we did what we could, he was dead. Sam looked over at Dakani, who was looking back at some place in the hall. The young man then turned back. "Did you get it?" Sam asked him. "I got it, but I kind of hoped it wouldn't be fatal." "Sorry," Sam replied with an apology. "I thought he'd use one of the butter knives. I'm out of the wrong society to even think of fondue forks." Basuti turned, sweating too, and wiped his face nervously. "All right, you've convinced us there's a true traitor here, but you've just lost your only identification of him. You'll never get any prints off that fork handle. It's a rough grip handle." "Nice of you to notice that. You might be a detective yet." "Well, I admit I didn't really expect more than an attempt, but this will do nicely. I regret not being able to deliver a smoking gun, but I think a smoking fondue fork will do just as well, although from the sound of it, I can see why nobody ever used it in the old stories." I watched Dakani Gristata vanish back into another room, then come back, looking real grave. I had to hand it to Sam. I never would have believed that anybody this slick would have ever gone for it. I mean, our man still had lots of friends around. Bide your time while the doc got juiced and make your getaway. "I'm afraid you've all been the victim of a very melodramatic setup," Sam told them. "The fact was, though, I really couldn't lose by it. If Jamisper hadn't lunged at me or tried for a getaway, we wouldn't have pulled it, and we'd have taken 3 to 5 days to get our absolute evidence. Fortunately, none of you have ever seen a vintage detective thriller movie. I presented the motive, opportunity, and method to commit a murder here tonight, and after all was chaos, partly aided and abetted by my 2 lovely cohorts in crime here and the very dubious Dakani, we even killed the lights, an obvious setup if there ever was one. But since we had our man backed into a corner and made certain we didn't give him enough time to think about good fortune, he took what appeared to be a wondrous stroke of luck to do away with the only witness who could credibly finger him. And so we can all let Dakani do his duty and get it out in the open now by fingering the man we, Brandy and I at least, have known was behind this from the start." "Mukasa Lamduker," said the security man, "I hereby suspend your rights under the Security Act on the grounds of treason and murder." Mukasa stared at him. "You're both insane! You have no right to do this!" "Well, it wasn't hard to figure out once both Brandy and I were thinking straight again," Sam told him. "At that first brief dinner meeting in this very room, before the Vogel affair, you made a slip and had to cover it. You betrayed a fairly complete knowledge of my world, something you shouldn't have known, unless it had been of particular study and interest to you." "I told you, I was there, or very near there, when I was young." "Yes. World War II, I believe. But we were told that no one from your class is allowed to go to any world that does not have a full station and company operation, for obvious security reasons. The company wasn't even there in the 40s. It didn't establish its first outpost there until the mid-50s, 10 years after the war, and it didn't establish a full station until the 60s. We had been discussing war, so when you made your slip you covered with a war. The war Vogelside won in his world and lost in ours. Why lie? Unless you had something to hide. Unless you had been personally researching the world of Brandy and me with the idea of making a switch and eliminating a number of possible irritants at once. It wasn't enough to hang anything on you that would stick, but it was enough to tell us which one of you it was. When I was able to check, I discovered that 4 years ago you had the communications post now held by Director Basuti, the newest member and the cause of the musical chairs in the group. Communications. Who would get the first frantic messages from that exploiter team? Communications, which, by its very nature, is the post that gets all the information fed into the computers first. And now, operations, where you can issue clearance, monitor all security personnel, and get any question answered with no problems."
"You are guessing. You can prove nothing," he snarled.
"Dakani?" The security man clapped his hand, and a big painting on the wall over the fireplace winked out, much to my surprise. It was like some kinda big flat square TV screen. The screen on it was of lousy quality, but it was clear enough. All of our clearly recognizable outlines was there. And then, Jamispur lunges. We go into our act, forcing him between Basudi and Mukasa, and there is Mukasa's hand, almost by accident, hitting the fondue fork, taking it out, and then rolling and stabbing the doc in the throat while he pushed against the doc's head with his other hand. Then he rolls away. "I'm not against high-tech when it's useful," Sam told them. "We often use infrared and other means to get photos and information in the dark back in my world. I figured they'd have an even more improved model here. We mounted it last night behind the mantelpiece. At least 5 technicians in various places caught it independently on their own machines. 2 were witnessed by representatives of the president and the chairman." Mukasa seemed almost to wilt. In a flash he'd gone from the most confident man around to a scared little boy. Relax, Mukasa," Sam told him. "The truth is, you just did yourself a favor. When is your mistress, Aieo, due back from visiting her sisters and her mother in the colonies?"
"She's back. Oh, the curses of the 9 hells. She's dead, damn it all. I had to do it. Don't you see? She showed herself to Brandy here. They knew she was Addison. But Aieo played around and she was told to. She'd serviced everybody here except Basudi."
"Maybe it was all for the best," I put in. "For her sake, too. Then she never got to make love to you one last time." He looked strange.
"Yes, she did. Last night. That's when I... Oh, gods! She just looked up at me, her eyes wide, and even in death, she had this look of total surprise."
"Not half as surprised as you gonna be in a few hours, honey," Brandy, too, noted sourly. Dakani was quick.
"Did you make love to any other women since, or anybody else where semen was exchanged?" "Why, yes, I felt charged up. It was the first time I ever had to do anything like that myself, and I got a thrill. It was exciting. It was pure power. I slept like a log afterward, and after I woke up today I had the longest, most passionate session with my wife I've had in years. If she turned me on like that in the past 10 years, I'd never have even had Aieo."
Dakani was already on the communicator. I just hoped his missus wasn't feeling so turned on she had a few boy whores on the side. Hell, this scheme of theirs might work anyways. Sam looked at him. "It's almost a fitting punishment. You never knew just how much she hated you. You never even guessed how much she hated all of you. This company, this world, this whole system. She was the 51st Typhoid Mary, and the first to come in. She hated you so much that she was willing to destroy her own mind, kill that brilliant if tragic intellect, just to make you the first victim, to spread it beyond any hope of containment. This thing thinks that humans are only turned on for a few days a year, so every time it sees we can screw profitably, it forces us to do just that, early and often. It's just a virus. It doesn't think. Every day is just one of those few to it."
"Oh, my gods and demons!"
Mukasa moaned. He'd known now what we already did. "Carlos, too, sacrificed much," Sam continued. "You see, she loved him. He is, a genius, a brilliant man from apparently a very poor and very oppressed race. He had passion, commitment, and was everything she ever dreamed of in a man. He loved her dearly, yet he did this to her, at her request. He is one hell of a man, and, after this, if we can't track him down and pick him up through the agents here, he will be the most dangerous and deadly human being in all the universes." And obviously shaken, Mayar Eldrith got some of his composure back. "But so she was double-crossing him? Why, she had everything. Everything!" I looked around at all them silver spoon, upper-class, first royal family types, and I felt sick. They ain't never gonna understand Sam. Let 'em eat cake. "But what exactly was the plot?" Basuti asked us when all had been calmed down. "I can understand motive, yes, on both their parts, but I just can't see how they were going to take control and get that substance in." "First of all, it didn't matter to Addison, Ioio, or Carlos if they did get the substance in. They had 30 hours from their last drink of the rainbow weed pulp to get the girls in after the setup and party was all arranged and infect as many upper-class types as possible. Because of Mukasa's last embrace with Ioio, we wound up with 6 cases so far and maybe more. Imagine what half a dozen initial ones would have done. The cornerstone of security and the corporate classes would have been devastated before they knew what hit 'em. That was all Addison and Carlos wanted, the destruction. But they did have a way, and they made Brandy prove it would work by walking through." "What? How's that?" "Once they found the one that worked, or actually a way to get almost any normal rainbow weed to work, they gave it to both Brandies and took samples from their vaginal areas. They found live, complete viral reproductive units there. They gave them pulped, but not pureed bulbs that grow on top of the stalks, the seed pods. They contain millions of tiny seeds, and they are resistant to tremendous amounts of things. They are, among other things, indigestible but harmless. Only some of those 50 girls, restored to their original looks, being the correct race, would be used to spread the infection. The first, small group, only a couple, would be brought in as mistresses from the colonies under their original codes. Everyone in your race has the right to come here, at least for visits. The families are too closely interrelated. The scanners would pick up swallowed balloons, and even just clusters of foreign things where they shouldn't be. But they were not set to pick up addicts alone. A very complex process, finding one virus that you could only kill by killing the person, but only unusual things. Each of the girls would be fed till they burst with C-pods. Once away, they would be given diuretics. The human feces, with seeds, would be spread in a private greenhouse. The girls could then conveniently be discovered to be addicts in withdrawal and sent to the center. "Yeah," I nodded. "In just 2 or 3 weeks that greenhouse would be up to its armpits in rainbow weed. With all the alien races coming in and out and all the field people, it was impossible to scan the normal food and waste that might show up in the scan, even if that scan showed odd material. It usually did, since people have different foods and diets," Sam pointed out. "Short of forcing everyone, regardless of race or class or what, to take an enema and have their stomach pumped, there's no way to guard against this." "And what was the secret of the plant's missing ingredient?" Mayar asked. "It wasn't soil, certainly, nor geographic position. The thing was a plant that converted sunlight into food without chlorophyll. It was sunlight-dependent if it didn't need much else. There are differences in the amount of solar radiation, and the type and degree, even within one world, and they subtly vary every world anyway. The exact balance of the origin world was required for maximum efficiency. Any variations, and it was below maximum photosynthesis. It was actually a slight excess of one of those chemicals that made the difference. You'll have to get the chemist to tell you just why it's not obviously different in analysis, but I think it's the same stuff as on the other worlds, only when it has an excess, it converts it somehow into an allied chemical, and that's the one. No excess, no biochemical waste. Any good greenhouse with special lights in the exact radiation balance of the origin world can duplicate it, giving you perfect rainbow weed that will sustain this virus indefinitely." "Yeah, and if they hadn't made 2 big mistakes, it all worked and most of this world would have been under 'em in a couple of weeks," I pointed out. One was fallin' for the same trap y'all was in here. Things was goin' so good, and they was so dedicated and radical and ruthless, they got real cocky, started doing side deals they didn't have to do. Me, for example. They figured when I come back from Vogel's place they'd stick me under Jamisper's machines, and he could restore me and program me and all the rest. But I got shot, and Sam wasn't dead. So I went to the center instead, and had them do it. But not all of it. I ain't never been able to have straight hair in my life, and I hate cornrows with a passion. Friend of mine went bald wearing them things, and we girls spend millions a year trying to get our complexion creamy smooth and totally even. I kept the hair and the complexion. When I finally showed up down there, I didn't look like my twin. They couldn't make no switch, so they had to nab me and hook me too. Then when they knew they were near, they got arrogant, Sam said. They did a quickie search and recruitment for a down-and-out Sam Horowitz who was corrupt as hell. We didn't think they'd do it, but we were ready for them when they did. They weren't very many of me. I'm not sure if that's reassuring or depressing. I nailed him in the labyrinth. I talked to him first because I just wasn't sure I could kill myself. I forced him into an available world and we had a talk. He had Nazis and concentration camps in his world, too. He lost the same relatives I had. It didn't bother him a bit. Not a bit. Before I knew it, I'd blown his fucking face in. That meant they thought they had Sam too when they actually had Sam back home, I added. We had a real go-around. He finally showed us that only by helping him did we guarantee our supply. He turned us in and our job was to press, finagle, or in some way get one or both of us to the origin world. See, that was their final and biggest mistake. More'n once they used that damn tracking gizmo inside me for their own ends, including wasting Vogel. Carlos was so busy and so sure of himself, and Addison had so much on her mind and one corner of it on the clock, they never bothered to take it out or turn it off. Since we was the only two addicts they had left not of their own race, Sam and Bill felt sure they wouldn't do nothing bad to us till they had their cure, their agent. We was the only guinea pigs they had. Sam sighed. Well, that about wraps it up. He downed the last of his drink. You forgot one thing. Who killed Siegel and then helped me escape into the labyrinth? That's the only part that has me completely confused, I said. Oh, Addison killed Siegel just as you thought. The only thing unusual was the reason for that argument. It was you. Huh? Me. Yeah. She wanted you for experimental or sentimental or whatever purposes. She had personally dropped off the load of filled shot capsules earlier in the evening. That's why the labyrinth was running when you first saw it. The guards knew her, so they didn't think anything was wrong with it. Then she went into town to make some phone calls, probably to discover why Carlos, who should have been there, was not. She was just going back but saw the office light on and went in to have a talk with him. She had seen you earlier out running, so she knew you were here and decided to take you with her, probably to her safe world hideout, until the rest of the plans played out. Siegel refused. They got into a bad argument in which Siegel revealed inadvertently how much he knew and understood about all this, which was far more than he should have. Whether this was just his people monitoring Carlos closely and the Brandy 2 project or what, we'll never know. She lost her temper and shot him. She was used to being in charge, but suddenly it occurred to her that she was in a very bad position in a house completely surrounded by Siegel's most trusted bodyguards. She did a force on the labyrinth with a remote device, which drew the guards, and she couldn't get away. In the meantime, you discovered the body, gotten rashly accused of the murder, you know better than to pick up a murder weapon, damn it, and tried to shoot your way out. Addison had no choice when she saw this. You polished off a number of the guards, and she picked off the rest. This meant you would get away, something she hadn't planned on, but also cleared the way for her to come out, blame you for the crime, and take a leisurely exit of her own. Two things wrong there. First, where did the rest of the juice go? I should have had hundreds of capsules in that case. And second, how do you know all this? Everybody who was there except me is dead, and I didn't know.
The rest of the capsules had gone directly into Siegel's office wall safe, of course, to be picked up and sent down to Fast Eddie the next day by plane. The remaining package was yours. He planned on you being around a while. For some reason, he wanted you bad enough to risk Addison. In the end, for all his power and money, Arnie Siegel was a very lonely man, whose own success required him to be totally paranoid at all times. He couldn't have the shadow dancers permanently. You were probably the only human being in his whole world he could trust absolutely. As for my source of information, you're still a hell of a detective. You figure it out." He got up like he was going someplace. "Sam, not now, Brandy. We'll talk tomorrow." And with that, he made his excuses and left. I started after him, but Aldrich stopped me, then took me over in a corner. "I think you proved concisely tonight that it was time I retire," he said. "It was a rather stunning and embarrassing collection of deductions, hard work, and theatrics, but the root cause was my own failures." I kept looking after where Sam disappeared. My mind wasn't on no more small talk. "Don't you know how he knew, Brandy?" I started and turned to him. "Huh?" "He was there. Once he recovered here and then found out what had happened to you from me, there was no stopping him. He wanted no one notified, not even Crockett. He trusted nobody and nothing. In the close to a year you were shadow dancing, he managed to research and even worm his way into confidences. He had a fair amount of money, took it in precious metals and converted it, and he knew his job. In only 3 months he managed to get a job with the Crockett Agency. I have no idea what sort of means he used to come up with the credentials and background, but I suppose he knew just what she would look for and how she'd find it, being in the business himself. He watched over you, Brandy, and he kept me from coming in full tilt with squads and invading the operation. He felt he could get far more by letting it run. He was sure right. Sam. There, all the time. We was fast approaching that time I didn't want to think about. What will happen to us and to the shadow dancers? The events of tonight will not be kept under wraps very long. When Carlos hears that the plot is compromised, he will undoubtedly finish off the shadow dancers and regroup. When he hears about Ioio, his Addison is dead, he will redouble his efforts. He has no clearance to headquarters, but he has a lot of skill and knowledge and equipment and at least a small organization. As Sam said, until we capture or kill him, he will be the most dangerous man alive. Undoubtedly, they will be going through every single detail of Jamasper's life trying to figure out the connection. They must have been together quite some time. At least we'll find out who he is and where he came from. And us? We'd been in on everything, but both Brandy 2 and me had been kept under close watch and restrictions. We was Typhoid Marys, too. Well, everyone with the live reproducible virus will be under strict quarantine restrictions. You will be kept with your double here tonight and locked in as before. Tomorrow, you both will be transferred to the center for tests, after which you will have some hard decisions to make. What kind of decisions? Options for the future. Someday, perhaps soon, we might be able to stabilize this thing, but its very nature will require taking something every day for life. Wait for the doctors. They'll explain it. Aldrich, promise me. Promise me that you won't let Sam leave till I make them decisions. Will you do that much for me? I think I can guarantee that much. Farewell, Brandy. You and Sam cost me my job, but you saved my world. I have children. I can't be angry with you for that. Then they came to take me back to my comfortable prison I shared with my twin. I didn't see Sam till the next day, and it was clear he was coming off a real drunk. Still, they let me have some time with him. Sam, I heard what you done back at Siegel's. Damn it, I do love you, Sam. There's gotta be a way for this to work out for us. How? He managed, his head pounding something awful. I could tell.
I knowed they had hangover cures here, and I got the idea he just didn't want one. Brandy, they're gonna convert Carlos's old safe world into a quarantine colony. Any who have the full virus, and any who, for some reason, wish to join them, will be able to do so. They will be researching this thing for years to come. In a short time, that colony will be able to provide a small supply of the semen for capsules, allowing some people limited mobility elsewhere so long as they take the capsules and can't transmit the virus. It'll be a leper colony, but a very pleasant and self-governing one. Oh. He felt his head. Sam, you know how hard it is. The only way out for me is to take the cure. And you saw all them folks who took the cure. Not a one of 'em is right. I love you, Sam. I really do. Come with us to this place. It ain't so bad. And we'd still be together. Maybe they need a private eye. Forget it, babe. I can do a car chase at 110 miles an hour through city traffic. But I can't stand roller coasters. Know why? I can't stand not to be in full control. Besides, it wouldn't be the way you imagine. You have your full intellect, but it's untempered. You have no inhibitions and no brakes except what is necessary for your own survival. You know that even now you're only being civilized because they'll shoot you if you aren't. You aren't human anymore. Love and lust are synonyms to you. The only meaningful concept of right and wrong you have is that what gives pleasure to you or is necessary for your survival is right. It won't let you get hurt, it won't let you get depressed for long, and there's no guilt. No sense of responsibility. That's why I couldn't take that stuff myself. A Jew without guilt is just a Unitarian. The Almighty would strike me dead for it. Right now, you want me, and you have that cultural and intellectual knowledge of right and wrong. But there's no sense on the gut level. I can't handle that. Damn it, Sam! Then I'll take the capsules, move back into Philadelphia and our world. It can be like it was before. Really? You'd be picking up the cab driver and the laundryman and every jock you met at the health club or on the streets while you exercise. I wouldn't have a wife. I'd have a wildly promiscuous and uncontrollable daughter I couldn't depend on personally or professionally. Look, you control the capsules. I'd have to do just what you said, act just the way you wanted. He looked appalled. My God, you can't even see how that sounds. I don't want to own somebody. I don't want a slave. I want an equal partner who sticks with me and puts up with me because she loves me. He looked up at the security guards and made a motion. Goodbye, babe. I need a drink. Chapter 12. Fate and Fortune. The doctor's name was Chidra, and he had me strapped down and surrounded by so many gadgets that I couldn't move. They'd already poked and probed and scraped and sampled and quizzed and tested us so much I was dizzy. Now, it kinda looked like the moment of truth. Fact was, I was totally incapable of kicking the juice, even though I was no longer expecting that massive high. I felt great, and just a rest or heavy exercise was enough to wash away guilt and lingering doubts and memories. I wanted Sam. I loved Sam. But I thought Sam was being totally unreasonable. If he really loved me, then he'd take one of my offers. That's how you thought. First, since you are intellectually unimpaired, I am going to explain the options to you, Chidra said. I'm going to be blunt, and I already know your answers, so I don't wish or expect any. Just listen. Clear? I guess. What was the point if he already knowed? First, you can elect the colony. It won't be fancy, but there will be people there you have known, and work will go on studying this thing. You would be provided with all the basics and be expected to submit from time to studies. But otherwise, it would be a carefree life, much like the life you shared with that stranded exploiter team, with some amenities and no strange natives. I must be blunt. With this thing managing and protecting your body, you might well live 150 years, even if we eventually found a miracle cure or stabilizer that would render you harmless and non-dependent, which may be years, even decades away, or might not be possible at all, you would remain there, since your patterns would be fixed and there would be, I'm afraid, little purpose or use in allowing you out. You simply have no means to contribute. It didn't sound too awful. Plenty of sex, lots of room to exercise and play, and no work or responsibilities, plus flush toilets. A second choice would be to return to your world where, I am told, you still have a substantial sum of money that would guarantee supporting you comfortably. Your half would come to a bit under $2 million, if that means anything to you. I have no idea what a dollar is worth. You would be maintained on the capsule with the pure virus as you were for most of your addiction period. When you needed a supply, 30 days or so at a time, you would go to a company representative and draw it, like from a bank. You already have a high level of nymphomania. This would probably proceed unchecked. That sounded even better. We would, in either case, make some adjustments that would be in our mutual interests. We would not tamper with your intellect, but we would have to tamper with your memories. We would eliminate all memories of Sam, of your marriage, of your career, of the company, and the labyrinth. There would be gaping holes in your memories of the past, but you would not be bothered by it, and you would never be curious about it or want to know. You would dismiss it if you found it out somehow. You would be perfectly content the way you were. The third and only other option would be to allow us to treat the illness and cleanse your body. The cleansing itself is relatively simple and subjectively painless, but curing and treating the results in mind and body would be a long and difficult process with no guarantees. If you want your Sam, though, that's the only road. We've done some fairly good analysis of him, and we believe he would be dead or as good as dead within a year without you. And that's the plain truth. I'll bring him around. I'll take number 2. You even get the high with that one, don't you? I said you were not to choose, not now. The reason why you are so secured is that in a few moments I'm going to feed a charge through your body at a low level. It will stun the virus and confuse it. It will not be able to deal with it. There will be no permanent harm, and the whole process will take many hours as we compensate. During that period, and particularly near the end of it, since the virus will adjust eventually and re-seize control, you will have your thoughts clear, organized, and unfettered. Then I will ask you the question again. Now, wait a minute, Suddenly, I felt a real sensation through my whole body, kind of like when you touch an electric light socket that ain't grounded, but weaker, almost pleasant. After a while, I just went to sleep with it, hardly thinking at all. Now, I know what they'd done. I even kind of suspected it at the time, but it didn't make no difference. They used that neutralizing current and a hypno-scanner not to program me, but to feed in subtle visions and suggestions, provoke old feelings. Memories of life with Sam, of just lying there sometimes while he was still asleep and watching him and feeling love, all his habits, his quirks, his idiosyncrasies. Knowing, too, that it was mutual, that he both loved and respected me just the same. And then other visions. One vision. Sam, in the labyrinth, trying to block the killer from shooting in my direction. Taking the bullet, part of his head splattering, and what I felt then and after. And there was other visions, superimposed ones on the other, me screwing Calvin or somebody, having a ball, getting into that high, always over the sight of Sam's bloody head. The meaning was clear. All I had to do was nod my head and get a life of highs, pleasure, and ease. All at the expense of Sam. All paid for by Sam's destruction. And, through it all, I could think. Really think. 'Cause the juice was too busy handling the distractions to block out the negative emotions. Guilt, shame, regret, all was there. I had a sense of right and wrong, Good and evil I hadn't had in over a year. I had perspective. Yeah, I'd be happy. Oh, I'd be sad and cried if I was told that Sam blowed his brains out, but it wouldn't last long. But they was honest. I also got views of them wards of Vogel refugees, of Donna and the rest. What if I did take the cure and wound up crippled or brain damaged? Would that be any more of a service to Sam? And I knowed it would. I knowed that even then he'd be there, always doing what he could 'cause he loved me. I was the only thing left to him that had any importance, any meaning. In the end, the bottom line was, who did I really value most? Who was important to me? Who was more valuable, more precious? With the juice and force, of course, the answer was simple. Self-preservation of me and the juice inside was all there was. But the juice wasn't talking now. It was just me, all by myself. I still loved the juice, the way it made me feel. But I loved Sam, too. I owed him. You simply have no means to contribute. And there it was, in the doc's own words. Without Sam, I had no reason to exist except for pure pleasure. Brandy 1 and Brandy 2 would merge. It would be as if Sam had never existed, like the agency died with Daddy. Not only Sam, but all that I had accomplished, or might have accomplished, would be gone. You could live 150 years. As a fucking dumb vegetable. What kind of living was that? He was there, watching over me, even though he was sick at what I'd become. Values. Worth. You ain't human, he said. The juice needs to survive. It needed a host, and it needed a weed, and both was equal in importance. That's all I was or would be. Some stinkin', worthless weed. Not a human. A thing who'd turned its back on somebody who needed me, even when that somebody been there when I needed him. Once, he'd been willin' to die for me, and me for him. I was willin' to get in this fix just to avenge him. If I really loved him, no matter what the power and lure of the juice, I ought to have the guts enough to live for him, too. I was still under. I knowed they wasn't even ready for me to come out of it yet. But I still fought it off and screamed, "Do it, Doc! Get this thing out of me! Hurry it up and do it now, for it changes my mind!" They learned enough from the early ones to know how to do the easy part. They put you in a chamber, out cold, the juice is in you and doing fine, and all at once, evenly through the body, they put this ray that was very specific and very deadly only to it. The death of the juice was instantaneous and uniform throughout the body. There was no chance for it to curl up and mount a defense or do more damage than it done already. The trouble was, the damage it done making you over into a comfortable and controllable home for it was done, and on top of that, its absence was more painful and rough than you knew. All our lives we lived with some pain, gas pains, joint pains, muscle aches, you name it. We tune it out, learn to tell the new pains from the old, the important ones from the routine. With the juice, you didn't have no real pain less it was something serious, and then only long enough for the juice to take care of what was wrong. I woke up in real pain. I needed a pill, something bad. I was in so much agony that I pleaded with them to put me back on the juice, that I couldn't stand it no more. I knowed Sam was there, but I couldn't see him or talk to him. I couldn't face him with the idea that I was too weak to take this, that I couldn't hack it no more without the juice. They gave me a few pills to help me sleep, but that's about all they did. No juice. Lots of sympathy. No juice. They was always there, though, watching and monitoring, telling me it would get better. But it didn't. It got worse and worse, and finally I just couldn't stand it no more.
I sunk so deep in depression and pain and misery, I couldn't even think straight, and all I wanted was out. They stopped me twice from killing myself. They began a program of physical and mental therapy and drove me hard. I didn't feel no better, but at least I was doing something. Fact was, the lousy way I felt was called normalcy. It was something you just didn't know or notice till you didn't have it. Then, when I was ready to at least see Sam, to get some reinforcement, I couldn't. I was in a kinda isolation ward. Seems the juice took over most of the job of my body's immune system. It took a lot of their medicines and a lot of time to build itself back up where a common cold wouldn't kill me. They had a lot of pills for me to take without fail, and my mind worked funny tricks there. I kept trying to understand why if I had to take all these damn pills all the time, they couldn't just give me the juice and cure it all at once. God, how I wanted it. I thought about it, craved it constantly. Finally, I was built up enough to see Sam. But all he had to do was come in and say, "Hi, babe." And I collapsed into his arms and just cried and begged for him to hold me and never let me go. A few days later, when they decided that the benefits outweighed any risks, they let him move in with me. I just wanted him to hold me and kiss me and make love to me. Nothing else mattered in the whole damned multiple worlds. I wore him out, and I knew it. He was exhausted and a little ill himself, and wound up with what they called a minor coronary episode. And that was crazy too, 'cause all of a sudden, he was more of a patient than I was, and I was getting shit for him and tending to him. The docs got fancy names for it. They claim I subordinated and fixated all the rest of that crap on Sam. All the energy, all the emotions, all went to Sam and Sam alone. It was, well, like when you first fell deep in love with somebody. You can't think of nothing or nobody else but them. You damn near worship them. You just want to be with them always. It kind of wears off and settles in after a while, what they mean when they say the honeymoon's over. And it had some with us, too. But they say this kind of thing might not wear off for years. Maybe not ever this time. And I don't give a damn. Sometimes, you just about gotta lose what you most want before you realize how important it is. I had almost murdered half of myself, and it would never happen again. I was Sam's rainbow weed, and he was mine, and we was each other's juice. Neither of us was much damned good without the other, but together, we was one hell of a team. Sam? Yeah, babe. I love you, Sam. I love you too, babe. You still gonna love me when I'm old and blind and ugly and wrinkled? If you can love me the way I look now, why the hell should I be any different? I don't want it to go back like it was, Sam. You was miserable with that high-class clientele and chasing down computer embezzlers in Pittsburgh, and I was miserable 'cause I was chasing down them white-collar bastards with you. I don't want to be separated again by no job or no funny lone wolf missions to other worlds. We're a team, or we're nowhere. Even in this business, even though we didn't know it, we was a team. Ain't nothing gonna break us up again. You impressed a lot of people here, babe, including me. Even the bad guys were impressed. They made most of their mistakes because even though they had you on a gold leash, they couldn't keep their admiration and fear of you in check. Half that summation was yours, maybe more. God, though, wasn't that great? You couldn't sell it to Hollywood. They wouldn't believe it. I'm through impressing nobody but you. I talked myself into this mess in the first place 'cause I kept trying to impress all them folks who look down on blacks, on women, on people with bad grammar or ignorant table manners. All them stupid, meaningless rules. I always loved you just the way you were, he told me seriously. I never asked for anything else. Then piss on all of 'em. If they don't take this coarse, foul-mouthed black bitch the way she is, I don't want 'em. If I ain't learned nothing else, I sure as hell learned that. Look what that kind of shit caused here.
I bet that damned chairman of the board shits just like everybody else, just in a gold pot. Hell, them highbrows kept making them remarks, but we impressed the hell out of them too, just being what we are and doing what we do best. Better'n anybody. I don't think we have to impress people when we get home, he said real casual. I think people have to impress us. Huh? Well, even putting aside the post-tax, nearly $4 million we still have in the bank for the Vogel job. You remember how I started that summation? A wager. A fee, if you will. If I lost, I'd pay with my life. But I'm still here. What in hell did you win? A retainer, more or less, with fringe benefits. They pay us a flat fee, adjustable for inflation, every month for the rest of our natural lives for the right to consult us on company business. We don't lose the retainer if we refuse the job. That only gives them the right to talk. The fringes include medical care, miracle pills and drugs, and everything else that the center can provide to their own people. We also have unlimited access to the labyrinth if we want to get away from it all. We have an infinity of choices. Sam, how much of a retainer? Well, he sighed. It starts at $10,000 a month. Of course, it'll come from the company, so we'll have to pay taxes, but it's filtered through a number of foundation and tax gimmicks to minimize things. I figured if we let the foundation let us live in one of its houses and use its cars and stuff, we ought to be able to get by for a few years, letting that $4 million just roll over and multiply. Sam, that's over $100,000 a year. Sure, plus expenses. The consultative services of the highest regarded private eyes in a few thousand known worlds is cheap at that price. Oh my God. Well, that's most of the good news anyways. The rest was that the center's microsurgery techniques were so good that reversing my sterilization was a breeze for them, though I had a long waiting period before they was sure my system could take it without hurting no kid. We got to thinking about adoption, but never followed up on it. Sam wanted to adopt an Asian baby. I think he just wanted to see the looks on teachers' faces when both parents showed up for the PTA, not to mention the bar or bar mitzvahs. Oh yeah, I had to take the instructions over from the start, but now any kid I have will be born of an official Jewish mother. We took a trip to Israel to celebrate. Then we went down to Kenya and Tanzania and Zimbabwe and Malawi, too. I got to admit, it was a charge being in places where black folks run the whole thing and people was staring sideways at Sam. Ain't gonna give you the good vibes jive, though. It took almost a year and a half, longer than the damn case, to get me to where both my mind and body worked reasonably well. I still have dreams of them super highs, and periods sometimes when I kinda blank out and flash back to feeling the bad old mellow times. My eyes got so bad I can't see the end of my nose without glasses, and I need the kind of special high-tech glasses they ain't invented here yet to see reasonable at all. I can't drive, 'cause every once in a while when I see a rippling effect or some shimmering colors, I kinda trip out for a few seconds to maybe a minute. I can read fine with glasses, and do, but I gotta keep from concentrating too hard on any one image, whether it's a printed page or a painting or even a big unmoving object like a parked car, or it kinda does a flip in my head and I'm seeing everything backwards, like in a mirror, sometimes for up to an hour. Sometimes, when I stub my toe or hit my head or something, instead of pain, I get a pleasure rush. And every now and then, I get these episodes, as the docs call them, like suddenly getting super turned on for no reason at all and usually at the worst possible time and situation. Or I'll get up and put on makeup and jewelry for no real reason and come down and not realize I didn't put no clothes on till somebody points it out. Or we'll be eating out, and I'll pour ketchup on my ice cream and eat it without noticing. I didn't get away scot-free. That damn thing did some damage up there. I'm getting control of the worst of it, though, and Sam's been super supportive. Then, there's my twin. Only she ain't so much my twin no more.
She didn't have no Sam or nothing, so there was no way she could kick the stuff. She controls her own juice supply now, but she decided that she knowed one thing best and made a deal. She's back working for Fast Eddie Small in that world, on a 50-50 split. Still packing 'em in. They sent Mukasa's brains to the brain laundry, and now he's happily working in the labs at that juice leper colony of theirs. His poor wife and her lover are there too, as are the whole set of them from the exploiter team. Hell, their top folks are in charge there. They still ain't found Carlos, which worries everybody, but they did find 42 of the 50 shadow dancers in a Safe World stop, all with their throats cut. What he's doing with the other 8, I don't want to know. We can't always be saving their damned world. The cost's been too high, even though the rewards were good. IOEO was right about one thing, though. That society and that company ain't gonna change less it's forced to, and the longer they don't, the more IOs and Mukasas and Jamispers they make. Takani's still got the security post, but also still with acting in front of the name. But he's pretty secure now. He has old Aldrich Prong outside in the labyrinth and the field, seeing how they can keep the kind of computerized foolery from happening again. He was by not long ago and sat and watched our tapes of every Thin Man movie and every Raymond Chandler film ever made. The way they worked it for us was that Mayar Eldrith got us a company job. It's well disguised and a new post, but it's one they needed for years. It comes with a 240-acre estate in central Pennsylvania near Belafonte and State College, a manor house with 14 furnished rooms, huge living room and fireplace, an indoor hot tub and an outdoor pool, plus horse stables. Most of it is used for contract farming. The trust, which is in the company cover here, leases out the land to local farmers, mostly for corn. The horses are part of a deal with Penn State's Agricultural College, and they mostly take care of them, though I'm learning to ride a horse and not doing too bad at it. That leaves our $10,000 a month for groceries and living expenses, and a few luxuries, like the Mercedes sports car and my minks and jewels. See, in a wooded patch up part of a hillside on the property is this big, round, concrete-lined pit with a fence around it. Seems like the lock on that fence been getting broke a lot, posted or not. We see that it ain't used unless it's supposed to. I guess you could call us sub-station masters, at least. This one's needed somebody to oversee it for a long time. Makes getting visitors and going visitin' a breeze, too. We even got a number of local friends now. The area's too cold for too long, but the folks in general are real nice and friendly with none of the usual hang-ups. It's the university what does it. They don't know nothing about no company or labyrinth, and we intend to keep 'em in the dark. Well, the docs at the center finally give me the go-ahead, and it didn't take long at all to get me pregnant. I didn't want to put it off no more, and if this one don't make me swear off it, we might have more. We really do love kids, and, just as important, we need something more than just each other to center our lives on. Sam's got his ailments, like I got mine, but with the center's help and some commitment on our part, there's no reason we couldn't live to be 100 or more if we wanted to. But in case one of us didn't, there's gonna be at least one more reason to keep on living and doing. It's sure done in the last of my hopes of keeping my old good looks, though. I'm putting on weight like mad, and I ain't in no mood to take it off. Sam ain't gonna love me no less, fat or thin, so why kill myself? I'm already married, for keeps. If that fat bothers them jocks jogging up and down the roads come snow or sun, then tough shit. Ain't nothing I get more of a charge out of than walking arm in arm with Sam down College Avenue to a restaurant or over to the university for a show or up to a movie, with my diamond earrings and 7 months' belly sticking out from under my mink coat. I just want to shout to people, I got Sam in love with me and millions of bucks and the acclaim of a people who routinely walk between the worlds and you don't. Eat your hearts out. We got a few disagreements, of course.
I was kinda hoping for fraternal twins and name 'em Nick and Nora, but I know the odds against that. If it's a boy, Sam wants to name him Dashiell. It ain't bad, but any kid who's gonna start life half black and all Jewish don't need nothin' more on his shoulders. Almost in retaliation, I threatened if it was a girl to name her Mignon or Agatha, after some pretty good mystery writers of my sex. We'll find compromises someplace. After all, I get to fill out the birth certificate. One thing we did agree on, and it was easy. We was in Philadelphia closing out the last of our business there, and we walked by this mall pet store window, and in it was a small, wire-haired terrier puppy. We just couldn't resist. We named him Asta.
This has been an Audible Inc. production of The Shadow Dancers, written by Jack L. Chalker, narrated by Marcella Rose Giotto, producer Mike Charzik. Copyright 1987 by Jack L. Chalker. Production copyright 2012 by Audible Inc.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.